In the realm of literature, a celestial being known as the divine beast had unexpectedly traversed into a narrative, assuming the form of a prematurely deceased infant named Gu. And in barely clinging to life, she was discarded into the depths of the mountains, only to be seized by a wolf. Unbeknownst to her mother, who remained oblivious, she was deceived by a nefarious father who continued to exploit her as mere fodder. The identity of the princess was usurped by her father's sister, while her father, upon achieving scholarly success, hastily wed the daughter of a high-ranking official. Tragically, her mother met her demise at the hands of a violent assault, and her twin sisters suffered a similarly grim fate, leading to a heart-wrenching downfall. However, the family soon began to hear Gu An's inner thoughts, prompting her mother to shed her submissive demeanor and rise against their oppressors. "Fear not, mother. The Crown Prince shall come to our rescue. Should my father dare to act maliciously, I shall summon a pack of wolves to bring him to his end." Indeed, the Crown Prince, accompanied by the Empress, arrived in search of their daughter. Oh, the Empress is truly exquisite. Alas, she has been mutilated by the concubine, her eyes and nose gouged out, her limbs severed to become a wretched creature. Good heavens, Grandfather Emperor, your crown is so very green. Half of your harem consists of spies from enemy nations, and your progeny are but the offspring of their illicit liaisons. Even the ones sired by you have been drowned. Oh, my foolish third uncle, must you not see? The second prince is merely using you for his own deceitful ends, and yet you choose to trust him. In a moment of desperation to restore your kingdom, you would a woman weighing 200 pounds. How utterly foolish. As Guanin, the divine beast, lamented her family's plight, she discovered their fortunes had shifted. The nefarious father and his kin met a grim fate. Her mother reclaimed her rightful identity, and the emperor grandfather managed to preserve his kingdom. Guanin, nourished and revitalized, engaged in delightful conversations with the beasts, becoming a cherished treasure of the realm. Chapter 1. The divine being enters the narrative within a dilapidated thatched cottage. An elderly woman rushed in, grasping the hand of a young maiden preening before a bronze mirror. "Ningxi, you must check if the child has perished. It appears she draws no breath. I am terrified." Gu Ningxi, setting aside her comb, retorted with impatience, "Mother, if she is dead, then so be it. She is but a mere girl, and my brother has no affection for her. Were you not also disinclined to nurture her?" Upon hearing this, the elderly woman, Shanguji, suddenly bore a rare smile, for she had long been weary of tending to her granddaughter, who only consumed and cried incessantly. Gazing into the small mirror, she beamed with pride at her daughter's beauty. "My daughter is a flower of exquisite beauty. Surely she will find a splendid husband, allowing me to boast before our neighbors that Ji Yuning Shi, blushing, replied softly, 'Whenever you mention young Master Zhang, I grow even more bashful.'" Shun Guiji beamed with joy, for young Master Zhang was a renowned scholar in their village, handsome and the most likely to succeed in the imperial examinations. Her son often praised him, and should her daughter win his affection, it would indeed be a momentous occasion. "Do not worry, my dear, I shall procure rouge to ensure you look radiant when you meet young Master Zhang." Yet, acquiring a physician's services required silver, and the Gu family lacked funds to squander on a mere girl. Thus, it was imperative to prioritize Ning Zai's needs. Summoning her resolve, her expression turned grim as she picked up the infant and carried her outside. "Should you be blamed, it is for not being a male, for your existence burdens me with daily servitude. Your mother only knows how to feed the son of the county magistrate. If blame must be assigned, let it fall upon her, for a mother should know how to nurture, not merely give birth." Guanin felt a buzzing in her ears as she heard the murmurs. She wished to open her eyes, but her eyelids felt as though they were weighted down by 1,000 pounds, refusing to budge. Shun Guiji continued to lament, "Guanin, remember your mother's name is Yiji Pan. Should you seek vengeance, you must find her. Never approach our Gu family." Though her eyes remained shut, Guanin comprehended the words clearly. Guanin? Yiji Pan? Gu family? Was this not a tale she had idly perused while at Divine Beast Mountain? The narrative recounted how Yiji Pan was saved from drowning by Gu Huaicheng and subsequently wed him. After marriage, she bore twin daughters, yet her mother-in-law was displeased, urging her to bear a son promptly. Overworked during her confinement, Yiji Pan's health waned, leading to another pregnancy years later, resulting in another daughter who tragically did not survive. Unbeknownst to Yi Jipan, her fall was an elaborate scheme orchestrated by Gu Huaicheng, who she mistakenly believed harbored affection for her, unaware he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Since her marriage into the Gu family, all burdens fell upon her shoulders, treated as a mere servant. Gu Huaicheng promised her a prosperous future, yet she naively believed his empty words, surrendering all her earnings to him, while he cavorted with the daughter of a wealthy merchant. The situation worsened. Yi Jipan, a princess born of royal blood, possessed a pendant that could verify her identity, yet Gu Huaicheng deceitfully took it, allowing his sister to impersonate the princess. Ji Yuning, she ascended to the throne, reveling in opulence alongside the Gu family, who basked in the glory. Gu Huaicheng, upon achieving scholarly success, wed the daughter of a high-ranking official, claiming Yi Jipan was a mere servant. He deceived her into believing this was a necessary facade, leading her to serve them all as a dutiful wife. However, the official's daughter discovered their prior marriage and, under the guise of seduction, had her beaten to death, leaving Yi Jipan unaware of her royal heritage. Moreover, her two daughters were sold off, meeting tragic ends. The elderly woman's incessant murmurs of Gu and En referred to the very child who had died prematurely, the infant who had starved within 2 months. Before she could ponder further, her body was unceremoniously tossed into a chicken coop. To her dismay, she was the divine beast of Divine Beast Mountain, a being to whom all would bow in reverence. Now, she was discarded into a henhouse. Inside the coop, 7 hens clucked nervously. Having lost their roosters to slaughter, their fate was similarly precarious should they fail to lay eggs. The hens, upon seeing something fall, scattered in fear of being struck. Once the commotion subsided, they cautiously approached. "I am starving. I cannot believe the divine beast of Divine Beast Mountain might perish here in this henhouse." Guanin lay with her eyes shut, yet her mind was racing. She felt utterly drained, devoid of any strength. One hen approached, pecking at its own egg, then offered some of the egg's contents to Guanin's lips. Guanin recoiled at the sticky, fishy taste that met her lips, disliking it intensely. She had dined on exquisite delicacies before. Never had she encountered such a foul flavor. Yet, in the name of survival, she swallowed it down. Before long, an entire egg had been fed to Guanin. She felt a flicker of energy return, her eyelids slowly beginning to lift. The cursed chicken beside her was shockingly thin. How could not be? We've spent all our money on food, leaving the chickens with nothing to eat. It's no wonder they hardly lay eggs without food. How can they produce? They can't just drink cold water to lay eggs. The old hen beside her clucked in distress. Guanin looked at their sorrowful eyes and comforted them. "Do not worry. Once I regain my strength, I will surely take you away from here." At that moment, another hen clucked a few times, and from beneath her, an egg emerged. She pecked at the egg with her sharp beak and fed it to Guanin like any other hen would. As Guanin opened her eyes, she saw the old hen feeding her with her pointed beak. She tightly sealed her lips, unwilling to open her mouth, but her body felt exceedingly weak. Summoning her resolve, she closed her eyes again, finding it quite a challenge for a celestial being of the Divine Beast Mountain to keep them open. After consuming 2 eggs, she felt significantly revitalized. The magical energy within her began to gather slowly, a warm blaze igniting in her abdomen. Meanwhile, Shan Guiji was inside the house, cursing loudly. "That wretched girl. Even at the brink of death, she leaves me with such a mess, soaking my bedding so thoroughly. How am I to sleep at night?" Her incessant tirade stirred a flame of anger within Guanin. "Shun Guiji, my dear grandmother, even if I were to die, you would still lack a shred of decency and worry only about your bedding at night. Why doesn't heaven strike you down?" In an instant, she directed a beam of radiant energy skyward, and a bolt of thunder struck the thatched roof where Shan Guiji was. A wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed through the air. Ah! The thatched cottage was engulfed in flames, and Shan Guiji rushed out, witnessing the blazing inferno on the roof, weeping and wailing in despair. Guanin, observing the burning roof and Shan Guiji's lamentations, couldn't help but applaud in delight. She had not anticipated that her thunderous power could manifest so fiercely within such a diminutive form. even in her weakened state. Such might was impressive, if only she could nurture this little body. Ha ha! Who would have thought that the celestial being from the divine Beast Mountain could thrive anywhere? Elated, she reveled in her triumph, but suddenly felt the energy she had just accumulated dissipate, her eyelids growing heavy, refusing to open once more. Reluctantly, she closed her eyes, grateful that her hearing remained intact. Gu Ningxi heard the thunder and rushed out from the house, her face filled with indignation as she beheld her burning straw hut. But the roof was too high for her to douse the flames with water. Meanwhile, the workers in the fields were startled by the thunder. An elderly man in his 50s looked up at the sky, while another man nearby jested, "If only the heavens would strike down those who have committed grievous sins, this world would be at peace. Never mind that. Lao Zhang, let's get back to work. We aren't as fortunate as that old man Gu, who can sell his land and lounge about. Indeed, lounging it is. We can barely afford to eat. My daughter-in-law, who just gave birth, is nursing the county magistrate's child while my granddaughter howls from hunger at night. Alas, that girl must be suffering in their home. It's a pity for that girl, she looked so chubby and adorable during her full-month feast. Just a couple of days ago, when old Madame Gu carried her out, she was as thin as a monkey." As they worked, the two men exchanged sighs of lament. Back at the Gu household, Gu Ningxi shouted for quite some time, yet no one came to her aid. At that moment, she caught sight of a black figure entering her yard, holding a long bamboo pole. The figure appeared as if it had been soaked in ink for days, its body entirely black like coal, save for its eyes, which gleamed with a terrifying white light. Gu Ningxi stood frozen in place, her gaze fixated on the figure. The black figure spotted her and immediately shouted, but the voice that emerged was hoarse and grating, accompanied by wisps of white smoke escaping from its mouth. Terrified, Gu Ningxi bolted for the door, crying out, "Help! Help! There's a black ghost in my house, a black monster." She ran with all her might as the figure's raspy voice called after her repeatedly. Confused, she muttered, "What black ghost? There's no such thing. I better hurry and put out the fire." With anger, she brandished the long bamboo pole, attempting to dislodge the flaming straw from the roof. However, the pole was too long. As she swiped downward, the flaming straw flew to the other side of the roof. Growing frantic, she scratched at it with increasing force. But the bamboo pole seemed to have a mind of its own, sending flaming straw flying everywhere. Before long, all three roofs were ablaze. When Gu Ningxi found her neighbor Wang Daniyu in the fields to tell him about the black figure, many workers put down their hoes to see the commotion, a crowd heading toward the Gu household. Upon entering, they beheld the roofs burning, now only charred straw emitting dark smoke, while a fully blackened figure was using the bamboo pole to poke at the remaining unburned straw. The onlookers were shocked by the scene, while Gu Ningxi was incredulous. How could it have spread so quickly? When she had left, only one roof was on fire. Fuming, she pointed at the black figure and yelled, "You monster, you black ghost! What do you want by setting my house ablaze?" Hearing her voice, the figure turned to face the crowd, urgently calling out, "Come help us put out the fire." Yet her voice was so raspy and unpleasant that no one could discern her words. And as she spoke, more white smoke billowed from her mouth. Gu Ningxi recoiled a few steps back, while Wang Daniyu stepped in front of her, declaring, "Ningxi, do not be afraid, I'll handle this black figure." Wang Daniyu, who had harbored feelings for Gu Ningxi since childhood and wished to marry her, mustered his courage despite his fear and charged at the figure, seizing her. The figure struggled and cursed, but not a single word was comprehensible to anyone. Meanwhile, the small figure in the chicken coop reveled in the chaos. Though she couldn't see, hearing her wicked grandmother's wails was immensely satisfying. As the crowd saw Wang Daniyu subduing the black figure, their courage surged. One by one, they began to strike, and soon the figure's cries faded away. Gu Ningxi looked at the unconscious figure on the ground and kicked her fiercely. Yet, when she glanced up at the roof, now reduced to mere charred beams, she broke down in tears. Where would her family sleep tonight? Glancing at the figure lying on the ground, her anger ignited. "How dare you burn my house? I shall see whether you're truly black or just pretending. Bring me some water." Wang Daniyu quickly fetched a wooden basin filled with water, and Gu Ningxi commanded him to pour it over the black figure's head. As the basin of water splashed on her face, one villager exclaimed, It's thinning out, the black is washing away. It seems this person has deliberately painted themselves black to burn your house. Just look at their body, completely coated in black. Not even wearing clothes, what a disgrace. Furious, Gu Ningxi demanded Wang Daniu fetch more water to pour over the figure. Other villagers volunteered to bring water, determined to uncover the identity of this trickster. After dozens of basins of water were poured, the blackness began to fade. When the figure's face finally emerged, Gu Ningxi collapsed onto the ground in disbelief. Chapter 3. Her mother has gone mad. Her expression shattered. She questioned loudly, "Mother, how could it be you? Why have you coated yourself in black? And why would you set our house on fire?" At that moment, Shun Guizhi slowly regained consciousness. As she opened her mouth, another plume of white smoke escaped. She saw the crowd surrounding her, their expressions filled with bewilderment. Instinctively, she touched her face and discovered it was wet with water. Rubbing her painfully kicked waist, she realized with astonishment that she was clad in nothing but the black coating. What in the world had transpired? She had been struck by that bolt of lightning and hadn't even thought to check her own appearance. She glanced around in panic, her mouth opening to inquire, yet her voice was hoarse and incomprehensible to others. In tears, she dashed to the woodshed, seeking refuge. The villagers, witnessing Shun Guizhi's flight, rushed to comfort the heartbroken Gu Ningxi. Upon hearing that her mother had gone mad, Gu Ningxi wept with a sorrow so profound it seemed as if the heavens had collapsed upon her. Desperately, she ran forward, crying out, "Father, my mother has lost her mind, and our house is burned down. Where shall we live now?" Old Gu, unable to contain his anger, looked up to see the charred remains of the roof, and, in a fit of rage, he stormed over, pounding his chest and lamenting, "My house, the one I painstakingly built, has been reduced to ashes. Who is the wretched soul responsible for this? Father, it was my mother who is mad. She set the house ablaze." Gu Ningxi believed her mother's insanity was the cause of the fire. However, upon overhearing this, Shun Guizhi trembled in terror. If her father accused her of burning the house, wouldn't he beat her to death? He was known for his violent temper. How could she possibly be so foolish as to invite her own demise? At that moment, the door of the woodshed was kicked open, the already dilapidated door creaking to one side. Old Gu, his eyes wide with fury, marched inside. Shun Guizhi cowered in the corner, trembling in fear. Seeing her in such a disheveled state, Old Gu erupted, "Wretched woman, look at yourself, covered in filth, bringing disgrace upon the Gu family. Get out here at once. Pretending to be mad after setting fire to our own house, why not burn someone else's instead? You deserve a good beating." As his words left his mouth, the villagers behind him cast disapproving glances, silently questioning how he could suggest she burn another's home. What kind of heartless man was he? Yet, in his fury, Old Gu was oblivious to the thoughts of others. Just that morning, Shun Guizhi had seemed perfectly fine. He could not believe she had truly gone mad. When he found her hiding and unresponsive, he strode over, and Shun Guizhi, petrified, could barely form a coherent sentence. Old Gu's rage intensified as he approached her, delivering several sharp slaps, demanding, "Speak. Did you set the house on fire? Are you truly mad?" With each strike, blood trickled from the corner of Shun Guizhi's mouth. The small creatures in the chicken coop listened to the sound of slaps, silently cheering him on to deliver more blows, thinking it would be best if she were to perish. Dazed from the beating, Shun Guizhi hurriedly protested, "Old man, I did not set the fire, it was not me." Though her voice remained somewhat hoarse, it was clearer now. The crowd, puzzled, wondered if Old Gu's slaps had awakened her. Perhaps he was indeed formidable enough that a doctor would be unnecessary. Seeing her voice improving, she cried, "Father, how could I have burned our home? I heard thunder and looked up to see our roof ablaze. The straw was too high, and I went out to fetch a pole to reach it." Overcome with anguish, she turned to Gu Ningxi and continued, "Later, our daughter came with the villagers, and they struck me and splashed water on my face. Old man, I'm still in pain, you must stand up for me." Gu Ningxi, bewildered by her mother's account, wondered if she had wrongfully accused her. Yet, something felt amiss. She pressed, "But mother, why are you covered in soot and not wearing any clothes?" Meanwhile, the small creature in the chicken coop reveled in its mischief, thinking, "This is merely retribution for your mother scolding me. Had I not been weakened, her demise would have been assured." In the past, she could easily crush even the most powerful. A few nearby hens flapped their wings in celebration, feeling they had finally allied with a powerful force. At that moment, Shunguiji was at a loss for words, recalling only the thunder that struck through the roof, igniting the flames. She had run outside to extinguish the fire without considering anything else. Old Gu, too, was bewildered. Just then, Mrs. Lu from next door inquired, "Annie, where's your granddaughter? Why do we not hear her crying? You didn't leave her behind, did you?" Shunguiji and Gu Ningshi exchanged awkward glances, avoiding eye contact. Old Gu, sensing something was amiss, declared, "Everyone, please go about your business. I apologize for disturbing you all." Upon hearing his dismissal, the villagers, though curious to uncover the truth, began to disperse. Mrs. Lu, who often sought Shunguiji's help with needlework, had developed a rapport with her. She frequently praised her as a good daughter-in-law who took on any laborious tasks and felt it was a shame for her to be married into the Gu family. However, Guanin's mother would merely smile and never complain. Recognizing Shunguiji's kind heart, Mrs. Lu refrained from further comment. As she surveyed the courtyard, her gaze fell upon a cloth bundle. Curiosity piqued, she approached to investigate. At that moment, Shunguiji noticed and, alarmed, dashed out to grab Mrs. Lu by the arm, pulling her toward the gate. Mrs. Lu nearly stumbled as Shunguiji urged her along, exclaiming, "What madness is this? Am I not allowed to stay in your yard for a while? Have you hidden away a fortune or committed some heinous act?" At the gate, Shunguiji insisted, "We have done nothing wrong, just leave. You keep prowling around my home as if you covet my belongings. What if one day I'm not here and you take something? Where would I find it?" Her words incensed Mrs. Lu, who, flustered, replied, "You are out of your mind. Mrs. Lu is not like that. And besides, what could you possibly have worth taking? That long bamboo pole you speak of belongs to Mrs. Lu." The crowd, frustrated, chose to ignore her, yet they couldn't help but laugh at the sight of her exaggerated movements. Mrs. Wang, particularly amused, chuckled heartily. "I say, Gu family, you ought to return home and dress properly. Your rear is quite exposed." Chapter 4. Entering the wolf's den, Shunguiji, infuriated, turned around. Although she was without clothing, her body was coated in black paint, rendering her invisible to others. She assumed Aunt Wang was deliberately provoking her to vent her frustrations on Grandma Lu. She retorted, "You're the one who is bare. Your entire family is bare." Before she could finish her insult, old Gu charged out, delivering a fierce kick that sent Shunguiji sprawling to the ground. Not satisfied, old Gu continued to kick and curse. "What a disgrace. Exposing your bear, behind for whom? Who are you trying to entice? You've brought shame upon our family. I'll make sure you regret this." Shunguiji cried out in agony on the ground, but none of the onlookers dared intervene. They merely gathered outside, relishing the spectacle. Aunt Wang, unfazed, added, "Old Gu, you really ought to keep your wife in check, lest you frighten everyone while parading around naked. That backside of hers resembles a sow's. It's quite the sight." The rivalry between her and Shunguiji was well known, with their encounters always filled with confrontation, each fearing they might lose an argument. With such a splendid opportunity at hand, how could she resist mocking Shunguiji? The villagers outside stifled their laughter, further inciting old Gu's fury, which led to even harsher blows. Shunguiji's cries for mercy grew weaker, and after a prolonged assault, old Gu, seemingly exhausted, noticed the crowd peering through the door and angrily dismissed them. Shunguiji managed to rise from the ground, and Gu Ningshi hurried to support her, covering her with a piece of old cloth, as their home had burned down along with all their clothes. After dispersing the crowd, old Gu turned back to Shunguiji, raising his hand to strike again. Shunguiji instinctively flinched, exclaiming, "Old man, stop. There is something of great importance we must discuss." Old Gu, incensed, lowered his hand, and Shunguiji leaned in to whisper in his ear. Moments later, he emerged from the Gu household with a tattered backpack slung over his shoulders. Grandma Lu, anxious, lingered at her doorstep, listening for any sounds from the children. Upon seeing old Gu exit, she was puzzled, as he carried a bamboo basket since marrying his daughter-in-law. What could he possibly be up to? Old Gu moved swiftly, disappearing from her sight in no time. Heading up the mountain, just as his two granddaughters, Gu Anren and Gu Anshin, descended after foraging for wild vegetables. "Grandfather, Where are you off to with that basket?" The two girls exclaimed joyfully. Old Gou's eyes darted away, his voice stern. As they turned to head home, they suddenly heard a faint voice emanating from the basket. "Sister, save me. It's an in. Sister, please save me." Not long before, Guin had succumbed to exhaustion and fallen asleep. Upon awakening, she found herself confined within an airtight enclosure, her body swaying as it was carried. Recognizing old Gou's voice, she realized she was speaking to her sisters and called out desperately, hoping they would hear her pleas for rescue. Gu Enrin, sensing something amiss, questioned grandfather. "What's in the basket? I think I hear a child." Old Gu, fearing further inquiries, responded harshly. Although he hadn't heard any child's voice, a flicker of guilt crossed his eyes as he turned away. The two little girls, upon learning their home was on fire, turned pale with fright and dashed home in haste. Guanxin, feeling anxious but physically weak, soon succumbed to sleep again. When she awoke, an eerie silence enveloped her. Her eyelids felt heavy and unyielding, forcing her to rely solely on her hearing to perceive her surroundings. The wind howled in her ears, mingled with the sounds of cicadas and insects. The air was damp, and she felt a chill coursing through her body, while her empty stomach grumbled, signaling her hunger. Suddenly, a sharp crack of a breaking branch shattered the silence, and the sound of four-legged creatures approaching grew louder. A sense of danger washed over her. Desperate to survive, she mustered her strength, managing to open her eyes a fraction. Before her stood a formidable wolf, its piercing green eyes glinting with menace, as if it intended to devour her whole. In terror, she screamed, "Ah, ah, ah." At that moment, a brilliant golden light emanated from her abdomen, radiating a powerful aura that made the wolf tremble, forcing it to lower its four legs in submission. Yet, Guin was utterly exhausted, lamenting inwardly. Who would have thought that I, the esteemed celestial being of the divine beast mountain, would face demise within a wolf's belly? How tragic! As the golden light faded, so did the oppressive feeling. The wolf, gazing curiously at the diminutive figure before it, was perplexed. This mountain was known as West Phoenix Mountain, where their pack had resided for many years, led by a wolf king who was the father of the smallest wolf, now staring at this curious child. Intrigued, the wolf picked up the child's bundle and swiftly retreated into a cave. When Guin awoke again, her eyelids remained heavy, yet she felt enveloped in warmth. "Thank goodness, I'm alive. I'm really alive. What happened to the wolf? Wasn't he going to eat me? Have I been rescued?" Just then, a drop of sweet milk fell on her lips. As she tasted it, she exclaimed, "Wow, so sweet, so fragrant." She instinctively reached for the source of the warmth and finally latched onto a comforting nipple. Without hesitation, she began to suckle, the delicious milk filling her belly and radiating warmth throughout her body. After some time, she felt satiated and rejuvenated. Slowly, she opened her eyes, only to scream, "Ah, Ian al Wolf Estin? Why are there so many wolves? Why is that wolf so enormous?" Guin was alarmed to see the imposing wolf approaching her. She marveled at her ability to see so clearly in the darkness, as if it were daylight. She could discern every detail of the wolf's fur, eyes, and demeanor. As the towering wolf drew near, a shiver coursed through her. If only I were on Divine Beast Mountain, I could have easily dispatched it with a single strike. Alas, now I am merely prey, and it is a tragic fate for the esteemed celestial being of Divine Beast Mountain. Unexpectedly, the majestic wolf knelt before her, its forelegs bending in reverence. Chapter 5. Striving to become a spirit pet, the Wolf King gazed at her with hope and spoke. "I have heard from the previous Wolf King about the Divine Beast Mountain, a place of immortals where beasts can cultivate and live for centuries or longer. Yet, those of us who dwell here typically live only to our 60s or 70s. The Wolf King humbly knelt, prompting the rest of the pack to follow suit. Guin widened her eyes in astonishment. What was happening? To her surprise, she realized she could understand their beast language. Had her mastery of beast communication become this formidable? How delightful! While on Divine Beast Mountain, she could converse with some divine beasts. But ordinary creatures had previously eluded her understanding. Before she could ponder further, the Wolf King's eager gaze was fixed upon her once more. However, having just transmigrated into the body of an infant and being entirely ignorant of her surroundings, she had never encountered the concept of Divine Beast Mountain in any of the tales she had read. Where had this place come from? Well, she had no choice but to adhere to the customs of divine Beast Mountain. She solemnly employed her beast communication technique, stating, "Even though I am the celestial being of divine Beast Mountain, I cannot bring all of you inside. It will depend on your potential. However, I am currently too small. And even if your aptitude is acceptable, I cannot take you with me at this moment." She was uncertain whether the pack of wolves could comprehend her words, but she could only hope they understood. Indeed, upon hearing her voice, the Wolf King's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and he joyfully bared his sharp teeth, creating a stark contrast to his expression. "Your Excellency, we are aware that the sacred Beast Mountain is not a place where ordinary beasts can enter. Our ancestors have informed us of this rule. As long as you can select those among us who are worthy to enter, you need not worry. While you are with us, we will take great care of you." Guilin felt a sense of relief wash over her. Finally, she had found a place to belong. The ability to understand the language of beasts after her transmigration was indeed a cause for celebration. Interacting with these creatures was far less complicated than dealing with humans. During her time in the sacred Beast Mountain, she had gradually climbed to her position as a celestial being, having grown accustomed to the intricacies and deceptions of human interactions, finding dealings with beasts to be refreshingly straightforward. She glanced around, noting several wolf cubs surrounding her, with one mother wolf cradling her gently. The mother wolf regarded her with a sorrowful gaze, prompting Guilin to frown at the peculiar expression. As her eyes shifted, she noticed the mother wolf's teats, which were deeply sunken. It dawned on her that the milk she had been drinking was from the mother wolf. The little wolves eagerly licked at the teats. Yet no milk flowed, each of them casting forlorn glances at Guilin. A sudden wave of guilt washed over her. "I'm sorry, little wolves. When I grow up, I promise to take you all to the sacred Beast Mountain. Even if you lack spiritual roots, you may still serve as my spirit companions. As long as the sacred Beast Mountain exists, my authority as a celestial being remains intact." This last thought was unvoiced, yet unexpectedly, all the wolves could hear her inner musings. Instantly, their eyes brightened, and they rushed over to lick Guilin's small face, eliciting giggles from her. The mother wolf's expression shifted to one of joy as she nudged her teats closer, seemingly inviting Guilin to feed. Other mother wolves cast envious glances, regretting not having provided for her earlier, as this fortuitous opportunity had now fallen to another's offspring. The other wolves appeared more cunning. The wolf that had initially brought Guilin approached her and implored, "Your Excellency, since I carried you here, could you take me to the sacred Beast Mountain as well? I could be your spirit companion, or anything else you desire." Before Guilin could respond, several larger wolves gathered around, clamoring, "Your Excellency, I too can be your spirit companion. Wherever you wish to go, I will accompany you." A throng of wolves surrounded Guilin, and she felt a headache brewing. Realizing that she had inadvertently sparked their desire to visit the sacred Beast Mountain, regret filled her. She knew she could not take this entire pack with her. At that moment, the Wolf King barked angrily, "All of you, step back. Do you wish for our celestial being to suffocate without fresh air?" The celestial being has declared that only those with the proper qualifications may enter. Disperse and keep your distance. The Wolf King stepped closer, his eyes gleaming with longing. "Your Excellency, rest well and grow quickly. When you're a bit bigger, I shall carry you off to explore. There are many delightful and delicious things here. May I also become your spirit companion and accompany you to the sacred Beast Mountain?" The moment these words left his mouth, all the wolves were taken aback. Was this truly their imposing Wolf King, now desiring to serve as a spirit companion to a mere infant? Guilin was equally astonished. Is the allure of the sacred Beast Mountain truly so great? Even a dignified Wolf King would willingly become a spirit companion to go there. Alas, what merit is there in being my spirit companion? Though the spiritual sustenance is abundant, without the right qualifications, progression remains a distant dream. What if calamity befalls us? Guilin believed these thoughts were merely her own musings, but surprisingly, the pack comprehended her sentiments clearly, fervently vying for the chance to become her spirit companions. The Wolf King gazed at her with an intense yearning, as if she were a precious treasure. Guilin felt a shiver run down her spine. "Your Excellency, please make me your master." The Wolf King shamelessly poured forth his desires, leaving Guilin momentarily speechless. Just then, a thunderous noise erupted from outside the cave. The Wolf King's expression shifted to one of vigilance, and anger surged within him. He had yet to secure the celestial being's approval, and now, who dared to disturb him? He stormed towards the cave entrance, followed by the entire wolf pack. Outside, darkness enveloped the scene, yet each wolf's eyes shone as brightly as daylight. A large white bird lay on the ground, beneath it broken branches, evidence of a fall from a great height. On its back, a figure slowly descended, revealing a man who, upon seeing the bird's abdomen riddled with swords and blood, frantically poured a vial of medicine over the wounds. Despite nearly emptying the vial, the flow of blood showed no signs of stopping. Despair etched on his face. He pleaded, "Xiao Bai, you must hold on. I will save you." The bird seemed to respond to his voice, struggling to open its tightly shut eyes, filled with reluctance. At that moment, 7 or 8 figures clad in black descended from the trees. One approached, laughing maniacally. I never imagined the esteemed Prince of Tianqi would care so deeply for a mere white crane. Since you are so attached, let me in its life. Chapter 6. The wound is poisoned. How dare you harm it? I will annihilate your entire lineage. The Prince of Tianqi clutched his bleeding abdomen, rising with great effort to shield himself from the black-clad assailant. However, before he could react, the assassin thrust his sword, piercing the crane's head. Blood erupted, and the crane breathed its last. No! The Prince of Tianqi cried out in despair. Yet, the black-clad man plunged the sword deeper into the bird, laughing madly. Chu Iza, I've killed it. If you can, come and seek revenge. I am from Dongli. Even if you are the Prince of Tianqi, you cannot extinguish my lineage. Do you feel hatred? Does your heart ache? The black-clad man laughed recklessly. Remember this feeling. Go to hell and join your white crane. Chu Iza glared fiercely at the black-clad man, dodging the sword that came for him. Meanwhile, Gu Henin, hearing the name Chu Iza, perked up instantly. Wasn't he the foolish, disabled prince from a book? His royal uncle could not let him die. If he perished, even if his mother returned to the royal family, life would not be easy for her. She called out with her beast communication, Wolf King, save that prince, and I shall become your master. Taking you to the sacred beast mountain. Glancing at the Wolf King's expression, she could not help but feel her eyes widen in disbelief. It was utterly incongruous. At that moment, the Wolf King stood proudly at the forefront, unleashing a resounding howl that summoned the entire pack. Just then, the black-clad man slashed at Chu Iza's shoulder, blood gushing forth. Already injured in the abdomen, he had no chance of survival now, closing his eyes in resignation. Yet, at the sound of the wolf's howl, he opened them again, and the sight of countless pairs of glowing green eyes surrounding him in the darkness was utterly terrifying. Boss, we are surrounded by wolves. There are too many. We should retreat. Our master ordered us to ensure he does not die, but we cannot protect ourselves. Fools! How dare you speak of our master's command? You Shai Di. With that, he swiftly ended the life of the one who spoke out. The remaining black-clad figures stepped back, fear evident in their eyes as they regarded their leader. At this moment, the wolf pack closed in, and the foremost black-clad man shouted, "Break through immediately! Zhuziya, prepare to be torn apart by wolves." Upon hearing the command, the remaining black-clad figures attempted to fight their way past the wolves. Yet, several were overwhelmed, and the forest echoed with their anguished cries. As Chu Iza observed the advancing wolves, his vision blurred, and he fainted. When the night returned to tranquility, 3 black-clad figures dragged their injured bodies back, one lamenting, "Damn those wolves. They've caused us great suffering. Out of 8, only 3 remain. Boss, what shall we do now that the master's task is to cripple the prince?" The man clad in black spoke with a fierce gaze. "Let us speak the truth. He was devoured by a pack of wolves. We hope our master will not impose severe punishment on the 3 of us." The other 2 men in black nodded helplessly. As assassins, they had long placed their lives at the mercy of peril, forever prepared to embrace death, especially when tasked with the assassination of the Crown Prince. Meanwhile, within the wolf den, a bloodied young man lay, surrounded by several wolves that fixated their gaze upon him. Guanin found herself immobile. Although she possessed strength, as a 2-month-old infant, she could not even crawl, her sole recourse being to wail inconsolably. Yet what good was crying? As a celestial being, She understood well that tears could yield nothing but derision, and even though she grasped this truth, her infant form could not suppress the sorrow that overwhelmed her. The man lying on the ground seemed to awaken to her cries, his fingers twitching slightly as he opened his eyes. Don't come any closer," he exclaimed, attempting to sit up but finding himself too weak to rise. The wolves remained still, watching him without any sign of aggression. At that moment, the Wolf King approached Guinan, saying, "Master, please stop crying. He has awakened. What shall we do?" Guinan wished to cease her tears, yet found herself unable to do so, and it took her some time before she finally quieted. Angrily, she thought, "Damn the heavens. Being thrust into the body of an infant is one thing, but why must I also wail like this?" She clenched her tiny fists in frustration, glancing at the frightened Shu Iza beside her, reflecting, "Is this truly my uncle, the Crown Prince? He is quite handsome, yet he has been rendered a cripple by the second prince." After relinquishing his claim to the throne, he aided the second prince in ascending to power, only to meet a tragic end. In a corner, the trembling Shu Iza gazed in disbelief toward the source of the voice. The cave was dark, obscuring his view, but the voice sounded remarkably juvenile. Who is this Crown Prince? He pondered, feeling pity for him. Although he was indeed a prince, he was fortunate that none of the princesses had such a large daughter. At that moment, Guinan noticed him looking her way, his expression one of sympathy, and she couldn't help but muse. Shu Iza appears perplexed. How does she know about his sister who was lost among the commoners, a search that yielded no results? Could she possibly be the daughter of his true sister? But if so, why is he in such dire straits? Alas, is this Crown Prince not a bit foolish? Why does he always wear that expression? Is he frightened by the wolves? They mean him no harm. Had it not been for them, he would have long since been rendered a cripple by those men in black. He observed the wolves before him, sensing their lack of malice, which eased his trepidation. He reached out to gently stroke the head of one wolf, its eyes shimmering as it glanced at him before returning to lick its wounds. Only then did Shu Iza fully lower his guard. He retrieved a vial of hemostatic powder and sprinkled it onto his injuries. The moment the powder touched the wounds, he gritted his teeth against the pain. At that moment, Guinan remarked, "Oh, dear uncle, your wounds are poisoned. Although they may not be immediately fatal, they will cause significant harm to your body, and you may never regain your former vitality." Chapter 7. This celestial being has wet herself with a plop. The vial of hemostatic powder fell to the ground, startling him. Could it be that he would never regain his vitality? No, that was impossible. He was in the prime of his life, and the Crown Prince's residence was filled with wives and concubines. If he were incapable of fulfilling his duties, how would he manage? Such a notion was utterly absurd. He quickly dismissed the thought. Then the voice spoke again. "Oh, poor Crown Prince. Though the prince's residence is filled with women, despite your efforts, you have produced nothing. Have you never considered that someone might have tampered with your body? If you cannot fulfill your duties, alas." Shu Iza's heart soared. Indeed, the voice was not speaking of him. He had a son who had just turned 2, a portly child who resembled him so closely that everyone said he was his spitting image. He groped for the fallen hemostatic powder and found the vial to continue treating his wounds. Despite the pain, thoughts of his chubby son warmed his heart. However, that warmth quickly turned to icy despair. Is the Crown Prince truly foolish? Why is he smiling while applying medicine? If he were to discover that the son he has longed for is not his own, would he not be heartbroken? With a shake of his hand, the vial slipped from his grasp once more. Damn it! Is this voice mocking me? How does she know about my son? Of course, he is my child. He looks just like me. He glared in the direction of the voice, while Guinan, spotting the fury in his eyes, could not help but retort. What is wrong with the Crown Prince? Why such fury? Could it be that he doubts his son's paternity? Among his many wives, only the favored concubine has borne him a child, and she has long been associated with the second prince. Naturally, the child is his. What a shame to have worn a green hat for so long while nurturing another's child. Guinan pouted, feeling hungry once more. She looked up at the Wolf King, who gazed back with eyes full of compassion. Alas, even the Wolf King is sentimental, showing sympathy for the injured. But I am hungry. Please, show me some compassion and provide me with milk. The Wolf King, hearing her thoughts, felt speechless. They were wolves, after all, and how could they be so sentimental? Yet, The plight of this crown prince was indeed pitiable. It had simply overwhelmed the Wolf King's emotions momentarily. Guilin contemplated using her beastly powers to convey her hunger to the Wolf King. But before she could speak, a mother wolf lay beside her, presenting its teat to her mouth. The moment Guilin's lips made contact, her infant instincts kicked in, and she began to suckle vigorously, relishing the experience. While she enjoyed this moment, Chu found himself engulfed in sorrow. The favored concubine was the woman he cherished most, and although he had a princess consort, he held little affection for her. She had warned him to be wary of the favored concubine's relationship with the second prince, only to be dismissed as jealous. In hindsight, he realized there had been too many coincidences linking the favored concubine and the second prince. His anger surged as he shouted toward the source of the voice. "Who are you? Please, speak more. I wish to hear more." Meanwhile, Guilin savored her meal, drifting into a contented sleep, while the Wolf King lay protectively beside her. The pack of wolves, observing the injured Chu exchanged complex glances, having heard everything Guilin had said. Several compassionate wolves nestled beside Chu offering warmth. Thus, the night passed. Before dawn, Guilin suddenly cried out, "I'm wet. Am wet. This celestial being has soiled herself. Damn the heavens for humiliating me. My bottom is soaked. I'm drenched." Chu awoke startled, his heart racing with cold sweat. He had slept with a wolf. How had he come to this? Cautiously, he withdrew his hand, causing the wolf to stir awake. Their eyes met, and he felt as though he were staring into the jaws of death. Just as he began to lament, the wolf licked his face with its tongue. Good heavens! Is it a wolf or a dog? I've never heard of wolves licking humans. Aren't they supposed to eat us? He thought, bewildered. At that moment, Guilin's wails grew louder, causing all the wolves in the cave to rise. The Wolf King stood before her, flustered. It had never changed a human child's diaper before. How was it supposed to manage? As Chu hesitated, he beheld a pack of wolves circling around a child. It dawned on him that the voice he had heard the previous day belonged to this infant in swaddling. But how could such a small being possibly speak? Yet the sound had indeed reached his ears. Could it be that he was merely indulging in fanciful thoughts? He rose with great difficulty and approached the child. But as he drew near, the Wolf King immediately barred his path, baring its teeth in a menacing display. This was the first time Chu had encountered such a large wolf, towering nearly to his height, radiating an aura of formidable power. How curious it was that this pack of wolves would guard a human infant. Surely this child could not be some sort of demon. Just moments ago, the infant had referred to herself as a celestial being. Could it be that she was a reincarnation of a deity? Gazing into the Wolf King's nearly level gaze, he mustered his courage and declared, "I harbor no ill intentions. The child is crying, and I fear her bottom may be too damp. I merely wish to change her diaper." The Wolf King, upon hearing his words, continued to scrutinize him. At that moment, Guilin, overhearing his intention to change her diaper, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, wishing for a crevice to hide in. Although he was her uncle, she was, after all, a celestial being who had cultivated for centuries. Suddenly, an unpleasant odor wafted from beneath her, and she could not help but exclaim, "Quickly, have him change this celestial being's diaper. I have soiled myself, and the stench is unbearable." The Wolf King nearly retched at the foulness. It was far more putrid than anything their pack had ever encountered. It quickly retreated, leaving the area to Chu. Upon catching a whiff of the odor, Chu instinctively covered his nose, but could not suppress a gag. Infuriated, Guilin scolded, "Uncle, how dare you disdain me? The waste I produce is divine, capable of prolonging life. Hurry and change me, or I shall suffocate." The wolves, upon hearing that it could extend life, exchanged glances of intrigue. What had begun as mere banter had inadvertently turned her celestial excrement into a coveted treasure, with a small hand attempting to cover her nose. She found it difficult to apply any pressure, causing her great annoyance. Chu, fearing for her well-being, hastily untied her swaddling. As he examined the coarse fabric, he furrowed his brow. What kind of family would dress an infant in such rough material, unconcerned for the child's delicate skin? When he finally uncovered the child's bottom, he could no longer contain himself and gagged once more. He had been in such a hurry the previous day that he had not eaten. Thank heavens for that. For had he done so, he would not merely be gagging. Yet, gazing at the slick, muddy yellow mess clinging to her behind, he was struck with trepidation. Chapter 8. The child's bath. At that moment, the cave was filled with an unbearable stench. The Wolf King furrowed his brows. This cave was uninhabitable. If they remained any longer, the entire pack would likely succumb to the noxious fumes. It called out, "Celestial being, not far from here is a hot spring. Would you care to wash there?" Upon hearing this, Gu quickly responded, "A hot spring? Then lead the way. If I continue to be subjected to this stench, I fear for my life." The Wolf King grasped Chu Iza with its teeth, signaling him to carry Gu and follow. Chu Iza was now certain that he had indeed heard the child's voice. But how could she speak without moving her lips? Was it possible she truly was a celestial being, capable of conveying her thoughts? Elated, he approached Guanin, but how was he to pick up this infant? He had never held a child before. Even his own son, whom he adored, he had never cradled. Yet there was no time for contemplation. Remaining in the cave could render him unconscious from the stench. He hastily wrapped Guanin in the coarse cloth once more and lifted her. Though the wretched odor still permeated the fabric, it was undoubtedly preferable to direct contact. He followed the Wolf King cautiously, fearful of dropping the child. In his arms, the little one was eerily quiet, likely overwhelmed by the stench. Her emaciated face contorted as her lips pressed tightly together. After a short while, Chu Iza spotted the hot spring not far ahead, shrouded in mist. Excitedly, he quickened his pace, but as he prepared to set the child down, he was taken aback. Where had the child gone? He turned to retrace his steps and found Guanin lying naked on the ground, indignantly huffing. "Oh, my dear uncle, do you wish to drop me? You haven't even found your sister yet, and now you seek to harm her daughter. What a cruel twist of fate." Uncle? So it was true. The child was indeed the daughter of his long-lost sister. Chu Iza rushed over, but upon seeing her completely unclothed form, he was left dumbfounded. How was he to pick her up? She was a veritable bundle of filth, as if she had rolled in excrement. The stench was overwhelming, invading his nostrils with a pungent assault. Guanin, oblivious to his struggle, urged him in her mind to act quickly, her thoughts laced with frustration. Chu Iza, interpreting her musings as a deliberate plea, resolved to endure the foulness. He held his breath, grasped her small arm, and lifted, only to elicit a wail of pain from her. Alarmed, he promptly set her down again, contemplating how best to hoist her up. Finally, he managed to lift her by supporting her behind with one hand and her back with the other. Guanin, held aloft, sensed his trembling grip and dared not breathe, fearing that one misstep would send her tumbling down. Approaching the water, he dipped her into the spring, noticing that the filth indeed washed away. His interest piqued. He continued to submerge her, only to realize that her hair and face were also sullied. He fully immersed her in the water, and Guanin, submerged, held her breath, wide-eyed with disbelief. How could her uncle be so foolish? But as time passed, she grew weary, beginning to sink. Just in time, the Wolf King located her. Otherwise, this celestial being would have met her demise in the depths. Guanin observed the Wolf King's cautious demeanor with appreciation. It was indeed far superior to her bumbling uncle. Yet, just as she thought this, her body began to plunge downward. Heavens, someone save me. Thankfully, Chu Iza heard her cries and caught her just in time. Guanin's face turned pale with fright, overwhelmed by the misfortune that seemed to plague her. She cried in frustration, lamenting her fate. Chu Iza embraced her, tried to console her, but Guanin appeared genuinely angry, weeping uncontrollably despite his efforts. At that moment, a wolf approached, speaking urgently to the Wolf King. The Wolf King's expression turned grave as it cast a disapproving glance at Chu Iza, its demeanor suggesting it was displeased. It had saved him once, but the cost of several wolves' lives, and now it was infuriated that its master had come so close to peril. Guanin ceased her tears upon hearing the words of the Wolf King, not wishing to attract the assassins with her sobs for the life of her uncle. The Crown Prince was at stake alongside her own. Despite the presence of the Wolf King, those adversaries were undoubtedly well prepared. She communicated through her beastly instincts, Wolf King. Those individuals are certainly equipped for this encounter. There is no need for a head-on confrontation. Summon the wolf pack, and let us retreat. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. There will always be opportunities to seek retribution, so there is no need to rush. Chu Iza, upon hearing her words, was struck by the young girl's remarkable strategic acumen. He believed that if she were to grow, she would undoubtedly become a pillar of the Tianqi kingdom. Though the Wolf King felt a pang of reluctance, he recognized that protecting the immortal sovereign was of utmost importance. He led Chu Iza on a long detour until they reached a secluded cave. The area was dense with trees and tall grass, rendering the cave nearly invisible from afar. After ensuring their safety, the Wolf King dashed out once more, leaving Guilin wide-eyed, watching him. Chapter 9. Then let us tell a lie what? Impossible. The second prince held his father in utmost reverence, even risking his life to shield him from an assassination attempt, nearly losing his own life in the process. How could he possibly entertain the thought of harming his father? While it was understandable for him to seek the title of Crown Prince, the idea of plotting against his father was unfathomable. Yet this little girl, no, she must be the immortal sovereign or perhaps the daughter of his sister. Surely she would not make such a jest. He gazed deeply at the infant in his arms, contemplating whether he should trust her words, yet he could not directly inquire. It was already astonishing that anyone could hear the thoughts of an infant. If she realized others could hear her innermost thoughts, she might cease to speak altogether. Unable to ask outright, he decided to approach the matter indirectly. Little one, where is your home? How did you end up in this remote mountain? Have your parents abandoned you? At that moment, Guilin, with her glistening eyes, fixed her gaze upon him, feeling a surge of anger towards that wretched family who had heartlessly discarded their own granddaughter. Surely, her mother was unaware of her abandonment in the mountains. Otherwise, she would have come searching for her long ago. Guilin expressed her grievances internally, while Chu Iza clenched his fists in frustration. If her mother truly was his sister, then that family deserved their fate. Were it not for this, he had resolved to aid this unfortunate child. He scrutinized the infant before him. After a dip in the pool, her skin had become delicate and smooth. Though somewhat slender, her bright, lively eyes were utterly charming. She was entirely unclothed, appearing as a small, fragile bundle in his arms, evoking a sense of pity. Afraid she might catch a chill, he draped his robe over her shoulders, only to discover a dragon-shaped birthmark at her collarbone. His eyes widened in astonishment. In the Tianqi kingdom, they revered the dragon god, beseeching its protection. The founding ancestors have been blessed by the dragon, granting each royal lineage a dragon-shaped birthmark, ensuring that every prince born would bear this mark. However, since the time of his grandfather, the blessings of the dragon god had waned, and some princes were born without the dragon-shaped birthmark at all. His grandfather had once speculated that they were not of royal blood, though blood tests had confirmed their lineage. It was precisely because he was the only prince among them to bear the dragon-shaped birthmark that he had been chosen as the crown prince, and his father placed great expectations upon him. His own birthmark merely bore the outline of a dragon, whereas the mark on her body appeared as if it were a living entity, vividly lifelike. His father had said that the more closely the birthmark resembled a dragon, the more favor they would receive from the dragon god. Could it be that the next emperor was this little girl before him? He embraced Guilin tightly, overwhelmed with joy and tears. After searching for his sister for so many years, they had finally received news, accompanied by an unexpected delight. Guilin, bewildered, watched as he wept while holding her. What is the matter, Uncle Crown Prince? Are you homesick? Surely, one does not weep merely for homesickness. Moreover, in your princely residence, aside from the crown princess, everyone else is insincere. Even the side consort wishes for your demise. You cannot be so foolish as to believe her intentions are genuine. She finds it repulsive to share a bed with you, yet you are infatuated with her. Truly, what a pitiable fool you are. Yesterday, he might have harbored doubts, but today he was convinced. He gazed at the infant in his arms with newfound tenderness. Where is your mother? She may very well be my long-lost sister. The dragon-shaped birthmark upon your shoulder is a symbol of our royal lineage. You are my kin. Guilin could not see her own body, astonished that this birthmark could serve as proof of identity. However, how could she communicate to him where her home was? Internally, she lamented, "Oh, cruel heavens! Why did you cast me into the body of a voiceless infant? Even if I tell him that my home is in the west city village of Wangshan Town, that my mother's name is Yiji Pan, and my scoundrel father is Gu Huiqing. How could he possibly hear me? Her small face scrunched up in frustration as she looked up at Chu Iza. He too was troubled, pondering how to inform her that he could indeed hear her. Then let us fabricate a story. I possess an extraordinary ability that allows me to discern what a person wishes to convey through their eyes. Just now, I gleaned that your home is in the west city village of Wangshan Town, that your mother is named Yi Jipan, and your scoundrel father is Gu Huiqing. Is that correct? Gu Thunen stared at him in shock, astonished that such powers existed in this world, which she had never encountered in any literature. Could it be that her transmigration had altered everything? Noticing her astonished expression, Chu Iza chuckled. Gu Thunen flailed her little hands in excitement, her face breaking into a beaming smile. Uncle Crown Prince, you are magnificent. To have accurately guessed my thoughts is truly remarkable. Now look into my eyes, and I shall share a secret with you. Chu Iza, realizing the gravity of the moment, fixed his gaze upon her eyes, as if truly able to perceive her inner thoughts. At that moment, Gu Nn's childlike voice spoke again. Your confidant, Lu Guizhong, is aligned with the second prince. The imperial physician in your palace has already been bribed by Consort Shu and the side consort. They will not inform you that your body has been poisoned. It seems you have two adversaries on your hands. Uncle Crown Prince, you have gained quite an advantage. Chu Iza could hardly believe that his trusted ally, Lu Guizhong, was an agent of the second prince. The brotherhood fought alongside him in battles and shared life and death was, in fact, an informant for another. He scoffed disdainfully. Gu Nnen regarded Chu Iza with sympathetic eyes, feeling increasingly sorry for him. Among the many consorts, he had only the crown princess who truly cared for him, and in the end, she had accompanied him to his demise. Such a tragic fate. He removed his robe, wrapping it around Gu Nnen and placing her gently on the ground. He then took out a firework and shot it into the sky, where a crimson light flashed swiftly. This was a signal his father had given him before leaving the palace. As long as he ignited it in the Dongli kingdom, his elite guards would trace his whereabouts within a day. Just then, the Wolf King burst into the cave, followed by several injured wolves, blood streaming from their wounds. The Wolf King appeared fierce, his fur charred in patches, with a raw, red wound exposed on his back. Approaching Gu Nnen, he dropped a pair of bracelets he had clamped in his jaws. Master, I have slain that rabble. When I arrived, they had surrounded the wolf pack and were using these bracelets to unleash lightning upon them, killing some of the little wolves in a single strike. Unable to contain my rage, I bit off the neck of one of those miscreants and seized the bracelet. Chapter 10. The Dragon God Saves Lives. As the Wolf King entered, Gu Nnen's small head turned to face him. Upon hearing his account, her heart swelled with indignation. How dare they harm her spirit companion? Had it been in her past life, as the immortal sovereign, she would have sought vengeance without mercy. But now she found herself in a position of vulnerability. She simmered with resentment, her small face flushed with anger. Wolf King, are you severely injured? Once I am older, I shall surely avenge you. Hearing her vow of retribution, the Wolf King nuzzled her, his gaze softening. Drawing closer, Gu Nnen noticed that his once lustrous black fur was now singed and charred, causing her to clench her tiny fists in anger. At that moment, Chu Iza picked up one of the bloodied bracelets from the ground, his expression filled with astonishment. What? This is the Thunder Ring, capable of unleashing lightning power while augmenting speed and reflexes. Such bracelets are generally not associated with ordinary assassins. Could it be that they are linked to some notorious assassin organization? Gu Nnen cast a glance at the bracelet, pondering, which assassin organization? When I grow stronger, I shall surely eradicate them. Chu Iza smiled wryly. Not only would she need to grow stronger, but even if the entire nation of Tianqi mobilized, they would still be unable to vanquish that assassin organization. He could not believe that the Prince of Tianqi had sought them out. Perhaps it was because they deemed Tianqi too timid to act against them. Indeed, given Tianqi's current predicament, they could not afford to confront them openly. Yet he took note of this. His eyes turned icy. However, to entice them into action would require a considerable sum, unless they possessed something they desired. Lost in thought, he struggled to clarify his thoughts. Woo! Please tell me which assassin organization it is. I can't help but feel like crying. Cursed heavens! Gu Nnen whimpered. Chu Iza held her in his arms and gently reassured her, The assassin organization is called Blood Shadowgate. Their power is extraordinarily terrifying, and even the entire Tianqi nation cannot contend with them. Blood Shadowgate, that rings a bell. I remember now. They are the greatest puppeteers behind the scenes in this narrative, instigating wars among the nations and manipulating princes to elevate puppets to power in a bid to control the realm. The second prince is merely their pawn. No wonder they sought to kill her. But did she just mention this book? Could it be that they are characters from story? How bizarre. Characters in a book are but figments of imagination, while these figures are very much alive. At that moment, Guilin began to cry again. Why am I already hungry again? I am starving. This infant body is such a hassle. Woo! Just then, a she-wolf approached Chu Iza, signaling for him to nurse her. The mother wolf lay down, and Chu Iza cautiously placed her in the she-wolf's embrace. The moment Guilin latched onto the nipple, she began to suck vigorously, and soon her eyes fluttered shut. Watching her savoring her meal, Chu Iza approached the cave entrance. His feelings were quite complex. The world was on the brink of chaos, with the populace suffering, and the puppet masters were so formidable. How would Tianqi navigate this perilous landscape? At that moment, several figures clad in black approached from outside the cave. The Wolf King, sensing the commotion, leaped in front of him, shielding Chu Iza from harm. Chu Iza was deeply touched. This wolf demonstrated an understanding of humanity, protecting him at such a crucial moment. The black-clad figures, upon noticing a wolf standing as tall as a man, drew their swords, exuding an air of impending violence. Chu Iza, not wishing to endanger the Wolf King further, and aware of his own injuries, stepped forward and boldly declared, "Who are you? If you wish to kill me, so be it. These wolves have no part in this." The black-clad figures, upon recognizing the person beside the Wolf King, suddenly wore expressions of delight and knelt, proclaiming, "Your Highness the Prince, we have arrived late and caused you alarm." The foremost figure removed his veil. He was Li Changxi, the commander of the Imperial Guards, responsible for the safety of the Imperial City and one of the Emperor's most trusted aides. Chu Iza's face broke into a smile upon seeing him. He hurried over to assist him, exclaiming, "Commander Li, there is no need for such formalities. Did my father send you to find me? Indeed, it is His Majesty the Emperor who has dispatched me to escort you." However, the expression in Li Changxi's eyes suddenly shifted to one of malice as a knife materialized in his hand, thrusting toward Chu Iza's heart. Thankfully, Chu Iza had been cautious. His father had informed him that all palace guards bore a heavenly mark on their shoulders, yet these individuals did not possess such a mark. Thus, he had been vigilantly observing Li Changxi's demeanor and, upon noting his unusual expression, swiftly evaded the attack. Nevertheless, the blade grazed his shoulder, blood gushing forth. Who would have thought our prince would escape death and even befriend a pack of wolves? But it matters not. I shall send you all to hell now. Li Changxi grinned wickedly, licking the bloodied blade with a sinister expression. Chu Iza pressed his hand against his shoulder, glaring at Li Changxi. "You are not Commander Li Changxi. Who are you really? Who else could I be but Li Changxi? I am utterly loyal to your Tianqi nation, and assassinating you is a decree from His Majesty. Prepare to meet your end." With that, he lunged forward once more. The remaining black-clad figures charged toward the wolf pack. Already injured, Chu Iza found himself swiftly overwhelmed by the formidable opponent. With a malevolent grin, Li Changxi licked his lips. "I never imagined I would taste the blood of the Prince of Tianqi today. They say your nation is blessed by the Dragon God. Now that you are on the brink of death, why not call upon him for aid? That so-called Dragon God is nothing but a charlatan. Ha ha ha. Meet your demise." Li Changxi plunged the sword toward the fallen Chu Iza. At that moment, the Wolf King was engaged in a fierce struggle with two black-clad figures. But out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Chu Iza, who had closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. Anger coursed through him, igniting his eyes a vibrant green, and his bristled fur stood on end as he lunged, swiftly dispatching one of the black-clad figures. The other, witnessing the frenzied Wolf King, hesitated, and the Wolf King seized the opportunity to eliminate him as well. He dashed toward Chu Iza, but he was still too late. The sword was about to pierce Chu Iza's chest. Suddenly, thunder rumbled ominously overhead, dark clouds gathered, and bolts of lightning struck down. enveloping Li Changshi and his blade in electric fury. Chu Iza opened his eyes, shocked at the sword so near and the charred corpse before him. Could it be that the dragon god was indeed protecting him? Had their dragon god sensed his peril and come to his aid? A wave of elation washed over him, and he knelt upon the ground, looking skyward earnestly. Thank you, esteemed dragon god, for saving your faithful servant. I, the prince, vow to devote myself entirely to your service. At that moment, a roar echoed through the cave. Chapter 11. The gullible prince's uncle, that was my achievement. It was I, the revered one, who invoked the power of thunder to save you when I saw you on the brink of death. You dare thank the dragon god? If that dragon god attempts to claim my glory, I shall strike it down. How infuriating! Guinin's soft, doll-like voice was now filled with furious thunder, resonating painfully in Chu Iza's ears, causing him to cover them with his hands. The nearby wolves were equally distressed, shaking their heads in discomfort. Observing Chu Iza shielding his ears, they envied him, wishing they possessed hands like humans. The Wolf King, recognizing Guinin's wrathful roar, masked his fierce gaze with a hint of amusement. It had indeed secured a powerful ally. With a robust and formidable master, their pack would no longer need to fear. The Wolf King obediently trotted over to Guinin, who had kicked aside the robe that covered her, leaving her entirely bare. The Wolf King couldn't help but remark, "My master's arms and legs are so slender." Upon hearing this, Guinin felt a chill run down her spine. She glanced at her own form and let out a sharp scream. "Damn it! Wolf King, close your eyes. If you dare to gaze upon me again, I shall blind you." The Wolf King immediately turned away, obediently shutting his eyes, though he thought to himself, "These are not mere dog eyes. They are wolf eyes." Far superior. Nonetheless, he flattered her. "Mistress, please do not be angry. I know that you are the one who saved us." "Thank you, mistress. You are truly remarkable, having dispatched so many skilled foes. Even if that human fails to express gratitude, our wolf pack shall serve you for a lifetime." At this moment, Chu Iza also grasped the truth. It was the small figure within the cave who had rescued him. Of course, one would be upset if their achievements were appropriated by another, but this reaction seemed excessive. His ears rang, rendering him almost deaf to sound. Indeed, the more capable a person, the greater their temper. The ancients are right. He pressed his hand against his wounded shoulder and approached Guinin, draping the torn robe over her. Guinin, having struggled to reach the robe for some time, flushed with anger. Seeing Chu Iza cover her, her mood softened slightly. Yet her inner voice grumbled, "Do not think that just because you covered me, I will forgive you. To mistake my savior for someone else is utterly foolish. How can you govern a nation as an emperor if you rely on the dragon god? You are on the brink of death, yet has yet to appear. Why bother with rituals? It would be far better to soothe me, so that I, the esteemed celestial being, may come to your rescue." And upon hearing these words, Guinin's angry little face instantly transformed into one of delight, her eyes sparkling as she burst into laughter. The Wolf King, observing Chu Iza, was filled with jealousy, pondering what he had said to elicit such joy from his little master. Surely, it was the typical flattery of humanity. "Master, you are truly remarkable." That thunder god was terrifying, akin to a deity descending from the heavens, and those bolts of lightning turned several individuals into charred remains. "Your diminutive form possesses boundless energy." Guinin, buoyed by the Wolf King's praise, replied, "Of course. Do not underestimate my small stature. Even if 10 or 8 individuals came, I could still vanquish them." At that moment, a wolf rushed into the cave, exclaiming, "Not good, Wolf King." Several more figures in black are approaching the cave. The Wolf King dashed to the entrance to peer outside, and Chu Iza sensed danger as well. He quickly sprinkled the hemostatic powder on his shoulder and moved toward the cave's mouth. A dozen figures in black drew nearer, halting as they emerged from the tall grass, revealing several scorched bodies standing there, as if a fierce battle had taken place. What kind of conflict could transform the living into such forms? One of the leading figures approached the charred individuals to assess the scene. At this moment, the Wolf King's eyes sharpened. "Master, they number over a dozen. Just like last time, black-clad figures. Quickly strike them down." Guinin felt exasperated. Why had she boasted about her ability to strike? Using her power once left her utterly drained. Would they really demand her life? The Wolf King glanced at the sky, noting no change, and urged, "Master, hurry. They are drawing closer. If you do not act now, it will be too late." Guanin seethed at the Wolf King's insistence. Did he not see that she was but a tiny being devoid of such vast energy? Sometimes even a mere exhalation required all her strength, let alone striking down several individuals. Did he think wielding thunderous power was so simple? Yet, she could not let her celestial reputation falter. Since she had already boasted, she would face death if need be. After all, she could always be reborn, thriving no matter where she ended up. In an instant, dark clouds gathered overhead, lightning flickering within. At that moment, Chu Iza shouted, "Do not strike. They are our people. Do not strike." He spotted the heavenly symbol on the shoulders of the black-clad figures and realized they might be sent by his father. How tragic it would be to destroy them. Guanin's accumulated power was interrupted, and blood trickled from her lips. "Are you wishing for my demise, dear uncle? You almost caused my death. Why did you not speak sooner? My strength is already insufficient. If they are foes, then may they seek their own salvation," fearing they were indeed enemies. Chu Iza rushed outside and called out, "Who are you? Who sent you?" The dozen individuals, focused intently on the scorched bodies, had not noticed his emergence. Upon hearing his voice, they turned their attention to him. "Your Highness, we are here on the Emperor's orders," one of the black-clad men declared, pulling down the black cloth from his face. Chu Iza was astonished to see Li Changxi among them. Instead of rushing forward as before, he stood still, observing them. At that moment, Li Changxi excitedly produced a jade pendant from his bosom. "Your Highness, the Emperor is very concerned for your safety and has sent us with his personal jade pendant to find you. You must have endured considerable hardship on your journey." Upon seeing the pendant, Chu Iza felt a wave of relief wash over him. He approached Li Changxi, took the pendant, and gestured for them to rise. As Li Changxi stood, he noticed the bloodstains on Chu Iza's clothing and expressed his concern. Chu Iza nodded, but, thinking of Guanin in the cave, said, "Please wait here for a moment. I will return shortly." Li Changxi and the others complied and waited. Chu Iza hurried into the cave, reaching Guanin's side. Her eyes were tightly shut, her little face pale, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. He tenderly wiped away the blood and lifted her to carry her away. However, the Wolf King rushed forward, blocking his path, eyes fierce and growling lowly. The Wolf King understood they had come to take her, but he could not allow anyone to take his master. "You cannot take her. She is a celestial being and my master. She will recover. We will care for her. You may leave. But you cannot take her unless she herself wishes to go with you." At that moment, the little being in Chu Iza's arms stirred, seemingly having heard the Wolf King's voice. Her eyes cracked open slightly, though she was too exhausted. Weakly, she murmured, "Dear uncle, you should leave. I will wait for my mother here. Once you have settled matters in the palace, please come back for us, all right?" Hearing this, Chu Iza reluctantly replied, "Very well. I shall wait for you, dear uncle. We will certainly come to find you. You must survive." He gently placed Guanin back in the cave. At this point, the Wolf King no longer obstructed him. Chu Iza stepped to the entrance, casting a reluctant glance at the infant within, before turning to join the black-clad figures, disappearing from the cave. As night fell, Guanin showed no signs of awakening. The Wolf King lay beside her, occasionally licking her cheek. "Fortunately, you are still warm. Dear celestial being, you cannot die. If you were to perish, how would we reach the divine Beast Mountain? You're my master, and I still wish to cling to your powerful legs. I long for you to avenge me. You must survive. Rest assured, I am not so easily defeated. I will take you to divine Beast Mountain, and I will help you seek vengeance. However, at present, I am utterly drained, unable to open my eyelids. And I am hungry." Guanin suddenly broke down, tears streaming from her closed eyes. Hearing Guanin's heartfelt thoughts, the Wolf King was overjoyed, wishing he could be a mother wolf to provide her with nourishment. He gazed into the cave and saw 3 mother wolves approaching, vying to feed Guanin. The Wolf King glanced at them and chose a well-fed, shiny-coated mother wolf to stay. The chosen mother wolf cast a triumphant glance at the other 2 before settling beside Guanin, who soon fell back into a deep sleep after drinking. Meanwhile, chaos erupted at the Gu family home. Gu Anan walked to the courtyard and saw several individuals repairing the roof, filled with confusion. Hadn't the house been newly repaired last year? Why the need for repairs again? As she stepped into the courtyard, she noticed her two daughters laboriously hauling straw, sweat glistening on their foreheads. Shun Guiji stood nearby, angrily scolding, "Gu Anren, you useless girl. You can't even carry straw properly. You're spilling it everywhere. Gu Anshin, have you grown eyes on your forehead? Are you not watching where you step? You trample the straw. If you dare step on it again, I will chop off your feet. You're all just a bunch of money-wasting nuisances, only knowing how to eat." Yi Jipan, watching her two daughters being scolded, felt a pang of heartache. It was her own fault for not bearing a son, having given birth to two daughters, and now, with great difficulty, she was pregnant again, only to find it was another girl. She did not wish for her daughters to toil and be reprimanded, so she rushed over, picking up straw to carry to the front of the house. Upon seeing their mother, the children's previously sorrowful faces instantly brightened with smiles. At that moment, Guning Shi, from the firewood room, heard the commotion outside and rushed out. "Mother, I haven't bought my rouge yet. How will I meet people the day after tomorrow? Sister-in-law, did they give you money when they chased you out? If they did, hurry and give it to Mother. She needs it to buy my rouge." Yi Jipan gazed at Guning Shi, clad in resplendent satin garments, and then looked at her own daughters, dressed in the cheapest coarse cloth, her eyes involuntarily brimming with tears. In recent years, most of the money she earned was devoted to her sister-in-law, giving her the best of everything, while her own daughter received nothing and had to work hard and endure scolding at such a tender age. Yet what could she do? Marry a chicken, follow a chicken. Marry a dog, follow a dog. However, the thought of her husband provided a flicker of solace. In a gentle voice she spoke, but Gu Ningxi merely pouted and shot her a glare, retorting, "Who needs your generosity? I'll ask my mother to buy it for me. Once she has money, she will certainly fulfill my wishes. What can you offer with your meager 5 taels of silver a month? It's hardly enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." With a huff, she sashayed into the firewood room. Over time, he ceased to care about her words, yet each time she spoke in such a manner, it still tugged at his heart. He could only hope she would marry off soon. Meanwhile, Gu Anren and her sister watched their sister-in-law's retreating figure with indignation. Shun Guiji scolded the trio loudly, treating them as if they were her slaves. Those standing on the rooftop exchanged whispers, astonished. Aren't these two children her granddaughters? How could she treat her own granddaughters in such a manner? She only has eyes for her own daughter. It's truly heartless. A nearby burly man chimed in. "You may not know, but this family has always been like this, relying on the daughter-in-law to earn money while bullying her at every turn. If it were someone else, they would surely have met with a different fate." The group on the rooftop began to chat, while Shungeiji, with sharp hearing, realized they were discussing her family matters. She glared up at the roof and scolded, "A bunch of grown men, gossiping like old women. Aren't you afraid of ruining your tongues? I brought you here to work, not to chat. Get on with your tasks, or forget about your wages." At her words, they immediately set to work with the straw. With Yi Jipan's help, the straw quickly covered the roof. When she finished her chores and went to wash her hands, she felt as though she had forgotten something. Suddenly, she slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "Look at my forgetful head. I came back to see my Anren. Mother, where is Anren?" At that moment, Gu Anren grasped her mother's hand joyfully, saying yes. "Mother, let us go now." Gu Anshin held Yi Jipan's other hand, her big eyes filled with longing. However, Yi Jipan was filled with confusion. Her mother-in-law had never gotten along with her own mother, always arguing upon meeting. How could she possibly send the child there? She glanced towards Shungueji. But 2 days had already passed. Left in the deep mountains, the child would surely not survive being preyed upon by wild beasts. The entire family was counting on her to earn money. She had to find a way to smooth this over. Her expression darkened as she sorrowfully said, "Pan, as your mother-in-law, I did not wish to burden you with the truth for fear it would upset you. But since you have asked, I shall tell you." As Shungeji spoke, tears glistened in her eyes, and seeing her distressed expression made Yi Jipan uneasy. She rushed to Shungueji's side, grasping her hand anxiously and asking, "Mother, please tell me, what has happened to Anren? Is she in trouble? Alas, I don't know if that girl Anren has been cursed or something, but in broad daylight, a bolt of lightning struck, obliterating the child into ashes. Our roof caught fire from it, leaving nothing behind. I searched the entire house, but could find no trace of the child. Shen Guizhi related, sneaking glances at Yi Zhipan's reaction. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhipan felt as if struck by lightning herself, nearly swaying and falling over. In disbelief, she looked at Shen Guizhi. Impossible. My daughter is only 2 months old. How could she possibly provoke some evil spirit to be struck by lightning? I must go find her. I refuse to believe she has simply vanished. She could not accept the notion that a living infant could be reduced to nothing by a bolt of lightning on a clear day. She headed towards the newly built house, which had already been transformed. The ground was solid and no longer bore the scars of the lightning strike. Unable to see her daughter, her heart raced, tears streaming down her cheeks as she looked at her mother-in-law, saying, "Mother, was Anren struck by lightning in this house? Who was watching her inside? You wouldn't have left her alone, would you? If she was in there, I should have stayed by her side. Who knows why the lightning struck her? Are you implying it's my fault for not watching over her?" Shen Guizhi's face hardened, while Yi Zhipan's eyes flared with anger. She could tolerate much, but the child was the result of 10 months of carrying. A living soul. She cried out, "Mother, can you not simply tell the truth? Even if struck by lightning, wouldn't there be something left behind? Surely nothing could have vanished completely?" In response to Yi Zhipan's questions, Shen Guizhi became enraged. "Nothing was left. If you want something, go find it yourself." With that, she stormed off in a huff. Yi Zhipan broke down in tears and then frantically ran outside, soon returning with a shovel, thrusting it into the treated ground. Their family was poor, and the surface was just solid earth, not well prepared. Shen Guizhi, seeing her with the shovel, rushed back in, furious. "What are you doing? This is the ground we paid to have fixed. If you ruin it, we will have to spend more money. Hurry and put that shovel away." Yi Zhipan, in a frenzy, ignored Shen Guizhi's shouts, digging into the newly compacted earth. The twin sisters watched their mother's actions with heartache, crying alongside her. In no time, the surface was dug into a large pit. Shen Guizhi, infuriated, shouted divorce. The word struck like a heavy blow, causing Yi Zhipan to pause. Yet tears cascaded down her cheeks. Clutching her chest, she felt a pang of heartache as she gazed at the pit she had made. The tears flowed uncontrollably. She felt immense guilt. If she hadn't gone to serve as a wet nurse for the county magistrate, her Anren would not have perished. She wept inconsolably. Gu Anren and Gu Anxin rushed over to embrace her, all three weeping. Shen Guizhi, observing the large pit in the ground, and the three of them huddled together, crying, snapped, "Yi Zhipan, fill in the dirt you've dug out and restore the ground to its former state. Otherwise, none of you will eat. You can all go starve." With a cold huff, she glared at the trio and stormed away. Yi Zhipan held her daughters, weeping for quite a while, and when they finally calmed down, the three of them filled in the hole and compacted the earth. As they stepped outside, the sky had darkened. Shen Guizhi, noticing them emerge, glared, "Hurry over for dinner. Are you waiting for me to invite you? Tomorrow, you must go to the county magistrate's house as a wet nurse. If you run dry, who knows if they will still want you." With that, she turned and sat at the table, serving herself a large bowl of noodles, slurping them down while blowing on the steam. Yi Zhipan had no appetite at all. Seeing the three of them enjoying their meal only soured her further. But her children needed to eat, so she took them to the table. She served each of them a full bowl, yet Shen Guizhi scolded. "You haven't eaten here for over a month, and this is how they treat my granddaughters. They are only 10 years old and need to grow. How can they do so without a full meal?" Just as she was about to retort, her daughters, understanding, poured half of their bowls into the basin. They were considerate and did not want their mother to quarrel with their grandmother because of them. "Mother, this is enough for us. You should eat too." Gu Anren smiled at her mother, and Yi Zhipan's heart ached at her daughter's smile. She looked across at Gu Ningxi's overflowing bowl and felt a chill. Why was it that her own daughters were treated as treasures while others were mere weeds? Yet they too were her grandchildren. She took her daughters' bowls back and filled them to the brim again, insisting, "Mother, I isn't hungry. I had plenty at the county magistrate's house and am not hungry at all. You two eat more. Consider a meal for me." Shen Guizhi, furious, slammed her chopsticks on the table, shooting a fierce glare at Yi Zhipan, opening her mouth to scold, but was silenced by Elder Gu's words. "Just eat. You can't silence her with a meal. No one at the table dared to speak again. Ye zipan sat quietly, watching her two daughters finish their bowls of rice entirely. As Gu Ningxi set down her chopsticks, having barely touched her meal, she exclaimed, "Mother, I'm finished." She lamented her need to lose weight, fearing that if she gained any more, her newly tailored garments would no longer fit. Shun Guizhi, observing her daughter's slender waist, chuckled. "If you can't finish it, so be it. Let the leftovers go to the chickens. We mustn't let you outgrow your new attire, or we'll have to alter it again." The dress she wore was freshly made, and she lamented that neither of her daughters had a new outfit. Just as she was about to voice her concerns, Gu Anren tugged at her sleeve, saying, "Mother, we're done eating. Are you not hungry? There is still plenty left in the bowl." Shun Guizhi retorted, "What are you two still eating for? Your mother has said she won't eat anymore. Do you think you two could possibly finish a whole bowl?" Her frustration boiled over as she scolded, "You two ungrateful wretches. After all I've done for you, raising you through thick and thin, where's your concern for me?" Her words dripped with venom, causing Gu Laotu to strike her in anger, declaring, "Your mouth is like a sprained nozzle, spewing nonsense. I can't eat this anymore." With that, he cast down his chopsticks and stormed off. Chapter 14. A mother's heart. Shun Guizhi covered her face, her anger palpable yet restrained. Yi Jipan watched, feeling a sense of relief, wishing Gu Laotu had struck her more. Shun Guizhi's ire did not wane as she turned her gaze to the three women nearby, scolding, "What are you staring at? Not even attempting to intervene while your grandmother is berated? You've been raised in vain. From now on, you'll eat only a third of your meals. Learn from your aunt and shed some weight. Who would dare to take you in if you're too heavy? Clean up the dishes before you head to bed. You'll be sleeping in the woodshed tonight, as you don't deserve to stay in the new house." Having vented her frustrations, Shun Guizhi turned away, unwilling to look at them any longer. Gu Anren and Gu Anxin fell silent, dutifully clearing the table, as they always did after meals, regardless of their grandmother's comments. Yi Jipan's eyes were rimmed with red. She wished to argue, but feared that her children would suffer even more in her absence. Biting her lip, tears streamed down her cheeks as she gazed sorrowfully at her daughters. Seeing their mother in distress, the two girls comforted her. "Mother, please don't cry. We're all right. Once grandmother calms down, everything will be fine. We're used to it." Yi Jipan's heart ached at their understanding, her fingers brushing against their arms, feeling only bone beneath her touch, devoid of even a scant amount of flesh. "Grandma Lu, did you call for me?" Grandma Lu discreetly pulled her into her home and whispered, "Jipan, do you know where Anan is gone? The day your family was struck by lightning, your mother-in-law was left exposed for all to see. When I asked her about Anan, she angrily shoved me out the door." Taking a breath, Grandma Lu continued, "That day, I spotted a cloth bundle in your chicken coop, which seemed suspiciously like something Anan would be wrapped in. Later, I saw Gu Laotu leaving your home with a bamboo basket tightly secured. My legs aren't strong enough to follow, but it felt very strange." Yi Jipan furrowed her brow, recalling that Gu Laotu had not carried a bamboo basket since she married into the family. What could possibly be inside? She dared not ponder further, but Gu Anren interjected, "Grandma Lu, your legs are weak. No wonder you didn't follow." Grandma Lu, nearly losing her balance, cried out in anger. How could they throw away a living being? Even a kitten or puppy shouldn't be discarded. Yi Jipan felt her vision darken and stumbled backward. Grandma Lu quickly pressed her finger to her pressure point, helping her regain her composure. After some time, Yi Jipan sat up abruptly, her face pale, murmuring, "I must find Anan. She must be terrified alone in the mountains." Her expression shattered. She moved toward the door, but Grandma Lu obstructed her, saying worriedly, "Jipan, it's too late now. There are wolves in the mountains. It's too dangerous. Let us wait until tomorrow." At that moment, Yi Jipan's face was devoid of emotion, her eyes bloodshot with sorrow. She pushed Gu Anren toward Grandma Lu and seized the opportunity to rush outside. She did not confront the Gu family. Even if she did, they would not speak the truth. She knew them too well. Even when wrong, they would deny it vehemently. Night had fallen completely. As Yi Jipan ventured into the mountains, fear gripped her heart. The forest was cloaked in darkness, the towering trees casting eerie shadows, accompanied by the cries of birds and insects. Cautiously, she pressed forward, thankful that she had taken a box of fire starters from Grandma Lu's home, igniting a stick to illuminate her path. Carefully scanning the ground, She ventured further until she spotted a torn piece of cloth in the distance. Racing toward it, hope surged within her, but as she drew near, the flickering light revealed it to be a tattered strip of fabric, one she recognized all too well. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out, my Anan, mother has come too late." In her grief, she failed to notice a pair of fiery eyes fixated upon her. When she finally lifted her gaze, she froze in shock before letting out a piercing scream. At that moment, in the cave, Anan suddenly opened her eyes, perhaps sensing her mother's distress. The Wolf King, seeing her awaken, joyfully inquired, "My lady, are you well? Please help me find my mother. I sense she is searching for me in the mountains, and danger lurks. You must bring her here." The Wolf King immediately rose, whispering to a few wolves before they dashed into the night. Yet, Anan remained restless, perhaps feeling the bond of motherhood. Meanwhile, Yijipan, terrified, sprinted forward as a 300-pound wild boar charged behind her, bearing its tusks. She exerted every ounce of strength, losing her torch in the process. As she struggled to run, she sensed something barreling toward her from the front. With the boar at her heels, she dared not stop, racing with all her might. Thankfully, her years of labor had preserved her strength, or she would have surely become the boar's meal. Breathing heavily, her body began to falter. Suddenly, two glowing green eyes rushed toward her from the darkness, and she realized that the indistinct shapes were wolves. No, a pack of them. The lead wolf howled, and Yijipan stood frozen, thinking it was the end. Having evaded the boar, she was now destined to be prey for the wolves. Closing her eyes, she resigned herself to fate, wishing only that in her next life, she would not bear a daughter. At that moment, the wild boar, hearing the wolf's howl, turned to flee, but how could the wolves let their meal escape? Several pounced on it. Yijipan, eyes shut, heard the boar's agonizing cries. Trembling, she opened her eyes to the same impenetrable darkness, yet the green eyes glimmered with intensity. In a daze, a wolf, larger than her, approached. Overcome with fear, she trembled and instinctively backed away. As the wolf neared, she cried out, "Do not come closer. I am here searching for my daughter. Please, let me find her first, and then you can eat me." With hands clasped in prayer, she pleaded earnestly. But the wolves, unable to comprehend her words, regarded her curiously. The Wolf King pondered whether she could be the mistress of the divine, but how could he bring her to the cave? The Wolf King moved closer, baring its sharp teeth in the moonlight. Crash! Yijipan fainted from fear. The wolf seized her clothing and tossed her onto its back, sprinting toward the cave, not wishing to keep its master waiting. Chapter 15. Is this how you repay me? Inside the cave, Anan remained uneasy, her worries for her original mother mounting. Though she was not the original body, she had read the tale and knew that Yijipan discovered the cause of her daughter's death was during a dark night in the mountains. Pursued by a wild boar, nearly fatally wounded, until a hunter came to her rescue. That man accompanied her in the search for her daughter, but they found only the frozen body of the original. She ran to her maternal home, but her sister-in-law, seeing her covered in blood, limping with a dead infant in her arms, refused to open the door regardless of her pleas. Her mother attempted to let her in, but was scolded by her sister-in-law, leaving the elderly couple too frightened to speak, while her elder brother, head bowed, dared not defend her. Reluctant to burden her parents, she fled, the rain striking her face, mingling tears with the downpour. She held the child tightly, fearing the rain would harm her. In this vast world, there was no refuge for them. Her cries echoed with despair, yet she did not wish for her child to suffer alongside her. Finding a clear patch, she dug a pit with her bare hands and buried the child, weeping at the grave until she lost consciousness. At that moment, Gu Huaicheng happened to pass by in Wang Yuanwai's carriage, lifting the curtain to see Yijipan collapsed in the rain, unconscious. His expression was one of disdain as he lowered the curtain, returning to his affectionate exchanges with Wang Chuluo. When Yijipan was eventually discovered and rescued, her injuries left her with a permanent limp. She did not want her mother to become a cripple. At this time, the Wolf King sauntered into the cave, exclaiming, "Master, you truly possess foresight. A woman has entered the mountains. Could she be your mother?" The Wolf King lay down, its body pressed against the woman, gradually crawling forward. The woman lay on the ground, her face hidden, while Guinan watched anxiously, her heart racing, fearing this woman was not her mother. The Wolf King grasped her clothing, turning her over, and Gu and Anne's eyes widened as she beheld a strikingly beautiful face illuminated by the dim light of the cave. Seeing her silent, the Wolf King inquired, "Master, is this your mother? If I have rescued the wrong person, I shall search again." Guin scrutinized the woman closely. Her long, jet-black hair framed a fair complexion, with elegant brows and a delicate nose above a cherry-red mouth. Though her eyes were closed, her beauty was evident. Yet Guin remained uncertain. Having been sent to serve as a wet nurse shortly after birth, she had barely opened her eyes to recognize anyone. Noting the Wolf King's inquisitive gaze, she replied, "I do not know. I have never met my mother." The Wolf King rolled its eyes in exasperation. "At your age, you have never seen your own mother? Who would believe that?" The wolf pups recognized their mother from birth. Yet this was the first time he had heard of a human not knowing theirs. Sighing, he mused on the complexities of humans, suggesting, "Perhaps there are other circumstances at play. Master, let us awaken her and inquire." Guinan concurred, pondering how to rouse her. If only I had water to splash on her, she thought. Just then, the wolf that had first brought Guinan appeared, declaring, "Immortal, I have a way to awaken her." The Wolf King regarded his youngest son, known as Old Ten, with skepticism. Old Ten often wandered off and had a penchant for human territory, having narrowly escaped death once. Guinan recognized him as the one who had initially brought her. "Then try your method," she urged. Old Ten, elated, approached, "Rest assured, Immortal, this method has never failed me." He positioned himself beside the woman's head, raising a hind leg to let forth a stream of yellow liquid, foul in odor, splashing onto her face. Guinan, close by, was disgusted, her face contorting in anger. "If you dare urinate again, I shall sever that appendage. My eyes have been sullied by such a sight." Fuming, she turned her face away. The Wolf King, hearing this, kicked Old Ten aside. "Old Ten, do you wish to die? Using such a foul method, are you not afraid of suffocating the Immortal?" Old Ten lay on the ground, eyes filled with grievance. "Father, I only wish to help. I thought others would enjoy the scent, just as Little Flower and Big White do. Besides, I am not small." Little Flower and Big White adored Old Ten's mother. But he had forgotten they were not wolves, but humans. Guinan's anger flared, ready to explode, when Old Ten shouted in delight, "Immortal, Immortal, she has awakened. I told you this method works." The Wolf King and Guinan ignored him, their gazes fixed on the woman, covered in Old Ten's urine. She tentatively raised a hand to her face, her eyes fluttering open, revealing enchanting peach blossom eyes amidst the darkness. Confused by her surroundings, she inhaled deeply, detecting an unpleasant scent, and instinctively licked her lips, tasting the residue. "What is this? Salty and foul? That is wolf urine, both stinky and vile. And you dare to lick it? If you are truly my mother, I shall skin you alive." Old Ten trembled in fear, wishing fervently that this woman was not the Immortal's mother. He still desired his skin intact. Upon hearing this, the woman gagged, realizing she had licked wolf urine and nearly retched. As she struggled to expel the contents of her stomach, she became aware of a baby's voice. The cave was dark, and she could see nothing, her hands exploring the ground. "What is this? So much fur, such long legs?" She stood up, feeling her way upward, until her fingers brushed against sharp teeth, causing her to recoil in fright. A wolf? There are wolves? Terrified, she fled, only to trip over Old Ten, landing atop him. Old Ten howled in pain. "You've nearly killed me. Was it necessary to take revenge for a mere splash of urine?" Chapter 16. Thankfully, she did not become a cripple. The Wolf King, hearing his son's cries, scolded him, and Old Ten quickly ceased his lamentations. He too wished to venture to the Divine Beast Mountain, but was in no condition to cry. The pain from his father's kick was still fresh. And now a full-grown woman's weight pressed upon him. Yiji Pan felt something soft beneath her and heard the wolf's cries, which only heightened her fear as she scrambled to rise. Unbeknownst to her, she had stepped on Old Ten's paw, prompting yet another howl. Guinan understood the situation. The woman had stepped on Old Ten's paw, and it was painful to witness. Yet the woman, hearing the wolf's howl, dashed towards the cave's entrance. Guinan wished to call out to her, but struggled, ultimately bursting into tears, her anger transforming into despair. As Yi Pan neared the cave's mouth, a few wolves blocked her path, yet they made no move to attack, merely standing there. Remembering the infant's earlier words, a sense of confusion washed over her. How did she know she was Yi Pan, searching for her daughter? Was she Guinan? But how could her daughter, only 2 months old, possibly speak? Fearful that it truly was an inn, her voice trembled as she pleaded. Who are you in the cave? My daughter is just 2 months old. She cannot possibly speak. I am Yi Pan. Have you seen my daughter? Where have you taken her? Please return her to me, she implored, hoping the inhabitants of the cave might show compassion and return her daughter. As she reached into her pocket, she realized her fire starter had mysteriously gone missing. Guinan finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that it was indeed her mother, and her efforts had not been in vain. At that moment, the tender voice of the infant spoke, pushing the long-sealed box towards Guinan. As the box opened, the cave was instantly illuminated as if it were daytime. Yi Pan, lingering at the cave's entrance, felt a shiver run down her spine. The cave was teeming with wolves, some lying down, some standing, and the brightest spot revealed a wolf as tall as a human. Meeting the wolf's gaze, her face drained of color, her legs trembling uncontrollably. She shifted her eyes and caught sight of an infant beneath it. At that moment, the Wolf King, fearing that the luminous pearl might injure the celestial being's eyes, lowered his head to nudge the box aside. However, Yi Pan misinterpreted the wolf's actions as an intent to devour the child. She picked up a stone and hurled it at the Wolf King, shouting, "Damn wolf. Don't even think about eating the child. If you have the guts, eat me instead." Though she could not see the infant's face, any mother would feel a pang of empathy for any child, unwilling to let a small life be sacrificed to a wolf's maw. The stone struck the Wolf King's head, causing him to swiftly dodge, the stone crashing to the ground. The Wolf King raised his head, his fierce eyes glinting with menace, baring his sharp teeth and letting out a low growl. Guinan, observing the wolf's ferocity, retorted, "Don't show your teeth. If you bare them any wider, my mother will surely flee in terror. Be gentle, and let her come over." Upon hearing Guinan's command, the Wolf King immediately closed his mouth, his previously fierce demeanor transforming into one of submission. Yi Pan's legs trembled, believing that her stone throwing would provoke the wolf to eat her. Yet, the infant's tender voice rang out, and the wolf behaved like a docile dog. Could it be that this child could communicate with them? When she mentioned her mother coming over, was she referring to herself? Was the infant indeed an in? Her pupils constricted as she focused on the child's face, growing increasingly familiar. Without hesitation, she dashed forward, scooping up the child and attempting to flee. But the Wolf King would not permit her to take his master away, swiftly blocking her path. Desperately clutching the child, tears filled Yi Pan's eyes. She asked, "Just a little girl. Please, eat me instead," she pleaded. Guinan, nestled in her mother's embrace, felt a wave of warmth. She blinked her large eyes at her mother, reassuringly saying, "Mother, don't be afraid. They want to eat us. This pack of wolves regards me as their master. Soon, I'll lead them to a life of luxury." Yi Pan gazed at the tiny being in her arms, astounded that the child could speak without moving her lips. Could it be that she could hear her thoughts? This was truly unbelievable. At that moment, Guinan's voice echoed in her mind again. "Mother, I cannot bear to see you leave. Our wolf pack can raise you." The Wolf King nodded, casting a lingering glance at Guinan before reluctantly stepping aside. Yi Pan, realizing that these wolves had saved her daughter, noticed the obedient pack parting to create a path. Carrying Guinan, she stepped outside the cave and turned to the wolves, saying, "Thank you for saving my daughter. I shall repay you." The Wolf King, observing her words, was unable to comprehend their meaning. Guinan explained, "My mother thanks you for saving me. She said she will repay you." Yi Pan nodded deeply at her daughter's explanation, and then the Wolf King added, "Master, please take along my fifth one. It resembles a dog. Should anything arise, you can send it to find me." Guinan nodded, her gaze landing on a small wolf that resembled a dog. "All right, fifth, you shall accompany us." Fifth? Yi Pan wondered, but surrounded by the pack, fear gripped her, prompting her to flee into the dark forest. The Wolf King, concerned for the safety of the mother and daughter, stealthily followed behind. They encountered no wild beasts along the way, leading Yi Pan to feel an unexpected ease in their escape. Under the moonlight, she kissed Gu Unin's small face, whispering, "And in, thank goodness I found you. I will never let you be handed over to your grandmother again." Recalling the events that transpired, a chill swept through Yi Jipan's heart. She had abandoned her daughter to earn a living, only for them to treat her child so poorly. She vowed to inform her husband, seeking justice. Guanin, observing her mother's serious expression, silently thought, "Fortunately, Mother hasn't become crippled this time. There is still time. I will ensure that that scoundrel pays for his misdeeds." Chapter 17. Is it necessary to wail so mournfully? Scoundrel father, who could that be? Could it be referring to her husband? She consoled and stroked Gu Unin's small face. Speaking gently, Yi Jipan, filled with joy at the thought of Gu Huaicheng, felt a deep trust in him. Gu Unin, observing her mother's expression, sighed, "Alas, my silly mother, you won't see my scoundrel father for a while. He is busy being intimate with the daughter of Wang Yuanwei. How could he possibly make decisions for us?" Her voice, soft and innocent, caused Yi Jipan to widen her eyes in shock. This time, she was certain that her daughter was speaking of her husband, yet he was not that kind of person. How could he engage in such actions with another woman? Moreover, she was unsure of the Wang family's daughter's character, who shamelessly mingled with others after marriage, only to face disgrace upon being discovered. Hadn't her husband always held her in disdain? How could he possibly be involved with her? Surely, Enin was just imagining things. Flustered, she stumbled slightly, almost losing her balance. Terrified, she tightened her grip on the child, noticing that the infant remained calm. She hastened her steps towards home. By now, it was deep into the night, the full moon high in the sky, casting a serene glow over the village. Arriving at the Gu family's doorstep, she found the door tightly locked. Peering through the crack, she saw the lights extinguished within, enveloping the house in silence. Worried about the child getting cold, Yi Jipan eagerly knocked on the door, the wooden planks echoing a dull thud. After knocking for a while without a response, she called out, "Enin, open the door for Mother." After calling for some time, her voice grew hoarse, yet no one answered. Meanwhile, the door of the neighboring Lu family opened, and two small figures emerged. "Gu Anren, Gu Anxin," they cried, wiping their tears. Yi Jipan was infuriated, her hands trembling as she held Gu Anin. "I just wanted to earn money for you, and look what it led to." Gu Anin, anticipating such an outcome, observed her sister's red, swollen eyes and comforted them. "Sisters, don't cry. I'll take care of those heartless people. They will eventually experience the pain they've caused." Gu Anren and Gu Anxin, momentarily pausing in their tears, exchanged glances, silently observing the infant in their mother's arms. Their little sister could speak at such a tender age. At that moment, Lu Granny, hunched over, emerged from behind, sighing, "Jipan, come stay at Lu Auntie's house for the night. It's chilly outside, and Mrs. Guanti come out to open the door for you." Casting an annoyed glance at the neighboring house, she reached for Yi Jipan's hand, her eyes lighting up as she noticed the child with wide, bright eyes. "And then is that really you? How fortunate you are to be alive. Come inside quickly. It's cold out, and your little face is turning purple." Yi Jipan felt a bit embarrassed. She didn't want to keep troubling Lu Granny, who often looked after her children. Yet, with no one else to turn to, she followed Lu Granny inside. Upon entering, the candlelight flickered dimly, yet it illuminated the entire room. The space was small, and Gu Anin eagerly looked around, her little head bobbing with curiosity. Grandma Lu, filled with joy, chuckled. This girl truly must have a bright future after escaping such dire straits. After 2 days away, her little face seems even plumper than before. I wonder what she has been through out there? But as long as she is alive, that is what matters. She wiped a tear from her eye, gazing at Gu Anin with compassion. Gu Anin assessed the elderly lady before her, giggling. What does killing enemies and rescuing the suffering prince uncle have to do with anything? The bewildered expressions of Gu Anren and Gu Anxin turned towards their younger sister. Yi Jipan watched her daughter, accustomed to the babbling of the infant in her arms. While it seemed a bit absurd, this time it was excessively so, involving the prince no less. She glanced at Gu Anren and Gu Anxin, both wearing astonished faces, seemingly at a loss for words. Realizing that her two daughters could also hear Anan's thoughts, she quickly urged Anren, Anxin, hurry and get some sleep. We can discuss everything tomorrow. The two little girls nodded in understanding, showering in with affectionate touches and kisses before reluctantly climbing into bed. Gu Huinin initially felt awkward under the sister's affectionate gestures, but gradually grew accustomed to it, finding the sensation quite pleasant, her smile radiant. Grandma Lu, equally enamored with Gu Huinin, gently caressed her small hand, her smile unwavering in the presence of the girl. As the two children settled into bed, she advised Jipon, "You should rest too. You've been searching in the mountains for so long. You must be exhausted. Your mother-in-law is truly heartless, knowing you ventured into the mountains to find your daughter. She drove out Anren and Anshin as well. Alas, to cast aside one's own granddaughter without a word, claiming she was obliterated. I think the heavens should turn her to dust instead." Grandma Lu huffed in indignation, nearly wishing to take action against them. Yi Jipon's eyes reddened with anger. This was her in-laws, for whom she toiled tirelessly to earn money, not saving a single coin for herself. What would she do if they truly barred her from entering the magistrate's house because she refused to act as a wet nurse, preventing her daughters from stepping inside? She had not a single silver coin to her name. Yet, gazing at Guilin, she could no longer bear to entrust her to her grandmother. With a heavy heart, she lay down, filled with bitterness. The night seemed tranquil. However, at dawn, the Gu family was pierced by screams akin to those of slaughtered pig. Heavens! Where have my chickens gone? Which thief has stolen my hens? I only had 7 old hens, and now they are missing, just when they were about to lay eggs. If I had known this would happen, I might as well have slaughtered them for meat earlier. Her loud lament attracted passers-by from the village, all stopping to witness the commotion outside her door. Neighboring Aunt Wang, having risen early, heard the ruckus and climbed on a stool to peer over the wall. Realizing the source of the outcry was the loss of old hens, she scoffed, "Old Gu, crying like that? I thought old Gu was dead. But it's just a few old hens. Is it really worth such a wail? Perhaps those old hens were too skinny and simply escaped on their own." Chapter 18. Truly a misery. Aunt Wang had never gotten along with her, despite living as neighbors, and always found fault with her. Seeing Aunt Wang peering over the wall, Shun Guiji's face turned ashen with rage, her eyes wide with fury. "Old Wang, don't mock me. It's not your hens that are missing, is it? My hens may be thin, but they are not as gaunt as your son, who is as skinny as a stick and could be blown away by a gust of wind. And you think my daughter would have any interest in your family? You're dreaming. I hear the daughter of Lu Tsuihua from the neighboring village is quite decent, though she weighs 200 pounds. She could certainly improve your family's fortunes instead of birthing another skinny monkey." Her words dripped with venom, and Aunt Lu was not one to back down. Her son's frailness was a sore spot for her, and now it was being used against her. Her eyes blazed with fury, hands on her hips, and had she stood face to face with Shun Guiji, her spittle would have surely splattered across her face. "Gu family, have you lost your mind? I mentioned your chickens. Why drag my son into this? My son would never dream of pursuing your daughter. Why would I want a daughter-in-law who can't even cook? Would I raise her as a queen?" Aunt Wang, noticing Shun Guiji's twisted face, smirked with satisfaction. Just then, Gu Ningxi stepped out and overheard the exchange, her expression darkening as she called out, "Aunt Wang, you're just jealous because my standards are too high for your lowly threshold. So what if I can't cook? Once I marry a noble, I one need to. Only you country folk are desperate for your daughters to cook." She huffed, her tone dripping with arrogance, as if she were destined to marry into nobility. Aunt Wang laughed derisively. While Gu Ningxi was considered decent in the village, in a town filled with many eligible young ladies, she wouldn't even qualify to be a maid. The crowd gathered at the Gu family's entrance erupted in laughter, some pointing at Gu Ningxi. In a fit of anger, she stormed to the front, shouting at the onlookers, "Get lost! Quit loitering at my door like dogs. What is so amusing? We're all from the same village. Who doesn't know who?" Her words offended everyone present. At that moment, an elderly woman dressed in brocade, her hair white yet meticulously styled, gazed at her calmly and remarked, "I say, Gu girl, such a foul mouth at such a young age must be inherited from your mother. Looking at your face, even if you were married into a noble family, you would likely be cast aside. It would be wiser to find a farmer to marry and live a peaceful life." Gu Ningxi, feeling her eyes welling with anger, recognized the woman as a fortune teller living at the eastern end of the village, reputed for her accuracy. Yet, Hearing her words only fueled her ire. She retorted venomously, "Get lost. Who I choose to marry is none of your business. Just stay out of it." The old woman regarded her coolly, huffing softly as she chose not to engage further. She had offered her advice, and if the girl insisted on her path, she would have to bear the consequences. At that moment, Yi Jipan appeared at the door, cradling a child. "Ningxi, open the door for your sister-in-law. I found an inn and need to fetch her a change of clothes." Gu Ningxi's eyes widened as she gazed at the infant in Yi Jipan's arms, but could not discern whether the child was alive or deceased. Suddenly, Shun Guizhi spotted Yi Jipan at the door with the child and rushed over, yelling, "Yi Jipan, that's a dead baby. How dare you bring it into our home? Do you wish to bring misfortune upon us? Bury it at once. The child has been dead for 2 days." Her eyes brimmed with disdain as she scrutinized the infant in Yi Jipan's arms. At that moment, Gu Enin, fuming, muttered, "You're the one who is dead. Your entire family is dead. You dare call me dirty? I am a revered spirit from the sacred beast mountain." Gu Anren and Guan Xin, following their mother, found solace in their sister's thoughts. Though they were puzzled by her claim of being a revered spirit, they felt emboldened by her assertion of nobility. Their mother had informed them early on that this might be Enin's inner voice, and, as blood relatives, it was not surprising they could hear it. But they must not disclose it to anyone, especially Enin, for when she grew older and realized others could hear her thoughts, it would surely cause her distress. They assured their mother they would keep the secret and never let Enin know. At this moment, Yi Jipan turned to Shun Guizhi. "Mother, Enin is not dead. She was saved by a pack of wolves. The wolf's milk is what has kept her alive for these past 2 days. Please, allow me to bring her inside." Shun Guizhi scoffed, "I've heard of wolves eating people, but never of them saving anyone or feeding the milk. Stop with the nonsense. Dig a hole and bury her. Go back to the magistrate's house to continue your role as a wet nurse, or else your daughters will never set foot in my home." Initially, the crowd was confused, but as the conversation continued, murmurs of disdain towards Shun Guizhi began to circulate. Yi Jipan refrained from engaging in debate and directly stated, "Mother, you cannot treat me this way. I'm the daughter-in-law of this family, and you cannot send me away. And Ran and an Xin are also your granddaughters. How can you be so heartless as to let them stay outside?" Her expression was earnest, hoping that her mother-in-law would consider her status as the wife of her son and allow them to enter the home. At that moment, Gu Ningxi, with a sorrowful countenance, spoke with sincerity, as if all her concerns were for her. Unable to endure any longer, Yi Jipan pulled back the cloth that wrapped the child. This cloth had been chosen by Grandma Lu, who had selected the finest fabric to swaddle Gu Enin. The delicate skin of Gu Enin touched the fabric, providing a comforting sensation, surpassing the rough materials used previously, though it could not compare to the luxurious silks of her divine days. As the cloth was lifted, everyone turned to observe. A cherubic infant gazed back at them with wide eyes, her skin fair and rosy, far from being a stillborn. The onlookers, caught up in the commotion, began to chatter excitedly. "This is from the Gu family. Just look, how could this be a dead baby? Clearly, it is a living child. Indeed, look at her little hands moving. How adorable she is." The crowd buzzed with discussion, and Aunt Wang, who had been eavesdropping, hurried over to Yi Jipan. Upon seeing the infant, she exclaimed, "Shun Guizhi, you heartless wretch. Did you not claim your youngest granddaughter was struck by lightning and vanished? How could she be found again? You wouldn't have abandoned such a tiny child, would you? This is truly inhumane." Chapter 19. No entry for the calamity. The Gu family had intentionally concealed this matter, but with neighbors residing nearby, it was impossible to keep it hidden. Yesterday, upon overhearing the conversation between Yi Jipan and Shun Guizhi, along with Yi Jipan's cries, Aunt Wang had pieced together the truth. She could hardly believe the Gu couple could be so cruel as to abandon their living granddaughter on the mountain. Standing outside the door, she confronted Shun Guizhi, leaving her speechless, while the onlookers began to regard the Shun mother-daughter duo with disdain. The villagers, known for their simple and honest ways, often witnessed conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law, but none had ever stooped so low as to abandon a living grandchild. It was simply too vile. Shun Guizhi, feeling the weight of the crowd's judgment, failed to recognize her wrongdoing. She retorted angrily, "Mind your own business, old Wang. I do not require your concern regarding my family. She is my granddaughter, and I can dispose of her as I please. She is nothing but a calamity. Since her birth, my chickens have perished, and our newly built house was struck by lightning. Today, my last hen has gone missing. If I do not throw her away, who else should I? Besides, she is nearly dead. Does treating her require your family as silver? Her head held high, her fury boiling over, she glared at the crowd. Ontvang, Yizeipan, and the others were left dumbfounded by her words. Was this truly a grandmother? Surely it cannot be so. At that moment, Guinan, angered, waved her tiny hands in protest. You are the calamity. The lightning clearly struck you, leaving you bald. How dare you accuse me? The chickens died because you neglected them, and you blame me. Of course, you want to throw me away to avoid spending your money on my treatment. As for the hen, I know nothing about that. It's none of my concern. Meanwhile, a scruffy black dog at the back of the crowd barked incessantly. Master, it was I who let those chickens out last night. Who told them to bully you? I also damaged all their shoes and clothes left outside. I chewed up everything I could to prevent them from mistreating my master. The crowd paid little heed to the dog's barking, but Guinan listened intently, stretching her little hand to search for Old Five. However, nestled in Yi Pan's arms, she could see nothing. Instead, she praised the direction of the sound. Well done, Old Five. Keep it up. Tear apart everything belonging to the Gu family. Destroy everything without mercy, leaving nothing behind. At your command, Master, I shall ensure that all their possessions are ruined. Old Five wagged his tail, proud of his mission. Although Yi Pan could not hear Old Five's words, she noticed Guinan mention him. She looked around, recognizing everyone present, but not seeing anyone named Old Five. Could it be that this child had conjured him from her imagination? Gazing at the suffering child in her arms, her eyes reddened, and tears began to flow unbidden. Seeing the tears in her mother's eyes, Guinan waved her little hands to wipe them away, but her arms were too short to reach. Aunt Wang, noticing Yi Pan's distress, quickly comforted her. Dear daughter-in-law of the Gu family, do not be disheartened. A family like this is unworthy of you. If they refuse to let you in, it is clear they want you gone. Look at how she fears spending money on a sick child. If old Gu were ill, I wonder if she would heartlessly cast him away too. You have given birth to 3 granddaughters, even in the event of a divorce. You deserve half of the Gu family's property. Upon hearing the mention of dividing the inheritance, Shan Guiji became furious, clawing at the door as she shouted, Shameless wretch. You're trying to instigate a divorce between my daughter-in-law and my son. Even if they were to divorce, she would not receive a single penny of the family fortune. This all belongs to the Gu family. She has yet to give birth to a single grandson, yet she dreams of sharing our wealth. There is no chance for that. This time, her anger was genuine, her eyes bulged, and her wrath surged forth like a volcano. Initially, she had intended to prevent Yi Pan from entering the home to force her into becoming a wet nurse for the county magistrate. But now, having been provoked to the point of contemplating a divorce, she could hardly swallow her indignation. Yi Pan was taken aback by her mother-in-law's words. Even if a divorce were to occur, how could she treat her this way? Since marrying into the Gu family, the burden of providing for the household had fallen solely on her shoulders, and she had never complained of her hardships. Now, to hear her claim that not a single cent belonged to her was utterly devastating. Her heart felt frozen, and tears streamed down like pearls from a broken string. Guinan, witnessing her mother's sorrow, felt a profound sadness despite having only recently recognized her as her mother. Watching her cry made her heart ache deeply. Mother, promise to divorce them. Do not take a single penny. Just ensure your status as a princess remains secure, so you do not meet a tragic end, and that my 2 sisters do not become someone else's playthings. Yi Pan abruptly lowered her head, at a loss, gazing at the infant in her arms. Her daughter was truly speaking nonsense. After this matter, she would definitely take her to see a doctor. Gu and Ran and Guan Xian, standing beside their mother, were even more bewildered by their sister's words. Would they really become someone else's toys? Did their sister possess prophetic abilities? They desperately hoped it was not true. At that moment, Shan Guiji, seeing Yi Pan's silence, assumed she was afraid of the divorce, and a smug smile crept across her face. Old Wang, a divorce seems impossible. My daughter-in-law would never abandon my son. He is a once-in-a-lifetime catch, and marrying him is a blessing she earned over 8 lifetimes. If she were to divorce him, she would surely regret it. I spit, 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 spit. Your son is hardly a paragon. Not a single good-for-nothing among them. He has tricked my wonderful mother into marrying him. Mother, hurry and divorce him. Guanin clenched her tiny fists, her eyes blazing with a fury not typical for a tender age. Yi Jipan, witnessing her daughter's intense emotions, realized that her feelings toward her father had long been negative, yet she had not anticipated this level of anger, suggesting she should divorce him. However, the very word divorce was difficult for her to utter. Aunt Wang, observing Yi Jipan's troubled expression, understood the complexities of divorce. A woman with 3 daughters and no home, how would she survive? Despite her quarrels with Shen Guizhi, she did not wish to place Yi Jipan in a difficult position. Yet, seeing Shen Guizhi's smug demeanor, she could not help but retort. Your son is a once-in-a-lifetime catch, yet he is nearly 30 and has not even passed the scholar's examination. He expects his wife to support him through years of study. Is it not your son who relies on his daughter-in-law to sustain the family? I believe he is the one who has benefited from a lifetime of fortune simply by marrying Jipan. Aunt Wang's cold words ignited Shen Guizhi's fury, causing her to stomp her feet in indignation. Her son's repeated failures in examinations were a source of shame, yet Aunt Wang persisted in taunting her about it. Fuming, she glared at the silent Yi Jipan. Look at you, Jipan, with your pale face, full of self-satisfaction. Yet you do not realize that the elderly woman has stepped forward and said, if the Gu family does not want her, I shall take her. Jipan, if you wish to return to the Gu family, give me this child, and I will raise her to be plump and healthy. Chapter 20. Let him abandon you. Yi Jipan gazed at the elderly woman, recognizing her as Lu Shenxi, the fortune-teller from the east. Why would she want to adopt her daughter? In her arms, Guanin, upon hearing these words, became restless, her small mouth babbling incessantly, and her tiny fists waving about. I won't let her adopt me. A person afraid to reveal her true self must have some unspeakable secret. I've heard that those who practice fortune-telling sometimes use infants as sacrifices to communicate with the heavens. I refuse to be a victim. Mother, please don't agree to this. Before Yi Jipan could respond, the 2 little ones stood defiantly in front of Lu Shenxi, declaring, You shall not take my sister. Mother, do not allow her to adopt our sister. We will raise her ourselves. Shen Guizhi, enraged, scolded, You 2 wretched girls. Lu Shenxi is a renowned fortune-teller in town. Those who seek her counsel are often high-ranking officials. It is her fortune to adopt your sister. Hurry and give her to Lu Shenxi. Seeing the 2 children still blocking Lu Shenxi, Yi Jipan remained hesitant. Shen Guizhi, furious, flung open the door and approached Yi Jipan, attempting to seize Guanin from her arms. Handing the child over to Lu Shenxi would be advantageous. In the future, her daughter could consult her without expense. Her mind was calculating, yet Yi Jipan clung tightly to the child, refusing to relent, while Shen Guizhi pulled forcefully, disregarding the child's cries. Guanin, feeling the distress of being taken, bit Shen Guizhi's arm in retaliation. Shen Guizhi let out a loud wail. This little beast has bitten me. It hurts unbearably. If I bleed, I will make you pay. Those around her were bewildered. They had intended to intervene, but her outcry caught them off guard. How could a 2-month-old infant bite her? She hadn't even grown teeth yet. At that moment, Shen Guizhi rolled up her sleeve, revealing her unblemished arm, devoid of any bite marks. Aunt Lu, witnessing the spectacle, burst into laughter. Old Gu's family. Do you wish to extort money? This child is your granddaughter. At only 2 months, how could she possibly bite you? You clearly cannot compete. So stop pretending to gain sympathy from Jipan to hand over the child to Lu Shenxi. She chuckled at Shen Guizhi, who was dragging her arm with tears streaming down her face, inwardly cursing her for her convincing act. Yet Shen Guizhi, biting her teeth, was drenched in cold sweat, feeling as though her bones were breaking. Although her face betrayed nothing, she was indeed in considerable pain. Meanwhile, Guanin, nestled in Yi Jipan's embrace, wailed loudly. Yet not a single tear fell, thunder without rain. Grandmother, endure the pain. With my bite, your bones may shatter. Let us see how you bully us in the future. Oof. Those who provoke this celestial being shall not have a good end. Upon hearing these words, Lu Shenxi fixed her gaze intently on Gu Inan, her eyes filled with curiosity. Just moments ago, she had witnessed Gu Inan bite Shun Guizhi, a flash of golden light illuminating Shun Guizhi's arm. Mere mortals would not perceive it, but she saw it clearly. Who exactly is this little girl? Shun Guizhi, in agony, was met with a chorus of disbelief from the crowd, who accused her of feigning injury. How could a child without teeth inflict any harm? Shun Guizhi was both furious and pained, her eyes darting suspiciously at her daughter, further fueling her anger. Dragging her arm, she scolded Yi Pan. Quickly take this calamity away from me. I cannot have her on my doorstep. My misfortune is bound to follow. You all have seen it. It is not that I wish to be rid of them, but rather that her presence brings me ill fate. Must I allow my old bones to perish? Her lamentations evoked pity from those around her, and some felt compelled to persuade Yi Pan to allow Lu Shenxi to raise the child. Yi Pan looked at Guinan, uncertain of what to do. She could hear Guinan's thoughts, which vehemently opposed Lu Shenxi's guardianship. What if she became a sacrificial offering? That would make her the true perpetrator of her daughter's demise. Yet how could she and her daughter survive away from the Gu family? Guinan, observing her mother's distress, murmured, "It seems you are so accustomed to being bullied that your thoughts cannot escape this cycle. Mother, if you do not divorce that scoundrel soon, your life will be ruined. Please have some sense." At that moment, Yi Pan's eyes brightened. "Mother, the child is not solely mine. We must involve Huai Cheng in this decision regarding her future. My dear mother, have you lost your wits? Do you still believe he can save me? He is currently in a cozy embrace with the daughter of Wang Yuanwei at the southern end of Changchun Street." These words struck Yi Pan like a bucket of icy water, leaving her heart chilled. Her gaze became unfocused, and her body swayed. The two little ones on either side supported her to prevent her from collapsing. At this moment, Shun Guizhi, gritting her teeth, scolded Yi Pan, "Do you wish to hinder Huai Cheng's pursuit of scholarly success? In a few months, he will be heading to the capital for examinations. If you distract him, do you wish for him to fail? Fail? It would be a miracle if he even reaches the examination." Over the years, he had claimed to be preparing for the tests, yet he had taken all the family's money, indulging instead in gambling and frivolity. Little did the Gu family know, they believed their son was diligently studying for his future. Just then, a young scholar stepped forward, but his words sent Shun Guizhi into a fury. She bellowed, "You lie. How could Huai Cheng not attend the imperial examination? We have given him 10 taels of silver for his tutor and provided him with ample writing supplies. How could he simply decide not to go?" At that moment, an elderly man rushed out, grabbing the young scholar and demanding, "Which academy do you attend? Who is your tutor?" The young scholar, frightened, attempted to retreat, but found himself unable to move, his arm firmly grasped. Trembling, he stammered, "Jiangyu Academy. My tutor is Jiangnan Feng." The elder suddenly released the scholar's arm and fell to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. "Huai Cheng, how dare you deceive me? You took the money and did not go to school. That was our family's hard-earned money." In a fit of rage, he grasped the scholar's arm tightly once more. "Tell me, where's Gu Huai Cheng? When I see him, I shall not spare him." The scholar, now pale with fear, lamented his misfortune. One careless remark had entangled him in such a predicament. Shaking his head, he hurriedly replied, "I do not know. Truly, I do not know." This elder was Huai Cheng's father, old Gu. He had been eavesdropping at the door, and upon hearing that Gu Huai Cheng was not going to sit for the examinations, he had rushed out in anger. Indeed, those who do not care for you can remain entirely indifferent. Guinan, observing the distraught expressions of the two elders, allowed a gleeful giggle. Old Gu, incensed, glared at her, scolding, "You wretched child. Knowing your father will not participate in the examinations, you still laugh. You are truly a calamity, born to bring misfortune to our Gu family. Yi Pan, if you wish to enter our household, you must give the child to Lu Shenxi. Otherwise, when my son returns, I shall have him abandon you." Chapter 21. The conditions of my discipleship. Yi Pan's pupils dilated, her chest tightening, as if she could not breathe. She never imagined that her once respectful father-in-law would wish for his son to abandon her. What grave mistake had she committed to warrant such a fate? Clutching her child, her face flushed, tears brimming in her eyes, she cried, "Father, What great sin have I committed that you would wish for Huai Chung to cast me aside? Do you not realize that a woman abandoned in such a manner can never hold her head high again? Your 3 granddaughters will face scorn and derision. In this family, an abandoned woman is deemed lowly, and even if she wishes to remarry, no one would dare take her. Their children would face the same cruel jests. Aunt Wang, unable to contain her anger, retorted, "Heartless old goo. For years, it has been Yi Jipan who toiled to support your family. Have the men of the Gu family ever earned a single copper coin? If you cast her aside, have you considered how you will survive? Surely, you cannot rely on your son, who has squandered money claiming he would pursue scholarly success." Old Gu, furious, glowered, his beard bristling. While his son may not have achieved the rank of scholar, he was still one of the few educated men in the village. He had boasted about his son to others, yet now his pride was revealed to be a mere illusion. Anger boiled within him, but he found himself unable to retort. Shun Guizhi, refusing to back down, interjected, "Well, my son, he is someone who has achieved academic success in the capital. Surely, his wife has given birth to another daughter, causing him to fret over his lineage and lose focus on his studies. It is all your fault, Yi Jipan, and you dare to ask what wrong you have committed? All these years, you have failed to provide the Gu family with a grandson. The inability to carry on the family line is your grave mistake, and bringing a calamity into our household is yet another fault. How could you even think of welcoming this disaster into our home?" Having long since grasped Yi Jipan's disposition, Shun Guizhi knew that he would never abandon his son. Her words dripped with venom, unabashedly revealing her contempt for Yi Jipan. A shiver coursed through Yi Jipan, akin to blades piercing her heart, a visceral pain tearing at her very being. Regaining her composure, her lips quivered as if she had resolved upon a monumental decision. "And is my daughter. I shall not allow her to be raised by another. Even in death, we shall depart this world together." Her heart ached as she gazed upon Gu Ainan's small, delicate face, sparkling with life. "Mother, fret not. Once we leave the Gu family, our brighter days await us. The Crown Prince's uncle will come for us. Simply wait for your turn to be a princess." Yet again, her daughter spoke fancifully, reigniting Yi Jipan's anxiety. She resolved to seek a physician for an inn as soon as possible. At that moment, Shun Guizhi bellowed, "Yi Jipan, you have truly grown wings and dare to retort. If you wish to keep this calamity, do not expect to cross the threshold of the Gu family. We cannot accommodate such burdens. Depart at once." Gu Anren and Gu Anxin, witnessing Shun Guizhi's determination to expel them, knelt at her feet, weeping, "Grandmother, please don't cast us out. We can do anything. We'll handle all the household chores, and let my sister stay with us, please. I can gather wild vegetables on the mountain while caring for the baby. I won't cause you any trouble." The 2 little girls clutched at Shun Guizhi's clothing, their cries pitiful. However, Shun Guizhi harshly flung the children aside, declaring, "Not only can this calamity not stay here, but you 2 must also leave with your mother. Cease being an eyesore in my presence, consuming my food and drink, and siding with that disaster. Just go." In her fervor, she pushed the children down, their already tattered garments becoming soiled with dust. Yi Jipan's heart ached as she watched, unable to assist her children with the baby in her arms. At this juncture, the little one in her embrace had seemingly grown furious, her eyes taking on a crimson hue. Lu Shinsi, noticing this, gently pinched Gu Ainan's cheek and smiled. "Do not be angry. Such trivial matters are not worth your ire." She turned to Yi Jipan and said, "Since your in-laws refuse to welcome you back, and you have nowhere to go with your 3 children, why not come with me? I see great potential in you. You would excel at learning the art of fortune-telling. Once you have mastered it, supporting your 3 children will pose no challenge. And in the meantime, I shall provide for your needs, offering you 10 taels of silver each month." A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd at the mention of 10 taels. A man working outside might earn no more than that in a month, yet this woman promised it to a mere lady. This was a stroke of fortune in adversity. Many cast envious glances her way, while Lu Shinsi beamed with joy for her. Yet, Shun Guizhi seized Yi Jipan's arm, dragging her back toward the Gu family. Her laughter crinkling her face as she softly said, "Her change of heart is as swift as that of a 3-year-old child. Shameless, truly shameless. She must have skin as thick as a buttock, using it as a face. It is quite the sight to behold." cocooned in Yi Jipan's embrace. Gu Anan absorbed Shun Guizhi's expression and felt a surge of disdain. Lu Shenxi, unable to contain her laughter, let it slip. While Yi Jipan heard her daughter's thoughts, she dismissed them. She had never seen Shun Guizhi explain herself with such warmth, welcoming Gu Anan and taking care of her, which filled her with joy. Mother, caring for 3 children alone must be exhausting. Henceforth, focus solely on Anan, and I will provide you with all the money I earn. Shun Guizhi's smile deepened, her demeanor growing increasingly affable as she eagerly led Yi Jipan toward the Gu family's door, fearful that she might flee. Yet a glimmer of cunning satisfaction flickered in her eyes. She knew her daughter-in-law would give her all if anyone showed her a modicum of kindness. At that moment, Gu Anan began to wail in her arms. "Oh, my foolish mother, you have truly been spoiled. Your mind has grown dull. Do you not realize she seeks your money? Had that old witch not promised you those 10 taels, she would have expelled us long ago." In truth, those present understood the situation well. It was merely that they were too embroiled to see clearly. Just then, Lu Shenxi's smile was replaced by indignation. Chapter 22. The delivery of the divorce papers. Shun Guizhi immediately released Yi Jipan's hand, her expression turning disdainful as her tone reverted to its usual sharpness. "Lu Shenxi, are you jesting? 10 taels of silver is far beyond our means. Are you suggesting they can stay with you for that sum? If so, let them reside in your home. Just give me the 10 taels." Yi Jipan felt a pang of sorrow as she witnessed the warmth from earlier vanish in an instant. It had become her habit to hand over her earnings to Shun Guizhi, and she saw no issue with the request for 10 taels. At that moment, Lu Shenxi looked at Yi Jipan and asked, "Are you willing to give your mother-in-law that 10 taels? Well, I can provide for your needs. The learning materials required for your studies are not inexpensive. The monthly stipend of 10 taels will barely suffice." Yi Jipan felt conflicted, glancing between Lu Shenxi and Shun Guizhi. Shun Guizhi, now agitated, retorted, "What can be purchased with that 10 taels? As the daughter-in-law of the Gu family, it is only fitting that the money be managed by the elders. You must give me those 10 taels." Yi Jipan's face fell, overwhelmed with uncertainty. Lu Shenxi, seemingly incensed by Shun Guizhi's earlier remarks, exclaimed, "Yi Jipan, do you now see what your mother-in-law is truly like? She will support you only when you have money and will cast you out when you do not. If you remain indecisive, your 3 daughters will suffer for it. Indeed, this is a wise observation, piercing to the core. My mother has been deeply poisoned by this wretched mindset. Why should she control the finances? She has never bought us anything." Yi Jipan, upon hearing an Exion's thoughts, regarded Lu Shenxi with newfound understanding. "Lu Shenxi, may I bring my 3 children to learn with you?" Lu Shenxi smiled and nodded. "That is precisely what I hoped. You are welcome to bring your children to my home for learning." "Old witch, I have never heard of a master who allows students to bring their children along. Do you wish to use us as sacrifices? If you dare to entertain such thoughts, I suggest you abandon them, or I shall ensure your home becomes a wasteland." At the mention of sacrifices, Gu Anren and Gu Anxin clutched at Yi Jipan's garments in fear, and she regarded Lu Shenxi with heightened wariness. Lu Shenpa paid little heed to her gaze. Instead, she gently caressed Guanan's small hand and leaned down as if to kiss her delicate face. Guanan, stretching her little hand, attempted to struggle, but her arms were no match for the strength of a thigh. At that moment, Lu Shenpa whispered in her ear, causing Guanan to shudder. She referred to herself as Xianzuan. Could it be that she possessed some knowledge? Subsequently, Lu Shenpa raised her head and retrieved a string of crystal-clear bracelets from her bosom, adorning Guanan's slender arm. This child was quite endearing, and thus, the exquisite crystal bracelet was bestowed upon her. The onlookers were taken aback by the sight of the shimmering beads, each one translucent and glistening softly in the sunlight. Undoubtedly a treasure of great value. Yi Jipan, upon noticing the crystal bracelet on Anan's wrist, hurriedly attempted to remove it and return it to Lu Shenpa. However, Guanan's small hand clutched it tightly, refusing to let go. "This crystal can absorb the essence of the world. It is a marvelous treasure bestowed upon me by Lu Shenpa, and none shall take it from me." Guanan was astounded by her own strength. Unable to pry it loose, feeling too embarrassed to look at Lu Shenpa. Lu Shenpa smiled at Guanan, her eyes gleaming with delight. At that moment, Shun Guizhi was embroiled in a quarrel with Aunt Wang, and had not noticed Lu Xinpa's generous gift to Guanin. Yet Gu Ningxi was observant, captivated by the bracelet and harboring thoughts of acquiring it for herself. She tugged at Shan Guizhi's sleeve, saying, "Mother, look at that dazzling bracelet on Annen's wrist. It must be a treasure." Gu Ningxi knew her mother would undoubtedly seek a way to claim it. Shan Guizhi's eyes widened in astonishment upon catching sight of the bracelet. She had never encountered such crystal-clear beads before, and her legs moved uncontrollably toward it. Yi Jipan, alarmed by her gaze, instinctively withdrew. Shan Guizhi scolded, "Yi Zipan, why are you hiding? This calamity-stricken child does not deserve such a precious item. Hurry and take it off for our Ningxi to wear. She is destined for greatness, while Guanin's worthless life does not merit such adornments. Remove it at once." "Mother, that was a gift from Lu Popo to Annen. You cannot take it away." Yi Jipan pleaded with a sorrowful expression, hoping Lu Xinpa would intervene. To her surprise, Lu Xinpa replied, "Since it has already been given to Annen, it rightfully belongs to her and should be hers to manage." "Damn that old woman. How dare you secretly gift me something in broad daylight? Are you making me a target for theft?" Guanin, in a fit of indignation, cursed as Shan Guizhi approached, grabbing her small arm to snatch the crystal bracelet. As she wrestled for it, she unleashed a torrent of curses, her saliva splattering Guanin's face. Annen opened her mouth, yet no sound escaped. "How dare you shower me with spit? I shall ensure you remain mute for days, feeling both itchy and painful. Let us see how you fare." Guanin tilted her head, relishing Shan Guizhi's torment. Yi Jipan looked down at her daughter, her brow furrowed in disbelief. Was this truly her daughter's doing? How could such a small child manage this? The crowd observed Shan Guizhi clutching her throat, speechless, which struck them as peculiar. Shan Guizhi opened her mouth, desperately trying to shout, but no sound emerged. At that moment, Lu Xinpa stepped forward and addressed the crowd, saying to Shan Guizhi, "This bead is not something just anyone can seize. It was a gift from a young friend with celestial ties. Perhaps the bead, unwilling to be taken, retaliated against you. But you will be fine. A few days of rest will suffice." She then turned to Yi Jipan, stating, "Jipan, since you have agreed to become my disciple, I shall take it upon myself to advocate for you both. The Gu family has already cast you out. Within 3 days, let Gu Huaiqing deliver the divorce papers. Otherwise, the Gu family shall know no peace." Chapter 23. Have you done something sinful? The request for a divorce stemmed from the desire of this little one. She gazed at the waving small hand of the smiling Guanin, her lips curling into a slight smile. At this moment, Shan Guizhi's eyes blazed with fury, yet her mouth could utter no sound. She lunged at Lu Xinpa, only to be restrained by old Gu, who swiftly delivered a slap. "You shameless wretch, do you not feel embarrassed? That was a gift for Annen. Why do you covet it?" He often visited the town's tea house to listen to gossip, and had unintentionally overheard about Lu Xinpa's formidable abilities. It was said that she not only read faces and exorcised evil, but also had connections with important figures, even earning the respect of the county magistrate. Naturally, he dared not offend Lu Xinpa and promptly intervened when Shan Guizhi attempted to strike. However, Shan Guizhi was oblivious to this and covered her face, looking pitifully at old Gu. Beside her, Gu Ningxi, supporting her mother, expressed her dissatisfaction. "Father, what wrong has mother done? That wretched girl does not deserve such a fine item. It rightfully belongs to me." Her greedy gaze fixated on the bracelet on Guanin's arm. Seeing old Gu remain silent, she, typically arrogant and domineering, could not bear the thought of such a treasure falling into the hands of that wretched child. She turned to Yi Jipan, saying, "Sister-in-law, that crystal bracelet is far too delicate for Annen to wear. You should give it to me. At my age, I would do it justice, showcasing its beauty. Wouldn't you agree, sister-in-law?" Yi Jipan hesitated. In the past, any fine items would never have belonged to them, but rather to Gu Ningxi. However, this bracelet was a gift from Lu Xinpa to Annen, and she felt powerless to decide. She reluctantly replied, "Ningxi, that bracelet was given to Annen by Lu Papa. I cannot decide on that." Hearing her mother say so brought joy to Guanin, who exclaimed, "Mother, well done. You must learn to refuse. People like her are no different from dogs. Giving to her is akin to throwing a hot bun to a dog, a futile endeavor." Yi Jipan looked down at her child, suddenly realizing the truth in her words. In the past, no matter what treasures she possessed, they were given to her sister-in-law. Yet what had she ever offered in return? Even her own children received little warmth from her. Gu Ningxi, sensing her mother's reluctance to part with the bracelet, coldly retorted, "Sister-in-law, you are her mother. If you cannot decide, who else can? If you are unwilling to part with a mere bracelet, just say it plainly." Previously, she would have had her way with such words, but now Yi Zhipan bit her lip, remaining silent. At this moment, Lu Xinpa interjected, "Gu family girl, I believe you're mistaken. She will no longer be your sister-in-law. If you desire something, you must earn it through your own merit. You cannot expect to acquire items through mere words. Convey to your brother that the divorce papers must be presented within 3 days." Gu Ningxi was infuriated, her face contorted with rage. Old Gu observed that his daughter was not gaining any ground and remarked, "Those who are cunning and rotten to the core are the most treacherous. Mother, do you not see? The Gu family is most deceitful and scheming. You must secure the divorce. Otherwise, you and your 2 sisters will meet a tragic end." Guanin glared at old Gu, wishing she could strike him down with a single gesture. Lu Xinpa, having gleaned the implications of old Gu's words, understood that he disapproved of her decision to advocate for Yi Zhipan's divorce. Yet, she remained silent, hoping Yi Zhipan would make the right choice. Yi Zhipan wrestled with her emotions, though she did not wish for a divorce. If it truly meant safeguarding her daughters from a grim fate, then what harm would there be in it? Summoning her courage, she looked at old Gu and declared, "Father, I wish to divorce." Uttering those words felt like a weight lifted from her shoulders, granting her a sudden sense of relief. Although a tinge of sorrow lingered, it was not as painful as she had anticipated. Old Gu stared at her, astonished, struggling to believe that such words had come from her lips. Doubtful, he asked again, "You, please say that again." Yi Zhipan, with resignation, repeated her declaration. Old Gu stood frozen in disbelief. Lu Xinpa, delighted, grasped her hand, saying, "Zhipan, I am pleased that you have made the right choice. Rather than allowing your daughters to suffer in that household, it is better to let go. Not only for you, but for your daughters. It is a means of liberation. Suffering, liberation." Yi Pan silently vegetet hertots, reflecting on the various hardships she had endured in the past. While she had suffered, her daughters were forced to toil daily, often deprived of sufficient meals, clad in garments discarded by others. Was this not suffering in its own right? Contemplating the so-called suitor, she pondered what he had done for them. Suddenly, her last flicker of hope was extinguished. Lu Xunpo observed her and nodded silently. "Let us depart. In time, I shall reveal to you what constitutes a good life, and what is truly beneficial for you. As for the Gu family, once you are divorced, they shall no longer pertain to you." Yi Zhipan nodded and followed Lu Xunpo with her 2 daughters. As the crowd dispersed, eager to witness the commotion, they heard a cacophony of wails emanating from the Gu household. "Thieves! Which rascal has mangled my shoes? My coat, my trousers!" Old man Gu lamented within the house, while Shan Guizhi, disregarding her pain, rushed inside, followed closely by the others, curious to uncover the truth. Upon entering, they were taken aback. The thief was exceedingly brazen. Did the Gu family harbor some hidden treasure? Clothes and shoes were strewn across the floor. Aunt Wang picked up a pair of trousers and couldn't help but laugh. This thief must have quite the appetite. They've gnawed through these trousers to such an extent. Surely, this kind of mischief requires deep-seated enmity. Gu family, have you not committed some misdeeds that have provoked this retribution? Chapter 24. Do you have any skills? Shen Guizhi surveyed the scattered clothes and shoes, all rendered unwearable by gaping holes, while the sole table in the house had been reduced to a mere wreck. Heartbroken, she attempted to retort to Aunt Wang's mocking words, yet no sound emerged. Aunt Wang, with a smirk, continued to provoke her. "Gu family, if your voice has abandoned you, then why the uproar? I know you've committed your fair share of immoral acts. Perhaps this calamity is the heaven's way of punishing you." Shen Guizhi, infuriated, pointed at her and attempted to shout, but no words came out. In a fit of rage, she lunged at Aunt Wang, only to trip over something and fall flat on her face. When Gu Ningxi helped her up, she was momentarily stunned. Blood streamed from her nose and mouth. Old man Gu, furious, ordered everyone to leave. Meanwhile, Yi Zhipan and her daughters were blissfully unaware of the events unfolding at the Gu residence. A black dog followed closely behind them, barking intermittently. Guanin, her eyes sparkling with mischief, exclaimed, "Well done, Lao Wu. You've ruined all the clothes and shoes of the Gu family. They'll have to go out in tattered garments. How embarrassing for them." Lao Wu. Yi Pan wondered about this person she had heard mentioned before. She glanced around but saw no one. It was then she noticed the black dog that had been trailing them. Lu Shunpa halted and declared, "We have arrived at my home. Yi Pan, you must be aware that learning from me will be arduous. Make your decision and then come inside." Lu Shunpa pushed open the wooden door and stepped in. Yi Pan and her daughters gazed in awe at the house before them. In the past, they had envied those who lived there, never imagining they would one day reside within such walls. The grand red-painted wooden door, imposing and luxurious, was flanked by stone lions, exuding majesty and power. Only the wealthy and influential could afford such a grand entrance. For the likes of them, mere wooden planks sufficed. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Pan entered, her two daughters following closely behind in jubilant spirits. Guanin nestled in her mother's embrace, glancing around, ready to alert them should anything seem amiss. Upon entering the courtyard, their eyes were drawn to the house before them. Indeed, wealth had its advantages. The spacious courtyard boasted 6 side rooms, each intricately crafted with exquisite wooden structures, adorned with elaborate carvings, a sight they had never seen before. At this moment, Lu Shunpa gestured toward a large room and said, "You and Nin shall sleep here. The 2 little ones can stay in the adjacent room for easier care." Guan ran, her eyes wide with delight. Asked Lu Shunpa, "Can we really stay there?" Lu Shunpa nodded warmly, "Of course. I adore children. Alas, I have lived alone for so many years. But now that you are here, I shall treat you as my own granddaughters." Having lived alone for decades, Lu Shunpa had grown accustomed to solitude. Her decision to take Yi Pan as a disciple stemmed from necessity. She longed to take Gu in as her apprentice, not only for her ability to hear thoughts, but also because the girl radiated an aura of extraordinary potential. However, Guanin appeared to harbor some animosity toward her, prompting Lu Shunpa to invite the whole family to stay, a testament to her earnest efforts. Inside, the furnishings were complete, with exquisite Wangwali wood tables and chairs, even the kettle exuding opulence. A large bed could accommodate all 4 of them. Joyfully, the girls tugged at Yi Pan to explore another room, their excitement reminiscent of fledglings. Guan Xian teased Guanin, "Sister, we will be living here from now on. No more sleeping in the woodshed." "Woodshed? Weren't you sharing a room with your aunt? How could you end up in a woodshed?" Yi Pan inwudet, perpliet. Guan Xian immediately lowered her head, realizing her blunder. Guan ran, however, began to cry, prompting Guan Xian to join her in tears. Yi Pan embraced both of them, tears streaming down her face. "It's all my fault, dear children. I haven't cared for you enough. I thought they were your relatives, never imagining it would be like this." In her embrace, Guanin waved her small fists in frustration, and, as the window was open, a beam of golden light erupted from her fingers. Lu Shunpa, hearing their cries, was about to enter when she saw the golden light dart away. Guanin, with a sense of pride, declared, "Little golden light, go forth and strike down the Gu family's house until nothing remains. How dare they treat my sisters that way?" The trio, embracing each other, halted their weeping upon hearing her innocent proclamation. Yi Pan gazed at Guanin, perplexed by her daughter's words about demolishing the Gu residence. Just then, a series of thunderous booms echoed from the east, causing their ears to ring. Once the thunder subsided, they rushed outside, bewildered by the sudden noise on such a clear day. Could it truly be that the little one in her arms was responsible? She looked down at Guanin, her perception profoundly altered. At that moment, the sounds of a crowd gathering to witness the spectacle reached them. The 2 children dashed out with the throng, while Yi Pan, cradling her child, felt it inconvenient to follow. Lu Shunpa approached her, her curiosity piqued by the little one in Yi Pan's arms. Why could she hear her thoughts as if the other 2 could as well? Yet, Guanin seemed oblivious to the fact that others could hear her inner voice. Noticing Lu Shunpa's inquisitive gaze, Guanin, somewhat irked, retorted, "How do you know about this, esteemed one? How do you know?" She then closed her eyes, silently thinking, could it be that, like the prince's uncle, she could discern my thoughts through my eyes? I'll shut my eyes and see how she knows. Lu Shanpe, at a loss for words, was unexpectedly provided an explanation by Guanin. It's simple. One can guess your thoughts just by looking into your eyes. However, the title of esteemed one carries great weight. One must possess genuine abilities to claim such a title. What skills do you possess? Chapter 25. I'm almost choked to death. Guanin, vexed, opened her eyes wide and huffed. My esteemed powers are indeed vast. How dare you underestimate my abilities? With a mere flick of my finger, I could obliterate you. She was already indignant at being trapped in the body of an infant, and now her status as a revered being was being questioned, which only fueled her ire. Hearing her daughter's audacious words, Yijipan feared that Lu Shenxi would become enraged and expel them, so she hurriedly interjected, Lu Granny, please don't take it to heart. Children often speak nonsense. Lu Shenxi interrupted her, gazing at Guanin with a cryptic smile. Your daughter possesses remarkable talents. I dare say the Gu family's fortunes are doomed. As for obliterating me, there is no need for that. We are on the same vessel now and must face the world together. Guanin scoffed. Who said we are on the same vessel? You hide behind a mask, afraid to reveal your true self. I refuse to believe you. Lu Shenxi, feeling helpless, touched her own face. If they wish to doubt her, so be it. After all, harboring them serve her own purpose. She then turned to Yijipan, her expression turning serious. From now on, address me as master. Tomorrow, accompany me to the town to procure clothing and supplies. The state of your attire is quite disheveled. She shook her head, her face filled with disdain. The Gu family has brought this upon themselves. You are fortunate to have such a daughter in this life. Cherish her. With a long sigh, she reflected on how Anin had spoken so audaciously without inciting her anger. The villagers claimed she had a fiery temper, yet her interactions with them seemed to contradict those assertions. At that moment, Guanin suddenly burst into tears, wailing, I'm starving. This revered one is on the brink of starvation. Mother, I want milk, I want milk. Her big eyes gazed longingly at Yijipan, who found it difficult to scold her, knowing that such a small child should not be reprimanded. Once Guanin fell asleep and was placed on the bed, Yijipan looked at her own withered bosom, filled with worry. Just then, the door swung open, and Guanin, drenched in sweat, joyfully rushed in. Mother, mother! Yijipan, fearing the noise would awaken the little one, quickly covered Guanin's mouth and pulled her outside. Meanwhile, Guanin was oblivious to her sister's commotion. In her mind, a luminous golden orb appeared before her, and she fumed. It's all your fault for bringing me to this wretched place and trapping me in an infant's body. Now I am utterly powerless. The radiant orb floated before her, as if cradled by some mysterious force. The golden light emanating from it grew ever more intense until, with a resounding pop, Guanin was flung backward by the brilliance. The little one lying on the bed began to bleed from her mouth and nose, coughing up blood as a piercing cry echoed outside the door. Yijipan and her two daughters rushed in, panic-stricken upon seeing the blood on her face. Yijipan screamed in horror, and then what happened? How did this come to be? Her heart-wrenching cries caught Lu Shenxi's attention, and she quickly entered, witnessing the three distraught figures surrounding the bed. Upon examination, she too was taken aback. Although her residence was not impenetrable, how could anyone have intruded unnoticed? Yet, why was Guanin in such a state? She retrieved a porcelain vial from her waist, extracting a pill and placing it into Guanin's mouth. The infant, already wailing, suddenly ceased her cries, her face turning a shade of purple as she mentally cursed. Which scoundrel dared to force a pill into my mouth? Do they not realize I am but an infant? How can I possibly swallow such a large pill? I might choke to death. Lu Shenxi's expression turned as fiery as a blaze. She had inadvertently caused harm despite her good intentions. Quickly, she reached into Guanin's mouth, exclaiming, I will strike you down for this affront to my dignity. The once clear sky suddenly darkened, thunder rumbling ominously. Yijipan, frightened, scooped up Guanin, gently patting her back. Do not be afraid. It is my fault for not taking better care of you. Please do not be angry. As Yijipan's soothing words flowed, the storm clouds gradually dispersed, restoring tranquility. Lu Shenxi breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that her house remained intact. Though it was not of great value, she had resided there for decades and could not bear to see it reduced to ruins like the Gu family's. Yijipan cleaned the grime, from Guanin's face, her heart aching for her. At that moment, Guanin, having expended her spiritual energy in anger, fell into a deep slumber. She slept for an entire day, and Yi Zhipon kept vigil by her side, fearing for her well-being. Yet, she forgot that Guanin, being an infant, could not withstand such potent medicinal effects. Watching her sleep, Yi Zhipon felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. The following morning, Guanin opened her bewildered eyes, sensing a newfound abundance of spiritual energy coursing through her. A warm heat radiated from her abdomen. Joyfully, she extended her tiny hands, emitting sounds of delight, while internally exclaiming, "How wonderful! I never expected this pill to have such benefits. However, that Lu Shenxi dare to treat me this way. I shall not let her off easily." As these thoughts raced through her mind, Lu Shenxi entered, her intentions utterly transparent to Guanin. The infant quickly feigned sleep, causing Yi Zhipon to feel uncertain about her daughter's cunning nature. It was imperative to teach her to speak respectfully to Lu Shenxi in the future. Fortunately, as Inen had her eyes closed, Lu Shenxi was unaware of her true thoughts. Otherwise, she might have been cast aside. Lu Shenxi observed the ostensibly sleeping infant, a smile creeping on her lips. "Zhipon, today I will take you to the town. I shall buy you several outfits, and you can leave Anren and Anshin at home to look after Inen. It is a pity if Inen awakens. We could all go together and enjoy some treats. The town has so many delicious offerings." Chapter 26. A difficult fulfillment. Upon hearing about the delightful treats, Guanin's eyes flew open. She had always been a glutton, unable to resist the allure of delectable food. How could she possibly miss out on the town's offerings? She waved her small hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement, completely forgetting her previous frail state. "Take me with you. I want to go. I want all the delicious food." Lu Shenxi could no longer suppress her amusement. It seemed this little one was indeed a true foodie. Yi Zhipon, relieved that her daughter was well, felt a pang of anxiety as she checked her pockets, realizing she had no silver to spend. Lu Shenxi, noticing her discomfort, tossed her a pouch. "Here, take this. It contains 10 taels of silver. Use it for now, and you can repay me once you earn some." However, Yi Zhipon adamantly refused, deeply grateful to Lu Shenxi for taking her as a disciple. The idea of accepting silver felt inappropriate. Yet Lu Shenxi, adopting a masterly demeanor, insisted, "Take it quickly, or I shall no longer recognize you as my disciple." It was only then that Yi Zhipon accepted the pouch, her heart brimming with gratitude. In the town, Yi Zhipon disembarked from the carriage, cradling Gu Anren, while Lu Shenxi held the hands of 2 beautiful little girls. Gu Anren and Gu Anshin, having never visited the town before, were wide-eyed, soaking in the lively scenes around them, bustling crowds, neatly aligned shops and taverns, and a vibrant tapestry of faces filled with joy. Their big eyes darted about in wonder. Meanwhile, Guanin, peeking from Yi Zhipon's embrace, spotted a vendor nearby, saliva pooling at the corners of her mouth as her little hands reached out uncontrollably. "I want candied hawthorn. I want it. It's my favorite." As the candied hawthorn moved further away, Guanin's heart sank, and she began to wail. "I love the sweet and sour taste. I adore candied hawthorn." The sight of her beloved treat slipping away sent her into a heart-wrenching fit of tears. At that moment, Lu Shenxi led Gu Anren and Gu Anshin over to the vendor. "Boss, give me 3 skewers of candied hawthorn. Let the 2 little girls choose their own." The vendor selling candied hawthorns warmly greeted them, handing over 2 skewers to Gu Anren and Gu Anshin. Lu Shenpa took one for herself, paid, and moved to stand beside Yi Zhipon. "Zhipon, have a skewer. I'll hold the child for you." Yi Zhipon hesitated, feeling shy, and repeatedly declined. Gu Anren gazed at her beloved, her eyes sparkling with envy, and the tears at the corners of her eyes had ceased. She savored the sweet and sour candied hawthorn, her heart brimming with satisfaction. "Delicious, sweet, and sour, my absolute favorite. If only I could have another bite." Yi Zhipon observed the half-eaten candied hawthorn in her daughter's hand, momentarily dazed by the realization that her daughter was barely 2 months old. She occasionally twirled the candied hawthorn in front of Gu Anren, who, unable to taste the treat, cried out in frustration. Seeing her distress, Lu Shenpa, unable to bear it, offered the skewer to her lips for a taste. Only then did Gu Anan cease her tears. Contented, the four of them continued their stroll, and Lu Shunpa caught sight of a ready-made clothing shop nearby, leading them inside. The shopkeeper, upon seeing her, approached enthusiastically. Lu Shunpa, welcome. We've received several new fabrics today. Let us see if any catch your fancy. The madam instructed us to wrap up anything you like and send it to your home. Lu Shunpa merely smiled. Today I am here to buy clothes for my apprentice and her child. Bring forth your finest wares. Worried that Lu Shunpa would purchase something too extravagant for her, Yi Jipan attempted to speak out against it, but was pulled closer by Lu Shunpa, who urged her to select directly. At that moment, a brilliantly adorned woman entered, dressed in silk and satin, her skin as pale as snow, exuding an air of superiority. Upon noticing Gu Anren and Gu Anxin, she hastily covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief, coldly addressing the shopkeeper. Where did these beggar children come from? You should throw them out. As Gu Anren and Gu Anxin trailed behind Lu Shunpa, enjoying their candied hawthorn, the shopkeeper mistook them for intruders who had snuck in, still relishing the last remnants of their treat. He barked angrily. You two little rascals, hurry up and leave. This shop is no place for you. Startled, Gu Anren and Gu Anxin dropped their candied hawthorns onto the ground and began to wail. The shopkeeper approached, intending to drag them out. Stop. Are you trying to chase me away too? They are my apprentice's daughters. If you dare to touch them, you dare to touch me. Lu Shunpa retorted. The shopkeeper, realizing he had crossed the line, stammered, I didn't know they were your apprentice's daughters. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared. Before Lu Shunpa could respond, the brilliantly adorned woman interjected. So, you are Lu Shunpa, just a charlatan. Where are your supposed skills? You boast so grandly. Yet upon meeting you, it seems you are nothing remarkable after all. Her disdainful gaze scrutinized Lu Shunpa. Lu Shunpa met her gaze, her expression unchanging, calmly stating, Since you claim to know my abilities and still speak ill of me, I shall demonstrate my skills right here today, so you may comprehend their true magnitude. The brilliantly adorned woman scoffed. Very well. I am eager to see if you are accurate. Just days prior, her father had earnestly invited Lu Shunpa to predict her fortune, but she had declined, citing an overwhelming number of requests. Now, encountering her in person, she was keen to see if Lu Shunpa's predictions held any merit. Lu Shunpa studied her features intently and remarked, Your eyes betray you. The brilliantly adorned woman's gaze flickered, her embroidered handkerchief clenched tightly in her grasp. She had never confided her feelings to anyone. How could Lu Shunpa know? And to declare it publicly would force her to confront the truth, a reality she could not face. How could I admit such a thing? She retorted vehemently, her voice steady despite the rising tension. The shopkeeper and the other patrons exchanged bewildered glances, whispers of doubt circulating among them. They had all heard of Lu Shunpa's reputation, yet now they questioned its authenticity. Lu Shunpa, undeterred, smiled and proclaimed, Whether you believe or not is inconsequential. Soon someone shall come to summon you, urging you to return home to bid farewell to your sister for the last time. As for your secret affections, it seems they shall remain unfulfilled. Chapter 27. Fulfill your promise. At her words, the brilliantly adorned woman scoffed, a mocking smile gracing her lips. If an old hag could predict such things, she wouldn't be stuck in this remote county. Her voice dripped with venom and resentment, devoid of the grace expected of a lady. Lu Shunpa remained unfazed, her expression steady as she continued to observe the woman's features. The brilliantly adorned woman, growing increasingly agitated, pointed at Lu Shunpa, ready to unleash a torrent of insults, but was halted by a maid who pulled her back and whispered into her ear. Miss, don't let this person anger you. It's not worth ruining your health over someone so insignificant. If no one comes for you soon, the onlookers will see the truth of her ineptitude and spread the word, ensuring she has nowhere to go in our town. The maid's slanted eyes regarded Lu Shunpa with disdain, casting a scrutinizing glance at Yi Jipan as well, her lips curling in contempt. The brilliantly adorned woman's demeanor softened somewhat, prompting the shopkeeper to interject, Our master has repeatedly warned us not to offend Lu Shunpa. She is said to possess knowledge of the future and the ability to discern fate. We must treat her with utmost respect. Seeing the situation escalate, the shopkeeper tried to mediate, although he too harbored doubts. He was merely acting on his employer's instructions. Yet the brilliantly adorned woman's haughty demeanor remained unyielding as she berated Lu Xinpa. The shopkeeper could only remain silent, his heart seething with frustration at the second daughter of the Lu family. He secretly hoped Lu Xinpa's predictions would prove accurate, ensuring the girl faced a lifetime of unfulfilled desires. Gu Ainin, her large eyes fixated on Miss Lu, felt her sweet treat lose its appeal. This Miss Lu is truly insufferable. With so many witnesses, she seems unafraid of tarnishing her reputation. Who would dare marry her with such a notorious name? Her maid is equally scheming. Alas, my mother has just secured a mentor. If her reputation is ruined, what future could she hope for? How could she provide for our family? Her worried gaze shifted to Lu Xinpa, who was not mentioned in any of the books she had read. If she could truly predict the future, surely there would be references to her in literature. Was her reputation merely a result of deceit? If she possessed such talents, what was her true identity beneath this facade? Gu Ainin's inquisitive eyes yearned to unveil Lu Xinpa's true nature. Noticing the curiosity in Gu Ainin's gaze, Lu Xinpa couldn't help but smile gently. Do not fret. As my disciple, your mother will surely prosper, and she shall not suffer. She nodded reassuringly at the concerned Yi Jipan and continued, Miss Lu, if you doubt my abilities, allow me to count to 10, and someone shall come to summon you. Go ahead and count. Even if you reach 100 or 1,000, no one will come for me, the brilliantly adorned woman retorted, signaling her maid to leave. However, just as the maid approached the threshold, she stumbled and fell, exclaiming, Miss, I've injured my leg and can't stand. Miss Lu glared at her maid, scolding, Useless wretch, you can't even walk without tripping. What good are you to me? The maid, frightened, began to whimper softly, knowing that her fall had not been accidental. Gu Ainin observed a flash of light strike the maid's leg, causing her to crumple to the ground. Yi Jipan, hearing her daughter's observation, glanced between the maid and Lu Xinpa. Suddenly, she laughed, someone is coming. At that moment, everyone's gaze turned toward the entrance. The second Miss Lu, not seeing anyone, laughed and said, Lu Shu, you may as well deceive us. Where's the person? As her words fell, she looked in surprise at the newcomer. A young boy dressed in servant attire stood at the door, tears glistening in his eyes. Xiao Linzi, what has happened to my elder sister? Speak quickly. The second Miss Lu was anxious, fearing for her elder sister and questioning the truth of Lu Shu's words. If the eldest miss were to perish, she had barely clung to life when she was brought here. The second Miss Lu's eyes were vacant. She had indeed guessed correctly. Was it truly impossible for her desires to be fulfilled? She stepped forward anxiously, just as Lu Shu called out to her, Wait a moment. Just now you, Miss Lu, promised that if I spoke the truth, you would kneel and apologize. Are you prepared to fulfill your promise now? While she was not a person to be overly aggressive, the second Miss Lu had been excessively demanding, and she would not show her any mercy. The second Miss Lu halted, her gaze toward Lu Shu tinged with fear. Yet her pride as a Lu family lady forbade her from bowing to anyone. Are you even human? My sister is on the brink of death. You want me to kneel and apologize, preventing me from seeing her one last time? Lu Shu regarded her with a frigid stare, silently turning to leave. If her predictions were incorrect, leaving would not be so simple. Chapter 28. The calamity strikes today. The second Miss Lu's eyes widened in rage. How could her sister be dead? She was married into a respectable family, even if she were on the verge of death. She could not be sent back to her parental home. She glared at Xiao Linzi and accused, Are you colluding with her to harm me? How much did she pay you to betray the Lu family? Xiao Linzi wept profusely. Terrified by her accusation, he immediately dropped to his knees. What? That's impossible. The second Miss Lu nearly stumbled, her lips trembling and her face as pale as paper. At that moment, Lu Shu spoke seriously. Impossible. How can my sister be in such a condition? Before her marriage, she had no contact with any man. How could she possibly have affections for someone? The second Miss Lu shook her head vigorously, refusing to believe that her sister, who was so well-mannered and obedient, would fall for someone else. Although her family often called her willful and headstrong, she could not accept that her sister would be the same. Seeing her in such a distraught state, Lu Shu remarked, just as a maid slowly stood up, supporting the second miss as they exited the shop. The second Miss Lu turned to Lu Shanshu and said, Lu Shanshu. Lu Shanshu cast a brief glance at her before turning her attention to the little one in Yijipan's arms. The onlookers regarded Lu Shanshu with admiration and praise. Although they were unsure of the truth, her ability to predict someone coming for the second Miss Lu was impressive. The steward felt fortunate for having spoken on Lu Shanshu's behalf earlier. If the master knew, he would surely commend him. He eagerly presented several pieces of silk before Yijipan and her companions. Madam, I sincerely apologize for earlier. I failed to recognize your two daughters. Please take whichever fabric you prefer as a gesture of my regret. Yijipan hurriedly waved her hands. No need for that. It's all right. She had never experienced such courtesy from a shopkeeper. Without Lu Shanshu's presence, not only would her two daughters have been dismissed, but she might have faced the same fate. Mother, do not be polite to her. She scared my two sisters, causing them to drop their candied hawthorn on the ground. My treats are gone. I deserve something for this shabby cloth. Oh, my beloved candied hawthorn. Her two sisters, knowing her fondness for candied hawthorn, would always let her have a taste when they approached their mother. Now, having fallen to the ground, she had lost the opportunity to savor them. Gu Linen mumbled to herself, sucking on her fingers as if they were her candied hawthorn. Yijipan looked at her daughter, realizing this little one was quite the glutton, already longing for food at such a tender age. Lu Shanshu, however, smiled, wanting to demonstrate her skills before this esteemed presence, curious to see how the would react to her abilities. Little did she expect that the child's focus would be solely on her cherished candied hawthorn. She turned to the shopkeeper. Forget the apology. The two children lost their candied hawthorn due to your fright. You should buy 2 more strings for them. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's face lit up. As long as there was a chance for forgiveness, he directed the attendant to treat them well and hurriedly left the shop. Guanin's eyes sparkled at the sight of the candied hawthorn, and her fingers popped out of her mouth. Lu Shanshu, well done. The shopkeeper truly knows how to handle matters. No wonder you are the shopkeeper. It would be a shame if you were not. My candied hawthorn, please give me one. Guanin's inner voice clamored excitedly. Yijipan almost wanted to cover her daughter's mouth, but how could one silence thoughts? At this moment, Lu Shanshu felt her abilities were utterly useless, overshadowed by a mere candied hawthorn. She picked one and placed it before Guanin. The little girl seized it with both hands, nearly causing Yijipan to lose her grip on her. Lu Shanshu was startled. She only intended to let her have a taste, wishing for her to refrain from making noise, as it was painful to the ears. What do you think of my skills? Do you envy them? If you wish to learn, I can teach you. Guanin shot her a glance, scoffing. Envy? Please, with such meager skills, why would I envy? This is merely the leftovers of my esteemed self. Yet you seem to take pride in it. Alas, this world has truly become desolate. Lu Shanshu assumed she was boasting, her tone becoming less amiable. If you claim this is your leftover, let us wager. The next person who enters, predict their fortune. Yijipan, hearing their banter escalate, wished to intervene but was at a loss for words. She could not say she could see into their hearts with her own eyes. She could only hope her daughter would behave and not confront Lu Shanshu. Her predictions were so accurate. How could her daughter, so young, possibly compete? A wager requires a stake. Guanin's childish thoughts chimed in. What do you mean by stake? I can fulfill any of your desires. Lu Shanshu readily agreed. I want a string of candied hawthorn. I'm not greedy. Just 1 string will suffice. Lu Shanshu shook her head in disbelief. Indeed, candied hawthorn was her greatest love. All right, just 1 string, but you must lick it. You are too young to swallow it whole, understand? Guanin cheerfully shoved her little finger back into her mouth. The shopkeeper, having set aside a wooden stick, observed Lu Shanshu conversing with a child, perplexed. He scrutinized Guanin again. The child was quite adorable, though a bit thin, yet nothing particularly special. At that moment, a plain-looking young girl entered, walking up to the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, is the outfit my young lady ordered ready? I've come to collect it. Upon seeing the newcomer, the shopkeeper instantly brightened. Dongji, your young lady's clothing is finished. Wait a moment. I'll have an attendant fetch it for you. The girl named Dongji nodded and, glancing around the shop, caught sight of Yijipan and the others with a look of disdain. At this time, Lu Shanshu whispered to Guanin, what do you think of her? What does her fortune reveal? Guanin had noticed the girl the moment she entered, especially her disdainful gaze toward her mother and the others. She turned to Shu and said, "This girl is 16 years old, with an elder sister. She has endured a poor childhood, lacking parental affection, and harbors unwholesome thoughts. Her visage bears the mark of impending misfortune, and this calamity is set to occur today." Chapter 29. Hard times ahead. As Guanin's thoughts echoed, Yijipan's eyes widened in horror, instinctively darting toward the young girl. Her daughter certainly had the audacity to speak such things, to declare that the girl faced impending misfortune today. Thankfully, the young girl could not hear Guanin's thoughts. Otherwise, she would surely have rushed over to confront them. Shu, however, was delighted, surprised that Guanin's observations were nearly identical to her own predictions. Yet, she did not wish to let this little one bask in pride. Already arrogant, to claim they were the same would surely lift her spirits further. Thus, she remained silent. At this moment, Guanren and Guanxin were happily enjoying their candied hawthorns. Suddenly, upon hearing her sister's heartfelt words, their gazes involuntarily shifted to the young girl standing at the counter. Sensing the scrutiny, the girl turned her head towards the two children holding the candied fruit, her eyes cold and malevolent. The moment Guanren and Guanxin met her gaze, a shiver ran down their spines, nearly causing the treats in their hands to tumble to the ground. Such a look was hardly befitting a mere 16-year-old girl. Noticing their frightened demeanor, the girl smirked slightly and addressed the shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper, how can you allow two beggar children to enter your establishment? Are you still hoping to do business? Hurry and chase them out, lest they ruin my lady's garments with their stench." Guanin clenched her small fist, her bright eyes fixed on the girl. "How dare you mock my sister as a beggar? I had intended to spare you, but it seems you seek your own demise." Yizipan, observing the indignant child in her arms, feared she might act rashly, and thus held her tightly to shield her from the girl's presence. The shopkeeper glanced at her, then at the so-called beggars, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Lu Shunpa, who wore an expression of displeasure, filling him with irritation. Just moments ago, Lu Er had nearly caused him to offend Lu Shunpa with her words, and now this mere maid dared to voice such disdain. Truly an ungrateful wretch. With a cold snort, he retorted, "Beggar children? Every patron who enters my shop is a guest. You should refrain from such harsh words. Your lady is a frequent visitor here, and her kind heart would never utter such sentiments, nor would I dare to expel anyone associated with her. How can you, as her maid, speak so?" He recognized the girl. She was a servant often seen with the young lady of the Zhou family, who had previously displayed a semblance of propriety. Now, her words dripped with malice, and were it not for her mistress, he would have been inclined to cast her out immediately. The maid's eyes flashed with venom as she retorted, "Hurry up, little second. The stench in this shop is unbearable. I feel as though I might suffocate." She pinched her nose shut, as if truly overwhelmed by some foul odor. The shopkeeper let out a disdainful huff, dismissing her further. The maid shot him a cold glare, well aware that he would not expel the two children. Her gaze turned to Guanren and Guanxin, brimming with resentment, a fleeting expression of cruelty crossing her face. At that moment, the second clerk emerged from the back room with a bundle of clothes, handing it to the maid. She grasped the heavy bundle, nearly dropping it to the floor. Excitement ignited in her eyes as she hurriedly dashed towards the door. The shopkeeper shook his head, bemused by the Zhou family's servants' utter lack of decorum. Once the maid had exited, Yijipan turned back, while Guanin, still fuming, vigorously sucked on her fingers until they turned red. Noticing the maid's absence, she withdrew her fingers and exclaimed, "She is gone. Yu Shenpo. Why did you let her escape? That maid's actions may well impact several lives." Lives? She failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. That young maid harbored ill intentions, and though she faced imprisonment, it was not a matter of life and death. How could she have discerned that? Lu Shun furrowed her brow, perplexed by Guanin's sentiments. At that moment, Guanin looked at her with innocent, wide eyes and thought, "You can't possibly have missed it. It's so obvious. You truly failed to see it, and you call yourself a seer? Forget it. Just call me a seer from now on." Lu Shanpo's face flushed with embarrassment at Guanin's mockery, wishing to vanish into the ground. Yet a flicker of hope remained. Perhaps Gu Anin had misjudged the situation. Just then, another young maid in a yellow dress entered, addressing the shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper, has my lady's dress been completed? My lady sent me to collect it." The shopkeeper looked up, astonished and incredulous, stuttering, You were just here to collect the dress, weren't you? Why are you back?" The young maid appeared bewildered, insisting she had never been there before today. She thought the shopkeeper had mistaken her for someone else, and playfully replied, "Shopkeeper, don't jest. Quickly fetch the Zhou family's young lady's garments. We come here often. You must recognize me." The young maid spoke earnestly, but the shopkeeper's face darkened with anger. It was the first time they had encountered such an absurd situation. Someone returning for a garment they had just collected. His gaze turned icy, and he replied curtly, "I know you are the maid of the Zhou family. You just took the dress. There are many witnesses here who can attest to it." His words were firm, laced with derision. The young maid, hearing this, felt tears welling up in her eyes. "Shopkeeper, I didn't take anything. Don't wrongfully accuse a good person. My lady has 5 sets of clothing. Selling me 1 tea cover the cost. Have mercy and give me my lady's dress. I'll kneel if I must." With that, she dropped to her knees, sobbing heart-wrenchingly. However, the shopkeeper felt equally aggrieved. He had indeed given her the dress, and now she was demanding it again. Although angry, he couldn't bear to see her cry so pitifully and rushed to help her up. "Child, my second clerk clearly gave it to you. You can ask him and the other patrons here for confirmation." Upon hearing this, the maid remained on the ground, refusing to rise. The shopkeeper, helpless, turned to the crowd, noticing Lu Shanpe's eyes brightening with interest. "Lu Shanpe, you must help me. Wasn't it my second clerk who gave a dress to that girl? She took it away." The shopkeeper looked to Lu Shanpe with pleading eyes. At that moment, Lu Shanpe stepped forward, glancing between the 2 girls, and declared, "The person your second clerk gave the dress to was indeed not her. She is the one who just arrived to collect the garments." Hearing this, the kneeling maid wiped her tears and implored the shopkeeper, "Shopkeeper, this kind lady has just stated that I did not take the dress. Please give me my lady's garments." The shopkeeper nearly choked on his own disbelief. Just moments ago, it was his very face that had collected the dress, and now Lu Shanpe was favoring her. Those 5 outfits were made of fine materials and would cost him no less than 20 taels of silver. He fell to his knees before Lu Shanpe, tears streaming down his face. "Lu Shanpe, you cannot do this. It was indeed her who took the garments. Do not turn a blind eye to the truth. If my fierce mother finds out I've lost silver, I shall have no peace." Chapter 30. 2 identical faces. The steward, tearfully pleading, was soon joined by the shop assistant, who also chimed in, the onlookers, all women, nodding in agreement, murmuring their support for the shopkeeper. Though their voices were quiet, Lu Shanpe observed everything, her expression darkening with displeasure at the implication that she would lie. Yet, seeing the shopkeeper's heart-wrenching sorrow, she surmised that his home must indeed be ruled by a formidable matron. She addressed the shopkeeper sternly. "What you all saw is not the same maid who was in the shop. Although they bear striking resemblance, the garments she wears are of a different color, and their expressions, manners, and speech are entirely distinct. These are not the same individuals." A gasp rippled through the crowd. The shopkeeper's face crumpled in despair, nearly fainting. If this was the case, he would be liable for the garments, and his cries grew more pitiful. The kneeling maid's expression froze. Could it be that she had a twin? Though they were indeed twins, their parents had sent her away to serve the Zhou family from a young age. Today, the young lady of her household bestowed upon her a selection of pastries, which she hesitated to consume, instead choosing to take them home to her parents, while also retrieving her lady's garments. Was it possible that her sister was aware of her intention to collect the clothing and had impersonated her? Pondering this, she swiftly rose, eager to race home. At that moment, the steward called to her, for the loss of the garments would tarnish their establishment's reputation. Observing the flustered young girl before him, he exchanged a knowing glance with the young attendant, and together they dashed outside. The shopkeeper sighed as he watched their departing figures. Guanin, with her fingers poised, gazed longingly at the candied hawthorn skewers on the wooden post. "If you were to give me a candied hawthorn, I would tell you how to locate those garments. Oh, how round and glistening they are! I long to savor a taste. Woe is me, I crave it." Guanin lamented, her yearning for the treat spilling forth in tears. Guanrin and Guanshin witnessing their sister's distress, offered her the candied hawthorn, allowing her but a fleeting lick. Yet, in her fervor, Gu Enin inhaled half of the hawthorn, choking on it, her complexion turning a shade of purple. Yezaphan, alarmed, hastily attempted to assist her, but upon witnessing Gu Enin's mother angrily discard the hawthorn, the young girl let out another howl of frustration. Woe is me, my candied hawthorn, so hard-earned, and you cast it aside before I could even taste it. I demand to have it. Yezaphan, unwilling to indulge her tantrum, delivered 2 sharp slaps to her bottom. In an instant, Gu Enin's eyes widened in disbelief. She had been struck, and by her own mother no less. Her howls ceased as she stared blankly at Yezaphan. Yezaphan, startled by her expression, wondered if her reprimand had broken her spirit. Just as she was about to console her, Gu Anshin interjected, "Mother, I have soiled myself, and now my bottom is unclean." Lu Shenpa could not help but chuckle aloud at the predicament. The princess's bottom was unclean indeed. Gu Anren and Gu Anshin, being of shorter stature, were met with an overwhelming stench emanating from Gu Enin, causing them to cover their mouths and hasten outside with the candied hawthorn. Yezaphan, observing her children rush from the shop, felt an urge to follow, but as their mother, she had to endure. The other patrons, oblivious to the scene, soon detected the foul odor wafting through the shop, prompting them to flee. Embarrassed, Yezaphan tugged at Lu Shenpa, signaling their departure. Yet, Lu Shenpa jested, "We cannot have you carrying such a foul thing about. It is time for a change." The shopkeeper, sensing the commotion, sought a quiet spot for them to procure a diaper. "You foul creature, how dare you call me such names? I shall show you." A glimmer of golden light danced in her small hand. Lu Shenpa swiftly grasped her hand, leaning close to whisper, "If I do not call you foul, would you prefer I declare that you have soiled yourself? If you wish for your mother to endure the stench, then do as you wish. The princess, you must bear with it, lest we attract disapproving glances the entire way." Lu Shenpa's eyes sparkled with mirth, while Gu Enin glared at her, yet warmth surged beneath her. Lu Shenpa's laughter faltered as she covered her nose and distanced herself. Even the approaching shopkeeper swiftly diverted his path. Gu Enin, mortified, wished to close her eyes and feign sleep, reasoning that as a child, it was natural to soil oneself. However, the stench was intolerable. After a prolonged interval, Gu Enin finally changed out of her soiled diaper and cleaned herself. Upon re-entering the shop, the steward leaned in, taking a cautious sniff. No longer foul. Now, the shop can welcome patrons without concern. Gu Enin, observing his expression, felt a mischievous desire to soil herself once more, but the thought of that odor was unbearable. Shopkeeper, trouble brews. The girl who took the garments was indeed not the one who arrived later. I recognized 2 identical faces. I am certain the first was the one who took the young lady's garments. Yet she refuses to confess, and her parents support her. What shall we do now? The young attendant, panting heavily, entered, drenched in sweat. At that moment, the girl dressed in yellow, looking utterly dejected, stepped inside. Her complexion was ashen, despair clouding her eyes. Biting her lip, she finally uttered, "Shopkeeper, please report me to the authorities. I took my lady's garments and sold them for money. I have squandered the silver and cannot repay my lady for the attire. Please, summon the constables to take me away. I can no longer face my lady." Chapter 31. Beyond master and servant well done. Let us divide this 5 taels of silver equally, but do not let your father know, or he will squander it away. Mother, rest assured, I will keep this secret from him. But what if sister discovers the garments are missing? Fear not. The young lady of the Zhou family has always treated her kindly. A few garments will not incite her wrath. Even if she seeks retribution, it will be your sister who bears the brunt, as long as you deny it. Wang Yuehua burst through the door, astonished. Was this truly the mother she had longed for? She had brought her pastries, and yet treated her so harshly. Those garments had been purchased for 20 taels of silver, and they were peddling them for a mere 5, placing the blame squarely on her. How could she bear such a burden? She earned only 1 tael a month, all of which went to her mother. Tears streamed down her face, blurring her vision. Startled by the door's sudden opening, the 2 women hastily concealed the silver, only to find that it was her. A stout woman with a flabby face clutched her chest in complaint. "You scared me. I thought it was someone else." "Yuehua, Your sister earns silver from her work. Do not tell your father, for he is a gambler. If he learns of this money, it will vanish. Unaware of Wang Yuehua's distress, she continued to speak, while Wang Yuelon quickly hid the silver and echoed, "Indeed, sister. You must not reveal this to father. I worked hard for this silver." Their words pierced her heart like daggers, and she clenched her teeth, fighting back tears. Yet, they flowed uncontrollably as she choked out, "Yes. Not easy at all. You sold my lady's garments for money, divided the proceeds, and now I must bear the blame when the truth surfaces. Why you treat me so?" Her voice rose in anger, expressing her pent-up frustration. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Upon hearing Wang Yuehua's furious inquiry, her mother faltered, realizing she had overheard their conversation. No wonder she was so incensed. "After all, you are a jinx. I foretold your fate as a child, that you would bring misfortune to our home, while your sister would bring fortune. Since you are aware, you shall bear the consequences." She glared defiantly, speaking with conviction, entirely disregarding that the person before her was also her daughter. Wang Yuehua's jaw dropped in disbelief at her mother's words. The shop attendant, caught between the doorway, hesitated to enter. Upon noticing someone standing at the entrance, Wang Yuehua's mother barked, "Who are you? Get out of my house. We do not welcome strangers." The attendant, frightened, quickly retreated, his eyes wide with terror. Spotting the girl in yellow, he pointed at Wang Yuelon, exclaiming, "It is her. She is the one I gave the garments to." Wang Yuelon, fingered by the attendant, displayed no fear. Instead, a slight smirk graced her lips. "I suggest you think carefully before you speak. I am not the Zhou family's maid. If you gave the garments to someone unwilling to work, does that not implicate your establishment in further compensation to the Zhou family?" The attendant fell silent, realizing that he was indeed complicit in the affair, and dared not utter another word. Wang Yuehua gazed at her sister, realizing that she had long been scheming, taking the blame while the shop dared not argue. At that moment, her mother looked at her gently and said, "Yuehua, do not blame your mother for being heartless. Your sister wishes to find a good husband, and it is necessary for her to adorn herself without spending money. Your father is difficult to deal with, and thus, I can only put you in this predicament. Accept this matter, and the Zhou family will not hold it against you." Wang Yuehua scoffed. Did her sister need to dress up to find a good husband, while she did not, just because of a fortune-teller's words? They had concluded that she would bring misfortune upon them? No wonder the young lady often said that those who do not care for you, no matter how well they treat you, are of no use. Today, she truly understood that. Though her heart bled, she found clarity. "Very well, I accept. However, from now on, I shall have no ties with you. Whether imprisoned or at peace, I sever all connections with you henceforth." The flesh on her mother's face twitched. She did not expect her daughter to be so resolute as to sever ties. She wished to intervene, but heard Wang Yuelon say, "Mother, let my sister go. Since she wishes to leave this family, do not make it difficult for her." The innkeeper remarked, "Is this even humane? To let her sister go? What good can come from this?" Alas, hearing such words is truly a torment to my ears. The woman nodded immediately, smiling. "Yuelon is understanding. I shall not make it difficult for your sister. From now on, we are no longer mother and daughter." She said this with a smile, showing no hint of reluctance about severing their maternal ties. "Remember what you said today." Wang Yuelon knelt before the shopkeeper, tears streaming down her face. Her heart was already filled with countless wounds, having grown to 16 without receiving any affection from her parents. It was perhaps better to accept this matter and end her relationship with them. The shopkeeper glanced at her, unsure what to do, and looked to Lu Shimpa for help. Lu Shimpa shook her head, saying, "There is a fate she must endure, but it is not necessarily a bad thing. Go and invite Zhou Xiaojia to come. She will decide the matter. Do not invite my lady. She is kind-hearted, and I know she will not believe what I say." Wang Yuehua pleaded at Lu Shimpa's feet, almost begging as she clutched her clothing. Alas, this foolish girl, even if she were imprisoned, her parents and sister would feel no guilt. If she were to be imprisoned, it would be her lady who would feel remorse. Yixipan looked at Gu in her arms with confusion. If her parents and sister felt no guilt, why would her lady feel remorse? At this moment, Lu Shimpa said earnestly, "If you choose imprisonment, have you considered your lady's feelings? She regards you with more than just a master-servant relationship. Please invite your lady to come, and we shall discuss it further. Chapter 32. The two sisters disappear upon hearing this. The steward immediately signaled for the waiter to invite the Zhou family's young lady, and the waiter hurriedly ran out. Wang Yuehua collapsed onto the ground, tears flowing again at the thought of her lady. In this world, perhaps only her lady truly cared for her. Meanwhile, Guanin felt a twinge of sadness, with parents who do not care and sisters who are indifferent. Poor girl. Alas, thankfully, this divine being has a good mother. Otherwise, relying on that scoundrel father, I would have perished long ago. I wonder how that scoundrel father is faring, according to the tales. He should be running out of resources soon. Yi Jipan and Lu Xinpa exchanged glances at Guanin, who had her eyes closed, fearing Lu Xinpa would see her eyes and reveal her situation. Yet, she did not realize that even without looking, her heart's thoughts were clearly heard by them. What does it mean to be played with and run out of resources? Yi Jipan puzzled over these phrases, unable to grasp their meaning. Lu Xinpa, however, noted her mention of according to the tales, pondering if this world were merely a story. Just then, the waiter rushed in, drenched in sweat, announcing, "Shopkeeper, the Zhou young lady has arrived." I ran into her before reaching the Zhou residence. She has come with me. With that, a graceful, beautiful woman entered, swiftly approaching Wang Yuehua and pulling her up. Her voice was gentle, soothing to the ears. "What troubles you, so that you must demean yourself? It is merely a few pieces of clothing. Consider them lost, and it matters not." Upon hearing this, Wang Yuehua cried even harder. Her voice choked, "My lady, I am sorry. If not for me, you would not have." Zhou Xiaojia patted her back, comforting her. "The waiter has already informed me. Do not be sad. Since your parents are unkind and your sisters indifferent, you need not demean yourself. Consider these garments as a repayment for their upbringing." "Thank you, my lady. I am unworthy of having such a good master. Even if I must toil, I will repay your kindness." Wang Yuehua knelt again, bowing her head. Zhou Xiaojia feigned a stern voice, and Wang Yuehua immediately stood up. Zhou Xiaojia then smiled brightly, wiping away her tears, and Wang Yuehua also smiled through her sobs. The shopkeeper, relieved that the matter was resolved, approached Zhou Xiaojia and apologized. "Young lady, I apologize. It was the shop's negligence to give your clothing to someone else. Please choose any fabric you like, and the shop will make you an outfit free of charge." Zhou Xiaojia smiled graciously, replying, "No need to be polite, shopkeeper. This was not your fault. In the future, I will ensure that Yuehua does not come to collect clothing, so as not to trouble the shop." The shopkeeper exchanged pleasantries. As Zhou Xiaojia turned to leave, Lu Xinpa interjected, "Wait a moment, young lady. Although this maid has verbally severed ties with her parents, there is no formal declaration of severance. If her parents were to renounce this, it could lead to future troubles for your maid." Zhou Xiaojia furrowed her brow. Sizing up Lu Xinpa, the shopkeeper approached, smiling as he explained, "Young lady, she is the renowned Lu Xinpa in our town, known for her accurate readings. You can trust her. For your maid's sake, it would be wise to have her parents write a formal severance letter to avoid future complications." Upon hearing Lu Xinpa's name, Zhou Xiaojia's face flushed slightly, and she complimented, "Thank you, Lu Xinpa, for your guidance. My father has mentioned you, and I am aware of your skills. May I invite you to our residence for a visit one day?" Her father had wished to seek Lu Xinpa's advice on her marriage prospects, but her fame had drawn many, and they had not yet been able to secure an appointment. Recently, however, she had been yearning for a certain young man, and had intended to ask her father to invite Lu Xinpa, not expecting to meet her here. Lu Xinpa, observing her features, replied, "Very well. I shall visit the Zhou residence in a few days." Zhou Xiaojia bowed, her eyes filled with joy as she departed with Wang Yuehua. Poor Zhou Xiaojia, though blessed with beauty, has fallen for such a man. It seems that fate will intervene. What a pity. Did you notice? Lu Xinpa whispered in her ear. Guanin looked at her, as if she were foolish, with such obviousness. How could I not see? My title as a divine being is not for naught. Lu Xinpa, unimpressed by her expression, sought to see her humbled and retorted, "Then you must have miscalculated her twin sister's fate. She did not end up in prison today. And the matter of several lives is indeed absurd." She was determined to quell her arrogance. Otherwise, she would soar too high. Just wait and see. She will surely be in prison today. If my calculations are wrong, you may deal with me. But if she is imprisoned, Lu Shunpa, you must face my consequences. Yi Jipan sensed Lu Shinpa's hesitation and quickly said, Master, let us choose some fabrics. We have lingered here too long, and you mentioned needing to buy many things. Yes, let us hurry and choose. We need to find beautiful fabric for Unin and Anshin. Her disciple had keen insight, realizing her master was in a predicament and seeking to smooth things over, causing Lu Shinpa to smile slightly. But then Yi Jipan exclaimed, Where are Unin and Anshin? They had only just stepped out for a moment, hadn't they? Where could they have gone? Her eyes were reddened with anxiety. Lu Shinpa's slightly upturned lips fell. Who would dare to snatch someone away right under her nose? She approached Yi Jipan, gazing earnestly at her childbearing palace, and reassured her, Do not worry, they are safe. Your children are destined for longevity and will come to no harm. The most pressing matter now is to report to the authorities and locate them. Yi Jipan nodded. The sight of Lu Shinpa gave her a sense of security. Had she lost her 2 children, it would surely have driven her to despair. The 2 of them, cradling the child, hurriedly made their way to the county office. At that moment, Gu Unin, filled with fury, exclaimed, Don't head this way. You won't find your sisters here. By the time the officials send someone, the 2 sisters would have been moved elsewhere. Quickly, go to the dilapidated temple on West Street. They're being held there. Upon hearing this, Yi Jipan immediately halted, while Lu Shinpa hesitated. If they were being held by someone, they would be powerless in the face of a crowd. Yet if they did not go, the 2 children might be lost forever. Seeing the determination in Yi Jipan's gaze, she clenched her teeth and said, Let us go to the dilapidated temple on West Street. Chapter 33. A blade's theft. Yi Jipan's eyes glimmered with gratitude. Although she had only recently met Lu Shinpa, she was willing to risk herself to save her daughter, and this inspired deep appreciation within her. She looked at Gu Unin in her arms, trusting her words completely after their days together. The 2 turned and dashed towards the dilapidated temple on West Street, followed closely by a pure black dog. Navigating through the bustling marketplace, they arrived at West Street, which lacked shops or markets and was devoid of passersby. Lu Shinpa stopped before a crumbling temple, its walls long in disrepair, as if a gentle push would bring them crashing down. Yi Jipan, clutching her child and running hastily, was drenched in sweat. But her worry for her daughter's safety overshadowed any discomfort as she stepped inside. Inside the dilapidated temple, the stone steps were fractured and broken, with weeds sprouting from the damaged areas. Lu Shinpa advanced swiftly, pushing open the temple door, which creaked ominously, releasing a foul odor into the air. Lu Shinpa immediately covered her nose. The stench was unbearable, reminiscent of something that had rotted for an extended period. Gu Unin scrunched her little mouth, internally lamenting, How foul! Who could have made such a stench? If they claimed second place, I would never dare to claim the first. Spotting movement, Yi Jipan assumed it was her daughter's and rushed forward, only to be halted by Lu Shinpa. With a serious expression, Lu Shinpa observed the movement beneath the straw. Remaining vigilant, she surveyed the area and noticed a lifelike stone dragon statue ahead, majestic yet covered in dust, its original color obscured by years of neglect. The offering table was thick with dust, and the incense burner was missing a corner, appearing quite dilapidated. Lu Shinpa shouted towards the source of the movement, Who is there? Come out at once. She was convinced that someone was hiding with unclear intentions. In that instant, a small, filthy head peeked out, the child's face smeared with dirt, and fear reflected in their eyes as tears streamed down their cheeks, making incoherent sounds. It turned out to be a mute child. Lu Shinpa approached, and as she moved, dust swirled in the sunlight. The mute boy watched her approach with increasing terror, waving his hands but remaining motionless. Suddenly, Lu Shinpa halted upon stepping on something soft. Kicking aside the straw, she gasped in horror. It was a child's hand. With urgency, she kicked the straw away entirely, revealing a 7- or 8-year-old child lying there, barely alive, with empty little legs. Shock washed over her as she realized the extent of the child's injuries. They had been cruelly severed. The suffering this child must have endured while alive was unimaginable. She cast a sympathetic glance at the terrified boy and then looked at the thick pile of straw, her heart heavy with disbelief. Do not be afraid. We are here to find someone. Have you seen 2 little girls? The boy seemed to understand her words. Shaking his head vigorously, Yi Jipan also spotted the lifeless child on the ground, and the sight of the small figures among the straw filled her with dread. However, Guanin was captivated by the dragon statue ahead, her eyes fixated on it. When her gaze met the dragon's eyes, it felt as if the stone dragon had come to life. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot directly into Guanin's forehead, and before she could react, the light penetrated her mind, filling her small body with an overwhelming force, making her feel as though she could soar. Lu Shenpe observed Guanin's excited expression with confusion. Did she not feel sorrow for these children? Did she lack compassion? Guanin, noticing Lu Shenpe's puzzled gaze, turned her attention to the child on the ground and the mute boy, and her anger surged forth. Who did this? Do these people have no conscience? Once we catch them, they shall pay dearly. Sisters, please be safe. Lao Wu, hurry and lead us to them. It was then that Lu Shenpe realized the dog had been following them all along, and Yi Jipan finally understood that her daughter had been referring to the dog all this time. The two hastily followed the dog as it darted into the temple's backyard, where weeds flourished, towering above their knees, creating a desolate and dilapidated scene. They trailed the dog through the overgrown thicket, and upon reaching a grove, a wide path appeared before them, marked by the tracks of passing carts. Continuing onward, the dog abruptly halted, darting into the nearby underbrush. Lu Shenpe, possessing keen hearing, detected voices ahead and urged Yi Jipan to hide in the grass with her. After a moment, two burly men approached, discussing their recent success. This time went well. If those two little girls catch the eye of that powerful figure, we won't have to worry about money for half a year. Indeed, brotherly, with you leading, we brothers won't lack for silver. Those two little girls look identical, though they're a bit young. It'll surely be quite a delight, and that powerful figure will undoubtedly take a liking to them. Yi Jipan, hiding beneath the foliage, felt her eyes redden. The girls they spoke of could only be her daughters. She clenched her fists, wanting to leap out and demand to know where her daughters were. But as she lifted her foot, she snapped a twig, producing a sound that drew their attention. Who is there? Come out now, or we will come in. The fright rendered Yi Jipan motionless, as Lu Shenpe shook her head, signaling her to remain still. The men, seeing no one emerge, cautiously advanced into the thicket. At that moment, the black dog appeared before them, startling the men, who cursed, "Damn it, you scared me. It's just a dead dog." One of them suggested, "Since it's still early, why not have some dog meat?" "Sure, brotherly. It's been ages since we feasted. Dog meat is delicious." Another replied, pulling a dagger from his pocket to grab the black dog. "Damn it, you think you can eat dog meat? With your eyes? You should see that it's a wolf. If you try to eat it, you'll be the one being eaten." Yi Jipan and Lu Shenpe exchanged glances at the black dog. It was clearly just a dog. How could it be a wolf? If it were a wolf, it wouldn't be so compliant. The black dog stared coldly at them, particularly at the man with the knife. The man charged at it with his knife, but the black dog remained still, waiting patiently. The man brandished his knife, grinning as if a delicious feast lay before him. Brotherly also wore a smile. That foolish dog must be terrified. It doesn't even know to run. Move quickly and finish it off. Yet in the next moment, he found himself sitting on the ground in shock. Chapter 34. A life unworthy. The sudden movement of the black dog left everyone astounded. It lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the neck of the man with the knife, blood splattering and staining the surrounding grass. On the ground, a gaping wound appeared on his companion's neck, blood gushing forth. The black dog fixated on him with unwavering intensity, as if it were eyeing its prey, crimson droplets of blood dripping from its jaws. Emanating a ferocious aura. Terrified, he collapsed to the ground, trembling, with a damp patch forming in his trousers. He yearned to flee, but paralyzing fear rendered him immobile. The black dog leapt upon him, baring its sharp teeth, ready to sever his throat, prompting a panicked scream from him. At that moment, Guan interjected, "Wait, Lao Wu. Spare a life. We need to inquire how many people are inside and where my sisters are, so we can rescue them." Yi Jipan, already paralyzed with fear from the earlier scene, mustered a little strength upon hearing Guan mention her sisters. Lu Shenpe observed the dog before her, realizing it had no intention of advancing. She cast a glance at Guan, her eyes reflecting a tinge of complexity. Hearing the man's desperate cries, she stepped forward and warned, "If you continue to shout, it will simply end your life. Tell us where those two little girls are hidden, what you intend to do with them, and how many of you there are." The man pinned beneath the black dog saw Lu Shinpa and the woman holding a child nearby, his voice faltering. "If I tell you, will you let me go?" He stammered. "Bargaining are we? Do you wish to experience the agony of being devoured piece by piece?" Lu Shinpa threatened, unwilling to waste more words. The man, panicking, waved his hands and quickly exclaimed, "No, no, I'll tell you. There are 20 of us. We too came to welcome an important figure. If he takes a liking to those two twin girls, they will be taken as playthings. They are locked in the dungeon of the house ahead. I've told you everything, so can you let me go now?" He gazed fearfully at the black dog before him, its razor-sharp teeth and bloodied mouth amplifying the terror. The black dog, oblivious to his words, growled ominously as it sensed his movement, causing him to nearly lose his composure. Lu Shinpa, having obtained the information she sought, unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, rendering the man unconscious. At that moment, a man drove a horse-drawn carriage deep into the forest. The carriage sped along, its curtains fluttering, while a man and a young girl sat inside, laughter occasionally escaping their lips. Lu Shinpa quickly pulled Yi Jipan behind a tree, and Yi Jipan, peeking through the curtain, caught a glimpse of the girl as profile, which struck her as eerily familiar. Lu Shinpa glanced at Gu Inan nestled in Yi Jipan's arms. Realizing that what was destined to happen was indeed unfolding, malice and fate were inescapable. Gu Inan, unable to see the occupants of the carriage, felt anxious, fearing for his sister's safety. "Lao Wu, can you summon some wolves? There are 20 of them, and my mother and Lu Shinpa are outnumbered. We cannot afford any missteps." Lao Wu looked at Gu Inan, instantly transforming into an obedient little pup, and replied, "Rest assured, Immortal Sovereign, I will protect you with my life. I will try to see if any companions are nearby." Gu Inan nodded, feeling a measure of relief. Yi Jipan observed Gu Inan and the dog, pondering whether her daughter could communicate with the creature, which should not be the case. Lu Shinpa had already sensed the many secrets Gu Inan harbored. As the carriage gradually receded, the two stealthily followed the dog. After a while, a mansion came into view, its towering walls concealing the interior, with two large gates tightly shut. They took cover behind the trees, scrutinizing the scene. It would be no simple task to breach the walls. Not only was Yi Jipan troubled, but even Lu Shinpa felt despair. Despite her formidable powers, carrying two children out would be arduous. She turned to Gu Inan, who was fixated on the high walls. Lu Shinpa leaned in and asked, "Immortal Sovereign, do you have a way to enter?" Gu Inan shot her a glance, thinking, "This is trivial. I can let them all out to face their doom." Lu Shinpa smirked, realizing that the Immortal Sovereign had a penchant for grandiose claims. Suddenly, an unexpected crash echoed as a large section of the wall collapsed, dust swirling and stones flying. The people inside erupted into chaos, cries of alarm filling the air. As the dust settled, the left wall was nearly entirely demolished, revealing the courtyard beyond. The courtyard was expansive, with two side rooms visible across the way, several large barrels placed before them. At that moment, a dozen burly men stood beside the fallen wall, some cursing the wall's fragility, others lamenting the impending expense. Lu Shinpa scrutinized them closely, discerning that these men were no good, some even bearing the weight of multiple lives lost. Just then, Gu Inan's lips curled into a smirk. "Lu Shinpa, do you think you can eliminate them all?" "I doubt it, judging by your constipated expression. Watch me handle them with ease." She flicked her fingers, unleashing a beam of golden light that soared skyward. At this moment, the sun blazed overhead, thunder clapped, and bolts of lightning danced through the dark clouds. The dozen burly men, looking up at the sky, remained oblivious to the impending danger, marveling at the shimmering silver gathering above. They pointed at the sky, praising its beauty, their faces alight with joy. Yet in the next instant, golden lightning struck down upon them, and in their panic to flee, it was too late. The bolts of lightning struck their bodies, emitting a blinding golden radiance. In no time, all of them collapsed. Yi Jipan felt her body go numb, her legs weak. She turned to Gu Inan in her arms, pondering her daughter's origins, astonished at her ability to summon lightning. Lu Shinpa, equally astounded, had witnessed countless formidable beings. Yet such prowess was unprecedented. Noticing Lu Xinpa's astonishment, Gu Unin declared proudly, "Stop dawdling. Hurry and rescue my sisters. We must not allow that important figure to bully them." The two regained their composure and stealthily approached the fallen wall. As they passed by the dozen men, Lu Xinpa checked their pulses, relieved to find they still lived. If they had been struck dead, Guanin's bloodshed would have been too great. Yet, looking at their faces, she shook her head. Even if they survived, they would likely be rendered useless. With shattered bones and charred skin, living would be a torment, but such punishment was a fitting retribution for their sins. The black dog led the way, having been here before. It had chased Wang Yuelon out of the cloth store, following her as she conversed with several burly men, only to discover that they had kidnapped the Immortal Sovereign's two sisters. The black dog pushed open the door to a room. Immortal Sovereign, this is the room where they are holding them. Chapter 35. The fortunes of the two sisters Lu Xinpa and Yi Zhipan entered. The room was empty, sparsely furnished with a bed, a table, and 4 teacups. Lu Xinpa touched a teacup, still warm, indicating that someone had recently occupied the space. Yi Zhipan, worried for her daughter's safety, held Guanin tightly, her face etched with concern. "Master, where is the dungeon? Where are Anren and Anshin? Do not worry. They do not seek their lives. We have an opportunity to rescue them." Lu Xinpa scanned the room for clues leading to the dungeon, but found nothing. At that moment, muffled groans and whimpers from the adjacent room caught her attention. Lu Xinpa stepped outside, tearing through the window paper of a neighboring room, pressing her eye against it. On the bed lay a girl of around 16 or 17. Her mouth gagged, hands bound behind her back, completely naked. A man loomed over her, committing unspeakable acts. Enraged, Lu Xinpa kicked the door open. Disregarding the danger as she witnessed such a young girl being violated, her fury ignited. She rushed forward and kicked the man to the ground. The man, completely unaware that there were others in the house, fell down naked. Cursing, he shouted, "How dare you kick me? You must want to die. Who the hell are you?" At that moment, Yi Zhipan also rushed over and was stunned to see the naked man on the floor. Guanin secretly cursed, "My eyes are tainted. This fat man, daring to do such a thing in broad daylight, truly seeks death." Suddenly, a golden light shot from her fingers and struck the man. Before he could utter a scream, a powerful current coursed through him, causing a cacophony of crackling sounds. A cloud of white smoke enveloped him, and he became blackened, his eyes rolling back as he spewed smoke from his mouth, completely losing his earlier bravado. "Get him some clothes. It's too much of an eyesore," Guanin remarked with satisfaction. Lu Shanju watched in speechless envy, realizing that having abundant spiritual power was advantageous, even for something as simple as changing clothes. Yi Zhipan looked at Guanin in her arms and thought that once this outfit was changed, she probably wouldn't need to change again for a lifetime. At that moment, Lu Shanju picked up a blanket from the bed and covered the little girl, removing the cloth from her mouth and loosening the ropes. The little girl, wrapped in the blanket, cried pitifully, and in a moment of panic, she urged, "You must leave quickly. There are many strong fighters here. You two women with a child are no match for them. Don't worry about me. I'm already a lost cause, unworthy of living. Please, you must go." Her pale face was filled with despair. Lu Shanju comforted her. "Do not fear. We can deal with those who are bullying you. Can you lead us to the children who have been captured?" The little girl's eyes flickered. "Really? But how can you solve it? There are over 20 of them. I came with my 2 brothers to save my sister, but they were both killed, and I was captured and tortured. You should escape quickly before they notice." She sobbed, curling up, her body marked with bruises of various sizes, a horrifying sight. Lu Shanju felt a surge of compassion, but the priority was to rescue the captured children. She pointed to the man on the ground and said, "Do you see him? I have the power to turn those bad people into this. Tell me where the children are held, and we will save them." The little girl cautiously peeked at the darkened man. Suddenly, she jumped off the bed and kicked him fiercely, her eyes filled with hatred, as if not feeling the pain, even drawing blood from her foot as she continued to vent her fury. Lu Shanju pulled her back. "Stop kicking. It's more important to get dressed and save those children. They will be punished." She quickly walked to the table, feeling under it, and with a click, a black hole appeared in the corner of the floor. "They locked us up in that dungeon. There are many girls like me inside, taken by them." The little girl's tears flowed uncontrollably. It's dangerous in there. They even raise snakes. If you disobey, they throw you to the snakes, and you'll be bitten to death. Are you afraid? If not, I'll take you in. Let us go, Lu Shanzhu declared decisively. The little girl nodded and was the first to enter the black hole, with Lu Shanzhu closely following and Yi Jipan carrying Guanin, bringing up the rear. As they all entered, the ground above them slammed shut. The already dark hole became even more pitch black, rendering everything invisible. At that moment, a burly man suddenly appeared, eyeing the little girl with a lewd gaze. Little beauty, after enjoying yourself up there, come down and play with the master for a while. He reached out to grab the little girl, but upon noticing the old woman and the woman holding a child behind her, he sneered, "Who brought you two in here? We don't accept old or young women. How did you get down here?" The burly man, seeing no allies behind them, cautiously drew a knife. Just then, Lu Shanzhu stepped forward, shielding the little girl behind her. "We are the priestesses you summoned, here to read your fortunes. From your face, I can tell you're in for a calamity today, and it's a great one." The burly man listened intently, wanting to ask more when suddenly a burst of spiritual energy struck his forehead, causing him to sway and collapse. "Priestess, you're amazing." The little girl's face broke into a long-lost smile, her eyes filled with admiration for Lu Shanzhu. Lu Shanzhu humbly smiled and continued forward. The path ahead grew brighter, and they could hear voices conversing. The three of them pressed against the wall, moving cautiously forward. "This is perfect. These two twins are just right for me to take to the capital. That one will surely be pleased. We need to find more. The demand is urgent. Hurry up." "Yes. Rest assured, as long as they're beautiful, I'll definitely bring them to you." The man's sinister laughter mixed with the sounds of women crying and pleading. The girl at the front peered out and saw two burly men holding onto a woman, her eyes instantly reddening. She dashed forward, trying to beat the two men and make them release their hold. However, her strength was too feeble, barely tickling them. One of the burly men, seeing her approach, gripped her arm tightly and joyfully exclaimed, "Kaidai, just in time. You and your sister can serve our master together. This is a blessing for you both." Chapter 36. The Snake King says me, "Shut your mouth. Serving your master is a blessing? That blessing is yours to keep." Guanin's voice erupted within her mind, igniting Yijipan's bloodlust, making her long to strike the man down. She leaned out to see an elderly man with graying hair and a face etched with hardship. His greedy gaze fixated on the two graceful women before him, a wicked grin stretching across his face. "Let them both serve me. I want to experience something different." Kaidai used all her strength to shield her sister, her eyes brimming with tears. "Master, let me serve you alone. My sister is only 13. She is too young. Please spare her." The old man frowned, his expression instantly turning cold, his words sharp. "Were you? A filthy thing? Serving me is your fortune. She is untouched. So it's fitting for me to take her virginity. One more word from you, and I'll feed you to the snakes." But Kaidai, seeming not to hear his threat, rushed forward, kneeling before the old man, clutching his garment in desperation. "Master, let me serve you alone. If you anger her, it will be terrible." She wanted to say more, but the old man impatiently slapped her face, barking, "Throw her into the snake pit. A dirty thing daring to touch me is bad luck. Take her with you." At this moment, a burly man approached, dragging Kaidai, about to throw her into the snake pit. Kaidai cried out, while her sister desperately clung to her, screaming for her to stay. Yet the two men, as hard-hearted as stone, remained unmoved, forcibly separating the sisters. The old man's wicked gaze roamed over her sister. Guanin, unable to endure any longer, urged Lu Shanzhu, "Hurry up and act. What are you waiting for?" Lu Shanzhu looked deep into the dungeon with a grave expression, her heart filled with unease. She turned to Yi Jipan and whispered, "There is dark energy here. I sense something terrifying lurking within. Be careful." After saying this, she boldly stepped forward to confront the crowd. "Wait, such beauty, and you know not to cherish it. By examining her face, I see she won T-die today, but you all might not be so fortunate." The old man turned to examine her, sizing her up, when suddenly one of the burly men shouted, "Old hag, how did you get in here? Daring to speak so boldly, today she must die. I'll throw her into the snake pit, right now, to see if she lives or dies." The burly man pulled on Kaidai even harder. while she struggled against his grip, unable to escape. With a swift flick of her gaze, Lu Shenpe unleashed a surge of spiritual energy that struck the brawny man's temple directly. The brute, caught off guard and exerting his strength, offered no resistance as he fell to the ground, dragging Saidi with him. The elderly man, terrified, staggered back several steps, while another robust figure, trembling, dared to ask Lu Shenpe, "Who are you? What is your purpose here? Are you afraid?" A mocking smile crept onto Lu Shenpe's lips as she retorted, "You, who have sent countless lives to their demise, now quail in fear when your turn comes. Alas, it is too late." A glint of murderous intent flashed in Lu Shenpe's eyes as she pointed her finger, causing the other strong man to collapse. The old man, frightened, turned to flee towards the dungeon, but Lu Shenpe would not grant him such an escape. Her spiritual power struck his calf, creating a gaping wound, and he crumpled to the ground, wailing in agony. "You cannot kill me. I hold a title. To slay me is to assassinate a court official, and the Tianqi kingdom will hunt you down. No matter where you flee, you will pay with your life." His face glistened with sweat, veins bulging, yet his words dripped with an unmistakable threat. Lu Shenpe scoffed, "What title do you hold? Let us see if I am worthy to take your life." The old man's eyes widened in terror. "Who are you to possess the power to execute a court official?" His fear escalated as he recalled a significant figure who had sent a minister to investigate the common folk. Could she be one of his associates? "It matters not who I am. Any court official who commits a transgression is fair game. However, judging by your countenance, you will not survive the night without my intervention. If you tell me who that significant figure is, I may grant you a sliver of mercy." Lu Shenpe regarded him intently, discerning that these individuals were merely pawns of a greater force, and that identifying the mastermind was essential to liberate all the captured women. The old man's eyes darted in panic. He desperately wished to live, but he was unsure if he could trust the old woman before him. If she were indeed connected to the minister, revealing the truth might offer him a chance at survival. Just as he hesitated, a flying dagger pierced through his back and exited through his chest, leaving a gaping wound. His face contorted in agony as blood gushed from his mouth, and with a defiant twist of his head, he managed to utter a few words. "Why?" His eyes remained wide open as he fell lifelessly to the ground. A chilling laughter echoed from behind as a man clad in a Taoist robe stepped forth. "Attempting to betray your master warrants death, and your intrusion here is equally punishable. Prepare to meet your end." The robed man hurled two sharp daggers towards Lu Shenpe and Yi Zhipan. Lu Shenpe deftly evaded, but Yi Zhipan, overwhelmed by the scene, froze in terror. As the daggers hurtled toward her, Lu Shenpe kicked her aside, just in time. "Impressive. You dodged my dagger and saved your companion. But this time, you shall not escape, nor will she." The Taoist man, brimming with confidence, produced 4 additional daggers and unleashed them simultaneously at the 2 women. Lu Shenpe leaped, but the daggers embedded themselves deeply into the wall opposite. Yi Zhipan, feeling a chill, realized that she had relied on Lu Shenpe for protection thus far. Now, facing 2 daggers, she clutched Guinan tightly, fearing for the child's safety. Meanwhile, Guinan, feeling discomfort in her belly and an urge to relieve herself, was also hungry and tired. In her infantile state, she found it difficult to control herself. Witnessing Yi Zhipan's willingness to sacrifice for her, she bit her tongue and let out a loud wail. In an instant, her spiritual energy surged forth, causing the 2 flying daggers to halt midair. The Taoist man, astonished, watched as his previously unstoppable daggers were rendered immobile. He launched 2 more, only for them to meet the same fate. Confounded, he threw 4 more, and yet they remained suspended. As his disbelief grew, he continued to hurl daggers until a dozen hovered in the air. Panicking, Guinan stretched and smacked her lips. "I'm hungry. Being a baby is no easy task. I'm starving, and this old Taoist is throwing daggers as if it's not tiring. Time to return the favor." With that, the daggers turned and shot toward the robed man. The man, terrified, fled, but the daggers pursued him relentlessly. Finally, he stumbled and fell, and the daggers converged upon him. In his desperation, he cried out, "Snake King, save me." In an instant, a chilling wind swept through, filling the air with a nauseating stench. The daggers, once aimed at the Taoist man, fell to the ground with a sharp clatter. The man's previously pale and terrified face transformed into one of arrogance as he stood tall, addressing Lu Xinpa and her companions. You wish to kill me? Today, the Snake King shall devour you. Speak. Who sent you? Reveal it, and I shall grant you a swift death. Otherwise, you will endure the torment of 1,000 snakes. That sensation, oh how delightful! His voice dripped with malice, his lips curling into a cruel smile, and his narrow eyes gleamed with wicked intent. Lu Xinpa instinctively pulled Yi Zhipan back, sensing a terrifying force emanating from the looming black mist. Drawing the soft sword coiled around her waist, she felt a rush of cold energy as she brandished it. This sword, long unused, was now her only hope. The Taoist man, eyeing the sword with avarice, noted Yi Zhipan's instinctive retreat, while the child in her arms, Guanin, remained blissfully unaware, sucking on her fingers to stave off hunger. Upon seeing Lu Xinpa wield her shining soft sword, Guanin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lu Xinpa's sword is impressive, sharp, and resilient, but it may not suffice against that creature. Do you have a plan? The black mist drew closer, the ground rumbling beneath them as if the earth itself trembled in fear. Just then, the mist parted, revealing a colossal silver serpent. Its eyes glowed like golden lanterns, brimming with ferocity. Lu Xinpa nearly dropped her sword, realizing the futility of her weapon against such a formidable beast. This was a silver scale serpent, known for its formidable defensive capabilities. Even her sword, forged from mysterious iron, would struggle to pierce its scales. Perhaps this was her fate. Clenching the sword tighter, she braced herself. Behind her, Yi Zhipan, upon witnessing the monstrous creature, fell to the ground in fear. The two sisters, Saidi, huddled together, trembling uncontrollably. As the silver scale serpent loomed before them, the Taoist man bowed respectfully. Great Snake King, thank you for your assistance. These two possess some skills. Do exercise caution. You two, a mere mortal and a lowly cultivator, have frightened you to this extent? Pathetic. The serpent's voice was eerie, its golden gaze fixed upon Lu Xinpa and her companion, as if it could devour them whole with a single bite. Lu Xinpa, realizing the creature could speak, felt a bead of sweat forming on her brow. Only beasts that reached the third level of cultivation could articulate human speech. This was the end. She, with her meager spiritual power, could not contend with such a beast. The prospect of death loomed large. At that moment, the silver scale serpent seemed to sense something, its eyes gleaming with excitement. Its elongated tongue flicked out, and its eerie voice commanded, "Hand over that child now." The authoritative tone brooked no dissent. Yi Zhipan, petrified by the sight of the colossal serpent, instinctively tightened her grip on Guanin. No, no, she is my child. I want to give her to you. You took my other two children. You cannot have her. Her body trembled, yet she resolutely clutched Guanin, unwilling to let anyone take her away. The Taoist man scoffed. Not happening? The esteemed Lord Snake King has never been denied what he desires. Hurry and bring the child here, or I shall take her myself. Lu Xinpa, brandishing her sword, stood resolutely in front, unwilling to surrender even if she were outmatched. At this moment, Guanin's pained voice emerged. Quick, give me to her. Lu Xinpa, look into my eyes. I can barely hold on. Yet Yi Zhipan, holding her in her arms, felt her heart ache as she replied. And then, are you in pain? Fear not, dear, for your mother will fight to the death to protect you. Even if I must perish in the belly of the serpent, I shall not abandon you. Guanin, witnessing her trembling mother, who was so concerned for her well-being, felt a warmth within her heart. She understood that her mother did not know her intentions, so she urged Lu Xinpa, hurry and give me to that great snake. I have a way to deal with it. Quickly, we are out of time. Lu Xinpa observed the brilliance in her eyes, realizing she was not jesting. Just then, the robed man, seeing their reluctance to deliver the child, struck Lu Xinpa with a palm. She engaged in combat with him, sword clashing against his strikes. Meanwhile, Yi Zhipan, seated on the ground with the child clutched tightly, seized a large stone from the earth and hurled it toward the silver-scaled serpent's eyes. However, the serpent's tail flicked, shattering the stone into fragments. In fear, Yi Zhipan recoiled, pleading, "Please do not consume my child. She is far too small for you to even consider. Take me instead." Spare her. The silver-scaled serpent furrowed its brow, yet made no move. It had heard the infant speak, claiming to have a way to confront it. But how could such a tiny child possess the ability to speak? To test her, it declared, "Hand over the child, or I shall consume you both this instant." Upon hearing the serpent's threat, Gu-in erupted in fury. "You gluttonous worm, you wish to devour us? Soon, I shall have you stewed for soup. Come if you dare, and seize me." The serpent, infuriated, was reminded of the name it had been called centuries ago. How dare this child speak so brazenly? Its eyes glowed crimson, and its tail lashed toward Gu-in. Yi Ji-pan swiftly turned, but the serpent's tail struck her back, causing her to cough up blood that splattered upon Gu-in's face. Yet her grip on her daughter did not falter. "Mother, you are bleeding. That cursed silver-scaled serpent will pay for this. Please, loosen your hold, or I shall suffocate." Yi Ji-pan, believing she was squeezing too tightly, released her embrace slightly. Seizing the opportunity, the silver-scaled serpent coiled around Gu-in. As the fabric and diaper enveloping her fell away, Gu-in's delicate form was exposed to the air. The serpent's tail drew her closer to its head, and with a flick of its tongue, it could taste her soft skin. Gu-in, entwined in the serpent's tail, extended her tiny arms outward, her hands brushing against its scales, giggling, "How slick. I can't hold it anymore. It's so embarrassing being held by my mother. I don't want to offend her with my scent. But you, on the other hand, smell quite foul yourself, so you shouldn't mind, right?" Hee hee. The silver-scaled serpent was bewildered. Mind? What could it possibly care about? Was this infant foolish? Did she not fear it? Why was she still laughing? Was she not terrified? It had never encountered anyone who smiled so joyfully in its presence. It stared at her intently, only to be met with a sudden, foul odor. What was that? What was that yellow substance sliding down its tail? It grew more and more pungent. At that moment, Gu-in, nestled in the serpent's tail, sighed in relief. "Ah, my stomach feels so much better. What a liberating sensation. Mother won't have to smell my mess anymore. This method is truly wonderful. You don't mind, do you, little worm?" "What? Mess?" The serpent's eyes turned from golden to blood red, enraged. Its precious scales were sullied, covered in filth. With a furious flick of its tail, it intended to splatter the tiny infant into a pulp. Yi Ji-pan, witnessing the serpent's violent motion, cried out in despair, "No, please, Mainin." Lu Shen, entangled in battle with the robed man, caught sight of this scene and attempted to break free to save her, but the robed man slashed her shoulder. He sneered, "You cannot even save yourself. Do you think you can save others? Do not harbor such foolish hopes. Today, you shall all meet your end." Lu Shen, clutching her shoulder, gazed sorrowfully at Gu-in, who was caught in the serpent's tail. Yet, in a twist of fate, the anticipated tragedy did not unfold. Gu-in remained unscathed, still firmly nestled upon the serpent's tail. The silver-scaled serpent was incredulous. Its scales were so smooth. How could it not have flung her away? Had it not exerted enough force? Once more, it summoned its strength to throw her. This time, the air crackled with the force of its might. The serpent believed it had finally succeeded in its endeavor. But when it looked back, that little one was still there. Gu-in, slightly dizzy from the force, felt annoyed and puffed up her cheeks. "Little worm, if you dare flick your tail again, I shall pluck all your scales off." The serpent, hearing her thoughts, could not help but scoff. It gazed down at Gu-in, flicking its tongue. "If you dare, then go ahead and try. My scales are indestructible. No matter how strong you think you are, you cannot harm me in the slightest." Before it could finish speaking, an agonizing pain shot through its tail. "You, cease at once." Gu-in giggled as she gently tugged, pulling away a large scale, blood and flesh included. She continued her actions, plucking at every scale within reach. As if uprooting weeds, the silver-scaled serpent writhed in agony, dust swirling around them, transforming the dungeon into a foul haze. It howled for mercy. "Please stop. I understand now. Just leave, and I shall not hinder you." It regretted ever provoking this little demon. Gu-in paused, fearing her mother's worry and the potential danger to her sisters if she delayed. She casually remarked, "Very well, release all the captives here, and I shall let you go." The serpent nodded vigorously. "Yes, I will release them. Old Taoist, hurry and free everyone." The robed man stared at the serpent in astonishment. Noticing the blood dripping from its tail and the child dangling from it, his eyelids twitching. At that moment, a familiar female voice rang out. "Hurry and release the Lord Snake King, or I shall slay your two sisters." Gu Enrin and Gu Anshin were bound together by a rope, while Wang Yuelon held the rope in one hand, brandishing a knife against their throats. Since Lu Shenv and the others had arrived in the dungeon, she had been secretly watching, knowing they were there to rescue the two girls. Thus, she had pulled them out. Gu Anrin and Gu Anshin, upon seeing Yi Jipan in distress, wept uncontrollably, calling out, "Mother! Mother!" Yi Jipan, seeing her daughters, was about to rush forward to save them. At that moment, Wang Yuelon shouted, "If you take another step, I shall kill them." The robed man approached and praised Wang Yuelon. "Well done. You are indeed clever enough to be my disciple. From now on, do your work diligently, and I shall teach you all my skills." "Thank you, master. I shall work hard," Wang Yuelon replied, her smile ingratiating as she flattered the robed man. Meanwhile, he commanded, "Release that little wretch at once, or I shall kill these two immediately." Yi Jipan was filled with dread, uncertain of their next move as she glanced toward Gu Enin, entangled in the serpent's tail. Lu Shenv patted her shoulder, offering a reassuring glance. Regardless of the outcome, as long as Gu Enin remained in place, they would not dare harm Gu Anrin and Gu Anshin. At this moment, Gu Enin, witnessing Wang Yuelon's knife poised at her two sisters' throats, was consumed by fury, muttering indignantly, "You scoundrel! How dare you threaten my mother? I wish to descend immediately, but what if my rear end is too foul?" She then caught sight of the silver-scaled serpent, which was writhing in pain beside her. Utilizing her beast communication skills, she implored, "Oh great meatworm, please lick my backside. It reeks too much to assail my mother." The serpent's eyes widened in disbelief. Lick her backside? And the excrement too? Surely this was too much. Not only was she dragging it along half of its serpentine body, but now she demanded it to perform such a degrading act. Noticing the serpent's hesitation, she began to probe its scales with her small hands. The silver-scaled serpent quickly protested. "Wait, please don't pluck my scales. I will lick it if it pleases you." It preferred the humiliation of licking excrement to the pain of losing its scales. Recalling that it had consumed such detritus centuries ago, it drew its tail closer to its head and flicked its tongue out to comply with her request. Lu Shenpa, Yi Jipan, Gu Enrin, and Gu Enin all stared in astonishment as the colossal serpent genuinely began to lick Enin's backside, seemingly earnest in its endeavor. Meanwhile, the robed man and Wang Yuelon were utterly bewildered. They could not comprehend Gu Enin's words and merely observed their serpent king attending to the child with utmost seriousness. Was there some treasure to be found upon her rear? As Gu Enin was tickled by the serpent's actions, she chuckled, "Oh great meatworm, why is your tongue so prickly? It is far from smooth. Be sure to remove those thorns next time. It tickles terribly. But for now, let my sisters go." With a glare filled with resentment, the silver-scaled serpent urged Wang Yuelon, "Release them at once." Wang Yuelon nodded and promptly pushed the two sisters towards Yi Jipan. Upon seeing her sisters safe, Gu Enin instructed the serpent to lower her into Yi Jipan's embrace. The serpent slowly extended its tail toward Yi Jipan, who reached out to receive her, allowing Gu Enin to finally release her grip. The moment she did, she tumbled into her mother's gentle arms. Yi Jipan held her tightly, anxiously scanning for any signs of danger until she was reassured that all was well. The freed Serpent King glared at Gu Enin, rage simmering within. It had endured too much humiliation that day. How could a dignified Serpent King tolerate such indignities? With a ferocious roar, it expelled a fireball aimed directly at Yi Jipan. Chapter 39. The fragrant serpent, "Meet you, wretched girl. How dare you humiliate me so?" The silver-scaled serpent seethed, its icy gaze glinting with murderous intent. "Today, it vowed to take your life. Perish." Lu Shenpa looked up in horror as she witnessed the serpent's gaping maw unleash a blazing fireball. The sheer ferocity of the creature's wrath was evident. If it did not eliminate Gu Enin, it would surely suffocate from its own indignation. At that moment, Lu Shenpa disregarded her own safety as the fireball hurtled towards them. The ball radiated intense heat, emitting white smoke. Even the soft sword forged from mysterious iron in her grasp began to show signs of softening. The consequences of contact with such a fireball were unfathomable. Yet she stood resolute at the forefront, determined to shield them, perhaps feeling an obligation to protect her disciple. Guvinin, witnessing the approaching fireball, erupted in anger. "Damn you! Great meatworm! I should have plucked all your scales. How dare you spit fire at me after I graciously allowed you to lick my backside?" Upon hearing this, the silver-scaled serpent nearly bit its own tongue in disbelief. Lick her backside, and she was thanking it for the opportunity? The audacity! Enraged, it spat out 2 additional fireballs, both aimed straight for Guinan, intent on incinerating her. Lu Xinpa cursed Guinan internally. How could she still be arguing at such a critical moment? One fireball was already a struggle to fend off, and now 2 more were on the way. Acceptance of their fate was all that remained. In that instant, Guinan remained unfazed by the imminent threat. Her eyes narrowed at the twin fireballs. Having spared so many of its scales was already a generous act. To now unleash 2 fireballs was simply intolerable. She squinted, contemplating, let it witness true fire. Suddenly, a powerful golden light erupted from her dainty fingers, accurately striking the fireball mid-flight. The fireball hesitated in the air before changing direction, dragging the 2 others along as they soared towards the silver-scaled serpent. A satisfied smile adorned Guinan's face, her lips making smacking sounds as if savoring a delicacy. "Humph! You dare play with fire against your ancestors? You are far too naive." The silver-scaled serpent's eyes widened in shock. It had lived for centuries, yet she was the one who dared challenge it. As the 3 fireballs hurtled toward it, the serpent remained unperturbed, believing they posed no threat. Its scales were impervious. Not even fire or lightning could inflict harm upon it. The fireballs struck its chest, and with a smug gaze, it looked down upon Guinan, eager to demonstrate that she was merely a feeble human, incapable of causing it any injury. However, to its dismay, it felt an excruciating pain where the fireballs had struck. Looking down, it was horrified to see a significant patch of scales burned away, exposing its flesh beneath. Though the flames had diminished, they continued to sear its meat, sizzling and releasing a mouth-watering aroma. How delightful! This serpent meat must be exquisite, if only it were a tad leaner. Too much fat will only produce excess oil, making it unpalatable. Guinan gushed, her eyes gleaming as she fixated on the serpent's charred flesh, her tongue darting out as if savoring the taste. The silver-scaled serpent gazed at Guinan in terror. The pain it felt was overshadowed by fear. Was this truly just an infant? Initially, it sought to seize her, drawn by an inexplicable power emanating from her, only to find itself now humiliated and with its flesh burning. In that moment, a robed man appeared with a bucket of water, dousing the flames on the serpent's charred body. Yet, instead of extinguishing the fire, it flared up even more violently. The silver-scaled serpent let out a harrowing roar, its cold gaze fixating on the man, who dropped the bucket in fright and knelt, pleading, "Great Serpent King, I only wish to assist in extinguishing the fire. Water extinguishes fire. Who could have foreseen this outcome? Please show mercy." The man's head struck the ground repeatedly, but the serpent, in immense agony, lashed out, sending him crashing against the wall where he fell unconscious. Its heart-wrenching pain was unbearable, and in desperation, it turned to Guinan, pleading, "Please, spare me. I acknowledge my wrongs, and I promise I shall never act against you again. Please extinguish the flames." Tears filled the serpent's large, bell-like eyes as it wept pitifully. At this moment, Lu Xinpa breathed a sigh of relief. The robed man had lost consciousness, and their serpent king was now begging for mercy. Perhaps they could finally escape this dreadful place. With that thought, she hurried to the iron bars of the dungeon, swiftly severing the lock. You all must flee at once. Escape upstairs, find a safe haven, or hurry to report this to the authorities. The women, having witnessed her battle against the villains, recognized her as a protector and gazed at her with grateful eyes brimming with tears. Subsequently, one by one, the iron bars were opened, and all those capable of running fled. However, a few individuals had their legs severely injured and were unable to move, leaving Lu Xinpa helpless. At this moment, Guinan gazed at the silver-scaled serpent, feeling torn inside. How can I save it? I am powerless. I had unwittingly used the fire-extinguishing technique earlier, and now I have forgotten its secret. Should I reveal how to consume its flesh or keep silent? The fire-extinguishing technique would inevitably lead to the serpent being roasted alive, a certain death. At that instant, the silver-scaled serpent, despondent and devoid of hope, blamed this calamity on Guanin, cursing its fate that even in death, it might drag her down with it. In a swift motion, the silver-scaled serpent lashed its tail towards Guanin and her companions. Guanrin and Guanshin were paralyzed with fear, their mouths agape as they watched the thick tail approach. Guanin raised her small hand, her eyes flashing with anger. "Begone, you troublesome creature. Your tail is a nuisance. It should be removed." The silver-scaled serpent scoffed internally. Countless fools had attempted to sever its tail, only to meet their own demise. Even she, who dared to pluck its scales and sear its flesh, could never sever its tail. With renewed vigor, it intensified its assault, aiming to strike down the family. Yet, before it could reach them, its tail abruptly split mid-air and crashed to the ground, sending up clouds of dust and a rain of blood. Guanin and the others were splattered with serpent's blood. Guanin licked her lips, tasting the foul liquid, and promptly spat it out. How rancid! Surely, this giant worm didn't grow up feasting on excrement. This blood is utterly repugnant. The silver-scaled serpent nearly choked on its own blood upon hearing her words. It let out a piercing shriek as it realized a significant portion of its tail had been severed. Impossible. You cannot sever my tail. My scales are harder than black iron. Who are you? What are you? The serpent writhed in agony, its massive body thrashing in pain. Guanin lay in her mother's embrace, her stomach grumbling from hunger, her fingers turning pale. She shot a glance at the silver-scaled serpent, unwilling to engage. Yet, the serpent persisted, opening its gaping maw to swallow Guanin whole. Leaf Ji-pan nearly fainted at the sight of the approaching maw. Just then, Lucianpa leaped forward, drawing her sword to thrust at the serpent's eye, the most vulnerable part of its anatomy. The serpent, noticing the impending attack, swiftly changed direction. The blade struck its scales with a metallic clang. Failing to bite Guanin, the silver-scaled serpent spun around, aiming its gaping mouth at Guanshin, who was paralyzed with fear, fainting at the sight of the sharp teeth. Guanin, furious, declared, "Such a foul mouth. You've knocked my sister unconscious. You shall not live." With determination, she aimed to strike down the beast. A flash of golden light pierced the serpent's mouth just as it prepared to consume its prey. The next moment, it was engulfed in excruciating pain, thrashing its massive body in agony. The dungeon trembled violently, as if the very ground were about to cave in. Debris began to fall from the ceiling, heralding a potential collapse. Lucianpa, observing the injured women within the dungeon, felt a pang of sympathy. Yet she was but one person and could not assist them all. At that moment, a pack of wolves rushed in, and one of them called out, "Immortal, I brought several brothers with me. Do you have any commands?" Guanin, seeing Lao Wu and the pack of wolves behind him, urged Lucianpa. "Look into my eyes, Lucianpa. Quickly place those individuals onto the wolves' backs and let them carry everyone out." Lucianpa, intimidated by the impressive wolves, hesitated. However, as the tremors intensified, she cast her fears aside and led the wolves into the dungeon. Though the remaining individuals were initially hesitant, witnessing others mount the wolves, they quickly followed suit, and soon everyone was rescued from the dungeon. Upon reaching the surface, Leaf Ji-pan wept joyfully, embracing her 3 daughters. Meanwhile, the wolves surrounded Guanin. Although Leaf Ji-pan knew they would not attack humans, her grip on Guanin tightened with trepidation. Sensing her mother's fear, Guanin reassured the wolves, and they nodded in acknowledgement before swiftly departing, leaving only Lao Wu wagging its tail behind. Lucianpa was astonished. How could such a small child command ferocious wolves and understand their speech? With a curious gaze, she regarded Guanin, realizing that the child harbored many secrets she could not fathom at the moment, so she chose to dismiss the thought. Lucianpa then turned her gaze to the Kaidai sisters seated on the ground and several other incapable women, feeling a wave of sadness. At that moment, Kaidai knelt before Lucianpa, tears streaming down her face. "Thank you, Lucianpa, for saving our lives. My sister Wu Kaidai and I, Wu Kai Xia, are unable to repay your kindness. We wish to follow you and serve as your maidservants for life. Please accept us." Lucianpa immediately helped her to her feet. Feeling perplexed, just days prior, She had taken on a disciple, and now 2 more maidservants? She preferred solitude and gently declined. Kai-dai, you have a bright future ahead. Do not follow this old woman. I am accustomed to my solitude. You should seek your own path. However, Kai-dai remained kneeling, refusing to rise. And her sister mirrored her actions. Lu Shenpa, you know my condition. Wu Kai-dai-sa, but I have my sister. I cannot perish. If it were only me, I would gladly end my life. Have pity and take us in. Lu Shenpa felt conflicted. At that moment, Guanin thought, if she refuses them, I shall take them. I need maidservants. I once had more than 2, and now I am reduced to this. How tragic. Li Jipan, overhearing her daughter's thoughts, remained speechless. With her circumstances, hiring 2 maidservants was beyond her means. Sustaining the 3 of them was already a challenge. Lu Shenpa, however, began to soften. Perhaps they did indeed need 2 maidservants, and given that she would likely require Gu Ainin's assistance in the future, accommodating them might prove beneficial. Very well, let us try this arrangement. If it does not suit, I will find you another place. Wu Kai-dai and her sister nodded eagerly in agreement. By now, it was noon, and Lu Shenpa continued to await the arrival of the officials. With several individuals unable to walk for their safety, she dispatched the Kai-dai sisters to report to the authorities. Shortly after, an official, accompanied by several constables, approached. The lead official, tall and imposing with a long sword at his waist and thick, prominent whiskers, drew near Lu Shenpa and asked, "Did you discover this dungeon? How did you know it housed many women and children?" His eyes were sharp as he scrutinized Lu Shenpa's every move. Lu Shenpa nodded, pointing to the collapsed area. "That is where the dungeon lies. They kept a silver-scaled serpent, a truly vicious creature, along with a man in a Taoist robe and an elderly individual, all of whom are their accomplices buried beneath. We came searching for my disciple's 2 daughters." "What? A silver-scaled serpent? Such a terrifying beast. How did you escape?" Chapter 41. While you feast on meat, I nibble on chicken bones. The officer with 2 tufts of whiskers gazed at them in astonishment, as if the silver-scaled serpent were an invincible creature. Lu Shensi cast a sidelong glance at Yi Jipan, who cradled Gu Ainin in her arms, pondering whether to claim that such a tiny infant had vanquished the colossal serpent. She doubted anyone would believe such a tale, and it might only arouse their suspicion. At that moment, a woman approached the officer, limping with one leg raised, and wept, "Sir, you must help me. I am but a virtuous woman who was abducted here. I vowed to resist them, yet they broke my leg. If I do not yield, they threaten to feed me to that serpent. They are indeed more beastly than animals." While she wiped her tears, she cast a grateful look at Lu Shensi, exclaiming, "Thanks to her and her companions for slaying that great serpent and defeating those vile men. We were ultimately rescued from the dungeon by a pack of wolves. Without her, we would have faced certain doom." As her sorrow intensified, she fell to her knees at Lu Shensi's feet. The other injured women, witnessing this, also collapsed to the ground. Lu Shensi hurried to assist the woman at her feet, saying, "Do not do that. Please rise. Everyone get up." The officer observed the scene, realizing that Lu Shensi and the woman beside her had jointly rescued all of them. Yet, he found it perplexing that she still held a child in such a perilous place. He stole a glance at Gu Ainin, who lay peacefully asleep, her fair complexion glowing. Truly, a remarkable woman could save everyone while holding child. Unlike themselves, a multitude of grown men had previously searched this place and found nothing. How had they discovered that so many were imprisoned here? Wait, she mentioned a pack of wolves had carried them from the dungeon. Wolves, a whole pack. The officer's eyes sparkled with admiration, and his tone turned reverential as he said, "Lu Shensi, I see your valor." Lu Shensi, noticing his flattery, did not let it inflate her ego and replied in her usual tone, "Very well. We shall stay at the inn for the next few days. Should you require anything, feel free to seek us there." The officer clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "Then we are in your debt. The expenses for your stay at the inn will be covered by the government. Rest assured." He understood that individuals of their caliber could not be detained against their will. Lu Shensi booked 3 guest rooms. Initially, she intended to reserve 4, but it seemed that Gu Ainin and Gu Anshin were frightened and dared not share a room that night. Since rescuing the others, Gu Ainin had nursed once and remained asleep. In her dreams, she beheld the orb again, its golden aura intensifying, and it appeared slightly larger than before. Yet, she pondered how an inanimate object could grow. Frowning, she stared at the orb, but fear prevented her from reaching out. She retreated several paces, murmuring, "It's best to keep my distance from this orb. If it transports me elsewhere, that would be undesirable. I quite enjoy my current life, with a mother to dote on me and a sister to care for me. It would be even better to deal with that scoundrel father and his family in a few days." A smile crept on her lips. However, the next moment, her smile froze. The orb moved and flew toward her. "Curse this orb. Does it seek to oppose me? I shall deny it the chance to whisk me away." She took off running, attempting to use her spiritual power to soar into the air, yet she found herself unable to ascend. Just then, the orb darted in front of her and seemed to emit a childish voice. "Stop! Stop!" Gu Anan thought she was imagining things and paid no heed, continuing her escape. The orb appeared vexed, rushing forth to collide forcefully with her forehead. With a loud wail, Gu Anan awoke in the inn, her mouth agape, crying most unattractively, her tears and snot flowing freely. Yi Jipan rushed over to embrace her, wiping her little face clean. "What happened? Why is your forehead so swollen?" Frightened, Yi Jipan hurriedly carried her to Lu Shenxi. By the time they reached her, Gu Anan was wailing heart-wrenchingly, her voice hoarse. Despite Yi Jipan's attempts to console her, she could not stop the torrent of tears. Lu Shenxi scrutinized her for a long while, but could not discern the cause of the child's distress. Having never borne a child herself, she was perplexed by the reason for such loud cries. At that moment, the innkeeper entered with a platter of braised pork and a dish of beggar's chicken. "Esteemed guests, your dishes are ready. I have brought them in." He set the plates down and hurriedly exited. The room soon filled with the enticing aromas of meat and beggar's chicken. The little one in Yi Jipan's arms gradually quieted her cries, sniffing eagerly, her small mouth smacking. "So fragrant. The aroma of beggar's chicken and five-spice pork. It's all mine. All mine." She unexpectedly took a bite, prompting Lu Shenxi to emit a pained cry. At that moment, Gu Anan seemed to awaken abruptly, her little hand releasing its grip on the finger she had been gnawing on, inwardly scolding. "Whose finger dared to intrude upon my mouth? Do they wish to meet their demise?" Irritated, she exclaimed, "Who put a finger in your mouth?" "It was you, old lady, who mistook my finger for meat. Luckily, I haven't grown teeth, otherwise it would have been bitten off." Gu Anan, incredulous at her own words, thought that despite her cravings, she could clearly distinguish between a finger and meat. She cast a questioning glance at Yi Jipan, who nodded helplessly. Gu Anan felt despondent. How could a celestial being, such as herself, be reduced to this? Her gaze drifted to the beggar's chicken and braised pork on the table, saliva unconsciously dripping from her mouth. "I want to eat chicken, my beloved chicken. Mother, please give me some." "Anan, it's not that your mother denies you. You're simply too small. When you are older, I promise you can have some." Upon hearing this, Gu Anan's eyes filled with a pitiful glimmer, tears welling in her eyes. Yi Jipan, unable to bear it, placed her on the bed, tore off a chicken leg from the table, and handed her the remaining bone. Gu Anan looked at the chicken bone, unwilling to accept it. "You feast on meat while I am left with chicken bones. What injustice is this? This celestial being has dignity and will not partake." Yi Jipan, amused by her daughter's indignation, replied playfully, "You are still too young. All you can have is chicken bones. If you do not eat, there will be nothing left." As she spoke, she pretended to take the chicken bone away. Gu Anan could not allow the morsel to escape her grasp. Even slurping on it would suffice. With quick reflexes, she snatched the chicken bone and shoved it into her mouth. "Ah, so chicken bones can be delicious too. How scrumptious. Mother is the best." Chapter 42. The county magistrate truly is stingy, double standards. Where is your resolve to refuse the chicken bone? What the dignity of a celestial being? A mere chicken bone will suffice, while all else is inconsequential. Lu Shenxi, somewhat agitated, went to a stool and grabbed another chicken leg, bringing it before Gu Anan. Taking a hearty bite of the tender meat, she savored it, exclaiming, "Delicious. This meat is so fragrant, tender, sweet, and not greasy, truly delightful. Unlike some who are reduced to eating chicken bones, how pitiful." She took another hearty bite, reveling in her enjoyment. Upon witnessing the chicken meat in Lu Shenxi's hand, Gu Anan's chicken bone suddenly lost its appeal. Reluctantly, She discarded the bone from her mouth, only to have it strike her forehead, causing her to cry out in pain. Ouch! My precious meat has been devoured by Lu Shenxi. She is a wicked one, daring to tempt me. Next time, I shall let her feed the great serpent, and I will no longer concern myself with her. Ever since inhabiting this infant's body, she felt as though her wisdom had regressed, her thoughts becoming childish. At times, she would burst into uncontrollable tears, her mouth watering at the sight of delectable food, even weeping from desire. Occasionally, she would regain her composure and feel angered. Yet at that moment, she could not control herself. Upon hearing her words, Lu Shenxi found her chicken leg suddenly unappetizing. Why should she be upset with this little ancestor? If something were to occur in the future, would she not be digging her own grave? She quickly softened her tone, saying, I'm no longer angry with you. Please stop crying. When you are older, I will buy you beggar-esque chicken every day. Do not hold a grudge against me. Gu Anan gazed up with her large, watery eyes fixated on the chicken leg in Lu Shenxi's hand, her voice soft and pleading. Give me the chicken leg, and I shall forget my grievances. Such is the power of a mere chicken leg. Indeed, in the realm of food enthusiasts, only the delectable matters. Unable to resist, Madame Lu left a morsel of meat for Gu Anan, who, upon tasting it, instantly beamed with joy, as if her earlier sobbing had been but a ruse. At that moment, the waiter brought forth a spread of 6 dishes, encircling 6 individuals at the table. Kai Dai and Kai Xia sat awkwardly, feeling out of place. After all, they were but servants, and it seemed inappropriate to dine with their masters. However, Madame Lu insisted that if they did not join the table, she would send them away, prompting the two to sit down in trepidation. Just then, the door swung open, and the waiter reappeared with a large platter of food, enthusiastically proclaiming, You must be Madame Lu, the savior of so many innocent women who have been abducted. You are truly a living bodhisattva. This is a special gift from our shopkeeper. I appreciate your shopkeeper's generosity, Madame Lu replied graciously, recognizing that one must accept kindness when it is offered. The waiter set the platter down and curiously remarked, I have heard tales of your prowess in slaying a serpent the size of a water tank and commanding wolf packs to carry people. You are indeed formidable. The county magistrate intends to reward you handsomely. Reward? What reward? I was the one who dispatched the serpent and directed the wolves. All accolades belong to me. Gu Anan mumbled, gnawing on her chicken leg, her indignation palpable. Madame Lu sighed. Why did the waiter have to speak so freely? The notoriously stingy magistrate was unlikely to part with any substantial reward, even if there were merit. A few taels of silver would be the most one could hope for. Sensing the awkward silence, the waiter discreetly withdrew. The night passed quietly, and the next morning, Miss Zhou hurriedly arrived at the inn. Madame Lu opened the door, surprised to see her, and inquired, Miss Zhou, is there something amiss? Suddenly, Madame Lu recalled her twin sister, Wang Yuelan, the young girl who had been with the man in the Taoist robe. How could she have forgotten, since she had not been injured? She must have managed to escape the dungeon. Let us find Wang Yuelan's parents, she declared, unable to gauge Wang Yuelan's fate from Miss Zhou's expression, which revealed no blood ties. She decided their parents might provide some insight. Moreover, locating Wang Yuelan could lead to uncovering that prominent figure. Miss Zhou nodded in agreement, and Madame Lu summoned Yi Pan, harboring her own ulterior motives. If matters proved beyond their control, having a celestial being present would be advantageous. Yi Pan reluctantly carried Gu Anan, who, crying out for her mother, would not allow anyone else to hold her. The group arrived at Wang Yuelan's home. Finding the door ajar, Madame Lu gently pushed it open, and Miss Zhou rushed inside, only to find a plump woman collapsed on the floor, blood gushing from her neck. Miss Zhou screamed in horror and stumbled back to Madame Lu, her face ashen with fear. Is she dead? She gasped, nearly collapsing as her maid steadied her. Madame Lu approached the woman, feeling her wrist. She had already succumbed to death, though warmth lingered, indicating she had been slain recently. Venturing further inside, she discovered a man sprawled on the ground, similarly dispatched. Madame Lu furrowed her brow, perplexed as to why Wang Yuelan's parents had been murdered. Did they possess knowledge of something, or did Wang Yuelan herself know too much? She glanced at Gu Anan and Yi Pan's arms. The child, wide-eyed, remained silent. We must report this to the authorities, Madame Lu concluded. At that moment, 2 constables patrolling the street happened upon the scene, and Madame Lu recounted the events to them. Given the gravity of the situation involving 2 lives lost, and, as the first to discover the bodies, they accompanied the constables to the county office. Inside, the magistrate sat sternly at his desk, exuding authority. With a resounding clap of his gavel, the room fell silent. Guinin, startled by the noise, erupted into tears, her cries echoing through the chamber. The magistrate, frowning, recognized Madame Lu and her reputation as a hero who had rescued many women, and he tempered his irritation. Silence in the court. Kindly take the child outside to avoid disturbing the proceedings. Yi Pan, anxious, shook Guinin to quell her cries. The child pouted, stifling her sobs, and mused, "Oh, how unfortunate for this magistrate. His parents never cared for him, and though he has many wives, he has but 2 heirs, one a simpleton and the other deceased." With a sigh, she continued, "Alas, even his dark official hat cannot shield him from the verdant envy surrounding him. His entire being seems to emanate a green aura. I can only imagine how many green hats his concubines have bestowed upon him." Madame Lu had long perceived this truth, but chose to remain silent, only to have Guinin lay it bare. Yi Pan, astonished, gazed at the magistrate's hat, now seemingly tinged with green. Recalling her time as a wet nurse in his household, realizing the children she had tended might not have been his, a look of sympathy crossed her face. Feeling scrutinized by Yi Pan's gaze, the magistrate sensed an affront and banged his gavel once more. This time, Guinin remained quiet but began to articulate her thoughts. The magistrate is truly miserly. His simpleton son was not always so. His stinginess delayed treatment, rendering the child a fool. The deceased son was prescribed a daily dose of medicine, yet he forced him to stretch it over 2 days. Even his dog suffered. It was fed less than it needed, leading to its tragic demise against a wall. Truly, his penny pinching has resulted in a family torn apart. Chapter 43. How did you meet such a tragic end? Unbeknownst to the magistrate seated imperiously at the high table, he thundered, "Madame Lu, why do you not kneel before me?" Yi Pan, upon hearing this, promptly knelt upon the hard floor, realizing she had forgotten to do so in her preoccupation with Guinin's thoughts. Yet Madame Lu stood resolutely, her posture unwavering. Slowly, she produced a jade token from her bosom, stating, "My lord, do I still need to kneel when I possess this?" She extended the token forward, its ornate carvings depicting a single character, sacrifice. The magistrate, witnessing the token, forced a smile and replied, "Ah, you are a priestess. I beg your pardon for any offense. Someone, fetch a chair for the priestess." In the kingdom of Tianxi, the position of priest was held in high esteem, free from the constraints of official titles, and one was not required to bow before court officials. With this token, even the prime minister would not be compelled to kneel, let alone a mere county magistrate. "Thank you for your consideration, my lord. My disciple is carrying a child. Would it be possible for her to have a seat as well?" Madame Lu's tone remained unperturbed. The magistrate's smile faltered, yet he maintained his politeness, ordering, "Bring 2 chairs for the priestess and her disciple." He hesitated to refuse, fearing that should this woman possess the priestly title, future complications might arise. Furthermore, he recognized her as the wet nurse from his household, now inexplicably transformed into a disciple of a priestess. At this moment, the officials brought forth 2 chairs, and Madame Lu sat down, while Yi Pan appeared somewhat bewildered. "Disciple, sit here. The magistrate has graciously offered you a seat. Why do you remain kneeling?" At her words, Yi Pan fearfully raised her gaze, noticing the magistrate gesturing for her to sit, prompting her to hastily rise and take her place beside Madame Lu. Miss Zhou, still kneeling, gazed enviously at Yi Pan, wishing to have such a mentor. Alas, her father would never permit her to become Madame Lu's disciple. The magistrate then inquired, "What business brought you to the deceased home? What connection do you have with them? Speak the truth." Miss Zhou and Madame Lu recounted the events that had transpired, while a middle-aged man meticulously recorded every word. At that moment, the coroner completed the examination of the bodies and reported, "My lord, both deceased succumbed to fatal throat slashes, with no signs of struggle or external injuries. The magistrate furrowed his brow, pondering how to resolve a case with no leads. After a brief pause, the courtroom was enveloped in silence. Finally, the county magistrate turned to the man recording beside him and inquired, "Clerk, is the case fully documented?" The clerk replied, "My lord, everything has been recorded." "Good. If there are no further grievances to be raised today, we shall conclude here." Gouges pouted in dissatisfaction, thinking, is the magistrate stingy or just incompetent? 2 lives lost, and he merely records it without further thought, as if it's meant for the next magistrate to review. Alas, with a magistrate like this in Wangshan town, our fate is sealed. Ye Zipan Sharit has sentiments. Realizing why she often overheard the staff at the magistrate's office deriding him as a fool. Meanwhile, Lu Shenxi's eyes burned with fury. Her fists clenched as she struggled to contain her rage. At that moment, the magistrate surveyed the crowd outside the courthouse. Although it was teeming with people, none dared to beat the drum to voice their grievances. He struck the wooden block decisively, producing a sharp crack that signaled the assembly's end. Suddenly, a graceful and strikingly beautiful woman rushed into the courtroom, kneeling and weeping. "My lord, my father did not return home last night. Please, I implore you to send someone to find him." "Who are you? State your name," the magistrate demanded. "What did you realize he was missing? Speak carefully." The woman looked up, revealing a captivatingly lovely face, her eyes glistening with tears, which left the magistrate momentarily entranced. She spoke with a soft, helpless voice. "My name is Wang Chuluo. My father, Wang Hemming, though a minor official, seldom leaves home overnight without informing us. Yet last night, he failed to return, and we have heard nothing since." Her sorrow deepened with each word, evoking pity in the magistrate, who nearly reached out to comfort her. Wang Chuluo, such a familiar name. I must have heard it somewhere before. Judging by her appearance, the only daughter doted upon by her parents, she must have lived a life of comfort. Yet her alluring charm suggests a significant need for male attention. Even in marriage, she seems destined for abandonment. Her father is likely no longer alive, Gouges amused, observing the woman intently. She sensed a burning gaze from the crowd fixated on the kneeling figure. Glancing over, she thought, "Goodness, my scoundrel father is here. What audacity to look at a woman with such intensity in public." Suddenly realization struck. Wang Chuluo is that mistress. She then turned to her mother, relieved. Fortunately, mother hasn't seen that scoundrel. Otherwise, she would be heartbroken. However, as soon as she spoke, Yi Jipan's gaze unconsciously drifted toward the courthouse entrance, where a strikingly handsome man clad in white stood out among the throng. Instantly, she recognized her husband, Gu Huaiqing. His fiery gaze was not directed at her, but rather at the woman before him. A tear slipped down her cheek, landing on Gouges' cherubic face. Mother is crying. Why must that scoundrel be here? It seems she still cannot let him go. Oh, mother, you must be strong. You must seek a divorce and not show weakness. Yi Jipan lowered her gaze to her daughter's bright black eyes, suppressing her sorrow and regaining her composure. Lu Shenxi scanned the crowd and caught sight of the man in white, his intense gaze making her scrutinize him. Indeed, women often fall victim to handsome facades. She herself had not been immune to such trials. A bitter smile crossed her lips. At that moment, 2 constables entered the courthouse, carrying a stretcher draped in white cloth. They set it down and reported, "My lord, we have unearthed this man from the dungeon. However, his features are unrecognizable." The magistrate frowned, puzzled as to why they had brought him there. He waved his hand, signaling for them to remove the stretcher. Seeing the magistrate's impatience, the constables hastily lifted the stretcher to leave, but one of them lost grip, causing it to tumble to the ground, partially unveiling the white cloth. The beautiful woman beside them nearly swooned at the sight. The head was a gruesome mash of red and white, rendering it impossible to discern the features, and several areas of the upper body were caved in, stained with blood. Terrified, she collapsed to the floor, instinctively covering her eyes. Yet the horrific image of the corpse lingered. The constables, alarmed by her reaction, quickly covered the body again and attempted to carry the stretcher away. Yet Wang Chuluo surged forward, preventing them from leaving, tearing away the white cloth. The onlookers outside gasped, many covering their eyes in fear. Gu Huaiqing, noticing the woman's distress, grew increasingly concerned. Wang Chuluo suddenly embraced the corpse, wailing, "Father, oh father, How could you have met such a tragic end? Chapter 44. What crime have I committed? The crowd gasped in shock, while the magistrate felt overwhelmed. Though the deceased was a minor official, protocol dictated that such a death must be reported. His heart softened as he saw the woman sobbing uncontrollably. Wang Chuluo, do not grieve too harshly. I vow to uncover the true culprit behind your father's death. What a noble official, having wronged so many, yet he promises to find the killer. Thankfully, the one who killed him was that robed man. Thus we are not implicated. Lu Shenxi's thoughts were tinged with anxiety. Although they had not committed the act, with the robed man dead, it was likely that Wang Chuluo would not believe their innocence. Yet what could they do? It would only lead to more trouble. As she pondered, the woman fiercely declared, "My lord, you must help me find the true murderer of my father. His death was so cruel. The killer is utterly inhumane." One of the constables carrying the stretcher remarked, "My lord, this body was excavated from the collapsed dungeon. It is indeed the old man mentioned by Lu Shenxi, the one who kidnapped those women. Impossible. Are you suggesting my father was involved in kidnapping? Now that he is dead, you dare to slander his name. He was an upstanding man and would never commit such an act." Wang Chuluo shouted defiantly, her face contorted in rage. The magistrate was taken aback by her ferocity and banged the wooden block, declaring, "Let the case rest for now. Is there anyone else wishing to voice their grievances? If not, we shall adjourn." The magistrate seemed ready to leave again. What is the magistrate up to? Why abandon the case halfway? Surely there cannot be anything so urgent awaiting him. Guanin and everyone else felt the same unease. As the magistrate prepared to depart, Wang Chuluo leapt to her feet, throwing herself upon the table, weeping bitterly. "My lord, you cannot simply walk away. If my father learns that he is being wrongfully accused, even in death, he will never find peace. Please grant him justice." At that moment, Gu Huaiqing called out from outside the courthouse, "Restore justice for Wang Yuanwai, my lord. Please, reconsider and ensure the deceased receives his due justice. Do not let the common folk feel despondent." The surrounding crowd echoed his sentiments, clamoring for justice for Wang Yuanwai. Observing the escalating fervor, the magistrate realized he could not leave without addressing the matter. He struck the wooden block again, silencing the crowd. "I shall not wrong an innocent man, nor shall I spare a guilty one. If you desire an investigation, we shall pursue it until the truth is revealed today." Wang Chuluo smiled in satisfaction, casting a grateful glance toward Gu Huaiqing among the crowd. Gu Pinin, seeing her mother distressed, clenched her fists in anger, wishing to flay that scoundrel alive. Meanwhile, the magistrate beckoned a constable closer, whispering something into his ear, causing the constable's cheeks to flush. "Do you understand? Off you go." The constable nodded and dashed out. Oh dear, even half-buried, he still pines for the unworthy. Is the new concubine truly so enchanting? Must they cling to each other in broad daylight? Guanin's inner thoughts dispelled the doubts of Yi Jipan and Lu Shenxi. Lu Shenxi clenched her fists tightly, having remained in Shiqing village, only venturing out through familiar introductions. Having had no prior interaction with the authorities, I was taken aback by the evident corruption and ineptitude among their ranks. At that moment, Wang Chuluo spoke again, "My lord. The constable just mentioned that my father was extricated from a dungeon. What caused its collapse? What truly transpired within? Did not Lu Xinpa and her companions escape from there?" She insisted, "Perhaps we should resort to rigorous interrogation to uncover the truth." Her fervent assertions led others to mistakenly believe that Lu Xinpa and her associates were malevolent criminals, to save lives and yet demand torture. "You wicked woman, if you persuade the magistrate to heed your words, I shall raise your office to the ground and let you experience the wrath of heaven." At this juncture, the magistrate furrowed his brow even more deeply. Many constables had witnessed Lu Xinpa rescuing numerous women, making the likelihood of deceit minimal. Yet, Wang Chuluo's claims were not without merit. How could they ascertain the truth without employing harsh methods? A glance exchanged with Lu Xinpa sent a chill through him. No wonder the constables spoke of her ability to slay the silver-scaled serpent. Her gaze was indeed formidable. Clearing his throat, he declared, "No, Lu Xinpa and her companions have performed a commendable deed by saving lives and slaying the serpent. They cannot be subjected to torture." He turned to Lu Xinpa and urged, Please recount the events in the dungeon once more. The magistrate's gaze fell upon the elderly woman sitting beside him, and Wang Chuluo soon followed suit, recognizing Lu Shinpa. The streets buzzed with tales of how Lu Shinpa and a woman cradling a child had liberated many abducted females. However, this revelation seemed rather unimpressive upon closer inspection. Lu Shinpa, noticing the animosity in Wang Chuluo's eyes, remained unfazed. She had more than enough adversaries. Calmly, she recounted the events that had transpired in the dungeon, deliberately attributing all credit to herself while overshadowing Gu Yunin's contributions. Gu Yunin pouted in indignation, feeling that all the accolades belonged to Lu Shinpa. Once Lu Shinpa finished her narrative, Wang Chuluo furiously retorted, "How can you claim to have vanquished the silver-scaled serpent at your age and with a child in your arms? Do you dare to deceive our esteemed magistrate in public? Are you not aware of your transgressions?" "What transgressions do I bear?" Lu Shinpa replied. "To deceive the magistrate is indeed a crime. My lord, they must be tortured to reveal the truth. Can anyone truly believe that 2 women could slay the silver-scaled serpent?" Wang Chuluo approached the crowd, stopping before Gu Huaiqing. "Do you believe that an elderly woman and a childbearing woman could possibly defeat such a formidable beast?" Gu Huaiqing regarded her with unwavering trust, casting a disdainful glance at the 2 seated figures. When he recognized the woman beside Lu Shinpa, his expression froze. He stepped into the magistrate's office, standing before Yi Jipan. "It is truly you. How could it possibly be you? What strength do you possess to slay a serpent? Was it this old hag who coerced you? Come, return home with me." In Chapter 45, the rumors began to unravel. Yi Jipan evaded his outstretched hand, her demeanor icy. Each inquiry from him rendered Gu Huaiqing increasingly uncomfortable in front of the gathered crowd, yet he refrained from exploding in anger. His mother had already informed him of the turmoil at home. Yi Jipan intended to divorce him. However, knowing this did not equate to his consent. He had no desire to lose a free caretaker, especially when the family depended on her for income. With a sorrowful expression, he implored, "Jipan, I apologize on behalf of my parents. You know how much it pains me not to have participated in the imperial examinations this year. I sought to engage in business with our family's funds to provide a better life for you. I have just begun to see some potential, and I have been unable to attend to you, causing you distress. For the sake of our child, please forgive me." His earnest gaze would sway anyone, making it hard to perceive deceit. Feigning sincerity, how adept you are at deceiving women. It's a pity you are not in a position to hold a minor office. Gu Yunin thought angrily. These past few days, while you cavorted with this woman, where is the business you claim to be conducting? You merely weave tales to deceive my mother. Mother, for the sake of my sisters, you must not trust his lies any longer. Hearing her daughter's sentiments, Yi Jipan was momentarily shaken. She saw the genuine concern in Gu Huaiqing's eyes, which softened her heart. Each time she faced hardship, a few sweet words from him would coax her into forgiving him and continuing to sacrifice for their family. But now, with the alluring woman glaring at her in wrath, the truth became unmistakable. The reluctance from outside clashed with the unwillingness from within. Her heart felt as though it had been struck by a sharp blade, leaving her trembling in pain. "Mother, do not be disheartened. Such a scoundrel is not worth your tears. Let us swiftly rid ourselves of him and demand the money he owes us. Did he not claim to be in business? Let us see how he speaks before all these onlookers." Yi Jipan took a moment to compose herself, adopting a pitiful demeanor as she inquired, "What business are you conducting? Are you making any money? I have been cast out by your mother and left with nothing. Can you spare me some coins?" The child is hungry. There is a glimmer of hope in her eyes, yearning for her husband not to be as despicable as her daughter suggested. Yet, when the topic of money arose, Gu Huaiqing stuttered, "No money. All of it is invested in the business. I currently have not a single coin. Did you not hear that Lu Shinpa provides you with 10 taels each month? How could you be destitute?" Yi Jipan's heart sank upon the realization that he had been preoccupied solely with money, never considering the safety of her and their daughter. Feigning distress, she responded, "Lu Shinpa does give me 10 taels, but it is all spent on educational materials. I even borrowed some silver from Lu Shinpa. If you have any, please return it first, so I may buy some food for the child." Gu Huaiqing's face turned fierce with anger. He had just claimed to possess nothing. How could she demand repayment? In the past, she would have gracefully offered to earn for the family. Now, was this the influence of that old hag? His gaze turned to Lu Shinpa, filled with rage. You old witch, did you incite my wife to divorce me? You, alone and bitter, wish to ruin my wife's life, just as you have yours? Lu Shinpa cast him a disdainful glance and retorted coldly, You, who cavorts with others while leaving Ji Pan to endure scorn at home, neglecting your responsibilities as a husband. You treat her as a servant to cater to your family's needs while expecting her to provide for you. Tell me, have you ever regarded her as your true spouse? You vile old crone, how dare you speak such nonsense? Ji Pan is my only wife, and who is she to you? She pulled Gu Huaiqing closer, her voice sweetly persuasive. My relationship with young Master Gu is not as you imagine. We collaborate in business, which naturally brings us closer. Sister-in-law, you would not be envious over such a trivial matter, would you? If so, young Master Gu, let us terminate our partnership here. Though her words were pitiful, her eyes shimmered with triumph. Ji Pan, not being foolish, perceived the situation with clarity. A wave of frustration surged within her, leaving her breathless. Mother, slap her. Give her a resounding blow. This green tea is intolerable. Guilin clenched her tiny fists, her eyes fierce. At that moment, a sharp crack echoed as a crisp slap landed on Wang Chuo's delicate face. She cupped her cheek, tears welling in her eyes. How dare you strike me? Young Master Gu, your wife has struck me, and you merely stand by? Ji Pan gazed at her numbed hand, realizing that somehow she had managed to hold her child with one arm while the other had struck out. Had she really just hit someone? This was her first time. Perhaps her daughter had influenced her. Looking at Gu and in her arms, the girl was grinning with eyes squinted in joy, her hands clapping together. Gu Huaiqing, pained at the sight of the crimson imprint on Wang Chuluo's face, raised his hand to retaliate against Ji Pan. Ji Pan was taken aback that he would strike her for this woman. She closed her eyes, bracing for the impending blow, yet the anticipated pain never arrived. Instead, a sound even sharper than before rang out. Gu Huaiqing, she is now my disciple. Whoever strikes her strikes me. Since you have taken another lover, then let's part ways. She turned to the magistrate, who sat observing the scene with an air of amusement, offering no words of restraint. Upon meeting Lu Shinpa's gaze, he felt a jolt of surprise. Indeed, there was something about her presence that sent shivers down his spine. My lord, do you think it is possible to decree their divorce? Lu Shinpa's expression was grave, her gaze icy. In an instant, the county magistrate appeared flustered. He had only come to witness the spectacle, and now he was being called to make a decision. He struck the gavel with a resounding bang, and Lu Shinpa fell silent. Beside her, Gu Huaiqing complimented, Then you may withdraw for now. Wang Chuluo, do you have any further objections? If not, let this matter be concluded. The county magistrate spoke with an air of authority. Wang Chuluo glared hatefully at Ji Pan and knelt before the magistrate. Say, my lord. Lu Shinpa and her companion claimed to have slain a silver-scaled serpent in the dungeon. Not only do I harbor doubts about this matter, but the citizens of the town are also skeptical. It would be prudent to find another silver-scaled serpent. Should they truly have killed one, the rumors would be dispelled. Chapter 46. Risking life for your cause, the magistrate furrowed his brow. Do you think a silver-scaled serpent is so easily found? Where am I to procure a second one? Wang Chuluo cast a glance at Lu Shinpa, malice flickering in her eyes. She addressed the magistrate, My lord, have you forgotten that there is an estate in the town where a silver-scaled serpent has been sighted? It has lain abandoned for many years. Though the estate is lavishly built, no one dares to inhabit it. I wonder if Lu Shinpa would dare to venture there to slay the serpent? The magistrate's countenance darkened, for that place was known to harbor malevolent spirits. The previous magistrate had summoned several adept Taoists to exorcise the evil, yet not a single one emerged after a day. When a magistrate went to investigate, he discovered the gruesome fates of those who had entered. Their bellies were ripped open, and their entrails lay strewn across the ground, bloodied and mangled. At this moment, it seemed Wang Chuluo had not registered the magistrate's refusal. She continued, Seeing, as you shake your head, my lord, I propose this. If you intend to reward Lu Shinpa, why not bestow upon them that estate as a prize? I have heard they spend 3 taels of silver per day at the inn. If they were to stay for several days, how much would that amount to? Moreover, Such valiant women surely deserve a place of their own in town. Wouldn't you agree, my lord? 3 taels of silver. Spending 3 taels daily. How much would it be if they stayed longer? The magistrate murmured to himself. Wang Chuluo's eyes sparkled with a cunning delight. She had long heard of the magistrate's stinginess, unwilling to part with even a single tael for others. She deliberately made her remarks, knowing the magistrate would feel disgruntled. After a lengthy pause, the magistrate finally spoke. This is the magistrate? Clearly, he is a miser, willing to erase the merits of those who save others for the sake of a few taels of silver. I wish to strike him down. He is but a tightwad. Lu Shinpa, let us live in luxury and make him regret his stinginess. Gu Hunin clenched her small fists in frustration. Lu Shinpa and Yi Jipan felt similarly vexed. Yet what could they do? Wang Chuluo, however, was growing anxious. She could not allow Lu Shinpa and her companion to waver. They were responsible for her father's demise, and they must face the consequences. Hatred flickered in her eyes as she spoke sternly to the magistrate. My lord, if you strip them of their accomplishments. Then was the silver-scaled serpent in the dungeon indeed slain by them? My father met such a tragic end. If they are not subjected to interrogation, it will be difficult for them to reveal the truth. If you wish to shield them, I shall take my own life right here in the hall. She rose and made to dash herself against a pillar, but fortunately, a constable nearby swiftly restrained her. The magistrate, exasperated, shook his head in resignation. What folly is this? Lu Shinpa, why not capture a silver-scaled serpent? The estate shall still belong to you, and I will grant you additional rewards. May I inquire what rewards you would offer? My lord? Lu Shinpa stood up, her tone serious. She felt compelled to push the magistrate further. To relent now would only feel more humiliating. The magistrate stammered for quite some time, but could not articulate a single offer. At this juncture, Wang Chuluo declared with righteous fervor, if you, Lu Shinpa, manage to capture a silver-scaled serpent, the Wang family will offer 100 taels as a reward from the magistrate. How does that sound? Very well, 500 taels. That will not do. 1,000 taels. You must offer 1,000 taels, and we will risk our lives to fulfill your request. Lu Shinpa spoke with resolute determination, as if their endeavor was solely for Wang Chuluo's benefit. Wang Chuluo bit her lip. Fine, 1,000 taels it is. Even if we grant it to them, they may not live to spend it. Such a treacherous estate has claimed the lives of many capable individuals. Surely these 2 frail women will meet the same fate. Lu Shinpa, however, chuckled coldly. Clever indeed, Lu Shinpa, an additional 1,000 taels, with a written promise. They cannot renege on the deal. Ha ha! Gu Hunin twirled her fingers in delight. Her heart lightened. Yet, Yi Jipan, holding her in embrace, wore a face of concern, as did the crowd that had gathered, all of whom felt a chill of apprehension for their plight. The magistrate struck the gavel, dispersing the crowd. Wang Chuluo slowly exited the hall, feigning weakness, while Gu Huaiqing tenderly supported her. Yi Jipan felt her heart wrench. Her husband, of over a decade, was now attending to another woman before her very eyes. Gu Huaiqing, sensing Yi Jipan's gaze, turned to her and said, What nonsense is this, mother? Let us go. But before Gu Hunin could vent her frustrations, she was pulled away by Wang Chuluo. This pair of adulterers, I shall strike you down. Chapter 47. Entering the estates suddenly, the sky grew dark, clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled ominously, turning the clear day into a foreboding twilight. Passers-by on the street sensed an impending storm and hurriedly sought refuge at home. In that moment, streaks of lightning descended from the heavens, and piercing screams echoed through the street as Gu Huaiqing and Wang Chuluo looked up in fear. They had just been struck, though not fatally, it was nonetheless terrifying. Before they could comprehend the situation, another bolt of lightning struck them, accompanied by a flash of sparks. Both cried out in agony, causing the fleeing pedestrians to halt in astonishment. Above them, dark clouds swirled, and lightning crackled within, sporadically striking down, while their agonized shrieks continued. Surely this is your doing, isn't it? She screamed. As the words left her lips, another bolt of lightning struck down, her hair standing on end, her body coursing with electricity, involuntarily trembling. When the lightning ceased, she was left charred and blackened, her once fair skin now glistening darkly, presenting a comical sight. Miss Zhou could not suppress a laugh, quickly covering her mouth, while Lu Xinpa maintained a calm demeanor, though her lips twitched in amusement. She was tempted to laugh, yet the ominous atmosphere surrounding the situation held her back. Yi Jipan, observing Gu Huiqing's comically tragic state, found no humor in it. Was she pained? Perhaps not. Wang Chuluo, oblivious to her own appearance, saw them laughing uncontrollably. If I am to suffer, you shall not have it easy either. She dragged Gu Huiqing towards Lu Xinpa, gripping her tightly. Lu Xinpa attempted to break free, but it was too late. Another bolt of lightning struck down. Gu Huiqing pulled along, realized he had been struck while standing close to Yi Jipan, entirely disregarding the child she held. Wang Chuluo's face twisted into a sinister grin. But as the lightning passed, her smile faded. Lu Xinpa remained unscathed. Only she and Gu Huiqing bore the brunt of the strike. Why were you not struck? You should have been as well. Why? She howled in desperation, yet all she received in response were blinding flashes of golden lightning. In the midst of tension, one might ponder why a green tea and a scoundrel should not be severed with great vigor. If others err not, why should they bear the brunt? Such foolishness is unfathomable, and thus, one deserves the consequences they face. Clutching her fingers, Gu Huiqing beamed with pride in Yi Jipan's embrace. Lu Xinpa, having been pulled into the fray, felt a pang of fear. Fortunately, this celestial being was on their side. Onlookers, captivated by the spectacle, marveled at how the lightning seemed to target only those two, suggesting that Lu Xinpa was indeed favored by the heavens, leading to a flurry of rumors. Miss Zhou wore a worried expression, her thoughts unspoken, but her gaze lingered on Gu Huiqing. Misinterpreting Zhou's concern for the children left unattended inside, she kindly reassured them. Do not fret, I shall look after the child. Enter with peace of mind to vanquish the evil, and do return safely. As she reached for the child in Yi Jipan's arms, Yi Jipan appeared bewildered. Lu Xinpa hastily interjected, positioning herself protectively, stating, the child will accompany us. We shall safeguard her. She does not fare well with others, and it would be no trouble for Miss Zhou. Lu Xinpa silently lamented, oh dear, if she is taken away, what purpose do we serve in this endeavor? Are we to march into our doom? Her frustration mounted. She had advocated for this venture, yet now considered abandoning it would mean sending the two of them to their deaths. She turned to Gu Huiqing, finding Miss Zhou's actions perplexing as she spoke to an infant in such grave tones, as if discussing life and death. Using my mother as leverage, clever indeed. Very well, you shall go. However, should you ever suggest I would cry out when others hold me, know that I shall not spare you, Gu Huiqing declared, her bright eyes darting towards Lu Xinpa before erupting in a loud wail. Miss Zhou, fixated on Gu Huiqing's cherubic face, noticed the child-esque gaze as if reprimanding Lu Xinpa. Could it be that this infant comprehended the adult's words? At that moment, upon witnessing the child-esque cries, Yi Jipan cradled Gu Huiqing closer. Reluctant to send her youngest into danger, she understood that without her, they would surely perish. An officer approached, cautioning Lu Xinpa, exercise utmost care once inside. If the situation turns dire, retreat immediately. We shall remain outside and respond to your calls. The implication was clear. Even if they screamed for help, these officers would not venture inside. What lay within that could instill such fear in them? Anxiety gripped her heart. She was truly terrified. As Lu Xinpa pushed open the door, a chilling gust swept through, the heavy atmosphere contrasting starkly with the blazing sun outside, indicating that formidable entities resided within. Yi Jipan followed closely, holding child. The cold wind sent shivers coursing through her. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the heavy door closed behind them. Chapter 48. Why are you playing with a snake? Yi Jipan's heart raced with trepidation. As a simple village woman devoid of any magical prowess, being thrust into such a terrifying environment was a cruel challenge. Observing her mother's fear, Gu Huiqing reached out, warmth flowing from her small hand into Yi Jipan, dispelling some of the surrounding chill. They advanced cautiously, with Lu Xinpa leading at a slow pace. The path ahead shrouded in darkness, explaining the reluctance of the officers to enter. As Gu Huiqing's expression tightened, the oppressive atmosphere hinted at the formidable presence of the malevolent forces they were up against. Abruptly, a hissing sound emanated from below, a mass of dark creatures slithering toward them. When Yi Pan discerned the source of the noise, a scream escaped her lips. Snakes, an overwhelming number of them. They swarmed the path, various colors and sizes, sending shivers down her spine. She instinctively recoiled, yet Lu Shenpa stood resolutely in front, undeterred. Aware of the possibility of serpents lurking, she had equipped herself with ample arsenic powder. Steeling herself, she regarded the writhing mass of snakes. White, green, yellow, a veritable rainbow. A single bite could spell disaster. From her pocket, she produced a pouch of arsenic powder, casting it into the air with a surge of energy. The powder burst forth, raining down upon the ground. The scent quickly spread, and upon contact, the snakes writhed in agony, hissing and retreating in panic. Yet, Lu Shenpa did not exhibit any signs of relief. Rather, a foreboding pressure descended upon her, an unprecedented sense of danger igniting within her. Her gaze fell upon Guanin, and she stood frozen in shock. "Why are you playing with a snake?" Hearing Lu Shenpa's exclamation, Yi Pan glanced down, nearly dropping the child. Guanin was toying with a small snake, treating it like a mere plaything. Alarmed, Yi Pan urged, and then quickly toss it away. "What if it bites you?" With wide, innocent eyes, Guanin regarded the snake. "Little snake, would you bite me? You're so small. Let me see if you have fangs. Open your mouth." The snake, as if understanding her words, opened wide, seemingly indicating, "Look, I have no teeth. I won't bite you." Yi Pan was taken aback. She had forgotten her daughter's ability to communicate with animals, but this snake was unusually compliant. Yet, in a swift motion, Guanin flung the snake aside, declaring, "Little snake, go and cultivate well. Grow your teeth. This place is dangerous. Find somewhere safe to hide. Following me will only bring you harm." Uncertain how the snake had found its way onto her hand, Guanin felt no malevolence emanating from it and decided to set it free. Tossing it onto the ground with a firm voice, "If you wish to accompany me, you must have teeth. This dwelling harbors too much malevolence. I cannot guarantee your safety." She was already weary from protecting her mother. Adding a toothless snake to the mix would only complicate matters, though the snake likely did not require safeguarding. Emotional bonds could develop over time, and should it perish, she would grieve. It was better to sever ties before they began. At that moment, the discarded snake blinked its glossy, dark eyes and leapt back to Guanin's hand, opening its mouth and tapping its tail against the spot where its fangs would soon emerge. Guanin raised her hand, sending the little creature flying far away. She resolved not to harbor the snake, regardless of its persistence. Lu Shenpa continued onward, with Yi Pan trailing behind. The small snake, flung aside by Guanin, had vanished from sight. Were there even more formidable beings lurking above? Just as such thoughts crossed her mind, a foul stench wafted through the mist. Lu Shenpa halted, drawing her soft blade, her expression grave. "It reeks. This odor is reminiscent of the slain silver-scale snake. Last time I missed out on the meat. This time, I shall not let it slip away." The thought of snake meat made Guanin's mouth water. Just then, a thunderous roar resonated from ahead. "You killed my wife, and now you wish to consume her flesh. I am filled with a desire to shatter each of your bones, to alleviate the hatred festering within my heart." A colossal serpent's head emerged from the mist, its jaws opening and closing, evidently the source of the ominous sound. A pair of frigid eyes fixated on Guanin, nestled in Yi Pan's arms, brimming with animosity and fury. Yet, Guanin regarded it with nonchalance, savoring her fingers with delight, surveying the creature with a playful gaze. "Hey, I must ask, Great Worm, do you engage in regular exercise? Like slithering on the ground or scaling rooftops? What does that even mean?" The silver-scaled serpent was bewildered by such questions. Did it not appear fierce and intimidating enough? How absurd to inquire about its fitness routine. Why would it matter to her? Calling a great worm, how audacious. Soon, it would demonstrate the true might of a great worm. "If you do indeed slither about often, I shall roast you immediately. But if you're like that beast over there, I'll fatten you up for a few days before roasting you. After all, too much fat is unpalatable." Guanin spoke with childlike innocence, as if discussing trivial matters. Yet the silver-scaled serpent's eyes flushed with rage, its tongue flicking out long and menacingly. It violently swept its tail, toward Guanin and her companions, the sound of its tail slicing through the air resonating ominously. Lu Xinpa trembled as she gripped her sword. This tail was even thicker than the last one, and she could not withstand it. As the tail approached, a spark of flame erupted from Guanin's hand, striking the serpent's tail. The silver-scaled serpent let out a piercing cry, thrashing its tail in a frantic attempt to extinguish the flames. Dust and debris filled the air as it smashed the ground into fragments. Yet the flames continued to burn brightly on its scales, a testament to its vulnerability, and it realized it had underestimated the situation. Enraged by the sight of the flames, it unleashed a barrage of fireballs toward Lu Xinpa and Guanin. "You burn me. Then I shall incinerate your wife and that old hag." A chilling voice echoed through the air. "Then you are unworthy of existence. Great worm, go seek your wife." Guanin was furious. She could tolerate harm to herself, but not to those around her. Even after her transformation into a child, her protective instincts remained intact. In an instant, two orbs of scorching golden flame materialized between her small fingers, hurling toward the fireballs launched by the silver-scaled serpent. The collision produced a cacophony of crackling sounds, yet there was no pause. The golden flames surged forward, relentlessly pursuing the serpent. The silver-scaled serpent, in a panic, attempted to evade, but the flames seemed almost sentient, following its every move. It leapt gracefully from the pavilion to the ground, twisting with agility to avoid the fiery onslaught. However, a moment of distraction led to a golden flame striking its abdomen, igniting its scales and transforming its flesh into charred remnants. It writhed in agony, its body contorting as nearby structures crumbled under its thrashing, flowers scattered in disarray. Yet no matter how it struggled, the flames remained unextinguished. In that moment, another flame approached, and it nearly succumbed to despair, crying out, "Brother Wu, save me." Lu Xinpa, upon hearing this, glanced around, her grip on the sword tightening in preparation for battle. Although she knew her abilities were limited, she could still protect Yi Zhipan. Just as the golden flame was about to strike the silver-scaled serpent, a black shield appeared before it, absorbing the impact of the fireball with a thunderous explosion. The blinding light gradually faded, revealing the shield marked with indentations. A meteorite from beyond the skies. What a magnificent shield. My eternal flames were thwarted. How infuriating. Where did it come from? Guanin clenched her small fists, gazing indignantly at the shield, scanning her surroundings for its wielder. "Child, who are you? How did you discern that my shield is crafted from a meteorite?" From within the mist emerged a handsome young man, his features striking and his deep, narrow eyes exuding a hint of charm. Clad in a flowing black robe that cascaded to his knees, he stood atop dozens of slender legs, each covered in dense hair, appearing formidable enough to pierce through flesh. It was revealed to be a centipede spirit, half human, half demon. If her flying dragon hairpin were present, it would surely leave him aghast. She lamented briefly, then raised her hand, revealing a translucent hairpin radiating divine light. My treasure, you've come with me. But why did you only appear now? How I've missed you, my old companion." Guanin planted kisses upon the hairpin, her saliva enveloping its divine glow. This hairpin, obtained from the secret realm of the divine Beast Mountain, was named the Flying Dragon Hairpin due to its exquisitely carved dragon design, fluid and elegant, as if the dragon were leaping across the pin, soaring to the heavens. Ever since she acquired it, she had cherished it dearly. It served as both an ornament and a weapon against evil. At this moment, the centipede spirit's expression darkened with terror. A mere child had rendered it irrelevant. In its domain, who would dare disregard its presence? Except for those two, who remained hidden and indifferent to such trivial matters. The more it pondered, the angrier it became, launching a black poisonous dart the size of a fingertip toward Guanin. Just as Guanin reveled in her treasure, she swiftly waved the hairpin, and a brilliant light flashed through the air, obliterating the poisonous dart. The flying dragon hairpin did not pause. It surged toward the centipede. The centipede spirit was taken aback. Its poisonous darts were infused with spiritual energy, impervious and as hard as meteorite, yet they vanished in an instant. Before it could contemplate further, the hairpin was upon it, and it hastily raised its black shield in defense, its expression easing slightly. Yet in the next moment, the hairpin pierced through the black shield, striking it directly in the face. It was taken aback, attempting to evade, but it was too late. Its body collapsed with a thunderous crash, creating a massive crater in the ground. Lu Shinpa stood agape, astonished that a single hairpin had dispatched a fourth-tier demon beast so effortlessly. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Yet the beast's lifeless form remained. The shock was not limited to her. The silver-scaled serpent trembled in fear, and the surrounding sounds of chaos ceased abruptly. Suddenly, a massive centipede emerged, its form still not fully human, though its head bore a semblance to a human visage. This centipede, with a human-like face, threw its body back and let out a sorrowful wail of despair. Abruptly, its blood-red eyes locked onto Guanin, and a chilling voice emanated from its mouth. "You shall perish. All of you shall perish. You have slain my brother Wu, and I will ensure you experience a fate worse than death." With a sweep of its forelimb, the cacophony resumed as countless centipedes emerged from the mist, rushing toward Guanin and her companions. "What shall we do, Immortal Lord? I cannot contend with so many." Lu Shinpa clutched her sword, gazing at the approaching centipedes, their bodies thick as arms, some even more robust, their pincers gleaming like sickles. A terrifying swarm advancing. "What now? We are surrounded. There's centipedes everywhere." She trembled, clutching Guanin, while the child remained unperturbed, observing the swarm of centipedes. The centipede with the human face laughed maniacally. "What can that hairpin do? Can it slay them all? Today, you shall experience the torment of being devoured by countless insects. Avenging my brother Wu." Tears of blood streamed down its face. It and its brother had striven to attain human form, only to be murdered. How could it not harbor hatred? At this moment, the centipedes swarmed in, and Lu Shinpa could no longer withstand the pressure. "Immortal Lord, please act swiftly. If we do not take action soon, we shall become mere appetizers for the centipedes. What are you in such a hurry for? I sense an even more formidable demonic force approaching us." Guanin's eyes darted around, keenly observing her surroundings. However, Lu Shinpa could no longer endure the tension. She trembled as she exclaimed, "Are the three of them not strong enough? There are even more powerful beings. Why did you insist I come here?" Her voice quivered with despair. "Is this not a death sentence? I've never felt so hopeless in all my years. Today, it appears I might meet my end." Chapter 50. Is she not human? Why else if not for poverty? My mother's face indicates that this journey will be devoid of life-threatening perils and promises great wealth. After her divorce, she must support us. Without silver, how can we sustain ourselves? I wish to spare her from hardship. Guanin's cheeks puffed out as she spoke. Upon seeing her glistening eyes, Lu Shinpa realized she had misjudged such a good-hearted child. Yeji Pan felt particularly moved by her daughter's words and embraced her tighter. But in the next moment, they heard something. Most importantly, it seems something here is summoning me, compelling me to come. Alas, you must accompany me on this perilous venture. After all, this esteemed one shall risk her life to protect you. Lu Shinpa's heart screamed. She felt manipulated. Was it not better to remain home, sleeping peacefully? Why agree to come here, where even highly skilled practitioners could not prevail? How could someone of her lowly status dare to enter? Yeji Pan, gazing at her daughter, felt equally helpless. She could face death alongside her, but what about her two other daughters? In that moment, both felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness in the face of death. At that instant, a swarm of centipedes encircled the trio, leaving them no room to escape. Guanin, witnessing their advance, hurled several golden flames at them, which ignited upon contact, consuming the centipedes as if they were mere kindling. Previously, Lu Shinpa had attempted to harm them with her spiritual power, but to no avail. Now, watching the ground ablaze with writhing centipedes, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Soon, the swarm was engulfed in flames, and the centipedes squealed in agony, their bodies contorting in pain. The human-faced centipede, filled with dread, realized with horror that its progeny were being annihilated. They were its roots, and now they were gone. Anger surged within it, and it brandished a shimmering crescent blade at Guanin. Yeji Pan, holding Guanin tightly, watched as the blade descended towards her daughter's face, her heart racing. But the flying dragon blade did not falter. It shot directly towards the human-faced centipede. Startled, it understood why its brethren had perished. Perhaps it too would meet a swift end and join them. It closed its eyes, yet in the next moment, a beautiful maiden clad in white, resembling a celestial being, gracefully extended her delicate fingers and effortlessly seized the flying dragon pin. She descended lightly to the ground, toying with the pin in her hand. Such beauty existed in the world. Her features were exquisitely flawless, her bright eyes and pearly teeth contrasting against her snow-white skin. Her slender figure and graceful demeanor would surely captivate any man who laid eyes upon her. Even Lu Xinpa and Yeji Pan, though women, were entranced by her presence. At that moment, she spoke, "This is not a place for indiscriminate slaughter. You may leave, I shall spare your lives. But you did not intervene when they unleashed chaos upon us. Now that we are cornered, you choose to intervene? Your double standards are astonishing," Guanin retorted, though she knew she could not contend with her. Double standards? How intriguing. I shall not concern myself with your demise, but I must intervene should you attempt to slay them. If they perish, who will guard this place? I have no desire to coexist with mere strays. The beautiful maiden's lips curled slightly as she revealed her true intentions. She cared little for the lives of these beasts, but rather for the security of her domain. The human-faced centipede, having been spared, knelt and bowed its head, expressing gratitude to the fox spirit. "Thank you for saving our lives. We shall guard the entrance and ensure no intruders disturb you again." Fox spirit? Was she not human? Just moments ago, they faced third and fourth tier beasts, and now a ninth tier being emerged. What hope did they have? The kingdom of Tianqi could hardly contend with such power, and calling upon such a being was no easy task. Lu Xinpa felt an increasing sense of dread. She whispered to Guanin, "Let us depart. Confronting her would surely lead to our demise. You are still young. Perhaps one day you'll be able to face such beings." Lu Xinpa believed her voice was low enough for the fox spirit not to hear. To her surprise, the fox spirit's lips curled into a faint smile. "Take this and leave." With a flick of her wrist, the flying dragon pin soared towards Guanin. Guanin silently accepted the pin, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. As the fox spirit prepared to leave, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Guanin, upon noticing the fox spirit turning away, swiftly launched the flying dragon pin, piercing the human-faced centipede's forehead. In its final moments, the centipede glared at Guanin with resentment, its heart filled with bitterness. The fox spirit, turning in fury, aimed a palm towards Guanin. Determined to harness all her spiritual power to withstand the blow, Guanin steeled herself, believing that with her previous abilities as a celestial being, she could withstand this strike. As she prepared herself, a small snake suddenly slithered onto Guanin, hissing defiantly at the fox spirit. Seeing the small creature in peril, Guanin pleaded, "Release the little snake. It bears no ill will towards you." Is it not shameful for a ninth-tier fox spirit to bully a toothless little snake? I am the one who has harmed you. Direct your anger towards me. Looking at the small snake, which offered no resistance in her grasp, Guanin felt a pang of compassion, although she had no intention of sheltering it. This tiny creature had bravely shielded her from danger, reminiscent of the beasts she once cared for. At that moment, the fox spirit gazed at the little snake. "A toothless snake? Do you understand what it is?" Her words trailed off as she struggled to voice them. The fox spirit's eyes glinted with intensity, while the little snake shook its head in response. The fox spirit seemed to grasp something and nodded. Meanwhile, the silver-scaled snake, frightened, dared not lift its head. Guanin felt bewildered. Although she could comprehend animal speech, the creature's gestures eluded her understanding. Seeing the fox spirit refrain from harming the little snake, she proposed, "Since there is no one here to guard the entrance, how about I take charge of this estate? We too wish to avoid living alongside strays, and will ensure they are kept at bay. You can continue to live here as before without worry." The fox spirit's gaze turned towards Guanin, contemplating whether this infant truly possessed such wisdom. Had she planned this all along? Perceiving her skepticism, Guanin reassured her. "Rest assured, we will not disturb you. This estate now belongs to us, and should we refrain from reporting to the authorities, no one will come to provoke you, thus sparing you much trouble." Chapter 51. The true instigator this tiny infant possesses quite a sharp mind. Which ancient demon has taken possession of her? The fox spirit's enchanting gaze remained fixed on Guinin, as if she could peer into the depths of her soul. How could it be? The soul and body are indeed one. Was she born this way? Glancing at the little snake in her hand, the fox spirit conceded, very well. If that is the case. The little snake attentively listened, only to feel itself lifted into the air, soaring through the sky like a shooting star until it vanished from sight. The fox spirit's lips curled into a smile, her ethereal beauty accentuated by the newfound warmth. Coldly, she declared, "Very well, I shall trust you this time. However, you must not disturb anything here, nor touch my flower pond. No one shall lay a hand upon it." She pointed toward the flower bed, her expression suddenly shifting to fury as she exclaimed, "Who has done this? My blood-red flowers." Her countenance darkened as she rushed over, gently picking up the scattered petals, now torn and ruined, littered across the ground. Clutching the flowers, her eyes blazed red with fury as she turned to face Guinin and the others. Without her uttering a word, Lu Shen had already been petrified by that piercing gaze. The murderous intent was so palpable that even without any action, that single glance seemed capable of penetrating one's very soul. Yi Jipan was equally taken aback by the sudden shift in Lu's demeanor, her eyes filled with terror. The true instigator was already paralyzed with fear, the pain from her charred flesh momentarily forgotten. At that moment, Guinin met her eyes, which seemed to glint with a lethal intent, and thought, "It was your companion, that monstrous creature beside you, that caused all this destruction, including the pavilion. Do not glare at us with such ferocity. We have done nothing wrong." The fox demon turned her gaze towards the silver-scaled serpent, whose eyes were wide with fright, its enormous body trembling incessantly. Before the fox demon could make her next move, the silver-scaled serpent fainted, its large head crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The sound of the serpent's head hitting the earth startled Yi Jipan, causing her to shudder. Guinin, upon seeing the giant snake collapse, wore an innocent smile and exclaimed, "What a relief! Mother, fear not. Soon we shall feast on roasted snake meat. With such a large specimen, we can enjoy several meals." The silver-scaled serpent, initially feigning death to evade the fox demon's wrath, immediately perked up upon hearing her words. "I'm not dead yet. Please spare me. My flesh is not delectable," it pleaded. Guinin, noticing it was not truly deceased, puffed up her cheeks in displeasure. "If you're not dead, then why pretend? You've made me unnecessarily joyful. My meal is gone. Perhaps you should truly die again." The silver-scaled serpent, terrified, gazed at the tiny infant and shook its head vigorously. "No, no, I do not wish to die. Grant me another chance. If you crave meat, I can provide rabbit, dog, or deer meat, anything but snake." It looked at Guinin with pleading eyes, completely oblivious to the sharp gaze fixated on it. "Feigning death and daring to deceive me? You might as well truly perish." A cold voice infused with a murderous aura rang out, and the colossal serpent was abruptly lifted into the air, vanishing without a trace. Lu Shen and Yi Jipan gazed skyward, astonished. How could such a heavy creature simply disappear with a mere flick of her hand? Their eyes widened in fear. If they weighed less than 100 jin, surely a single finger could send them away as well. At that moment, the fox spirit began collecting the blood-red flowers scattered on the ground, carefully planting those that could be salvaged into a flower bed, treating them as her treasures. Once she finished, her icy gaze fell upon Lu Shen and the others. "I hope there will not be a repeat of this. Otherwise, the outcome will be dire." These flowers had taken her considerable effort to find, nurtured over the years, and to see so many destroyed today was infuriating. "Rest assured, we will not disturb these flowers. We will certainly walk around them and cause no harm." Lu Shen spoke cautiously, fearful that a single misstep might provoke a wrath. The fox spirit cast a glance at her before turning to leave. Just then, Guinin called out, "Sister Beauty, please do not depart. The air here is thick with Yin energy, making it difficult to see the path. Could you please dispel the Yin?" The fox demon halted her steps. "The Yin cannot be removed. These flowers cannot be exposed to direct sunlight, or they will wither. They are more precious to me than anything else, and I advise you not to touch them." Guinin, with wide, questioning eyes, observed her. There was no malevolence in her aura, unlike those who would exploit the flowers for dark arts. Was she perhaps attempting to resurrect someone? It was no wonder she cared so deeply for these blossoms, though it was unfortunate that so many had been ruined. Gu Anan looked at her with sympathy. Noticing the compassion in Gu Anan's gaze, the fox spirit replied coolly, "In 2 days, the Yin energy in this courtyard will dissipate on its own. You may return then." The atmosphere was heavy with Yin energy, and for those unfamiliar with the area, the path would be nearly impossible to navigate. Spending a night here could very well lead to a frightful demise. Lu Shen nodded, eager to leave, fearful that the fox spirit might unleash her fury and eliminate them all. Yi Jipan also wished to depart, her courage waning in the face of the mist before her, glancing down at Gu Anan in her arms. Understanding her intent to concoct potions and not wishing to intrude, Gu Anan stated, "We shall return in 2 days. Take care." The fox spirit nodded, a faint smile of bittersweetness gracing her elegant features. Gu Anan gazed at her stunning visage, then at the shattered flowers on her phone, an inexplicable sadness washing over her, prompting her to speak impulsively. Love knows not cause and effect. Fate determines life and death. Flowers bloom and wither, yet we remain unyielding in our longing. The fox spirit's eyes widened, her pupils trembling. "How do you know this poem?" A tear trickled down Gu Anan's cheek as realization dawned. "I do not know. It just surfaced from a place of heartache." "Is this poem significant to you?" "Indeed. It is a work composed by my husband upon seeing the flowers. I did not anticipate you would share this bond. Perhaps you are fated to meet. You may leave now and return in 2 days." With that, the fox demon turned and vanished into the mist. As the two approached the gate and opened it, 2 officials rushed over, expressing their relief. "Lu Shen, are you unharmed? Did you encounter any monsters within? Are you both injured?" Seeing the concerned expression on Miss Zhou's face as she approached, Lu Shen reassured them, "We are fine. The monster has been dealt with. It was simply the heavy Yin energy inside that caused us to delay our stay." Miss Zhou hurried over, inspecting Lu Shen and the others. Upon seeing Gu Anan's innocent smile, she felt relieved. "It is good that you are unharmed. Was there a silver-scaled serpent present?" "A silver-scaled serpent?" Chapter 52, The Torments of Imprisonment. Lu Shen suddenly recalled that the serpent had been tossed into the air by the fox spirit, but where it had landed was unknown. The officials went to investigate, but found nothing and scolded the villagers who reported the matter before departing in disappointment. Meanwhile, the massive creature had transformed into a small silver serpent, lying low in the grass. Fortunately, its scales were sturdy, and it had survived the fall without losing its life. Sighing, it was about to slink away when it felt an even more dangerous gaze fixated upon it from behind. The silver-scaled serpent turned its head to find a tiny, shiny black snake staring intently at it. If Gu Anan were present, she would recognize this little snake as the one she had casually played with. The small snake slithered closer, casting a glance at the silver-scaled serpent, which obediently followed. Yi Jipan sat at the table and took a sip of tea, still shaken by the day's events. She had never encountered so many snakes and centipedes before in her life, and the experience left her rattled. At that moment, Lu Shen opened the door and handed her a thick book. "Take a look at this. Study the contents well. Read it 3 times, and if you have any questions, come find me." Yi Jipan accepted the book, and as Lu Shen glanced back at the sleeping Gu Anan, she turned and exited. Holding the book, Yi Jipan felt a wave of concern. Her family was poor, and she had never attended a school, learning only a few characters from her elder sister while at home. She stared at the book, muttering to herself, facial features of the great king. Gu Anan and Gu Anshin rushed over upon hearing their mother's words, and Gu Anan, seeing the characters on the page, laughed. "Mother, what do the characters say?" "Facial features of the great king. Is that incorrect?" The 2 girls burst into laughter. They had attended school for 3 years, thanks to their mother's tireless efforts to earn money for their education. But their grandmother had eventually insisted they work instead of continuing their studies. Although they had only studied for 3 years, they had worked hard and managed to recognize basic characters. Gu Anshin pointed at the text and said, "It's comprehensive guide to facial features, not facial features of the great king. Mother, let me read it for you. Would you like to learn the characters?" Yi Jipan nodded eagerly, grateful for someone to teach her. She now felt fortunate that she had ensured her daughters received 3 years of education. In the depths of slumber, Gu Anan lay soundly asleep devoid of dreams. She felt enveloped in a warm, comforting embrace, drifting into a sweet sleep that even the tantalizing aroma of food could not rouse her from. The following morning, it was the rumbling of her empty stomach that awakened her. Observing her surroundings, she noticed her mother and two sisters engaged in some activity. Unable to articulate her needs, she resorted to loud cries to summon attention. "Mother, come quickly. I am starving." Her cries resonated loudly enough to attract the attention of the neighboring Lu Shenxi, who entered the room in haste. At that moment, Guanin was anxiously focused on her milk, oblivious to her presence. Liu Shenzi approached Yizipan, expressing her excitement about Miss Zhou's joy, only to reveal that through their previous interactions, she had discerned that the girl was not Wang Yuehua, but very likely Wang Yuelon. She urged them to hurry to the Zhou residence. Guanin, meanwhile, continued to drink her milk, while Lu Shenxi patiently watched until she had finished. After a satisfying burp, Guanin declared, "Let us go swiftly to confront the false Wang Yuehua." Gu Anren and Gu Anxin expressed their desire to accompany them, but were retained at the inn by Yi Jipan, with Kai Dai and Kai Xia keeping them company. Lu Shenxi and Yi Jipan then carried Gu Anren out of the inn, following a young maid from the Zhou household. Before they could enter, the venerable Zhou patriarch greeted them warmly. "Lu Shenxi, I could hardly believe my ears when my daughter Wana mentioned your arrival. Yet here you are. Please come in." The patriarch graciously welcomed Lu Shenxi and her companions, while Miss Zhou followed closely behind, her face alight with joy. They proceeded directly to the woodshed where Wang Yuelon was confined. Upon hearing footsteps, Wang Yuelon cried out, "Miss, I am truly Yuehua, your maid. Why have you imprisoned me? Do you not care for me?" However, her cries ceased abruptly when she saw the group, her gaze shifting nervously upon spotting Lu Shenxi, bound and unable to move. She lamented, "Miss, what wrong have I committed to deserve this?" Her tears painted a pitiful picture, evoking sympathy from any onlooker. Yet, Miss Zhou's voice cut through her sobs with anger. "You're not Wang Yuehua. When alone, Yuehua calls me Waner, a secret between us. To think you would impersonate her. Where's the true Yuehua?" Upon realizing her deception had been uncovered, Wang Yuelon's demeanor shifted from sorrowful to vengeful. "I never expected my foolish sister to be so cherished. At home, I receive only the finest, yet here at the Zhou household, she receives such treatment. It is unjust. The fortune teller foretold my prosperity. Why should she receive the best? Unjust? How can you speak of fairness? All that is good in your household is yours, while Yuehua has given away her earnings for the family. And what has she received in return but your slander?" Miss Zhou's eyes blazed with fury. Though they were mistress and servant, they shared a bond akin to sisterhood. The indignation at Wang Yuelon's betrayal ignited a desire to confront her directly. Wang Yuelon retorted defiantly, "Even if I am not Wang Yuehua, what can you do to me? I do not know her whereabouts. Release me, or I shall report you." Her eyes gleamed with malice, betraying her youth. Lu Shenxi regarded her with icy disdain. "Then let us report you to the authorities. If you wish to enter the government as custody, we shall see how you fare in prison." The patriarch furrowed his brow, aware that Lu Shenxi's intentions were not to bring her to justice, for with the county magistrate's indifference, it was unlikely they would ever locate Wang Yuehua. His affection for his daughter was profound, yet he echoed Lu Shenxi's sentiment. "Summon the authorities." "Please no, I cannot bear to be imprisoned again. I will tell you everything," Wang Yuelon pleaded, her expression softening. "Then speak, but be warned, if you dare utter a falsehood, you will still find yourself in custody." Lu Shenxi's voice was cold. Wang Yuelon, trembling with fear, implored, "Do not send me to that dreadful place. I will tell you everything." It turned out that after escaping the dungeon, she had hidden from Lu Shenxi, fearing exposure, and intended to discreetly flee Wangshan town at night. However, when she arrived at the city gate, it was tightly shut and under strict surveillance. A guard, suspicious of her furtive demeanor, apprehended her and sent her to prison. She initially believed her capture was due to her prior confinement, only to realize the guard had taken an interest in her appearance, subjecting her to unspeakable torment. Helpless, she had resorted to ingratiating herself, and after days of suffering, the guard finally released her. As fate would have it, she overheard Miss Zhou lamenting Wang Yuehua's disappearance near the government office. With no money and realizing that venturing out would only lead to more suffering, she attempted to impersonate Wang Yuehua, only to be discovered. While she recounted her misfortunes through tears, her audience remained unmoved, their disdain for her misdeeds overshadowing any sympathy for her plight. Lu Shenxi pressed further. Do you know who the mastermind behind this is? I do not know. I only know that Wang Yuanwei has frequent dealings with that person and was once his subordinate, Wang Yuelan replied. But her words were cut short as blood trickled from her mouth, her face contorted in agony, her eyes wide in horror before she slumped down. Lu Shenxi shouted towards the window, who? But a fleeting shadow vanished before her eyes. Lu Shenxi pursued, but the outside was devoid of any trace, leaving no direction to follow. The patriarch, gripped by fear, emerged, realizing that an assassin had breached his estate, capable of striking without a trace. He looked at Lu Shenxi. Panic and terror etched across his face, sweat beading on his brow. What shall we do, Lu Shenxi? That powerful figure would not kill everyone in the Zhou household, would they? His voice trembled, breath quickening. Report to the authorities. They likely wish to prevent Wang Yuelan from revealing any information about that figure. This should have nothing to do with your household. Otherwise, your entire family would have been exterminated by now. Worrying accomplishes nothing. If that person desires the Zhou family's demise, it would be trivial for them. I did not even perceive their arrival. Infuriates me. I must grow stronger, restore my full powers, and then that individual shall meet their end. Alas, Guanin sighed inwardly. Lu Shenxi's gaze fixed on Guanin, pondering the implications of her strength. What if you could restore your powers entirely? The thought of such potential captivated her, causing Guanin to feel a sense of unease under her intense scrutiny. What is it? Why do you look at me as if I am the key to your pursuit of vengeance? I would like to assist, but how can a mere infant take flight? How tiresome. When will I grow up and walk out on my own? She glanced at Miss Zhou and remarked, Miss, our repeated encounters suggest a connection. Your features suggest a hint of enchantment, indicating that someone close to you is not what they seem. As you experience the stirrings of affection, be wary, for that enchantment may well be the object of your infatuation. Miss Zhou's complexion drained of color as she shook her head. Lu Shenxi, you must be mistaken. He could not possibly be a demon. He treats me with such kindness. The patriarch, still shaken from the earlier fright, felt his heart sink further at this revelation. Vanya, you mentioned having affections for someone. Could he truly be a demon? You must cease all contact with him. Desperation flashed in Miss Zhou's eyes, tears brimming as she protested. Father, I pledged my life to him yesterday. He promised to come and propose. Oh dear, marrying a merman means you would have to live beneath the waves. How could humans survive such depths? Mermen do not linger long on land. Their union would be fraught with challenges. Miss Guanin's thoughts went unheard by Miss Zhou, yet they were crystal clear to Lu Shenpa and Yi Jiban, whose gazes reflected a hint of sympathy. Lu Shenpa's eyes, however, were filled with astonishment. After observing for a while, she finally noticed the ethereal aura surrounding Miss Zhou. Meanwhile, Guanin discerned that the individual was a merman. It was evident that her own abilities were lacking, and her spiritual power was meager, which led her to sigh and lament. Turning to Miss Zhou, she inquired if he had mentioned when he would come to propose. Miss Zhou's face flushed crimson. Her clandestine interactions with a man had already attracted disdain, and the notion of a proposal without a matchmaker was scandalous. He had only mentioned that it would be within a couple of days, not specifying an exact time. Hearing this, old Master Zhou nearly wept, exclaiming in despair, What shall we do now? At that moment, the butler rushed in, whispering urgently in old Master Zhou's ear. The old man's expression darkened as he listened, and suddenly he knelt before Lu Shenpa, pleading, Lu Shenpa, have mercy and save my daughter. The creature has come to our doorstep with gifts to propose. You must help her. I would pay any price. She is my only daughter. Her mother passed away early, and I fear for her safety, having never remarried. Please, you must save her. Lu Shenpa, upon seeing old Master Zhou, recognized his kind heart. His face suggested a man of fortune, though he had lost his wife early and had only one daughter. Yet, in his later years, he seemed to be enjoying peace and happiness. Nonetheless, she could not afford to be careless. She glanced at Guanin, uncertain about the merman's true capabilities. Guanin's inner voice urged, "If he has come, then let us meet him. I have previously encountered female mermaids, all of them strikingly beautiful. I wonder if this male merman is equally handsome. If so, he could serve as my male attendant." Eagerly, Guanin attempted to leap from Yi Zhibon's embrace to see outside. Lu Xinpa was speechless. She had anticipated hearing about the merman's strength, yet here was Guanin wishing to keep him as a servant. With a sigh, she urged old Master Zhou to rise, stating, "Since he has arrived, it is best to meet him. If we linger at the door, more curious onlookers will gather, and Miss Zhou's reputation may be tarnished." Old Master Zhou quickly complied, leading the way outside. However, upon reaching the door, he was too frightened to open it, trembling as he glanced back at Lu Xinpa. Understanding his trepidation, Lu Xinpa stepped forward and opened the door. Before them stood a man whose beauty rivaled that of the legendary Panin. His long, elegant features and eyes sparkled like stars. His handsome visage was simply flawless. "I am Jiang Ziyuan, seeking to marry Miss Zhou. May I inquire as to your identity?" "Oh my, this merman is breathtaking. I must have him as my servant, to gaze upon him every day," Guanin's inner voice exclaimed. Chapter 54. Marrying a monster. Guanin's thoughts echoed in Lu Xinpa's ears. The man before them moved with grace and possessed unparalleled beauty, reminiscent of the famed prime minister of Tianqi nation. As Jiang Ziyuan spoke, he gestured to the impressive array of gifts behind him, yet he appeared puzzled. Having heard some voices earlier, who were they, and where did they come from? Lu Xinpa addressed him, and he nodded, his gaze sincere and clear as he gently smiled. "This is but a small token of my affection. I hope the Zhou family will accept it." A small token, indeed. 12 grand red boxes were lined up, carried by over 20 robust men. The sight of such an entourage blocked the Zhou family's entrance, drawing a crowd. Whispers of admiration filled the air. What a fine suitor they had found. Yet, not all were pleased. Some voices dripped with envy. "Who seeks a proposal in person without a matchmaker? Such a lack of decorum." Others muttered, suggesting he might be attempting to coerce Miss Zhou into marriage. As the crowd murmured, Jiang Ziyuan's eyes flickered with cold intensity, his fists clenched, suppressing his anger. Lu Xinpa observed the boxes, then glanced at old Master Zhou, who appeared increasingly distressed. The murmurs from the crowd seemed reasonable, but the hopeful gaze of his daughter weighed heavily upon him. Finally, he sighed, "Let us move inside. Do not block the doorway. Everyone disperse." Upon hearing old Master Zhou's command, Jiang Ziyuan instructed his men to bring the boxes into the courtyard. Once inside, he approached a grand red box, saying, "Uncle Zhou, my affection for Wanner is sincere. I seek your blessing. I apologize for my abrupt arrival, but this box contains a small token of my feelings." He opened the box to reveal a dazzling assortment of pearls, agates, and gold jewelry shimmering under the sunlight. Old Master Zhou's eyes widened, nearly unable to comprehend the wealth displayed. The servants in the courtyard gaped in astonishment at the treasures within. Jiang Ziyuan, observing their expressions, smirked while gazing affectionately at Miss Zhou, who returned his gaze with equal sentiment. Old Master Zhou, seeing their connection, quickly pulled his daughter aside, unwilling to disclose her affection for a monster before the public. "Let's speak inside," he urged. Once in the parlor, old Master Zhou dismissed the servants and turned to Lu Xinpa, asking, "What shall we do?" Lu Xinpa regarded Jiang Ziyuan with a serious expression. "Jiang Ziyuan, from where do you hail, and do your parents know of your intentions?" Jiang Ziyuan glanced at her, recalling Miss Zhou's mention of her father raising her alone after her mother's death. Who was this woman to question him? He turned to Miss Zhou, whose eyes glistened with tears, and his expression darkened slightly. "My bond with Wanner is my own doing. Do not blame her. My family has consented to my pursuit of her hand, and if you, Uncle Zhou, agree, I shall marry her soon." At the mention of marriage, old Master Zhou tightened his grip on his daughter's hand, unwilling to marry her off to a monster, no matter the riches offered. "You may as well abandon this hope. I will not allow my daughter to marry a creature." "A creature? How could I be a monster? I am a perfectly respectable man. Please do not listen to slander." Jiang Ziyuan insisted vehemently, though a flicker of panic crossed his face. "A man? I can already smell the scent of the sea upon you. Yet you refuse to admit it. Truly, the more handsome the man, the greater the deceit. This flaw must be corrected when you serve as my attendant. Lu Shunpa thought, exasperated, wishing to inquire of Gu and in how to compel him to reveal his true form. At that moment, Miss Zhou broke free from her father's grasp and rushed to Jiang Ziyuan's side. Father, please allow us to be together. We are truly in love. If I cannot marry him, I shall never wed. Uncle Zhou, rest assured I will cherish Wanner for all my days. I will never let her down. Please, grant us your blessing. Jiang Ziyuan echoed, their hands tightly clasped. Old Master Zhou felt his anger swell, nearly choking on his indignation. Lu Shunpa, too, felt helpless. At such a tender age, Miss Zhou was utterly captivated by the stunning man before her. Perhaps if he revealed his true self. With that thought in mind, she turned to Guanin and asked, how can we compel him to show his true form? Old Master Zhou observed closely, his curiosity piqued. At that moment, Jiang Ziyuan shielded Miss Zhou, causing tea to spill upon him. Yet, despite the weight, Jiang Ziyuan remained unchanged, maintaining his human guise. Miss Zhou delicately took out a handkerchief to wipe the tea leaves off him. Jiang Ziyuan gently held her hand and said, I am fine. As long as they agree to let you marry me, I do not mind how much water they pour on me. Miss Zhou's face flushed deeper as she gazed at him with love. Mr. Zhou observed the couple's affectionate exchange and sighed, lamenting that it would be perfect if he were not a monster. However, Lu Shunpa had declared him a demon, and he felt compelled to separate them. Lu Shunpa, witnessing Jiang Guan's unchanging demeanor, was slightly bewildered. The water had no effect. Could it be that this demon was not a merman? At that moment, Guanin quietly remarked, he may have consumed the transformation pill. Lu Shunpa, strike his eyes to make him cry. As soon as he sheds tears, they will turn into pearls. Hit him hard. Lu Shunpa regarded the tender couple before her. How could she strike? Miss Zhou would surely not allow it. Yet, for Miss Zhou's future safety, she charged forward and threw a punch at Jiang Ziyuan's face. Jiang Ziyuan spun, cradling Miss Zhou, evading Lu Shunpa's attack. He placed Miss Zhou aside and said, stay here obediently. I will ensure they let you marry me. Miss Zhou nodded, her eyes filled with affection, reluctantly releasing his hand. Just then, Lu Shunpa launched another punch at Jiang Ziyuan. He skillfully dodged, and they began to grapple. Before long, Jiang Ziyuan landed a punch on Lu Shunpa's shoulder, causing her to stagger, nearly falling. Despite this, Lu Shunpa was acutely aware of her own inferiority in strength. At that moment, Guanin intervened, and a brilliant white light flashed above Jiang Ziyuan's head. A bolt of lightning struck him, causing a cacophony akin to thunder as his body radiated white light, trembling uncontrollably. Miss Zhou rushed to him, wanted to pull him away, but Jiang Ziyuan shouted, do not touch me. It is dangerous here. Wanner, stay away from me. Miss Zhou halted her outstretched hand mid-air, witnessing the pain etched on Jiang Yuan's face as he was struck by lightning. Her heart shattered into tears. She hurried to Lu Shunpa, pleading, let him go. He is not a monster. He is a human. I beg you, Lu Shunpa. Seeing her in tears, Jiang Yuan's own tears began to flow, each droplet transforming into pearls that fell to the ground with a soft thud. Chapter 55, Behold your true form you. Why do your tears turn into pearls? What kind of monster are you? Mr. Zhou stammered, pointing at Jiang Yuan, his voice cracking. Ms. Zhou turned to see a pearl sliding down Jiang Yuan's cheek. She stood there, frozen, unable to believe the scene before her. The man she wished to spend her life with was not human. How could this be? Jiang Yuan, noticing Ms. Zhou's expression, broke down, saying, I'm sorry, truly sorry, Wanner. I did not wish to deceive you. I am not human. I am a merman. But I love you sincerely. We mermen have only one beloved in our lifetime. Ever since you saved me in childhood, I fell in love with you while being with you, and I transformed into a man. Mermen are without gender in their youth. When they find someone they love, they choose their form. Seeing his sorrow, Miss Zhou's heart ached even more. The one she loved was not human. The person she wished to trust with her life was a merman. Her heart felt as though it had been hollowed out, causing an unbearable pain. Tears streamed down her face as she looked at him, her heart in agony. With trembling lips, she managed to speak. I saved you when I was little. We spent time together. She had never left Wangshan town. How could she have saved a merman? Jiang Yuan's face turned pale, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Despite enduring the torment of lightning, he stood tall. Clenching his jaw, he spoke. "Do you remember the golden fish you bought at the fish market when you were a child? That was me." Childhood memories felt distant, and Miss Zhou frowned. "I do not remember. When was that?" Jiang Ziyuan's heart ached for a moment as he realized she had forgotten him. He recounted their past with earnestness. The fish was entirely golden and beautiful. She could not bear to see it die, so she decided to release it. They went to the riverbank. Where the goldfish lingered in the water, reluctant to leave, gazing at her. Miss Zhou suddenly burst into tears, thinking of her mother, who surely would not want to leave her. She poured her longing for her mother into the fish's ears, which seemed to understand, listening intently in the water. Fate is indeed a wondrous thing. It is a pity that humans and demons are destined to be apart. Even in love, it is difficult to unite. Guan mused sentimentally. Yet, Jiang Zuan retorted fiercely. Who says humans and demons cannot be together? My mother is human, and my father is a merman. They have coexisted harmoniously for decades. They said as long as Wanner and I love each other sincerely, they would support us. Wanner, will you accept me? If you do, I will take you to my world. If you cannot accept me, I will leave. Jiang Zuan gazed at her with hopeful eyes. Your world is filled with water. How can humans live in water? Moreover, my daughter has never seen your true form. What if she finds it horrifying? He had only one daughter. How could he allow a monster to take her away? At that moment, the lightning surrounding Jiang Zuan vanished, yet he emanated a charred scent, swaying unsteadily. He looked at Miss Zhou in silence, as if faced with a difficult choice. He closed his eyes and then opened them wide. In an instant, his singed hair turned a deep blue-black. His ears took on a pointed shape resembling butterfly wings, and his charred face, though darkened, still revealed a hint of red, while his eyes transformed into a deep blue, sparkling like precious gems. His legs morphed into a powerful tail, its black scales glistening prominently. Alas, it is my fault for striking too hard. I have turned him into a charred coal. How could I have made him look this way as a merman? Perhaps I should not take him as a male servant, for I fear I would awaken in fright at night. Guanin thought to herself. However, Jiang Ziyuan was furious. He was among the most handsome of mermen, yet he was called frightening. As the prince of the mermen, how could he serve others as a male servant? He surveyed everyone present, but found no source for the comment. Anger flickered in his eyes, but upon seeing Miss Zhou's pale face, his heart sank. At that moment, Miss Zhou appeared as white as a sheet, her eyes filled with horror and trembling hands. His mother had told him that when she first saw his father transform into a merman, she felt both fear and curiosity. Yet, in Miss Zhou's gaze, he saw only terror, devoid of wonder. He did not see the ghastly visage he now bore. If he were to catch a glimpse in a mirror, he would likely be horrified himself. Mr. Zhou, upon witnessing such a creature in his home, fainted from shock. Miss Zhou rushed to him, crying out in distress, "Father!" Jiang Ziyuan's expression grew dimmer. He knew the inevitable conclusion without needing to hear it. He transformed back into his human form, uncertain of how to resolve the current predicament. He could neither stay nor leave. At that moment, Lu Xinpa addressed him. "You have seen Miss Zhou's attitude, have you not? Leave now, and do not seek her again." From Jiang Ziyuan's transformation, Lu Xinpa could see the fear in Miss Zhou's eyes, which spoke more than any affection. Jiang Ziyuan wore a pained expression, though his charred features betrayed no emotion. Just then, Mr. Zhou groaned and regained consciousness, weakly stating, "His heart is in pieces." Yet, as a prince of the mermen, he maintained his composure, replying calmly, "Rest assured, I will not pursue Miss Zhou any longer. As for the gifts, consider them a token of gratitude for saving my life." With that, he strode out decisively. Miss Zhou watched his retreating figure, her eyes filled with reluctance, but remained silent for the sake of her frightened father. As Jiang Zan reached the doorway, he encountered the officials arriving at the Zhou residence to investigate. The officers lifted their heads only to see a figure entirely blackened, resembling coal, nearly causing one to stumble in fright, fortunately supported by another officer behind him. The constable, recovering from his astonishment, bellowed at him, "Who are you? Masquerading here? Is a report to the authorities by the Zhou family instigated by you? Come with us to the magistrate's office." Chapter 56. This person is actually himself. Upon finishing his statement, the constable stepped forward to seize Jiang Ziyuan. However, Jiang Ziyuan would not allow himself to be captured. With a swift movement, he darted outside the door. The two constables, left grasping at thin air, exchanged glances filled with frustration. Do you dare to resist? Stand your ground, or you'll find yourself in the dungeon for 3 to 5 years. Typically, such threats would intimidate thieves into submission. Yet, Jiang Ziyuan was unfazed. He was not human, and thus unbound by human laws. In a single bound, he rushed out and vanished in an instant. The constables, watching his retreating figure, could only feel helpless. One remarked, "Why are there so many people recently appearing charblack? Just the other day, 2 others looked like that. Today, yet another. Could it be that the heavens, in their wrath, have sent down lightning to strike mortals?" Their musings continued. If only the magistrate were struck down in such a manner. They hastily made their way into the Zhou residence, dismissing the matter of the young man for another time. The two constables stepped into the courtyard, where they found that all the servants of the Zhou household had been sent to the back to clean up, leaving the front yard deserted. They proceeded directly into the reception hall. There, they discovered Old Master Zhou lying weakly on the floor, while Ms. Zhou wept inconsolably. The constables rushed over to inquire, "Old Master Zhou, was it that coal-black figure who harmed you?" Upon hearing this, Old Master Zhou realized they had misunderstood and quickly clarified. "No, it has nothing to do with that person. He merely happened to come to my house. My report to the authorities is not because of him." He was keen to avoid the constables pursuing the merman, fearing that in their rage, the merman might abduct his daughter. Meanwhile, Jiang Ziyuan, having fled to the riverbank, could not hold back his tears, which fell like pearls into the water. He believed that his unwavering love had come to an end. She had rejected him and sought to report him to the authorities. Looking down at the river, he contemplated leaping in and never returning to the shore. Suddenly, a scream echoed. "Ah, who is that?" He noticed a figure on the water's surface, blackened and grotesque. As he drew closer for a better look, he was taken aback. It was, astonishingly, his own reflection. "What has happened to my unparalleled beauty? Where are my flowing locks? How has my fair complexion turned as dark as the bottom of a pot?" He glanced around, relieved to find no one else present. Otherwise, he might terrify them. In a state of urgency, he swam swiftly until he reached the domain of the merman. The 2 guards at the entrance raised their spears, demanding, "Who goes there?" "Intruder Shaldi." Jiang Ziyuan, bewildered, declared, "How dare you point your weapons at me? I am the 3rd prince of the mermen. If you cannot even recognize your own prince, you're truly courting death." The guards burst into laughter. "Our 3rd prince is the most handsome among the mermen. Look at yourself, as dark as a mud loach. Begone. How dare you?" Jiang Ziyuan retorted, producing his royal insignia. "Open your eyes and see what this is. Clear the way for me." Upon seeing the insignia, the 2 guards trembled and knelt, begging for forgiveness. "Your Highness, it is our fault for not recognizing you. Is this appearance a disguise to frighten humans? In such garb, if you were to reveal your true form, you would surely terrify them to death." Jiang Ziyuan frowned. He had indeed frightened one, but he was there to propose, not to scare. No wonder Wanner had looked at her with such terror. It was all the fault of that old woman who had struck him with lightning. He strode purposefully toward the Grand Hall. At that moment, Gu Anren and Gu Anxin were idly reading a book given to them by Lu Xinpa. Noticing their focused engagement, Lu Xinpa asked, "Do you understand the content of the book?" Both girls shook their heads, and Gu Anren added, "Though we do not understand, we can recite it." Lu Xinpa furrowed her brow. When she studied this book, it took her at least 3 or 4 days to read through, and to memorize it would require a month. She had only given them the book yesterday. How could they have memorized it so quickly? Skeptical, she picked up the book and said, "Then recite the 25th page for me. The nose is broad, the nostrils flare. If one were a monk, what a pity." Gu Anren recited fluently, reciting an entire page perfectly. Lu Xinpa stared in astonishment. She had not expected her to actually recite it, word for word. "Wonderful sister, you've memorized it so quickly. What reward will Lu Xinpa give me for this?" Gu Anxin's cheer rang out, and Lu Xinpa, pleased, replied, "Whoever can recite the 11th page will receive a piece of osmanthus cake." Osmanthus cake was a delicacy reserved for the wealthy in the Gu household. They had not even tasted sugar in a year. At that moment, Gu Anshin eagerly exclaimed, "I'll recite it." She recited the entire page in one breath. Lu Shenpa was utterly shocked. What kind of disciples had she taken? If both of her daughters were so capable, then their mother must be extraordinary as well. She turned to Yi Jipan and said, "Jipan, your daughters are remarkable. You must have taught them well. Surely you can recite this book too? How about you recite the 5th page?" Yi Jipan's face flushed crimson. Her daughters were indeed exceptional, but she struggled to recognize the characters herself. Seeing Lu Shenpa's expectant gaze, she pondered for a moment and stammered, "The pig's mouth is long and thick. The lower lip is large and drips." "Wait," Lu Shenpa interjected, frowning several times. "What have you altered in the content? What dripping? There is no dripping in this text." As she shook her head, she handed the book back to Yi Jipan. Sighing as she left her guest room, Gu Anren and Gu Anshin surrounded their mother, comforting her. "Mother, do not be disheartened. We will teach you. Do not be upset. Dear mother, even if you know nothing, I can protect you. Look at Lu Shenpa. She boasts over such trivial knowledge. In my presence, she knows nothing." Hearing her daughter's reassurances, Yi Jipan felt considerably better. She opened the book to the 5th page and realized that her recitation had been entirely incorrect. Frustrated, she smacked her head, and her 2 daughters held her back, patiently explaining once more. After a day and night of diligent study, the following morning, Yi Jipan rushed to Lu Shenpa's guest room. Bursting through the door, she joyfully exclaimed, "Master, I can read it now." However, upon glancing at the scene on the bed, she was so startled that she collapsed to the ground. Chapter 57. The master servant packed on the bed. A thick snake had tightly coiled around Lu Shenpa's body. She struggled desperately, casting fireballs of spiritual energy, but they had no effect. The snake held her firmly, its massive head flicking out a long, crimson tongue, making a hissing sound, its cold eyes fixed on her. Upon hearing someone enter, it whipped its head around, opening its mouth wide to reveal sharp teeth. Yi Jipan, paralyzed with fear, sat motionless on the ground. At that moment, Lu Shenpa shouted, "Quick, bring Guan in here." Hearing this, the fierce snake emitted a sound akin to weeping. Realization dawned on Lu Shenpa. It was a silver-scaled snake that had been tossed by the fox spirit that day. Yet why would it seek assistance for the fox spirit? After such treatment, why would it want to help her? Furthermore, the fox spirit was so powerful. Who could possibly harm her? Lu Shenpa was filled with confusion. But with the snake constricting her, she had no means of escape. In her anger, she exclaimed, "Is this how one begs for help? You are suffocating me." The silver-scaled serpent, upon witnessing this, swiftly released her body and slithered beneath the bed, speaking in a tone of grievance and pleading, "I apologize. I feared you would not heed my words and would venture out to have me captured. I cannot approach the individual in the adjacent room, so I had no choice but to seek you out. I speak the truth. If I utter a falsehood, turn me into snake soup." At that moment, Guanin in the next room abruptly awoke, seemingly having heard someone mention snake soup, causing her mouth to water. She mused to herself, "I yearn for snake soup. I am so hungry. If only that silver-scaled serpent were here, such delectable soup would be a delight." Guanin's thoughts resonated clearly, and the silver-scaled serpent, terrified, curled up, stammering, "I do not speak lies. Please do not make me into snake soup." The poor creature appeared to be frightened by Guanin's fervent longing. Trembling at the sound of her voice, Lu Shensi, observing its timorous demeanor, deduced it posed no threat. She took Yi Jipan and approached Guanin, relaying the serpent's plea for help to rescue the fox demon. Guanin found this peculiar. With the fox demon's formidable powers, who could possibly harm her? Even if she were injured, what could they do to assist? But who was this serpent king? Guanin scrutinized Yi Jipan and then glanced at Lu Shensi, feeling an inexplicable call to investigate further. Lu Shensi unlocked the door and entered, revealing a scene that could only be described as a paradise. Delicate pavilions and towers were artfully arranged, while abundant flowers spilled over the walls, their fragrance intoxicating. To the left of the corridor lay a uniquely shaped rockery, where clear spring water flowed and fish could be seen swimming within. Yi Jipan, cradling Guanin, was captivated by the enchanting scenery. As they walked along the corridor, the flower beds from their previous visit were devoid of the blooms of the other shore flower, leaving only bare branches standing. Each of the three was lost in contemplation, perplexed by the unfolding events. Suddenly, the silver-scaled serpent reappeared urgently. "Please, come with me quickly." It dare not look at Guanin, directing its gaze towards Lu Shenxi as it advanced. The two followed it to a pavilion where the door was slightly ajar. The serpent slipped through the gap. Lu Shenxi halted, gazing at the partially open door with concern, turning to Guanin. Guanin, entranced by the intricately carved wooden door, sensed no danger. "Let us enter and see what lies within," she urged. Upon hearing this, Lu Shenxi pushed the door open, with Yi Jipan following closely. As they stepped inside, they were nearly overwhelmed. In the center of the room lay a crystal coffin, within which a handsome man rested, enveloped in mist, enhancing his allure. "The ice crystal coffin," Guanin exclaimed, recalling the legend that such a coffin could preserve a corpse for a century, appearing as if alive. Ethereal, white energy continuously flowed into the man's body, sustaining his vibrant essence. It was a rare sight indeed. Her gaze shifted, and she spotted a snow-white fox languishing nearby, its mouth stained with blood, gazing vacantly at the man in the coffin. At that moment, a small snake crawled onto Guanin's hand. Noticing the chill it emanated, she looked at it, observing glistening eyes and a flickering tongue that emitted faint sounds. "Please, save her." Guanin was taken aback. The little snake could speak, yet had remained silent during previous encounters. Glancing at the injured white fox, she lamented, "With its demon core shattered, how can I save it?" The little snake seemed to perceive her thoughts and replied, "Though its demon core is broken, there remains a glimmer of hope for restoration, provided you lend me the pearl within you." "Who are you, and how do you know about the pearl inside me?" As she focused her energy inward, she indeed discovered the pearl in her dantian, identical to one she had encountered before her arrival in this body. Yet, how could it possibly know? Guanin regarded it with suspicion, and the little snake explained, "The pearl within you and I share a primordial bond. My existence is a manifestation of the pearl's essence. I can sense it as such. If you allow me to use that pearl, I can harness the power of restoration to mend her demon core." Guanin furrowed her brow. She had never heard of a pearl giving birth to a snake. While she understood the concept of restorative power, it felt beyond her current reach. However, confronted with the little snake's pleading gaze, she dismissively replied, "As long as you can take the pearl, feel free to use it." Uncertain of the pearl's true nature, she recalled a prior attempt to destroy it, which had resulted in her being flung backward, leaving her unconscious for several days. The little snake's eyes sparkled with delight at her words, but then it drooped its head, asking, "May I borrow a bit of your blood?" "Blood?" Guanin gasped internally, as she dreaded the thought of bleeding. While she could tolerate injury, willingly shedding her own blood was unthinkable. She softened her tone. "Here, take it from my pinky." She extended her pinky finger towards the little snake, which, still possessing developing fangs, seemed unsure how to extract blood. The little snake leaned closer, and Guanin felt a sharp pain in her finger. A series of golden rings of light emanated from her body, growing larger and brighter, illuminating the entire room with a dazzling glow. Lu Shenxi and Yi Jipan stared in astonishment. Yet, as the golden light faded, Guanin gasped, "You have bound me to a master-servant contract." The little snake bowed its head, its gaze averted as it sensed Guanin's indignation. In a soft voice, it explained, "I feared you would refuse if I directly proposed a contract, so I used a different approach. However, the need to borrow your pearl to access restorative power is genuine. You have now fused with the pearl, and I cannot draw upon it without this contract." The little snake appeared remorseful, its head hung low. Finally, it timidly looked up and pleaded, "Please accept me as your servant. I possess great potential." Guanin was filled with rage. Each beast required spiritual energy to form a contract, and human spiritual energy was limited. Even the most gifted individuals could contract only 2 beasts in their lifetime. Despite being a celestial being, she had yet to form a contract with any creature after many years of searching for a compatible one. Now, she had unwittingly contracted a small snake that had yet to fully develop its fangs. Frustrated, her fists clenched tightly, her eyes nearly ablaze with fury. She cursed her own curiosity for wanting to witness its use of restorative power. The little snake's claim of prowess only stoked her anger further. What ability do you possess? Can you merely slip into a crevice to escape? Seeing her fuming, the little snake curled up, resembling a chastised child. Meanwhile, the fox demon coughed violently, blood spilling from its mouth, nearing its end. Its demon core shattered. It lay exposed and on the verge of death. Yet its gaze remained fervently fixed on the man in the crystal coffin, unyielding. Mistress, Sister Fox is in dire straits. She is nearing death. Could you lend me some strength to save her? The fox demon's gaze shifted to the little snake, its voice weak, blood continuing to trickle from its lips, staining its white fur crimson. The little snake wriggled swiftly towards the fox. Sister Fox, I will not let you perish. I will save you now. Just promise me this once, and I shall obey you from now on. Gu, witnessing the once ethereal fox demon now reduced to such a pitiful state, felt a pang of compassion. Save her, save her. As long as you can wield the restorative power, I care not how much you borrow. She could not believe that a small snake devoid of any spiritual energy could summon such formidable restorative powers. Restoring a demon core that had existed for millennia was no trivial matter. Yet, she had no inkling that she would regret this decision for many days to come. Seeing Guinen's consent, the little snake's eyes shone with determination as it turned to the fox demon. Sister Fox, hold on. At this moment, the originally black body of the little snake suddenly gleamed with golden light, and its head opened wide, releasing streams of golden radiance that penetrated the fox spirit's abdomen. The fox spirit's pupils trembled violently, as if she were enduring immense pain. Her body convulsed in agony, yet not a sound escaped her lips. Gradually, the golden light spewing from the little snake seemed to flow into the fox spirit's body, revealing faint glimmers of light enveloping a spherical object. As the golden light entered the orb, cracks upon its surface began to mend slowly. Guinen was astonished. She never expected such an unremarkable little snake to possess such formidable restorative power. However, as the little snake emitted more golden light, she sensed something within her draining away. Slowly, her eyelids felt heavy, and eventually, she could not help but close them. The last sight she beheld was the little snake swaying, still expelling golden brilliance, as if it would not cease until the demon core was restored. When Guinen awoke, 3 days had already passed. Yijipan sat by her side, watching her with deep concern. Upon seeing her open her eyes, she joyfully lifted her up and said, "Anin, you've finally awoken. I was so worried." Tears of joy streamed down her face. Guinen blinked her hazy eyes, feeling exceptionally weak, unable even to extend her small hand to wipe her mother's tears. She was alarmed, wondering if the snake had drained all her spiritual energy. This was merely a small borrowing, but if it took more, would it not risk her very life? At this moment, her sole desire was to scold that little snake. If only she could strike it a few times. She looked around, but the little snake was nowhere to be seen. Noticing her search, Yijipan said, "The little snake is fine. It hasn't eaten or drunk for 3 days, just like you, and has yet to awaken. Lucianpa said you both are fine, just exhausted. What, 3 days of sleep? How much energy did it borrow?" Guinen's heart seethed with rage, knowing her mother could not hear her thoughts, but she could not help but roar internally. She resolved never to believe that little snake's words again. Yijipan, observing her daughter's anger, understood but could not reveal that she could hear her thoughts. She spoke to herself, however, that little snake's efforts were not in vain. The fox spirit's demon core has been restored, and it too remains in slumber. But that ice coffin is rather eerie, containing a living dead person. One wonders what relation they have to the fox spirit. At this moment, Gu Anren and Gu Anshin entered, and upon seeing the little one awake, they rushed over joyfully. Sister, you've finally awakened. This place is so fun. The scenery is beautiful, and the big snake can even dance for us. I'll take you out to sea. It will be delightful." "The big snake? What snake? It can't be that silver-scaled serpent, can it?" Guinen's eyes sparkled, wide with curiosity. "The big snake is entirely silver. We were frightened of it at first, but it can speak and play with us, even dance the twist." "The twist? Is it beautiful? I want to see." Guinen's interest was piqued, her eyes shining brightly. Despite her weakness, her little head leaned eagerly toward the outside. Yijipan, hearing her excitement, picked her up and carried her outside. In the courtyard, the silver-scaled snake followed Gu Anren and Gu Anshin, its undulating body exuding grace, its voice filled with joy. Over the past few days, it had exerted all its efforts to alleviate their fears, mingling with them. After all, their king had become the little girl's contracted beast, and, as a subordinate, it sought to curry favor. If it could win their praise, that would be even better. At this moment, Gu Anren ran over with delight, exclaiming, "Sister, the big snake is here. Let it perform the twist for us." Seeing the snake not moving, Gu Anren grew anxious. "Big meatworm, why aren't you dancing for me? Do you have ulterior motives, trying to deceive my two sisters?" The silver-scaled snake reared up, its head shaking like a rattle drum. "And no ulterior motives. I will dance right now." As it spoke, its massive body rose upright, and had the courtyard walls not been high, onlookers outside would have seen it. It twisted its body, spinning in circles, eventually contorting into a shape resembling a twisted pastry. But then it froze, its gaze fixated on the courtyard wall. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Chapter 59. Unending conflict, she gasped, her face paling, trembling in fear, as the silver-scaled snake focused on her, casting a deathly glare. Wang Chuluo, meeting that gaze, was so frightened that her spirit fled, her legs buckling as she slipped down the ladder. With a scream, she fell directly onto Gu Huaiqing, and the two collapsed to the ground with a muffled thud. The courtyard walls were high, although Wang Chuluo was light. She was still an adult weighing around 50 to 60 kilograms, and she knocked Gu Huaiqing unconscious. The silver-scaled snake, noticing the head that had peeked out disappear, was unconcerned. Such incidents were not uncommon. For these colossal beings, ordinary people would only feel fear, while cultivators viewed them as excellent training materials. Many had even dared to provoke them, though they were swiftly driven away, causing no small amount of trouble. This was also why the fox spirit had shrouded the entire residence in a mist of Yin energy. However, now that the fox spirit's demon core was unstable, the mist dissipated, and everything in the courtyard was laid bare for the onlookers. When Wang Chuluo peeked out, Gu Anren spotted her instantly, her mind racing. Why is that disaster star everywhere? This peaceful life is unbearable. Mother, I bet my useless father is over there too. When you see him, please don't go soft-hearted. Gu Anren blinked her long eyelashes at Yi Jipan, who, recalling the heartless man, felt a flicker of sorrow in her eyes. At this moment, cries echoed from the neighboring courtyard, heart-wrenching and painful. Brother Huaiqing, don't die. Don't leave me all alone. Please, someone come." Hearing the wails, Gu Anren couldn't help but grin, revealing her bare gums. "She wouldn't have crushed my useless father, would she? If she did, that would be splendid. It would spare my mother from him, and she would be widowed. How delightful." She was smiling joyfully. But Gu Anren and Gu Anshin were no longer laughing. Although their father had not treated them well, blood ties were strong, and they did not want to lose him. "Miss Wang, please step to the back courtyard to speak." Wang Chuluo, noticing the physician's serious expression, hurried to follow him. This young man may never have heirs again. It seems he was struck by something heavy, and both his lower eggs are shattered and must be removed. "How can that be? Must both eggs be removed? Can't one be saved?" Wang Chuluo, clinging to a glimmer of hope, inquired. Ever since her father passed away, her mother had fallen ill, and her brother only indulged in revelry, neglecting to care about their father's death. Only Gu Huaiqing had stayed by her side, and she harbored some thoughts of having him marry into their family. But if he was to be rendered incapable of having children, what significance would it have to keep him around? After all, which man didn't he have a spare? The old physician shook his head heavily, saying, "It is simply too shattered. There is no possibility of saving them. One wonders what could possess such power." Wang Chuluo's expression fell instantly, her eyes unable to meet his. Recalling that she had fallen from such a height, had Gu Huaiqing not caught her, she would have met a dire fate. Then let them all be removed. Just ensure that the other one can be preserved. The physician's face flushed. It was rather direct for a young lady to speak so. Though he thought this, he dare not voice it. He turned to enter the side room, and moments later, the sounds of agonized wailing echoed from within. What was happening next door? Could it be murder? Even if it were murder, it shouldn't sound this tragic. It's worse than the cries of someone mourning their father. Guinan gazed at the wall adjoining the next room, where several small snakes had been slithering beside the silver-scaled snake for quite some time. The silver-scaled snake paused its movements and spoke. The neighboring residence belongs to the Wang family. Just now, the young Miss Wang, Chuluo, fell and landed squarely on a man, who must be having a most unfortunate day. A peculiar smile spread across the silver-scaled snake's face as it continued. The doctor declared he is doomed to have no descendants, for his 2 eggs were shattered and must be entirely removed. Miss Wang, however, remains remarkably optimistic, insisting that as long as the primary one is preserved, all will be well. The silver-scaled snake chuckled so heartily that its entire body trembled. Meanwhile, Yi Zhipon wore a bitter expression, contemplating that the only person accompanying Wang Chuluo was her husband, Gu Huiqing. After a moment of reflection, Guinan joyfully waved her little hand. Ha ha! The scoundrel father's eggs are broken, and soon he will be left as a mere figurehead. How pitiful! Ha ha! Guinan laughed so exuberantly that her lips could hardly contain her glee. Guinan and Guanxin scratched their heads in confusion. The eggs are broken. Can't the hen just lay more? What is a mere figurehead? The 2 little girls looked at Yi Zhipon in bewilderment, but at that moment, Yi Zhipon's heart had already flown to the neighboring room. Despite her desire for separation, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern upon hearing of his severe injuries. At that moment, Lu Shimpa hurried over, exclaiming, "Zhipon, quickly come here. The fox spirit has awakened and wishes to see an end." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhipon embraced her daughter and followed, with the silver-scaled snake trailing closely behind. They entered the fox spirit's chamber, where the ice crystal coffin remained prominently displayed. A small fox lay weeping atop the man's corpse, tears glistening in her eyes. Upon noticing the group, she quickly composed herself, her hoarse voice addressing Guinan, while fresh tears streamed down her face as she gazed lovingly at the man before her. Confused, Guinan inquired, but the fox spirit sighed deeply, recounting, "On that fateful day, I exhausted my final thread of spiritual energy to concoct the resurrection elixir. But before I could rejoice, a man in black ambushed me, shattering my demon core and seizing the elixir. His speed was so swift that, even at my peak, I could not have matched him." The fox spirit's eyes burned with hatred as she recalled that day. Nonetheless, I managed to implant a trace of enchanting fire within him. As long as he remains oblivious, it will cling to his soul, gradually searing it, and I shall recognize him the moment I encounter him. For stealing my resurrection elixir, I shall seek vengeance until death. Chapter 60. The door opened automatically. The fox spirit's eyes glowed red, her voice piercingly sorrowful, as if her hatred manifested physically, causing an involuntary shiver. Guinan and Guanxin, following closely behind, instinctively shrank back towards Yi Zhipon. Perceiving their fright, the fox spirit's expression softened. Tears cascaded from her eyes, and her heart-wrenching sorrow was palpable, making it difficult for anyone to watch. Even Lu Shimpa's eyes turned red, and Yi Zhipon soon joined her in tears, while the silver-scaled snake, with watery eyes, nudged against Lu Shimpa for comfort. At that moment, Guinan, tear-streaked, spoke to the fox spirit. "Fox spirit, could you share the tale of your connection with the man beneath you? I believe he would not wish for you to be so distraught." The little girl's kind heart sought to console anyone in sorrow, thinking perhaps by recounting their story, the fox spirit might feel a measure of relief. Once, the little fox had vanished, and he searched frantically, yet she was nowhere to be found. That evening, a stunning beauty in flowing white appeared in his chamber, claiming to be his little fox. Skeptical at first, he began to believe upon hearing her recount their shared memories and confidences. However, he never anticipated that the county magistrate would imprison her, subjecting her to cruelty from his brother at night. In a moment of desperation, she revealed her true form, terrifying the magistrate's brother to death. Gradually, no one dared to approach her again, granting her the freedom to seek the other shore flower, which took her 5 long years to gather, only to be stolen away. As the fox spirit recalled these events, her sobs intensified. Guinan, perplexed, inquired further, and the fox spirit sighed once more, plunging everyone into silence. Though her eyes reflected a fierce unwillingness, she lamented that a year was insufficient to gather so many other shore flowers. "Please," she implored, looking toward Guinan, who at that moment had no strength to assist her in retrieving her demon core. Did she not realize that she too was in a weakened state? At this juncture, a faint voice echoed in Guinan's mind. Then you must hasten to let him meet the fox spirit. Guinan immediately questioned, and the small snake's melancholic voice responded again. I cannot. Only the true master of the dragon statue can summon his attendant. I merely emanate from the spiritual energy of the dragon statue. Although I know what lies within, I cannot summon it. Then how can I? I am not the true master of the dragon statue. You are, came the firm reply. Trust me, go to the tallest pavilion. The dragon statue resides there, and you shall see. Their conversation was inaudible to the others, as they had forged a master-servant contract that kept their words hidden from prying ears. Guinan, skeptical, pondered how she had become the master of the dragon statue, yet the small snake's earnestness compelled her to give it a try. She looked at Lu Shinpa and said, Lu Shinpa, mother, let us step outside for some fresh air. Hearing the fox spirit's plight pains my heart. Fox spirit, allow me some time to devise a solution. If all else fails, I will certainly promise you. The fox spirit nodded silently, understanding that she could not be forced into action. Once outside, Guinan spotted the tallest building in the courtyard, exclaiming, Let us go there and see if there is anything interesting. Lu Shinpa cast a glance at her, recognizing the childlike nature still present in her, even amidst the somber atmosphere. However, she refrained from arguing, leading everyone to the grandest pavilion. Upon pushing the door, it rebounded, and she staggered back several steps. Lu Shinpa, puzzled, noticed the silver-scaled snake lingering far from the door, expressing trepidation. Is it truly that difficult to open? It is merely a door. Mother, hold me closer. I shall investigate if there is something amiss. Yijipan looked down at her large eyes, sensing her thoughts, and approached the door. As Guinan's small hand grazed the door, it suddenly creaked open with a groan, swinging wide. Chapter 61. They were all dead. The silver-scaled snake's already large eyes widened further. This door seemed to choose its visitors, opening only for her touch. It exerted all its magical prowess, nearly exhausting itself in frustration, thinking, how unfair. Why must I be a snake? In its heart, it felt unjustly treated. Lu Shinpa, witnessing the door open, widened her eyes and peered inside. The interior was shrouded in mist, obscuring visibility, as though something concealed lay within. Guinan's small face lit up with delight. She was eager to leap inside, drawn by the dazzling golden light emanating from within, the divine aura beckoning her ever stronger. She waved her small hands forward, bursting with anticipation to enter. Observing her urgency, Yijipan scooped her up and stepped inside. The door slammed shut behind them. The silver-scaled snake, witnessing Lu Shinpa's painful stumble, felt a modicum of consolation, thinking, this door is quite fair. It only permits Guinan. How splendid. But in the next instant, its expression turned a deep shade of green as Gu Anren and Guan Xin, seeing their mother enter, gently pushed the door open, which swung wide once more. Without hesitation, the two little girls stepped inside, leaving Lu Shinpa dumbfounded, nursing her foot. The silver-scaled snake, dejected, muttered to itself, Does this door truly judge by appearance? Once I transform into a strikingly handsome man, I shall surely pass through. Alas, how foolish. Even as a celestial being, I cannot enter. The silver-scaled snake lamented silently. Who is foolish? My mind is as sharp as ever. Lu Shinpa considered. Indeed, my mind remains quite sharp. Lu Shinpa remarked. If my mind were sharp, I would tear my head off. At that moment in the attic, Guinan felt her body instantly regain its strength as streams of golden light entered her being, transforming into ethereal energy. She looked up to find a colossal dragon-shaped statue before her, emanating a solemn divine light. Guinan gazed intently, noting that this statue resembled the one she had seen in a dilapidated temple, yet it seemed to lack something essential. What could it be? At that instant, her sisters, Gu Anren and Gu Anan, caught up with her. Upon seeing the statue, Gu Anren exclaimed, This dragon is carved so realistically, it looks almost lifelike. Is it tired? Its eyes are closed. No wonder Gu Anren felt that the dragon was missing something. It had no eyes. While Gu Anren viewed it vaguely, Gu Anren scrutinized it closely. The carved dragon was not merely closing its eyes. It had none at all. Just then, the voice of the little snake echoed once more. You have noticed, haven't you? The dragon has no eyes. If only they were carved, this stone dragon could be revived. Gouvernail twitched her lips, thinking that despite being an infant, she should not be easily deceived. Was the stone dragon trying to fool her? She rolled her eyes. After all, she was a revered immortal who had cultivated for hundreds of years. Was this a jest meant to amuse her? Master, I understand your skepticism, but I assure you, every word I speak is true. If you place 2 drops of blood on the dragon's eye sockets, it will revive, and then you will comprehend everything. Although Gouvernail could not see the little snake's form, she could hear its voice. She found the prospect utterly implausible. However, curiosity compelled her to proceed. Gritting her teeth, she wore an expression of trepidation, running her fingertip across her little pinky to draw forth a droplet of crimson blood. Reluctant to waste her own blood, she swiftly channeled her spiritual energy and struck the blood droplet onto the dragon's eye sockets. In an instant, the statue burst forth with golden light, the ground shook, and the reverberating roars of dragons filled the air, resonant and majestic. Gouvernail stood transfixed, realizing that dragons truly existed. She had read in ancient texts that dragons were long extinct. How could one appear now? At that moment, the dragon seemed to soar out from the statue. Fortunately, the attic was spacious enough. The dragon's form was nearly the same size as that of the statue, and it flew several laps above, resembling a miniature divine dragon. Gouvernail and her sisters looked up. Perhaps sensing their gaze, the dragon descended, landing on all fours and lowering its head to meet Gouvernail's eyes, its expression brimming with excitement. Master, I have finally found you again. Did you miss me? I missed you so much. Saying this, the dragon pressed its snout against Gouvernail's face, tears falling onto her lips. When she licked them, they tasted salty. This dragon was indeed real. However, Yi Pan trembled in fear, wanting to distance herself from the dragon's looming head, but found herself unable to move, as if rooted to the spot. The dragon gazed intently at Gouvernail, its eyes filled with confusion. Master, why have you taken on the appearance of an infant? How will you protect me in times of danger? Gouvernail was taken aback. Shouldn't a beast serve to protect its master? How had their roles reversed? The dragon continued, Little dragon is teasing you. Thank you for taking such good care of me, master. I can sense that the other 9 true dragon phantoms are still intact. At that moment, the little snake's voice chimed in. Master, forget everything from the past. Share your previous experiences with her. The little dragon furrowed its brow, tears streaming down its face. How could this be? Master, how can you forget all the trials and tribulations we faced together? As the little dragon wept and recounted, it revealed that in its previous life, it had been a powerful being in the realm of cultivation, yet could not withstand the passage of time, its lifespan nearing its end. Not wanting its contract dragon to perish alongside it, it insisted on accompanying her, ultimately finding this place, often plagued by evil spirits, to safeguard the local populace. With her own hands, she carved 10 dragon-shaped statues and divided the dragon's essence into 10 true dragon phantoms, attaching them to the statues. She presented 9 of these statues to the royal family of this land, enabling them to construct temples and bestow upon them the ability to summon the dragon, ensuring peace for generations. Gouvernail shook her head. It's not that I wish to worship you. It's just that they have all perished. Chapter 62. Help! Help! The little dragon blinked its deep-set eyes, bewildered. Over the years, it had expended most of its divine power, nurturing its dragon form, leaving it with little awareness of the outside world. It gazed sorrowfully, realizing that all its attendants had perished. Human lifespans are indeed fleeting. Master, you must cultivate diligently and live for several more centuries so that I can accompany you properly. But how can you be sure I am your master? I'm just a child. How did you recognize me? Gouvernail inquired, perplexed. The little dragon pressed its head close to her, inhaling deeply. Master, your scent is unmistakable. Even if you returned to ash, I would recognize you. Hearing this made Gouvernail feel uncomfortable. Did she owe her gratitude to its ancestors for recognizing her? She furrowed her brow. The little dragon, however, laughed. Master, my ancestors owe you their thanks. If not for you, I would never have seen the light of day again, and we would not meet once more. In truth, you possess my inner core, No matter where you are, I can find you. I nurture my dragon form to seek you, and unexpectedly, you came looking for little dragon. Master, the little dragon sobbed, large tears falling to the ground. Guanin frowned. Is this really the revered and majestic ancient divine beast of legend? It seems more like a weeping child. Master, you tease me. Currently, I am merely a shadow of my dragon form, unable to control my emotions. Once I unite the 10 phantoms, I shall regain my composure. Though the little dragon spoke with conviction, Guanin remained skeptical. However, now was not the time for such discussions as the fox demon awaited. Thus, she solemnly declared, indeed, my initial assessment was correct. It is still a lovesick fox demon. However, even if I grant it what it seeks, it will not survive. A demon's core is only effective when a person is on the brink of death, their soul still tethered to their body. Guanin was left speechless. What should be done? Would they have to wait for it to be reincarnated and meet again as adults, just as she and the little dragon had? Master, little dragon has truly waited too long for you. I miss you dearly. Your voice and appearance are etched deeply in my mind. Guanin felt a chill run down her spine. How overly sentimental. She could hardly fathom how she had endured such sentiments in her past life. However, the suggestion had merit, but it would require the fox demon's consent. Little snake, please summon the fox demon. After all, their bond was deep, and the little snake would surely coax it into coming. At that moment, a feeble voice from the little snake emerged. Master, I cannot move. I am too weak. The little dragon huffed indignantly. I painstakingly nurture my dragon form, and it nearly dissipated because of its weakness. How can it be so useless? Had I known, I would not have granted it any intelligence. At least then it would be a fool and not meddle in affairs. The little snake remained silent for a long while before finally managing to utter, my intelligence is a gift from you. In truth, I am you, and my choices reflect yours. After a lengthy back and forth with the little dragon, it ultimately acquiesced. Guanin then realized that the little snake was indeed the dragon form nurtured by the little dragon. No wonder it had insisted on following her from their first encounter. But was not a dragon supposed to be colossal? Why had it resulted in such a diminutive snake? Guanin's eyes widened, yet she could not voice her questions. The little dragon, sensing her scrutiny, remarked, here we go again. Guanin scratched her head, musing on her unfortunate fate, while others could dominate with their divine beasts. She had to assist hers in its endeavors. How tragic. At that moment, Guanin noticed her mother had not moved an inch nor exhibited any fear. Upon glancing up, she saw her mother with red-rimmed eyes, staring intently at the dragon, her entire being frozen in place. Mother, what troubles you? Do not frighten me. It is nothing. They are all immobilized by my divine power. I fear they might flee and take you away. Guanin was enraged. Hurry and release me. Your actions will only terrify them further. The little dragon, taken aback by Guanin's anger, stepped back, its face a picture of grievance, yet it still waved its claw. Yi Jipan, Guanrin, and Guanxin were instantly freed. Upon seeing the dragon before them, they embraced their daughter and urged the two children to flee towards the door. Guanin, in a state of urgency, called out, do not be afraid. Mother, this little dragon is my beast pet. It calls me master. Please do not run away. Little dragon, quickly call me your master. Instantly, Yi Jipan and the others halted, and the little dragon gently spoke, Master, Aunt, and my two sisters, please do not run. I'm not fearsome. Understanding that they needed to summon the fox demon next, the two young girls volunteered to embrace it. Before long, the fox demon was carried in by Guanrin. Although Duan Yongkong was but a phantom, he radiated a faint golden light, perhaps a benefit of being a dragon's attendant. Upon hearing of the numerous deeds the fox demon had performed for him, he clutched his chest, trembling and weeping inconsolably. As the fox demon entered, upon hearing the most familiar voice, its frail body immediately straightened, and upon seeing the phantom before it, tears brimmed in its eyes. Beware, it is I. Duan Yongkong's apparition lunged forward to embrace the fox demon, but he forgot that he was merely a spirit and could not hold it. He attempted several times. It could not reach it. Gently, he caressed its head. Though unable to touch, his hand remained there. You remain as foolish as ever. If your life were to exchange for mine, what meaning would my existence hold? I heard from the dragon god that in another 6 months, I shall be reborn. When that time comes, Seek me out, and I shall surely renew our bond. Really? The fox demon's eyes sparkled with hope. It nodded earnestly, resting its head against his chest, feeling his warmth. Though it could feel nothing, this moment was still beautiful. Everyone in the attic wept profusely. Yet the little dragon wept the hardest, its large eyes overflowing with tears, pressing its head against Gu Inen, sobbing pitifully. Meanwhile, Gu Inen cried out internally, "Help! Help me!" Chapter 63. A spectacle awaits as the group was engulfed in sorrow. They suddenly heard Gu Inen's internal plea, and they simultaneously turned their gazes. Goodness! Is the little dragon watering Gu Inen's face? Streams of clear tears flowed from the little dragon's eyes, drenching Gu Inen's visage. She could not open her eyes, and as she opened her mouth to cry, the flowing tears rushed down her throat, choking her. She silently lamented. Never did she expect that a celestial being would perish beneath the tears of her beast pet. Yi Jipan, witnessing this, quickly embraced Gu Inen and fled from the little dragon. Tenderly, she wiped her daughter's face. At this moment, Gu Inen gasped for air, coughing up several mouthfuls of water. Upon seeing the little dragon still crying, she became furious. "Do you wish to send your master away upon our first meeting? I am nearly drowned by your tears." Gu Inen's voice was laced with anger. At that moment, the little snake spoke, "Master, do not be angry. The little dragon bestowed a fragment of its spirit to me, which is why it is acting thus. Once it merges with me, it will no longer behave this way. Yes, master, please do not disdain me. I will obey all your commands." Seeing its earnestness, Gu Inen's anger subsided significantly. The little dragon's eyes widened, seemingly ablaze, and it darted towards the door, ready to open it. Gu Inen hastily conveyed, "It has indeed been captured by those cultivators before. Though its strength is considerable, it cannot withstand their numbers. Thankfully, its master, with profound powers, rescued it." Gu Inen's frustration deepened. Did it not wish to grow? She longed to mature instantly and subdue this troublesome dragon. She doubted her status as its master, suspecting it was concocting tales to deceive her. With her sparkling eyes turning, she inquired sharply, "What is the difference between a few centuries and 100 years? You are undoubtedly my master. I have decided this, so do not deny me." The little dragon swiftly flew to Gu Inen's side, pressing its dragon face against hers, tears cascading once more. Gu Inen, exasperated, pushed its head away with all her might. But it was too large to budge. As Gu Inen was about to lose her temper, the little snake interjected, "Master, the passage of time in your realm differs from ours. One day here equates to a month for you. You are truly our master. Please do not doubt." Gu Inen struggled to suppress her irritation. Just then, outside the door, Lu Shimpa shouted, "Jipan, Jipan, are you all well? The Gu Huai family is causing a ruckus outside, insisting on seeing you. I have locked them out, yet they stubbornly refuse to leave." Lu Shimpa's voice, echoing repeatedly, seemed to vent her pent-up anger. Observing the worry etched on her mother's face, Gu Inen communicated to the little dragon, "If you wish to go out, merge with the little snake to avoid scaring anyone." The little dragon nodded vigorously. As long as its master acknowledged it, it would comply with any request. Yi Jipan carried Gu Inen out of the attic, with Gu Anren and Gu Anshin following closely behind, their hearts heavy with fear at the thought of their grandparents' arrival. Yi Jipan instructed the two to escort the fox demon to its room while she accompanied Lu Shinpa towards the entrance. Lu Shinpa incessantly spoke of the situation outside, preparing her for what lay ahead. However, upon opening the door, they beheld Gu Huai lying on a wooden board. Though neatly dressed, his face was pale, as though stricken by a grave illness. A crowd had gathered tightly around, eager to spectate. Upon seeing Yi Jipan emerge, Shun Guizhi rushed forward, unleashing a torrent of reproaches. "Oh, so you finally decided to show yourself? Leaving your husband here like this, are you not ashamed? While you indulge yourself, do you not care for us? Look at your husband now. Are you truly unconcerned? I warn you, should you refuse us entry, we shall remain here until the end. And let us see who is truly ashamed." Yi Jipan furrowed her brows, her mouth opening yet unable to utter a word. Shun Guizhi continued her verbal assault. Akin to a spouting kettle, her words relentless. The most unfortunate was Gu Inen, cradled by Yi Jipan, as spittle from Shun Guizhi landed on her face. Why did she harbor such hatred? A beam of golden light struck Shan Guiji's throat. Though her mouth continued to move, no sound emerged, and she clutched her throat. Her eyes filled with rage, pointing at Yi Pan, but words eluded her. Furious, she raised her hand to strike Yi Pan. Having endured numerous trials and witnessed many strange beings alongside Lu Xinpe, Yi Pan was no longer the defenseless person she once was. She deftly dodged, causing Shan Guiji's slap to miss its mark. Enraged by her failed attempt, Shan Guiji stepped forward, lifting her other hand for a fierce strike. However, her anticipated blow did not land on Yi Pan's face. Instead, a small multicolored snake leaped forth, darting towards Shan Guiji's hand. Shan Guiji opened her mouth wide, staring at the two deep bite marks on her palm, black blood oozing out. The multicolored snake fell to the ground and swiftly escaped. By the time the onlookers approached, the snake had vanished without a trace. Shan Guiji's face contorted in pain, yet no sound escaped her lips. Among the witnesses, some with knowledge urged, "Hurry to the physician. That snake is venomous. Delay, and you may lose your life." Gu Laotu, observing the black blood on Shan Guiji's hand, wore a grim expression. While he had never been bitten by a snake, he understood that black blood was undoubtedly toxic. Yet he accompanied Shan Guiji, pondering the fate of his own son. At this moment, tears welled in the corners of his eyes as he gazed at Yi Pan imploringly. Observing his pitiable state, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves. "Indeed, he is your husband. How can you neglect him in such a condition? He is truly heartless. He seems quite benevolent. Yet how can one be so cruel as to disregard their own spouse?" As the crowd continued to chatter, Yi Pan felt her face flush with anger. Lu Xinpe, wishing to shield her from criticism, was about to defend her when Yi Pan, her face flushed with indignation, exclaimed, "Father-in-law, now you acknowledge that I am your daughter-in-law, and he is my husband? When you forced me out and left me with 3 children to care for, did you consider my plight? If it weren't for Lu Xinpe taking us in, how could we survive as a widow and orphans? Moreover, this residence does not belong to me. It rightfully belongs to Lu Xinpe. I have no authority to permit him entry." The crowd exchanged glances, realizing they had wrongfully accused an innocent. At that moment, Gu Huaicheng, leaning against the door, wept bitterly. "Yi Pan, I am truly sorry for the injustices you have suffered. Now, in my current state, I beseech you, for the sake of our children, to allow me to stay for a few days. What a great actor this scoundrel father is. He merely wishes to gain entry. Very well. Tonight, let's put on a show for him. It will surely be spectacular." Chapter 64. A night of entertainment awaits. Lu Xinpe nearly burst into laughter. This girl is truly wicked. She decided to play along with the farce. Adopting an expression of feigned helplessness, she remarked, while those gathered nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, Gu Huaicheng, propping himself up, earnestly addressed Lu Xinpe. "Rest assured, we will not hold you accountable for any mishaps that occur within the house, as long as you permit me entry. This scoundrel is determined to come in. He must have ulterior motives." Lu Xinpe furrowed her brow, sensing his intentions. Yi Pan, not wanting to cause Lu Xinpe any trouble, turned to Gu Huaicheng. He, leaning against the wooden board, slowly lifted himself from the ground. Grimacing in pain as he did so, Gu Lao too approached him gently, and to everyone's astonishment, he managed to stand. Yes, standing now? Was he not lying on the board as if paralyzed? It seems he was merely putting on an act. What a despicable father. As Yi Pan watched Gu Huaicheng standing upright, she felt her earlier concerns dissolve into nothingness. At that moment, Lu Xinpe interjected, "You may enter, but you must provide me with a written agreement." "What kind of agreement?" Gu Huaicheng inquired. "Whatever you wish, as long as I can comply," he continued, frowning at the notion of entering a house that felt more like a haunted mansion, fearing he might perish within. In truth, Wang Chuluo had not informed him about the enormous snake she had seen on the wall. She simply wanted him to infiltrate and assess the situation, hoping he might even poison Lu Xinpe, thereby securing the residence under Yi Pan's name, which would ultimately benefit Gu Huaicheng. Contemplating the future ownership of the house, he gritted his teeth and declared, "I agree. Let us sign." Consequently, Lu Xinpe summoned Kai Dai to fetch writing materials, and the Gu family signed the document, leaving their fingerprints. Lu Shanpa tucked the paper into her bosom, her face beaming with satisfaction. A night of entertainment awaited. Guanin clenched her small fists, her large eyes fixated on Gu Huai-cheng. Oh my scoundrel father has such long legs. Perhaps they should be broken, lest he wreak havoc upon others. His face, while somewhat handsome, should also be marred to prevent my mother from being beguiled by his looks. That wretched commander should not be spared either. It would be best if my father became a eunuch. Guanin pondered in silence. Yi Ji-pan glanced down at her daughter, questioning whether these thoughts truly reflected her heart. After all, he was still her father. Meanwhile, Guanin continued to gaze at Gu Huai-cheng with a smile. Misinterpreting her expression as delight at seeing him, Gu Huai-cheng, as he passed by, exclaimed, "You're glad to see me living with you, aren't you? Do you miss your father? I miss you too. Indeed, I miss you. I'd love to scare you to death while living together." The courtyard fell silent as Gu Lao too helped Gu Huai-cheng into the yard, where snakes often slithered across the ground. However, as they walked, Shan Guizhi suddenly succumbed to the effects of snake venom and fainted. Gu Lao too looked anxiously at Yi Ji-pan and said, "Ji-pan, you must assist Huai-cheng inside. Your mother-in-law has collapsed, and I must take her to see the doctor." Yi Ji-pan shot a glance at her, recalling the timid woman who had always acquiesced to others' demands. "Father-in-law, as you can see, I am holding the children. How can I support your son?" Upon uttering these words, both father and son were taken aback, for she had never dared to speak so boldly before. Gu Lao too's expression darkened. "Can you not allow someone else to hold the children? If nothing else, set them aside for a moment. Let them cry if they must. Oomph. You wish for me to serve you as before? How naive. If you dare approach tonight, I will surely frighten you to the afterlife." Guinan's face puffed up in anger. Yi Ji-pan felt equally vexed. Why was it that her son was treated like gold while her daughter was treated like weeds, free to weep as she pleased? She stood still, unwilling to touch Gu Huai-cheng, despising the very thought. At that moment, Lu Shanpa could no longer contain herself, declaring sternly, "If you can walk, then do so. If not, then leave. My disciple is not someone to be commanded at will. While others may regard her as trash, I cherish her as treasure." Yi Ji-pan felt warmth bloom in her heart at Lu Shanpo's defense, nearly shedding tears. No one had ever stood up for her before, treating her as precious. Lu Shanpa patted her hand, encouraging her not to worry. At that moment, Gu Huai-cheng, with a pitiful expression, implored, "Father, please take my mother to see the doctor. I can manage on my own, as long as I can stay with Ji-pan and the children. A little pain is bearable." Guinan rolled her eyes dramatically. "You, big worm, are responsible for keeping my scoundrel father company tonight. Let us see if you can extract any truth from him, for I can no longer endure his constant fabrications." Nearby, the silver-scaled snake hissed twice. Gu Huai-cheng, sensing something, shivered and glanced around. This place was truly beautiful. Pavilions and towers, the melodies of birds, fragrant flowers, and babbling brooks. It was his dream destination. A smile adorned his face as he took a few steps forward. Seeing his son capable of standing on his own, Gu Lao too felt reassured enough to leave, taking Shen Guizhi to see the doctor. Since Lu Shanpa and her companions had moved in a few days prior, Kai Dai and Kai Xia had thoroughly cleaned the place and procured all necessary household items. Gu Huai-cheng ambled into the loft, his body drenched in sweat. With intense pain radiating from below, he lay down on the bed, and no one accompanied him. Yi Ji-pan left as soon as he entered. Upon removing his trousers, he discovered he was bleeding. From his pocket, he retrieved a porcelain bottle and applied its contents, feeling relief wash over him shortly thereafter. A smile crept onto his lips at the thought of Wang Chu Luo's sincere affection. After being struck, he had lost 2 testicles. Wang Chu Luo had informed him that the doctor found something amiss and that they had to be removed to save his life. She had no choice but to agree to the procedure. She had wept inconsolably, expressing her willingness to marry him, but insisted she must take revenge for her father's mysterious death before she could wed. As Gu Huai-cheng reflected upon his lost testicles, he felt reassured knowing that Wang Chu Luo still wished to marry him. To expedite their union, he vowed to help her seek vengeance. However, Wang Chu Luo suggested that in his current pitiful state, Yi Ji-pan would surely feel compassion for him, making it easier to gather evidence. Thus, Gu Huaicheng consented, and Wang Chu Luo arranged for his parents to join them at the Gu household. Lying on the bed, he envisioned a future with Wang Chu Luo, oblivious to the dramatic events that awaited him that very night. Chapter 65. Whence comes your master? She surveyed the residence with satisfaction, as if it were to become their home. Kai Xiao led them to Gu Huaicheng's room and hastily departed. At that moment, Gu Ning, she called out, "Stop! Did I tell you to leave? Where is Yi Jipan? Why hasn't she come to greet us? Who is taking care of my brother now? You have truly overstepped." She continued, her voice trembling with indignation as she pointed at Kai Xia. "Even a servant dares to speak so boldly to their master?" Kai Xia scoffed. "Master? For where do you claim that title? Even if we were servants, you are unworthy of such a designation." With a disdainful huff, she turned to leave. "Just wait until Yi Jipan arrives. She will certainly teach you a lesson." Gu Ning Shi, fuming, cursed Kai Xiao from behind. Though Shengue Ji was weak, she wished to chastise her daughter for her humiliation, yet no sound escaped her lips. In truth, Yi Jipan and Lu Shunpa had witnessed everything from a distance, eagerly awaiting the evening's entertainment after finishing their meal. The sight of Gu Ning Shi's scathing demeanor only fueled their irritation. At that moment, the silver-scaled snake slithered forth, its head bobbing. "This girl has a foul temper. It requires correction. I shall assist her in that regard." Meanwhile, in Gu Huaicheng's room, he was starving, his stomach pressing against his back. Despite his cries for food, no one came to bring him sustenance. Lying in bed, he felt too weak to move, his wounds paining him acutely. Upon hearing the door creak open, his feeble voice called out, "Hurry, bring me food. I'm on the verge of starving." Gu Ning Shi rushed over, exclaiming, "Brother, you haven't eaten yet? Why aren't they bringing you anything? Not even a drop of water?" Gu Huaicheng's weak voice responded, "I haven't had anything at all." Tears streamed down Shengue Ji's face. If only she could voice her frustrations, she would scold them thoroughly. "Hang in there, Huaicheng. Once this night passes, all will be well." Gu Huaicheng lifted his eyelids, incredulous that such words had escaped his father's lips. Gu Ning Shi, however, was incensed. "Why should my brother be the one to endure? Isn't Yi Jipan here? Shouldn't she be attending to him? I'm going to summon her to prepare a meal for my brother." She flung open the door, only to be met with darkness so thick that she could not see her hand in front of her. Hearing a rustling sound, she steeled herself and took a few steps forward. Suddenly, she sensed a massive presence approaching from behind, accompanied by a scraping noise and a hissing sound. She pounded on the door, desperate to get back inside, but no matter how she knocked, no one opened it. Feeling something sticky fall onto her hair, she reached up to touch it and recoiled at the viscous, foul-smelling substance. "What a wretched thing," she muttered angrily. From behind her came a voice. "That is my prized possession. It allows me to chew my meals more finely when they are alive. Why did you fling it off?" Her heart raced, and her hair stood on end as she instinctively pounded harder on the door, shouting for it to open. Yet, it remained obstinately shut. "Little girl, stop knocking. Your hands will turn red. I won't taste as good if you keep it up." The voice was magnetic, yet its intent was terrifying, sending chills down her spine. She slowly turned her head, meeting a pair of cold, bloodthirsty eyes fixed upon her, sharp fangs glistening. The mouth gaped wide, and a long, forked tongue flicked out, licking her face. "This skin is so tender. It must be delicious," the creature mused. Gu Ning, she screamed and fainted, her eyes rolling back. The silver-scaled snake nudged her with its tail. "And she has fainted. I haven't had my fun yet. What a disappointment." With a flick of its tail, it cast Gu Ning Shi aside. The room was spacious, containing 4 beds, seemingly arranged specifically for the 4 of them. Shengue Ji regarded the 4 beds with disdain, but, unable to voice her feelings, chose one and lay down. She had been poisoned by the snake. Had she not acted quickly, she might have lost her life. Weak, she soon drifted into sleep. Old Gu, exhausted from the day's events, found a bed at the edge and lay down. He wished to sleep, but the oil lamp in the room blazed too brightly for him to find rest. He glanced outside. There was no sign of Gu Ning Shi. However, given his daughter's temperament, he knew she would not be easily taken advantage of. He turned over and fell asleep. When he next opened his eyes, the oil lamp was still glaring, and in his drowsiness, he noticed his son embracing someone in slumber, smacking his lips as if kissing. He bolted upright, only to see Shengue Ji snoring on the bed. The other bed was empty. Could it be that Gu Ning, she was in his son's bed? Without a second thought, he rushed to Gu Huaicheng's side and flung back the covers. The sight that met his eyes caused him to collapse in shock with a thud. Gu Huaicheng, already suffering from hunger, was irritated at being awakened. He opened his eyes, ready to curse, only to feel a long, cold tongue licking his own. The silver-scaled snake spat, as though it had just tasted something unclean. What is happening? Gu Huaicheng stammered, bewildered. Is that Wang Chu Luo? Starving and slightly dizzy, he rubbed his eyes, and suddenly everything became clear. He rolled off the bed in a panic, tongue stumbling over the word snake. Snake, did you enjoy our embrace? Were you dreaming of some lovely maid? Speak the truth. My master has instructed me to encourage your honesty and to entertain you. What kind of performance shall we present? The silver-scaled snake regarded the dazed pair and suddenly flicked its large, thick tail. Come now, let's put on an exhilarating show. I guarantee it will be quite the spectacle. Chapter 66. A plot to kill for wealth. At that moment, Lu Shanpe, Yi Jipan, Kai Dai, and Kai Xia stood outside the door, observing the scene within. The door had been enchanted, allowing them a clear view inside, while the occupants remained oblivious to their presence. Gu Wen nestled in Yi Jipan's arms, eagerly anticipating the snake's next move. The serpent's body tightly coiled around Gu Huaicheng, who struggled in vain to escape, crying out in desperation, "Help! Help! Father, save me!" Yet old Gu was too preoccupied with his own predicament, scrambling toward the door, which seemed as immovable as if it had been welded shut. At that moment, the silver-scaled snake lifted its tail, hoisting Gu Huaicheng high into the air. Just a little higher, and he would touch the ceiling beams. The young man cried in despair, his voice filled with terror. His anguished cries startled Shen Ji from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of her son suspended high above. The shock nearly caused her heart to stop, and she screamed for help, but no sound emerged. Rushing to save him, she turned only to witness the snake lifting her son with its tail. Staring into the serpent's eyes, her mind raced with horror, leaving her frozen in place. Gu Huaicheng, now in tears, cried out, "Mother, help me! Please, save me! Since you love to shout, let me give you plenty of opportunity." The silver-scaled snake flicked its tongue, hissing as it released its grip on Gu Huaicheng's tail. He plummeted like a bolt from the sky, a piercing scream escaping his lips as he fainted from fear. Just before he hit the ground, the silver-scaled snake caught him with its tail. Shen Guiji, still recovering from shock, exhaled a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, old Gu, desperate to escape, pounded on the door with renewed vigor. Observing Gu Huaicheng's unconscious state, the silver-scaled snake remarked, "How dull." Outside, Guan whispered, "Is that the stench of excrement?" Lu Shanpe and Yi Jipan then noticed a large wet patch on Gu Huaicheng's trousers. The snake also took notice and flung him to the ground, causing him to emit a muffled grunt. Being so close to the ground, he was unlikely to sustain any serious injury. Shen Guiji rushed over to support her son, tears falling from her eyes in distress. When she saw her son open his eyes, she felt relieved. At that moment, the silver-scaled serpent spoke, expressing its aimlessness, merely longing for its wife and child. Gu Huaicheng's voice was weak, yet his eyes darted around. He could not reveal Wang Chuluo's whereabouts. Suddenly, the silver-scaled serpent lunged forward, baring its sharp, glistening teeth, and declared, "To speak the truth, if I wish to die, I could devour you all right now, crushing you to pieces." Its tone was fierce, and its appearance was terrifying. Old Gu was horrified. He immediately knelt before the silver-scaled serpent, pleading, "I confess. Please do not eat me. It was that wretched woman, Wang Chuluo, who incited my son to cause chaos, searching for evidence against Lu Shanpe for harming her father. If she couldn't find any, she intended to poison Lu Shanpe directly. She even said that once Lu Shanpe was dead, the house would belong to Yi Jipan, and then it would be my son's." Outside, Lu Shanpe clenched her fists in anger. She had refrained from causing trouble for them, yet they now sought to end her life. Yi Jipan's expression was tense. Even now, Gu Huaicheng continued to protect Wang Chuluo, unwilling to betray her. It seemed he truly cared for her. After so many years of marriage, it was impossible not to feel a sense of loss. Guan noticed Yi Jipan's despondency and puffed up her cheeks. Big worm, hurry and drive them away. If they sleep here any longer, this house will be tainted. The silver-scaled serpent nodded toward the door, and when it saw Lu Shinpa and the others leave, it said, "Very well, I shall trust you, but while death may be avoided, a life of hardship is inevitable. Whoever runs the slowest shall become my dinner. Now begin." As soon as the words left its mouth, old Gu sprang up and dashed out the door. Shen Guizhi looked at her son in her arms, casting a reluctant glance before fleeing. Gu Huiqing was anxious. It wasn't that he didn't want to run, but it felt as if his leg was broken. As the enormous serpent drew nearer, he gritted his teeth and limped outside. The silver-scaled serpent chuckled. "Your parents are truly heartless. I merely jested, yet they abandon you. How tragic." Gu Huiqing's body halted. His parents were indeed cruel, disregarding his life. A flicker of hatred crossed his eyes, looking at the shadows of his parents disappearing ahead. His heart turned cold. He quickened his pace. Although the serpent claimed it was a joke, what if it truly intended to devour him? "You run so fast. Do you not wish for me to become the serpent's dinner? I do not possess such heartless parents." Old Gu, feeling guilty, rubbed his hands together and said, "I apologize. My son, I was too frightened. That serpent is terrifying, and in my panic, I fled. Rest assured, it shall not happen again." Shen Guizhi also gestured, tears streaming down her face. Although Gu Huiqing was angry, he understood that he needed care in his current condition and replied, "This time, I shall forgive you, but it cannot occur again." Old Gu and Shen Guizhi nodded earnestly. The three of them knocked on Wang Chuluo's door. She was startled awake by their frantic appearance and offered them a guest room. After learning of their ordeal, a flash of hatred crossed her eyes. In the Wang family courtyard, an unknown person had appeared, unnoticed by the three within. They instructed Saixia to summon Lu Shinpa and Yi Jipan, informing them that officials sought their presence at the county office. Saixia hurriedly rushed inside, while two officials stood guard at the door, unwilling to step a foot forward. Before long, Lu Shinpa, Yi Jipan, and Guanin emerged. The officials stated, "Please accompany us." Wang Chuluo accused them of raising the silver-scaled serpent to harm others, and the county magistrate awaited to hear the case. Chapter 67. Facing justice, they raised the silver-scaled serpent? Since when? They were unaware. Besides, did the serpent even need their care? The three wore expressions of shock. At this moment, Guanin muttered to herself, "Why not bring the big worm? After all, it can speak. Let the magistrate inquire directly." Just then, Lu Shinpa heard a heavy scraping sound nearby. Could it be that the silver-scaled serpent was truly coming? She urgently instructed Saixia, "Hurry, close the door, and take care of Guanin. Shut it now." Lu Shinpa had spotted the silver-scaled serpent crawling closer, her expression filled with anxiety. Seeing Lu Shinpa's demeanor, Saixia quickly shut the door. Lu Shinpa sighed in relief. If that creature roamed the streets, it would surely cause chaos. If the magistrate encountered it, he would either be terrified or faint from shock. Subsequently, the three followed the officials to the county office. Wang Chuluo, Old Gu, and Shen Guizhi knelt in the main hall. Upon seeing Lu Shinpa and Yi Jipan arrive, Shen Guizhi cried out, "Your Honor, they raised the silver-scaled serpent to harm my son. My son was already injured, and now he cannot even get out of bed, not to mention my daughter, who has been missing since they abducted her. I beseech you to seek justice for us." Shen Guizhi's tearful appeal was moving. In truth, Wang Chuluo had drilled those words into her dozens of times until she could recite them fluently. The magistrate slammed the gavel, declaring sternly, "Bold ruffians, you dare raise a serpent to harm others? Lu Shinpa, Yi Jipan, do you plead guilty? What evidence do you have, you scoundrel? You accuse others without proof. Even if it were true, I would confess on the spot. This magistrate is a fool, more useless than a rice bucket," Guanin scoffed. Lu Shinpa could not contain her laughter, covering her mouth, but it was too late. The magistrate, furious, pounded the gavel. "Impudent Lu Shinpa, you dare to mock this court? Take her away and give her 30 lashes." Two officials immediately approached Lu Shinpa, who quickly interjected, "Your Honor, please allow me to explain first. If you find my reasoning unsatisfactory, then punish me." The magistrate frowned, but conceded to her request, wanting to see what justification could elicit laughter in such a solemn court. Thus, Lu Shunpa earnestly asked, "Your Honor, may I first ask Shun Guizhi a few questions?" Shun Guizhi, how thick was the serpent you saw in my residence? And what did it say to you? Shun Guizhi, furious, retorted, "You still ask me? Do you not know how thick and frightening your own serpent is? It is thicker than a water vat, and so long that its tail could reach the rafters. It speaks like a human, threatening to eat us, Your Honor." Lu Shunpa and Yi Zhipan raised that serpent to harm others. Lu Shunpa burst into laughter again, while the magistrate's face darkened, his brows furrowing deeply. Just as he picked up the gavel, Lu Shunpa added, "Your Honor, I laugh at their lack of wealth worth my while. As for their lives, are they not fine as they are? To claim that the great serpent is mine. I believe you know well that for a snake to grow as thick as a vat and speak, it requires a considerable amount of time to cultivate. Even if it were to cultivate rapidly, it would take at least 100 years. May I ask, where was I then?" The magistrate finally understood. Observing that Lu Shunpa's attire was exceedingly ordinary, while Lu Shunpa herself could not afford such materials, he paused and said, "Lu Shunpa is right. At that time, she likely had not even been born. How could she have raised a serpent?" Bold Shun Guizhi dared to deceive this magistrate. "Take her away and give her 30 lashes." Shun Guizhi's expression changed dramatically as she cried out, "Your Honor, this is an injustice. That serpent is indeed theirs. How else could it be in her courtyard? Obeying their commands? Even if it is not their serpent, they are guilty of rendering my son bedridden." At this moment, Wang Chuluo interjected, "Moreover, today they reported that a silver-scaled serpent was inside, causing the officials to tremble with fear." The officials cast unkind glances at Wang Chuluo. Lu Shunpa, furious, produced a piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to the magistrate, wiping her tears with her sleeve, though not a single tear could be seen in her eyes. The county magistrate unfolded the paper and inquired, "Shun Guizhi, is this your voluntary fingerprint?" He continued, "Having been informed of the dangers, why did you still proceed? You assured that whatever happened would not involve Lu Shunpa and her associates. Yet you still came to report to the authorities. You are merely seeking punishment." He commanded, "Take these two from the ground and give them a thorough beating. To bring such a frivolous grievance before me is truly absurd. Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord." Lu Shunpa immediately praised, causing the magistrate to smile, his gaze towards her softening with warmth. "Bring forth 2 chairs for our esteemed priest to sit." "Thank you, my lord." Lu Shunpa and Yi Zhipan subsequently took their places on the chairs. Meanwhile, Shun Guizhi and the old man Gu were dragged outside by the officials, their cries of despair echoing incessantly. Wang Chuluo clenched her teeth in frustration. Having believed she was assured victory, she was astounded that these fools had signed such an agreement. The magistrate then turned to Lu Shunpa and asked her a question. Lu Shunpa smiled. "I never expected you to be such a boastful one. Lu Shunpa, be cautious, or they may come seeking you to exorcise demons. You might find yourself in a predicament. Do not say that. She only acts for the benefit of everyone." A stern demeanor may deter others from meddling. She glanced at Wang Chuluo, who knelt nearby, seething with a desire to kill her. An idea suddenly struck her. The magistrate, upon hearing this, quickly reassured her, "Priest, rest assured, I shall not send anyone to search the Duan residence. It could lead to unforeseen troubles." "Indeed, my lord. However, Miss Wang previously stated that should I take residence in the Duan estate, she would reward me with 1,000 taels of silver, and we have an agreement. I wonder if it still stands?" Chapter 68. Dealing with you. Lu Shunpa regarded Wang Chuluo with a tranquil smile. Wang Chuluo bit her lip tightly, fists clenched, her expression darkening. "You truly dare to ask for 1,000 taels? I fear you may find yourself in danger. My lord, though I am but a woman, my words hold weight. This sum shall be treated as a reward from the county office, and I will deliver the full amount to the county office. The final decision rests with your esteemed self." The magistrate's delight was evident, his lips curling into an involuntary smile. Such a sum was indeed a windfall. He gazed at Wang Chuluo with gleaming eyes, his tones softening. "What amount do you propose for Lu Shunpa and her companions?" 100 taels. I believe that is just right. Neither too much nor too little. What say you, my lord? Wang Chuluo cast a triumphant glance at Lu Shunpa. The magistrate, known for his insatiable greed, would surely be reluctant to part with such a fortune. A dispute would arise if Lu Shunpa and her companions disagreed. I wish to cleave her in two. How could she be so cunning? It is no wonder she meets with misfortune, Guanin thought, her small fists clenched in anger. Lu Shenpa and Yi Jipan felt the same ire, but hearing Gu Nn's thoughts about Wang Chuluo's misfortune brought them some comfort. At this moment, the magistrate could hardly contain his laughter, his face reflecting his delight, his eyes narrowing into slits. Very well, we shall heed Miss Wang's counsel and grant Lu Shenpa and her companions 100 taels. As for the remainder, the magistrate looked at Wang Chuluo with keen interest, his heart leaping at the prospect of the additional 900 taels. Wang Chuluo raised her head earnestly, my lord. Your selflessness and love for the people deserve the remaining 900 taels to be at your discretion. Oh, do not say such things. This is merely my duty. Since you are so sincere, I shall accept it on behalf of the government. Can I spit in their faces? Have they no self-awareness? They claim to love the people, yet their true affection lies with wealth. If only the great fleshworm were here, its spittle would serve them right, Guanin mused, regretting not bringing the silver-scaled snake along. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as a wooden tile from the roof shattered, striking the magistrate on the head. He cried in pain, hastily retreating to one side. A large hole appeared in the roof, through which a serpent's head, thicker than a water vat, slithered in. Yet, it stealthily made its way to the county office, waiting for Lu Shenpa and her companions. Upon hearing Guanin's thoughts, it eagerly descended. The officials within the county office fled in haste, while the magistrate, dazed from the blow, was covered in dust, oblivious to his surroundings. As he brushed off the dirt from his clothes, he suddenly sensed an eerie silence. Raising his head, a large droplet of saliva cascaded down his face. Furious, he wiped his face, fuming. Who dares to spit on me? What is this? Upon recognizing the creature before him, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. In the county office, aside from Lu Shenpa and Yi Jipan who sat quietly, Wang Chuluo wished to flee but found herself ensnared by the silver-scaled snake's tail, unable to move. The snake, having finished its spitting, approached Wang Chuluo. Her face turned pale as she filled with dread, and upon seeing the serpent advance, she cried out, Lu Shenpa, save me. I will give you another 1,000 taels if you rescue me. Please, I beg you. Such a deceitful wretch. 1,000 taels is far too little. Lu Shenpa, demand 3,000 taels and not a penny less, and have her sign a contract to prevent her from making excuses later. Lu Shenpa smiled at Gu Nn's thoughts. Wang Chuluo, consider yourself unfortunate. Who told you to provoke someone so ruthless? Last time, it was agreed upon for 1,000 taels, yet now you seek to renegotiate. I do not lack for money, but you have angered me. 3,000 taels or not a cent less shall you pay for my aid. 3,000 taels? You might as well kill me. Though the Wang family is affluent, ever since my father's demise, my brother's gambling has squandered much of our wealth. I can barely muster 5,000 taels, and if they demand 3,000 and I give 1,000 to the county office, I will be left with but 1,000. How will I survive? She trembled as she watched the silver-scaled snake inch closer. Yet, she remained silent, hoping Lu Shenpa would not let her perish. But when the massive serpent opened its gaping maw to bite her, her fear surged. No, Iprumisa. But it was too late. A torrent of saliva splattered across her face, thick and foul. She wiped it away and cried, Lu Shenpa, I agree. I will give you 3,000 taels. I will write a contract, just do not let it eat me. Guanin shot a glance at the snake, which initially seemed pleased, but soon grew despondent. It had yet to transform into its true form, which was undeniably terrifying. Yet it dared not object, redirecting its ire towards Wang Chuluo, tightening its grip. Wang Chuluo felt her bones nearly shatter, crying out in agony, I will sign. Please save me. Lu Shenpa retrieved a blank sheet from the desk and, with a brush, penned the contract before presenting it to Wang Chuluo. Without reading the contents, Wang Chuluo hastily signed her name and pressed her bloody finger to the paper. Now will you save me? Kill this silver-scaled snake. Kill it. It is the guardian spirit of my residence, tasked with protecting it. To slay it would mean sacrificing my own safety. Lu Shenpa chuckled, recognizing her inability to defeat the serpent. it would be her demise instead. She glanced at Guanin, the true master of the situation. Yet who would believe that a child scarcely half a foot tall could contend with such formidable demons? At that moment, Guanin surveyed the silver-scaled snake. Ugly? Is it truly so? It merely appears fearsome. Yet it dared not retort, loosening its tail and rising to slither out of the hole. Wang Chuluo collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. With the silver-scaled snake gone, she felt emboldened against Lu Shunpa and her companions, glaring fiercely. You are all in league with that snake. Just wait. I will deal with you all in due time. Chapter 69. Do not entangle yourself with me. Wang Chuluo's eyes brimmed with malice, devoid of the pitiful plea she had displayed moments before. Lu Shunpa was not surprised by her sudden change of demeanor. Yet the little figure in Yi Jipan's arms was filled with indignation. How swiftly she changes her face. It's a pity that the big flesh bug left early. Otherwise, she would have experienced the consequences of her actions. Just as Guanin's thoughts echoed within her, the head of the silver-scaled snake emerged from a hole in the roof. The silver-scaled snake had never left its perch, as it had vowed to safeguard Guanin's safety without a moment's lapse. Observing that Guanin and her companions had not departed, it lingered on the roof, unexpectedly gaining a delightful opportunity. It leaned down from the high rooftop, its long, thick body instilling terror in Wang Chuluo, who trembled and immediately scrambled to escape. However, only a few steps later, her body was ensnared by the snake's tail. Wang Chuluo struggled with all her might, but to no avail. This is truly poetic justice. Just a moment ago, you refused to express gratitude after being saved and even threatened us. Now, your reckoning has arrived. Let us depart, Lu Shunpa declared as she stood, assuming an air of finality with Yi Jipan. Please don't go. Help me. I realize my mistakes and promise I will never trouble you again. I beg you. Wang Chuluo pleaded, tears streaming down her face, her demeanor pitiful. Yet, even Yi Jipan, who was known for her soft heart, could not muster a shred of sympathy for her. Guanin, nestled in Yi Jipan's arms, surveyed the silver-scaled snake and remarked, since she intends to deal with us, we cannot let her off the hook. Let us take her to a secluded place where no one can witness her fate, allowing her to enjoy the experience. She must remain alive. We still need to collect those 3,000 tails from her. Upon finishing her words, the silver-scaled snake darted towards the rooftop hole, its tail coiling around Wang Chuluo as they vanished from sight. Lu Shunpa shook her head, observing the terrified expression on Wang Chuluo's face as she was taken away, muttering, You brought this upon yourself. May you find your own salvation. Lu Shunpa was curious about what the snake would show Wang Chuluo that could frighten her into unconsciousness. The silver-scaled snake blinked its cold, large eyes, appearing reluctant to part with her. Kai Xia burst through the door, a young girl drenched in sweat. Please inform Lu Shunpa that she must visit the Zhou residence. The monster has returned. Upon hearing the word monster, Kai Xia raced to Lu Shunpa's room. Lu Shunpa, upon receiving the news, took Yi Jipan and headed towards the Zhou household. Kai Xia, concerned that Yi Jipan would tire from carrying the child, offered to take Guanin in her arms. However, Lu Shunpa swiftly cradled Guanin, assuring, It's all right, we can take turns carrying her. It won't be tiring. She strode forward, and Guanin cast a glance at her. Kai Xia is perceptive. My mother is indeed weary from carrying me. Lu Shunpa, you should learn from her. Today, you carry this immortal being, so my mother doesn't tire herself too much. Lu Shunpa nodded at the child's gaze. Is it possible not to carry her? That merman is beyond my capabilities. Yi Jipan, trailing behind, stifled a laugh, appreciating how her little darling understood others' feelings. Upon reaching the Zhou residence, the steward led Lu Shunpa and her companion to the reception hall. Present were not only the merman from a few days prior, but also a man and a woman clad in luxurious attire, both strikingly handsome. Master Zhou sat to the side, his face ashen. One creature was already enough to instill fear, and now there were two more. What was to be done? Seeing Lu Shunpa arrive, he hurried towards her. Lu Shunpa, you have come. What shall we do? At that moment, Ms. Zhou approached, accompanied by a familiar face. You're alive? Lu Shunpa exclaimed in surprise. Thank you, Lu Shunpa, for helping my lady find me, Wang Yuehua said, bowing deeply to Lu Shunpa. Yet, how did the merman's third prince arrive as well? The merman prince gazed longingly at Miss Zhou and said, "Wanner, I hope you can grant me another chance. If you are still afraid this time, I shall never trouble you again." In truth, Miss Zhou had contemplated this for a long time. She missed the merman prince's human form, yet the terrifying visage of his merman form filled her with dread. Noticing her averted gaze, Master Zhou rushed forward. "What else do you desire? My daughter will never look upon you favorably. Abandon this foolish hope. If you dare to cause further trouble, this individual can subdue the silver-scaled snake. Let him deal with you. Leave my home at once." Master Zhou, already in poor health, panted heavily from his anger. At that moment, the merman prince suddenly grasped Master Zhou's chin, causing him to gasp for breath as a pill was swiftly thrown into his mouth. Once he swallowed it, the prince released his grip. His actions were so swift that Lu Shenpa, holding the child, barely had time to react. Master Zhou coughed violently, trying to expel the pill. The merman prince anxiously urged, "Do not spit it out, uncle. That is a longevity pill, which will extend your life by 10 years. I feared you might faint from fright again, so I resorted to this means." Master Zhou ceased his coughing. "Longevity pill? Is that the one that costs 300,000 taels? A pill that is difficult to obtain even with wealth?" He could hardly believe that it had been given so freely. "Do you feel the change in your body?" he stammered. "Is this truly a longevity pill you have given me?" "Of course it is genuine. If you do not believe me, have others verify it," he replied, producing a porcelain vial containing several pills. Master Zhou hesitated to take it. This small vial likely contained 7 or 8 pills, an invaluable treasure. Moreover, accepting it meant his daughter could not marry a monster. He coldly stated, "Even if it is a longevity pill, I refuse to allow my daughter to spend her life with a monster. Leave at once. I will not go. If I transform into my true form and Wanner is frightened, I shall depart immediately." The merman prince stubbornly stood his ground. At that moment, Miss Zhou exclaimed, "Transform. If I am afraid, I will certainly inform you, but you must not continue to pester me." Chapter 70. A prisoner of fate, the merman prince was taken aback. How could his Wanner speak to him in such a manner? He felt a chill within. Even if she were unafraid of his true form, what would it matter? He desired far more than this. A bitter smile crossed his lips. "No need. I do not wish to impose upon you. Being with a creature like me instills fear in you. I apologize, Miss Zhou. I shall no longer intrude upon your life." With that, he turned and strode away, followed closely by the other 2 merfolk. Miss Zhou watched his retreating figure, tears streaming down her face. Her Jiang Gongzi was gone, never to return to her world. Gu Inan reflected on the situation, while Lu Shenpa found herself in disbelief. Was she here to assist or merely to witness? Observing the distraught Miss Zhou, she offered some words of comfort before departing the Zhou residence. However, along an empty narrow path, the merman prince blocked her way. "How can you claim my love is insufficient? I love Wanner, therefore I grant her freedom. You do not understand. Letting go is an act of fulfillment." The merman prince questioned angrily. Lu Shenpa's expression darkened as she regarded Gu Inan in her arms. "Why utter such words? This fellow has come to vent his frustrations upon us." At that moment, Gu Inan stared unabashedly at the merman, her eyes filled with admiration for his beauty. Noticing his increasingly sullen expression, she whispered, "If I do not speak in this manner, how else will you follow me and serve as my attendant?" "Serve as your attendant?" He glanced at Lu Shenpa's arms, now certain that the voice belonged to this child, whose gaze resembled that of a seasoned adult. His anger flared. "With you being just a child, you wish to command me? I could easily extinguish your life with a single hand. I shall overlook your insolence due to your tender age." He turned to leave, but Gu Inan continued, "In these few days, Miss Zhou may be in grave danger. If you truly love her, then guard her side for several days. Otherwise, she may perish. How dare you curse my Wanner? If you do not protect her in these days, she may no longer exist. In the underworld, you may not become a couple. If Miss Zhou remains unharmed, I shall wager my life. If harm befalls her, then you may treat me as your servant." Gu Inan's gaze was clear, and no one could have anticipated that she could articulate such sentiments. The merman regarded her for a moment, his tone softening. "What use would I have for your life? Is it truly the case that Wanner is in danger? If you do not believe me, that is beyond my control. However, regretting it afterwards will be too late." "Very well. I believe you. I shall remain by her side, watching over her in secret. Should they fail to do so, I will certainly hold you accountable." The merman, brimming with indignation, turned to leave. However, Guanin interjected, "But do not forget that you must serve as my servant, as the third prince of the mermen. You cannot afford to be untrustworthy." The third prince of the mermen, displeased, waved his sleeve and departed. Lu Shenpa lowered her gaze to Guanin and inquired, "Are you truly certain that Miss Zhou is in grave danger? Did you not notice? It is not only her. Your own fortune suggests impending imprisonment. While you may not face mortal peril, calamity still approaches." Lu Shenpa was taken aback. As a fortune teller, she could not discern her own fate, yet she fully trusted Guanin's abilities, believing wholeheartedly in her words. She hastily urged Guanin to examine Yi Jipan, asking, "What of your mother? What does her fortune reveal?" Yi Jipan gasped in astonishment, marveling at her daughter's divine insight. In a state of urgency, she rushed into the crowd and found her two daughters weeping sorrowfully, Kai Dai and Kai Xia, at the entrance, preventing the officials from sealing the door. Yi Jipan attempted to intervene, but was halted by two officials. By the time Lu Shenpa arrived, cradling Guanin, she witnessed the officials sealing their abode and exclaimed in anger, "Lu Shenpa, not only will this residence be sealed, but you too shall be imprisoned. Your breeding of silver-scaled snakes has harmed the populace. The magistrate has ordered your immediate detention. Come with us." At that moment, several officials surrounded them to prevent any escape. Lu Shenpa retorted vehemently, "This is impossible. How can you condemn someone without interrogation or search?" The official who had spoken earlier appeared troubled and replied, "Lu Shenpa, please do not make this difficult for us. We are merely following orders. The magistrate has commanded us to act thus, and we have no choice. This directive comes directly from above, and even the magistrate is powerless to intervene. Spare us your ire." From above, Lu Shenpa's mind raced. She could not flee, for flight would render her guilty regardless. They were escorted to the county jail. As they passed the Wang family's residence, Wang Chuluo wore a smug smile, relishing their misfortune. "Lu Shenpa, I shall relish watching how you extricate yourselves this time." Kai Xia and Kai Dai were incensed, attempting to spit at her, but their distance rendered them unsuccessful. Lu Shenpa, seething with rage, lamented why she had not allowed the silver-scaled snake to eliminate Wang Chuluo before. Meanwhile, Guanin whispered within Lu Shenpa's embrace, "Why bother being angry with someone who is soon to meet their demise? Let her bask in her triumph. Soon enough, she will be the one in tears." Lu Shenpa turned her gaze, fixing a penetrating stare on Wang Chuluo, who misinterpreted it as a manifestation of hatred, feeling even more elated. Little did she know, Lu Shenpa was astounded by the heavy aura of death surrounding Wang Chuluo, indicating she had but a few days left to live. The person responsible for their imprisonment should have been her, yet why would she perish? Each person harbored their own thoughts as the officials led them into a shared cell. Guanin and Guanxin could not suppress their tears upon witnessing the filthy, disheveled surroundings. Kai Dai and Kai Xia glanced around, attempting to tidy the straw on the floor. Lu Shenpa and the others quietly took their seats. However, at dinner time, there were only 4 buns and 4 bowls of broth. The group stared at the buns and the bowls of soup floating with wilted vegetable leaves, lacking any appetite. In the adjacent cell, an elderly woman with a head of white hair devoured her bun ravenously, having just taken a sip of broth when a burly woman in the cell kicked it over. "You only know how to eat. Do you not understand that I should finish first before you?" She snatched the bun from the old woman's hands and threw it into Lu Shenpa's cell. The bun struck with force, scattering fragments that rolled to Guanxin's feet. Yet, the elderly woman still reached out her arm to grasp the bun. Guanxin, feeling pity, picked up the bun from the ground to offer it to the old woman. Just then, the burly woman warned, "Little girl, I advise you not to meddle in others' affairs, lest your time here becomes unbearable." Guanxin was frightened, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Yi Jipan pulled her close, reassuring, "Fear not, I shall not allow anyone to harm you." She then handed her clean bun to the elderly woman. The old woman, upon seeing the bun, devoured it hungrily, while the burly woman seethed with anger, kicking the old woman. The elderly woman seemed oblivious to the pain, continuing to chew on the bun. Upon finishing, the old woman glared at Yi Jipan, seething. You dare give her food? You shall regret this. Soon someone will summon you for questioning. Do not say I did not warn you against feeding her. Chapter 71. To alleviate the emperor's yearning, Yi Jipan wondered if giving the elderly woman a bun warranted such severity. Was no one concerned about the young woman striking the old lady? Just as she pondered, the old woman gazed at Yi Jipan, sobbing softly. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but only incoherent sounds escaped. It turned out she was mute, her disheveled appearance obscuring her true visage, clad in filthy prison garb, indicating she had been there for quite some time. Yi Jipan, feeling compassion, was about to approach to console her when an official approached. Pointing at her, stepped forward. The official opened the door, and when Yi Jipan did not move, he aggressively pulled her out. Her two daughters clung to her clothes, unwilling to let go as the official fumed at their obstruction. He raised his cudgel threateningly towards Gu Anan and Gu Anshin. The two trembled in fear, witnessing the cudgel poised to strike. Yet, the official seemed frozen, the cudgel suspended in midair. Gu Anan clenched her small fist, her delicate face filled with fury. Lu Shinpa furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. She observed the elderly woman and the young woman, both astonished by the official's demeanor. The young woman, seeing the officials in action, stammered in fear, "What have you done to him? You cannot provoke him. Release him immediately, or you shall all face dire consequences." Yi Jipan, terrified, gathered her daughters close. Retreating to the side, Lu Shinpa questioned the woman, "What consequences? He is merely a lowly official. How could he possibly harm all of us?" Lu Shinpa disdainfully glanced at the motionless official, who was glaring menacingly at her. Had he been capable of movement, he would have surely struck her by now. At that moment, the middle-aged woman scoffed, viciously kicking the elderly woman once more, growling, "You are a harbinger of disaster. Anyone who shows you kindness deserves to perish. Why do you not die sooner? What purpose do you serve by living?" The elderly woman curled up, crying pitifully. "Do not strike her anymore. If you do, you will kill her," Yi Jipan exclaimed, distressed at the sight of blood trickling from the elderly woman's mouth. The middle-aged woman shot her a disdainful glance, coldly retorting, "Mind your own business. Your fate will surely be far worse." She raised her leg to kick the elderly woman once more, but in the next instant, she found herself unable to move, her leg frozen in the act of kicking. "My mother's words must be heeded. Disregard them, and this shall be your fate." Yi Jipan, feeling a surge of gratitude, embraced Gu Anan, tears flowing freely. She was meant to protect her daughter, yet it was her daughter who had come to her rescue. At that moment, two more officials entered the cell. One of them shouted at the frozen official, "Li Gu, what are you doing? Are you mesmerized by that pretty young woman?" "Huh." The official approached and patted his shoulder, yet he remained immobile, raising suspicions. Observing his unwavering gaze fixed upon Lu Shinpa and the others, the official turned to Lu Shinpa, demanding answers, while swinging the wooden stick toward her. Lu Shinpa's fury ignited. She had never anticipated such utter degradation within the prison. Just as she was about to act, the official became rigid like the first. The official, standing behind, sensing something was amiss, attempted to flee, but found himself immobilized as well. Is this truly an official? The situation was more tyrannical than that of a bandit. The desire to resort to violence was utterly unreasonable. Is the kingdom of Tianqi truly on the brink of collapse? Guanin complained in frustration, while Lu Shenxi's countenance grew increasingly grim, her fingers digging into her flesh as if she felt no pain. Meanwhile, several guards outside the prison were frozen in confusion, having escorted Lu Shenxi and her companions there. Seeing the three guards still standing inside, bewildered by the unfolding events, they hesitated, aware that these three were sent from above and were beyond the jurisdiction of the county, rendering them untouchable. One of the guards timidly inquired, "May I ask what business the three officials have with Lu Shenxi? The magistrate requires an immediate nighttime interrogation. Please allow us to proceed." After a prolonged silence, the three guards remained motionless and silent. The guard, perplexed, finally stated, "Since you have not objected, Lu Shenxi, please come with us. The magistrate is awaiting your statements." Recognizing the guard's reluctance to enter the cell, Lu Shenxi took the lead and exited, followed by her companions. An elderly woman in the adjacent cell watched their figures with astonishment. Upon reaching the magistrate's hall, The heavy doors were firmly shut. Even at night, such a tight closure seemed excessive. Atop the dais sat a middle-aged man clad in a purple brocade official robe, his black hair styled upright and secured by a golden crown adorned with emeralds. His handsome visage was overshadowed by a somber demeanor, his deep-set eyes exuding an air of experience, while his thin lips were tightly pressed, suggesting he was not one to be trifled with. Lu Shenxi's gaze fell, and she evaded his penetrating stare. At that moment, the man struck the wooden table before him, producing a resounding crack. Who dares to stand before this official without kneeling? His voice was low and commanding, and with his imposing presence, everyone except Lu Shenxi immediately knelt. "Why do you not kneel?" he demanded, his brows furrowing in displeasure. Just then, the county magistrate hurried over to whisper something in his ear. The man's expression remained unchanged, yet his tone grew even more foreboding. "I am a high-ranking official of the second grade, serving as a minister. Even if you are but a mere priestess, you should kneel upon seeing me." Lu Shenxi's expression remained calm, though her hands clenched tightly. She produced a jade pendant from her bosom and said, "Lord Li, this is a jade pendant gifted to me by Princess Anyang. To behold this pendant is akin to meeting the princess herself. Might I inquire whether you still require me to kneel?" "Princess Anyang," he replied, "present it to me for verification." A guard promptly took the pendant from Lu Shenxi's hand and offered it to Lord Li. His countenance darkened as he observed the pendant, his lips twitching in agitation. "In that case, you need not kneel. However, I shall personally present this pendant to the emperor to alleviate his yearning. Lu Shenxi, you have no objections, I trust?" Chapter 72. Accusations Without Basis. Princess Anyang, the emperor's biological sister, was known for her cleverness and close bond with the emperor. She was also a woman of great capability. Had she not fled, she would likely have assumed the position of high priestess. Lu Shenxi kept her head bowed, her nails digging in her flesh, suppressing her indignation. She realized that since he intended to present it to the emperor, she dared not refuse. "As you say, it is an honor for a common woman to ease the emperor's burdens. Might I request, Lord, that the others stand while we converse?" Lord Li's gaze deepened as he scrutinized Lu Shenxi, then softened slightly as he replied, "Since you are willing to part with something dear, I shall grant your request. You may all rise." Yi Jipan and the others expressed their gratitude and stood. At this moment, Lord Li's cold gaze fell upon Lu Shenxi. "How do you know my surname is Li? Did the princess mention me?" Lu Shenxi's eyes darkened. Though she felt aggrieved, she quickly regained her composure. "My lord, Princess Anyang has never spoken of you. I had the fortune to see you when I was by her side. Your integrity and appearance left a lasting impression on me." "Oh, and which priestess are you?" "I do not recall meeting you," Lord Li said, sizing her up, seeking to discern her true identity. His hawk-like gaze bore down on her, as if any falsehood could be easily exposed. Lord Li nodded. "Very well, let's not dwell on the past. You are accused of harboring silver-scaled serpents that have attacked the populace at will. What do you have to say?" Lu Shenxi sighed with relief. Recognizing that this was indeed related to Wang Chuluo, she feigned a look of grievance and replied, "It is not related to you, my lord." Lord Li scoffed. "As a priestess, it is your duty to capture monstrous beings. Not only did you fail to do so, but you also allowed them to wreak havoc. This is your crime. Do you acknowledge your guilt?" With a thundering bang on the table, he startled everyone in attendance. Kai Dai and Kai Xia immediately knelt. Gu Anren and Gu Anxin clung to Yi Jipan, nearly in tears, while Yi Jipan trembled in fear. "To blame me for the actions of others simply because I possess the capability to intervene is utterly ridiculous," Gu Anren pouted in frustration. Even if that person denied it, he would surely resort to torture to extract a confession. In desperation, she suddenly knelt, exclaiming, "My lord, it is my fault for not stopping the silver-scaled serpent from harming others. I am willing to take full responsibility, and they are in no way implicated." Lord Li snorted coldly. "They were with you. How can it be unrelated? Since one has confessed, let them sign and seal their guilt. Given your connection to Princess Anyang, I will sentence you to 10 years in prison." I wish to cut out his tongue. "This man is utterly vile," Gu Anren exclaimed, raising her hand in anger. But Lu Shenxi held her wrist firmly and shook her head. Lord Li once engaged in a secret pact with my princess while clandestinely consorting with concubine Shu. Should I reveal this to the emperor, would he not accuse you as well? Lord Li's countenance turned ashen, his handsome features contorting in rage. You indeed have a close relationship with Princess Anyang. It is unfortunate you will never see the emperor to lodge your complaint against me. I had intended for you to languish in prison, but now I shall hasten your demise. Guards, Lu Shenxi and her companions are to be executed immediately for conspiring to murder a court official. As the command was issued, a throng of soldiers stormed in, clad in armor and wielding swords, evidently brought by Lord Li from the capital. They had clearly prepared for this eventuality long before. Lu Shenxi, tell me where Princess Anyang is. What else has she confided to you regarding me? Speak, and I shall grant you a swift death. Otherwise, I will make you regret ever being born. Lord Li's expression was triumphant, as if victory were assured. At that moment, Lu Shenxi erupted into laughter, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. You still dare to ask where she is? Do you have the audacity to face her? While you were entwined with Shun Ruyan, did you ever consider your vows to the princess? You wish to elevate yourself by associating with her, yet remain shackled to Shun Ruyan. Liu, you're truly despicable. She has indeed revealed everything to you. Guards, kill them all. Leave no one alive. Lord Li's forehead throbbed with veins, his visage twisted in fury. The county magistrate, sensing the gravity of the situation, rushed forward to dissuade him. My lord, you cannot execute them. The laws of the kingdom of Tianqi do not permit the public execution of prisoners. They must be detained first and then tried. Lord Li's gaze met that of the magistrate, who immediately bowed his head and took a few steps back. Magistrate, this is a serious matter. They conspired to assassinate a court official, and I am justified in executing them. Should you disagree, you may refer to the law. The magistrate, terrified, fell to his knees, pleading, My lord, how could I dare challenge you? I know nothing. I have seen nothing. Lord Li beamed at him. That is more like it. Proceed. Yet, after a moment of waiting, the soldiers surrounding Lu Shenxi and the others stood motionless, maintaining their previous stance. Enraged, Lord Li descended from the dais and kicked the near soldier. In the ensuing moment, the soldier collapsed, his body rigidly maintaining the posture from moments before. Lord Li, taken aback, looked up at the shaman Lu, demanding, What have you done? How could it be like this? Lu approached him, and with a resounding slap, struck Lord Li across the face. To his astonishment, his right cheek stung from the blow. You dare to assault a court official? The magistrate will surely send enforcers to apprehend you. Lord Li, realizing he could not overpower her, turned to the magistrate, urging him to intervene, only to find the magistrate feigning unconsciousness, eyes rolled back. Useless wretch. Enraged, he snatched the knife from a nearby soldier, pointing it at Lu with a vengeful glare. Today, I shall personally end you. He raised the blade high, aiming it at Lu, yet despite exerting all his strength, the knife refused to descend. Frustrated, he looked up, gripping the hilt with all his might, but the weapon remained immobile. In exasperation, he released his grip, only to find a knife suspended above his head, standing upright in the air. Bewildered, he gazed at Lu, terror etched across his face. You cannot do anything to me. I am a court official. If you dare harm me, the authorities will not spare you. He retreated step by step, fearing Lu would use the knife against him as he had intended. Lu regarded his fearful demeanor with disdain, a cold smile gracing her lips. Lord Li immediately halted, the calm and decisive expression on his face transforming into one of pleading desperation. What more is there to ask, Lu? Such a coward. He was so domineering when it came to killing others, yet when faced with his own demise, he crumbles like this. Truly shameful. Guanin scoffed, unable to contain her indignation. However, Lu was undeterred in her inquiry, stepping closer. Have you ever truly loved Princess Anyang? Li's countenance wavered as he met Lu's penetrating gaze. He stammered, Of course I loved her. The Princess Anyang is such a beautiful and wise woman. Any man would fall for her. But what? Lu pressed. But I grow weary of the same. The Princess Anyang is so dull. She pales in comparison to my Yenner, who brings me such comfort in bed. With a fierce glare, Lord Li brandished a dagger that had mysteriously appeared in his hand, plunging it into Lu's abdomen. Blood trickled from Lu's lips. her expression tinged with bitterness. As Li withdrew the blade, blood gushed forth from her wound. Lu pressed one hand against her injury, seemingly unaffected by the pain, and struck out at Li with her other hand. He evaded her strike with a swift movement. In a moment, you will witness the haunting specters of those you have slain. This dagger is coated with ghostly powder. The souls of those you have killed will come to claim you, leading to your ultimate demise. Savor your last moments. You wish to kill me for Princess Anyang's sake? I never imagined that such a naive fool would have a loyal servant like you. But your fate is sealed. He laughed triumphantly, his laughter echoing with malice. Lu felt dizzy, as if shadows were rushing towards her. Kai Dai and Kai Xia swiftly moved to support her, preventing her from collapsing. That bastard resorted to such underhanded tactics. Lu, why were you so foolish? Did you not know to evade? You took that blow for nothing. Guan's eyes turned red with anger, yet she had no antidote on her person to aid Lu. At that moment, Lord Li observed them, a sinister expression spreading across his face. Once your spiritual energy is depleted, my soldiers will return to normal. Then, I shall ensure you meet a most gruesome end. You scoundrel! Lu glared at him, wishing nothing more than to devour him whole. Do not look at me with those predatory eyes. What can you do in your current state? Come and kill me. I dare you. Very well. I shall grant your wish. Kill me if you can. At that instant, it appeared as though the dagger possessed a will of its own, plunging into his own belly. He gripped it tightly, yet to others, it seemed as if he was stabbing himself. In a shocking display, Lord Li repeatedly drove the knife into his abdomen, drawing gasps of disbelief from the onlookers who witnessed their lord in such a deranged state. With blood saturating one hand, he hastily fished a porcelain vial from his robes with the other. Just as he was about to open it, a delicate hand snatched it away. The slender fingers uncorked the vial and inhaled deeply, declaring, Lu, consume 2 of these to counteract the poison. The remainder should be crushed. The fox spirit's lips curled into a soft smile, her voice melodious. Yet to Lord Li, it sounded grating. Seeing the antidote slip from his grasp ignited a fiery rage within him as he fixated on the enchanting woman before him. Her eyes, shaped like peach blossoms, sparkled with mirth, captivating his attention. She stood gracefully, draped in flowing garments that fluttered as if she were a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Lord Li gazed at her with dazed eyes, a lascivious grin creeping onto his lips as he disregarded his injuries and approached her. Just as he reached out to touch her, the fox spirit smirked, swiftly transforming into a fox's head, complete with perky ears, a pointed nose, and a furry visage. She bared her teeth, revealing a set of sharp fangs. Lord Li stumbled back, collapsing on the ground, his face pale as he screamed, Monster! Monster! At that moment, the fox spirit, half human, half fox, floated before him, her voice ethereal. You heard him, Li. You commanded us to leave, and now we shall depart. Do not renege on your word. Well done. If he dares to retract his promise, let him summon more monsters to serve him. Let's see if he fears them. Guthun beamed at the fox spirit. Just about recovered. I realized you were imprisoned, or else Lu would not have endured that wound. Indeed, but where is the silver-scaled serpent? Why hasn't it appeared? In the past, it would have shown itself by now. Guan inquired, to which the fox spirit shook her head. Do not ponder. We must leave this place. With that, Kai Dai and Kai Xia supported Lu as they followed the fox spirit out of the magistrate's office. The magistrate, who had been feigning death, wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing he had nearly been frightened to death by such a beautiful woman, only to discover she was a fox spirit. How delightful it would have been had she been human. As they departed, he cautiously rose to his feet, noticing Lord Li in agony, blood pouring from his abdomen. Frowning deeply, he realized that if Lord Li were to die within his jurisdiction, he would face dire consequences. He hastily summoned a physician. Meanwhile, Lord Li was haunted by the vengeful spirits of those he had wronged, calling out their names in a desperate plea for mercy. Yet when the physician arrived, he was at a loss for how to assist. At that moment, a man donned in a Taoist robe entered through the gates of the magistrate's office. His garments drenched in blood, carrying a large serpent in his hands. He believed that the man in the Taoist robe possessed the antidote. Yet now he must endure the suffering he had sown. His gaze wandered, only to be drawn to the shattered vial on the ground, where gray powder lay scattered. marked with the imprints of shoes. Trembling, he pointed at it, exclaiming with excitement, "Collect that powder. It is the antidote." The man in the Taoist robe looked and indeed saw a clump of gray powder. He cast aside the silver-scaled snake he had been holding and rushed to gather the powder from the ground. However, as the immense serpent crashed to the earth with a resounding thud, a cloud of dust was sent swirling into the air. When the dust settled, layers of it blanketed the powder, rendering it indistinguishable. His lips quivered as he caught sight of the groaning Lordly. He hurriedly collected the mixture, but could not discern which was powder and which was dust, so he carelessly combined them. When Lordly could no longer contain himself and opened his mouth, the man in the Taoist robe hastily poured a handful of the gray mixture into it. Lordly struggled to swallow, choking on the excessive dust. Yet he refused to spit it out. This was his lifeline, and he forced it down. The county magistrate, standing nearby, swallowed hard. Realizing how Lordly had risen to the second rank, he was ruthless towards others, but even more so towards himself. Meanwhile, the fox demon handed an elixir to Lu Shenxi, who ingested it, visibly healing her wounds. Before long, she was able to walk unaided. The fox demon led them into the highest pavilion. Lu Shenxi hesitated at the sight of the door opening to a dimly lit interior. She had nearly trapped her foot there last time. This time, feeling timid, she waited for the fox demon and others to enter before following in with Kai Dai and Kai Xia. Upon entering, the fox demon immediately collapsed to the ground. She had not fully recovered. It was the little snake that had alerted her to the silver-scaled snake's predicament, prompting her to assist. Weak and exhausted, she transformed into a small fox. At that moment, the little snake transmitted a message. "Master, this place is secure. Even if powerful beings arrive, they cannot enter. You may rest easy here while I merge with the essence of the dragon god. Once complete, we shall confront them." "All right, how long will the fusion take?" "It can't be too long. We all have needs." The little snake fell silent, pondering the complexities of human nature. "I will do my best. It will take 2 days at the most. This is my fastest pace." Gu Hunan nodded quietly. She turned to see Gu Anren and Gu Anshin softly sobbing, worrying about the fate of the silver-scaled snake. Why did those wicked people refuse to spare such a charming creature? Charming? Where did her sisters find the silver-scaled snake adorable? Yet, she too was curious about the fate of the large worm, and inquired mentally, "Little snake, what the large worm? Is it unharmed?" "It is alive, but in a precarious state. I can sense its faint life force." This message was heard by all, and Gu Anren and Gu Anshin wept bitterly. They had formed a bond with the silver-scaled snake, treating it like a friend, and the thought of its peril filled them with sorrow. Whether it was contagion from her sisters or her innate nature, Gu Hunan burst into tears. Yi Pan quickly offered her comfort, feeding her to quell her sobs. That night, many found it difficult to sleep, especially Lordly. Though he had taken the antidote, perhaps due to the overwhelming dust, its effects were not as pronounced. He was haunted by visions of the innocent lives he had destroyed, their bodies mangled and unrecognizable. He awoke in a cold sweat, shouting in terror, disturbing even the Taoist man next door. In the morning, the Taoist man pushed open Lord Li's door. Lord Li awakened. "We must capture Lu Shenxi and execute them all." Li Yu jolted awake, taking a moment to gather his thoughts before responding. "Can you manage it alone?" "They have allies, including a fox demon capable of taking human form." The Taoist man retorted, "Can you truly believe that such a being would appear in a mere county? None of us could handle that." He fell silent, his brow furrowed. "Yet, there may be a solution. I shall invite our master to assist in avenging my junior and eliminating that fox demon." Li Yu's face brightened. "Indeed, senior brother has the means. I shall await your good news." The Taoist man nodded and departed. "Search. Spare no one. Li Yu labia kumanda." And numerous soldiers surged into the pavilion, yet they found no one. At that moment, a soldier reported, "My lord, the door to the highest pavilion cannot be opened." Li Yu's expression darkened as they approached the grand pavilion. The Taoist man interjected, "Do not touch it. There's a formation here. Allow me to test it." He released a surge of true energy from his palm, striking the door with a resounding impact. However, the smile vanished from his face as he too disappeared into the sky. Everyone looked up in astonishment at his soaring ascent, followed by a scream. A heavy object crashed to the ground. The Taoist man crawled out of a deep pit, looking at an elderly Taoist priest with white hair. He lamented, "Master, please avenge your disciple." "Avenge what? You are still breathing, are you not? Hurry and get out. Do not bring shame upon our Qingwang temple." At that moment, Li Yu extended his hand to pull the Taoist man out, addressing the elderly priest with utmost respect. "Master, do you have a way to open this door?" Chapter 75. The Turtle's Retreat. Open it? Even a god transformation cultivator would find it impossible. This formation is profound, imbued with ancient enchantments. Its enduring power over the years attests to the skill of its creator. To think one could open it is a delusion. The elderly priest stroked his white beard, casting a sidelong glance at Li Yu before returning his focus to the door. Meanwhile, within the door, Lu Shenxi and her companions overheard the conversation outside. Their hearts easing slightly, Kai Xia, trembling, remarked, "Fortunately, they cannot open this door. If they did, we would have no chance of survival. But we cannot remain here indefinitely. Our provisions are running low. Even if they do not kill us, we will starve." She cast a fearful glance at Lu Shenxi, hoping she would suggest a course of action. Yet Lu Shenxi was focused on Gu Inan, aware of the dire situation. Those outside were intent on killing them. What could she do but listen to Gu Inan? At that moment, Gu Inan lay in Yi Zhipan's embrace, her normally carefree face marred by worry. The threat of their pursuers loomed, and one of them radiated a Yuan-ing aura. Even at the fox demon's peak strength, she doubted they could contend with such power. Unless a god transformation cultivator came to their aid, where could they find such a master? Even if the little snake completed its fusion, she was uncertain what level it would achieve. She looked anxiously at Yi Zhipan, a flicker of hope lighting her eyes. "Indeed, my mother is truly fortunate, capable of transforming peril into safety. If we survive this ordeal, great blessings shall surely follow." With a smile, Gu Inan reached out to caress her mother's anxious face. Yet, she did not voice the entirety of her thoughts. From Yi Zhipan's expression, she perceived a balance of fortune and misfortune, uncertain whether they would escape unscathed. She dared not be certain, but seeing the worry etched on her mother and sister's faces, she whispered a comforting lie. Lu Shenxi, hearing her thoughts, smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. A benefactor will come to our aid. We shall wait here and see." At her words, Kai Dai and Kai Xia felt a weight lift from their hearts. Outside, Li Yu found the door utterly unyielding, and thus shouted towards it. "Lu Shen, I know you are hiding within. If you do not emerge, I shall slay the silver-scaled serpent, which has saved your lives. Surely, you cannot bear to witness its demise. I shall count to 3, and if you do not show yourselves, I will dispatch someone to capture the serpent and execute it before your very eyes." His voice resonated with a triumphant glee, instilling a sense of dread among those inside the door. Although the silver-scaled serpent was a creature of the supernatural, it had been benevolent towards them, and its impending death would surely be a source of great anguish. The group turned their gazes towards Lu Shen, who, in turn, looked at Yi Zhipan, cradling Gu Inan in her arms. Gu Inan thought to herself, "Blast it all. If I were to regain my former strength, I could obliterate them with a single punch, but now I'm reduced to being threatened. This is infuriating." Lu Shen understood Gu Inan's helplessness. Clenching her fists, a look of determined resolution ignited in her eyes. Meanwhile, Li Yu continued to yell, "If you do not come out now, I shall count to 3. Very well. Since you choose to remain hidden, do not blame me for not granting you a chance." 1, 2 With those words, Li Yu approached a large iron cage that had been carried over by more than 20 soldiers. Inside the cage lay a serpent, thicker than a water vat, coiled weakly within, barely fitting its massive form. Li Yu, gazing upon the serpent, proclaimed, "See, you risked your life to save Lu Shen and the others. Yet they do not care for your fate. I have threatened to kill you, and still they refuse to show themselves. It seems you are of no significance to them." The silver-scaled serpent, weakly opening its eyes, fixed a cold gaze upon Li Yu, as if it could devour him whole if only it could move. In a feeble voice, it directed its words towards the door. "Do not concern yourselves with me. Stay inside. My death does not matter. Let our king avenge me." Its eyes flickered towards Li Yu, filled with hatred. "Do you not wish to kill me? Go ahead. If you do not end my life, I shall ensure your entire family meets a gruesome fate." It was aware that Li Yu was using its life as leverage to coerce them out. Yet even if they emerged, escape would likely be futile. Thus, it resigned itself to death, believing its king would surely take vengeance on its behalf. Enraged, Li Yu seized the knife with ferocity, declaring, "If you desire death, I shall oblige." With that, the blade plunged into the serpent's flesh, leaving only the handle visible. A chilling scream echoed through the air, and upon hearing it, Li Yu laughed maniacally. How delightful! Is it painful? How does it feel to be pierced? Do you feel as though you are on the brink of ecstasy? The soldiers stood by, horrified by Li Yu's demeanor, their faces pale as they instinctively retreated a step. The silver-scaled serpent writhed in agony, the knife piercing a spot that had previously been seared by Gu and Un, rendering it particularly vulnerable. It gazed at the human's arrogance, its eyes turning crimson. However, its demon core had been shattered by the robed man, leaving it powerless. It could only muster its strength to slam against the cage, which swayed but remained intact, built from a millennium of dark iron to contain such a formidable creature. Save your energy. This cage was forged to contain beasts like you. Escape is utterly impossible. Li Yu smirked wickedly. However, if you pledge your allegiance to me, I may grant you a chance at survival. The silver-scaled serpent had already resigned itself to its fate and dismissed his words. You are nothing but refuse, not even a speck of our king's greatness. Pledge allegiance to you? Dream on. Very well, then perish. Li Yu withdrew the knife and thrust it down again, piercing the same wound 3 times. The silver-scaled serpent cried out in torment, its screams sending chills through the surrounding soldiers. Lu Shen clenched her fists, her heart bleeding for the serpent. Gu and Xian wept uncontrollably, their sorrow palpable. In that moment, Gu and Xian felt an unbearable anguish. The serpent had always been there to protect them, shadowing them discreetly. Its capture was a consequence of their actions, yet she felt powerless to intervene. Could she truly allow it to be slaughtered? The more she pondered, the angrier she became, finally exclaiming, Lu Shen, let me out. I must confront them. With my strength, I can handle the experts within. I cannot allow the silver-scaled serpent to die in vain. Lu Shen lowered her head, understanding Gu and Anne's frustration. If there were any means to confront them, she would not stand idly by. At that moment, Li Yu shouted again, Lu Shen, are you all cowards? If you do not come out now, I shall gouge out the serpent's eyes. The knife crept closer to the serpent's eye, and the creature, unwilling to submit, shut its eyes, blinding it would render its existence meaningless. Gu urged Lu Shen to hasten and release her. She could not allow the silver-scaled serpent to perish. Just then a composed and powerful voice rang out, Stop. Chapter 76. The soul-capturing technique. Everyone turned towards a voice to see a stunning woman in a fiery red robe striding towards them, exuding an aura of authority and grace. Her every step was light, wrapped in an air of command and majesty. Though she was breathtakingly beautiful, she commanded respect that deterred direct gazes. Beside her stood a handsome youth clad in white, exuding vigor and charm. Together, they resembled celestial beings descended to earth, flanked by a dozen formidable warriors. Li Yu was momentarily captivated by the woman, for he had always held a fondness for beauty. He had previously deemed Princess Anyang the most exquisite, yet found her lack of spirit unappealing. Upon encountering this woman, he realized the true definition of beauty. Straightening his official robe, he adopted a fa-ade of integrity and inquired, Might I ask who you two are? I am Li Yu of the Tianqi Kingdom, currently serving as the second-rank minister, and I am in the midst of an investigation. What brings you to interrupt my official duties? His gaze fixated on the woman in red, his lust evident. The woman met his gaze with a piercing look, a chilling aura emanating from her. Do you wish to lose your eyes, or is life too long for you? How dare you gaze at me with such audacity? Her tone was cool yet authoritative, radiating an air of unassailable power. Her words sent a shiver through Li Yu, compelling him to lower his head, refraining from further objectifying her. Yet, he was reluctant to appear diminished before his soldiers and retorted, I am unaware of your identities. Please state your intentions and refrain from hindering our official proceedings. Do not go, pleaded the youth beside her, pointing at the silver-scaled serpent. That serpent saved my life. I must protect it. The woman turned her gaze to the serpent in the cage, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. You need not concern yourself with our identities. However, this serpent has saved my brother's life. Should you kill it, I shall not allow it. As the standoff continued, the silver-scaled serpent, summoning its remaining strength, opened its eyes, struggling to remember when it had ever saved this woman's brother. Meanwhile, within the confines of the door, Lu Shen and the others rejoiced at the unexpected intervention. Nguyen listened intently. Although she had never heard the woman's voice before, the male voice belonged to the merman she had wished to recruit. Was he here to rescue them? Moreover, if his sister possessed powerful abilities, she might even be capable of contending with Li Yu, filling Gu in with a glimmer of hope. At that moment, the robed man, unable to tolerate the presence of the woman any longer, exclaimed angrily, "Young lady, this serpent poses a threat to the people and must be executed. Even if it saved your brother, it should not obstruct the law. Otherwise, Lord Li may charge you with disrupting official duties and imprison you all." He intended to frighten them into leaving, but unexpectedly, the woman coldly replied, "If you dare to close it, come up and try. You, unreasonable girl, since you refuse to heed my advice, do not blame me for being merciless." The man in the Taoist robe reached out to seize her, but the woman in red merely smirked and lightly threw a punch. As their fists met, the Taoist man staggered backward several steps, eventually halting to spit out a mouthful of blood, his complexion pale, evidently suffering from internal injuries. With such meager skills, he dared to confront me. Truly, he was courting death. The woman in red flicked her sleeve dismissively, her gaze cold and proud. The Yugoslavia Skimta, having deliberately refrained from intervening to probe this woman's background. To his surprise, she claimed to be a princess, yet he had encountered no such figure from the Tianchi kingdom. Could she be from another realm? If so, which one? He pondered this while hastily supporting the injured Taoist man. At that moment, the handsome man chuckled, "Sister, you are impressive. Since they cannot match you, I shall take this great serpent." Someone break open the serpent's cage. With a mere glance, two armored soldiers wielding large sabers approached the cage. They raised their swords and struck down upon it. In an instant, sparks flew, and when the dust settled, the soldier sabers lay in two pieces. "Ha ha ha!" The Taoist man laughed, blood staining the corners of his mouth as he mockingly said, "This is forged from a millennium of mysterious iron. How could your worthless scrap possibly sever it? Oomph! Even if you could best me, without the means to open the cage, you cannot save it." The Taoist man reveled in his triumph, while the woman in red cast a chilling glance. A sharp blade, now resting against his neck, silencing him instantly. "Since you cannot break it, then hand over the key. How did you imprison it? You must reveal how to release it, or your life is forfeit." The Taoist man, paralyzed with fear, dared not move. Yet he doubted that such a delicate girl would truly kill. "How bold you are to commit murder before Lord Li. Have you no regard for your life? Even a princess cannot flout the laws of the land. Lower your blade at once." The handsome man interjected, "Sister, is he foolish? He doesn't even inquire which country you hail from. In our land, murder is hardly a crime. At most, it's an unfortunate accident. Sister, you should put away the blade. Killing a fool would tarnish your weapon." He spoke with utmost seriousness, as if taking a life were inconsequential. The onlookers were left in astonishment, and Li Yu quietly inquired, "May I ask, which country do you hail from, young sir?" The striking young man glanced at him, a smile gracing his lips, causing Li Yu's heart to race. These two were truly enchanting. The man's smile was bewitching enough to steal one's soul. A moment later, the handsome man replied, "If you wish to know my origins, first hand over the key. Once the serpent is freed, I shall tell you. How does that sound?" His gaze was captivating, accompanied by a smile that could bring nations to their knees. Li Yu, entranced, reached for the key, placing it delicately in his palm before cautiously presenting it to the handsome man. Just as he was about to touch the key, a gust of wind struck his face. He glared at the elderly Taoist, furious. "You old fool, how dare you thwart my plans? I shall have it out with you." He was about to charge forward, but the woman in red stopped him, whispering, "You are no match for him." The handsome man regained his composure. At this time, the Taoist stroked his beard, remarking indeed, "The princess of the merfolk is stunning. Even the princes are ensnared by her beauty. No wonder so many seek to dive into the sea for a taste of the merfolk's allure. Today, I shall show you how a merfolk princess plays with a human." In an instant, the woman in red drew her sword, her form like a flash of lightning as she charged at the gray-haired Taoist. Clad in her crimson robes, her long hair billowed, and her exquisite features bore an icy, proud expression, emanating a fierce, killing intent. Yet, the elderly Taoist remained calm, effortlessly dodging her sword's approach with a swift movement. "Merfolk princess, though you are indeed a vision of beauty, such ferocity would likely deter any merfolk man from marrying you. Why not yield to me? I have a penchant for the fierce." A sly smile crept across the Taoist's aged face, yet his eyes fixated on the princess's alluring form. Realizing his gaze, the merfolk princess felt a surge of anger, her voice cold as she retorted, "You, old lecher, feigning righteousness while harboring a filthy heart, shall meet your end today." Her eyes glinted with determination as she unleashed a flurry of sword strikes aimed at the Taoist's eyes. Instead of anger, the Taoist's smile broadened at her words. As the sword drew near, he leaped gracefully, landing behind the merfolk princess, just as his aged hand reached toward her waist. She sensed his intention, spinning swiftly with her sword following suit. Her movements were swift, the blade transforming into a silver flash, lunging towards the Taoist's core. At that moment, the Taoist found himself unable to evade. Witnessing the sword's imminent strike, he stood firm, palms pressed together, enveloped in a powerful vortex of energy. The merfolk princess channeled her spirit energy into her sword, yet it failed to penetrate even the slightest. Meanwhile, within the room, Lu Shenxi and her companions anxiously awaited, their ears attuned to the conversation outside. Although they could not see the battle, they sensed the critical moment at hand. In the arms of Yi Jipan, Guan furrowed her brow, her lips puffed in frustration, silently fuming. That old Taoist is concealing his strength. The merfolk princess is bound to lose. Why do good people never live long while the wicked thrive for millennia? Oh, that old Taoist, why do you not perish? Upon hearing this, Lu Shenxi's hopes plummeted. How could they, the merfolk, not only fail to save their lives, but also risk their own? Both she and Yi Jipan wore troubled expressions. Just then, outside the door, the merfolk princess's pupils widened in disbelief as she gazed at the Taoist. "You are not at the early stage of the nascent soul. You have concealed your cultivation. You are truly insidious and treacherous. Brother, we must leave." As she scrutinized the Taoist, she realized he, like her, was at the early stage of a nascent soul, capable of battling her. However, since he concealed his strength, she was unable to defeat him and could only flee with her brother. At that moment, the gray-haired Taoist blocked their path. "You think you can come and go as you please? It has been a while since I tasted merfolk. To encounter a merfolk princess is a rare delight. Do you think I'll let you leave?" With a lecherous grin, he reached for the merfolk princess, but she evaded his grasp. They engaged in battle once more. But the disparity in strength was evident. The merfolk princess was struck on the shoulder, sent flying. The merfolk third prince quickly rushed to catch her as she fell into his arms, spitting out a mouthful of crimson blood. "You have just reached the nascent soul. I have been at the mid-nascent soul stage for years. How could you withstand my blow? Had I not shown mercy, your life would have already ended. So, what do you say? Out of pity for your beauty, why not yield to me?" The Taoist's smile grew more sinister as he advanced toward the merfolk siblings. At this moment, the merfolk third prince's eyes blazed with fierce determination. His sister, a princess, was the strongest among their young generation, and she was dearly beloved. Had it not been for his desperate pleas, she would not have come along. He could not allow her to come a harm. "Sister, you must escape and find father to rescue me," he declared, drawing a broad blade from his waist and swinging it at the Taoist. The merfolk princess attempted to grab him, but her hands grasped only air. The merfolk third prince wielded his blade, thin as a cicada's wing, its edge glimmering with a chilling light. He poured all his spirit energy into the swing aimed at the Taoist. The old Taoist's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he gently unleashed a powerful palm strike, sending a fierce gust of wind crashing into the third prince of the merfolk. The prince's weapon flew from his grasp, and his body was hurled backward. In that fleeting moment upon hitting the ground, he spat out mouthfuls of blood. The gray-bearded Taoist laughed arrogantly. "Damn it, I must rush out and kill him. The one who struck me, I will not spare her." Lu Shenxi, take me out, Gu then shouted from within the door, while Lu Shenxi, feeling helpless, hesitated, knowing that even if they went out, it would only lead to their demise. Master, your strength has increased again. That's wonderful. This mermaid princess is so delicate. You must enjoy yourself tonight. The man in the Taoist robe praised the old Taoist with delight. Liu wore an expression of admiration as well, proclaiming, the sect leader is indeed wise. His cultivation is truly remarkable. His discerning eye is unparalleled, recognizing them as mere folk at a glance. The old Taoist stroked his beard, beaming with joy. This is all thanks to Lord Guizhong, your father-in-law, who gifted me a mermaid woman a few years ago. After tiring of her, I extracted the mermaid pearl from within her. This pearl emits a red light upon encountering others of its kind. The old Taoist produced a large pearl from his robe, revealing it in his palm as it shone with a dazzling red light. Upon seeing the pearl, the mermaid princess coughed up another mouthful of blood and rage. These were her kin, yet they faced such persecution. How could she not harbor hatred? The dozen or so guards surrounding her had their eyes reddened with fury, their grips on their weapons tightening. Though they were not mere folk, they were still comrades of the water. One of the guards urged, Princess, third prince, quickly escape while we hold them off. With that, the group charged at the old Taoist, but he did not need to lift a finger. The man in the Taoist robe felled them one by one with his fists, not giving them a moment to breathe. Grabbing one of their weapons, he swung it at them again. In an instant, they all breathed their last, their true forms revealed as large shrimp or crabs. The man in the Taoist robe wiped his fists and coldly scoffed. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals dare to provoke me? Tonight, I shall feast upon you as my appetizers. The mermaid princess trembled with rage at the sight of her fallen warriors, her eyes instantly transforming into a deep blue, the temperature around her dropping several degrees. Even the blazing sun seemed to carry a chill. Seeing this, the third prince of the merfolk cried out in sorrow, Sister, no, do not use your freezing power. It will cost you your life. He rushed to stop her, but was struck down by the man in the Taoist robe, his previous injuries compounding as he fell to the ground, unable to rise again. At this moment, the man in the Taoist robe remained oblivious to the princess's change, perceiving only her desperate struggle. Noting her pale complexion as intriguingly beautiful, he reached out to seize her. By the time the old Taoist reacted, the man in the Taoist robe had already transformed into a human-shaped ice sculpture. He raged, even if you wield freezing power, you cannot harm me. You will only seal your own fate. If you perish, your brother will suffer unspeakable torment. Withdraw your freezing power, and I shall spare your brother. Chapter 78. The addiction of deceit. Her brother must not come to harm. As the eldest princess of the merfolk, she had been taught by her father from a young age to protect her people. She regarded this as her sacred mission. Her gaze darkened as she replied, Very well, let my brother go first. The mermaid princess then turned to the third prince, speaking sternly, Hurry, go summon father to rescue me. If you do not wish for my demise, you must leave at once. Tears brimmed in the third prince's eyes. He did not want his sister to perish, nor did he want to leave her alone. Yet, he had no choice but to struggle painfully to his feet and flee. Meanwhile, the old Taoist pointed at the vanishing figure of the third prince, reflecting on the freezing power he had heard of. Though he could escape unscathed, losing such a stunning beauty was not something he desired. Should she unleash her freezing power, not only he would perish, but all present would share in his demise. Yet now, she was about to face tortures akin to hell. As the last remnants of her freezing power dissipated, the mermaid princess collapsed weakly to the ground. At that moment, the old Taoist seized her by the neck, lifting her effortlessly. Cold-heartedly, he stated, as he held the mermaid princess aloft. She struggled vehemently, but his aged hand clamped down on her like a vice, rendering her unable to escape. Upon seeing her brother, she nearly lost her sanity. You promised. Why do you go back on your word? Even as a ghost, I will not let you off. She attempted once more to wield her freezing power, but the old Taoist struck her fiercely in the abdomen. Instantly, her face contorted in pain, and the chill within her could no longer be released. You wish to threaten me again? I will not grant you another chance. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed her aside. The mermaid princess lay crumpled on the ground, clutching her abdomen in agony, feeling her spiritual energy dissipate and her dantian shatter. Tears streamed down her cheeks. The third prince, witnessing his sister's tragic state, struggled against his captors, but the guards held him firmly, preventing any escape. He cried out in despair, "Sister, it is my fault. I should not have brought you here. Had I known, I would have come alone, never dragging you into this." He was forced to the feet of the old Taoist, who leered at his delicate skin. If only this body were that of a female merfolk, it would be of great use. Since he is useless, let us kill him. Consider it a tribute for my disciple. However, I would relish the peeling of his skin. His smile was ghastly, as if he were discussing something joyous. The third prince shouted in fury, "Despicable old man, may you meet a wretched end. Our merfolk will surely make you pay in blood for your sins." Just then, one of the guards raised a blade and swung it toward the third prince's neck. Reluctantly, he closed his eyes, but the blade never fell. After a moment, he opened his eyes to find the guard with a bloodied hole between his brows, blood gushing forth. A jade hairpin had been thrown by Lu Shenxi, who was now holding it in her hand. They could not bear to see the third prince harmed, so Lu Shenxi had taken Gu Inan and stepped out. She addressed Lord Li. "Lord Li, our Tianqi kingdom has laws against harming merfolk. Do you dare publicly slay a prince of the merfolk? Are you seeking to provoke a war between the merfolk and Tianqi kingdom?" Finally, they had emerged, no longer cowering like turtles. Lord Li, filled with excitement, had finally forced them out. Seeing her holding a child only made him more disdainful. With the old Taoist by his side, he feared no one. He approached Lu Shenxi, boasting, "You seem to know quite a bit about the laws of Tianqi kingdom. However, you are not an official. Your words hold no weight. If I declare him guilty, then he is guilty. If he deserves to die, he shall die. Do you have a means to protest? His father is the emperor. How can he speak with such arrogance? His words are foul. He should be struck down by heaven." Gu Inan muttered to herself, a golden sphere forming at her fingertips. Shooting skyward, thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds gathered, and a massive bolt of lightning struck down toward Liu. Just as Liu was reveling in his triumph, he was suddenly struck by the lightning, his body charred and surrounded by crackling electricity. Lu Shenxi smirked, adding, "Lord Li, your words have provoked heaven itself. It seems you may be struck dead." Liu screamed, running to the old Taoist for help, who had long anticipated the golden fireball from Gu Inan's fingertips. He looked up at the storm clouds gathering above Liu. At that moment, as the lightning descended, the old Taoist met the strike with a palm, causing the clouds above Liu to vanish instantly. A smile curved the corners of his mouth as he muttered, "Interesting." In a flash, he appeared before Lu Shenxi, who stepped back in fright. "Hand over the child in your arms, and I may let you go." Addicted to deceit, having just tricked the mermaid princess, now you wish to deceive this old woman as well? Lu Shenxi scoffed at the old Taoist. The old Taoist gazed at Lu Shenxi, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Are you certain you are an old woman, one who dares not reveal her true self, yet accuses others of being deceivers?" Lu Shenxi's expression shifted nervously. This secret she had concealed for so many years had been uncovered by him unexpectedly. As such, she no longer concealed her intentions. She proclaimed loudly, "Liu, are you aware of your crimes? Collaborating with the underworld to disrupt justice, framing innocent citizens, and conspiring to murder the merfolk prince and princess. How many of these offenses merit your execution?" At that moment, Liu, frazzled and enraged, shouted back, "You, a mere priestess, dare to judge me? I am a dignified second-rank official. With a mere finger, I could crush you." His words were arrogant, and he did not even spare her a glance. At that moment, Lu Shenpa tore off the long-worn mask of human skin from her face. A visage of flawless, youthful beauty emerged, her brows arched like a crescent moon, her eyes sparkling like stars, and her lips resembling cherry blossoms, an exquisitely enchanting countenance. Although clad in outdated attire, it did nothing to diminish her allure. The elderly Taoist, drawn closer, gazed at her with greedy eyes, smirking as he said, "Today is indeed fortunate. 2 stunningly beautiful women shall accompany me this evening." He rubbed his hands together, his gaze lingering hungrily. "How audacious! I am Princess Anyang. Do you dare to disrespect me?" Lu Shenpa raised an eyebrow, casting a cold, disdainful glance at the Taoist. Her lofty demeanor momentarily stunned him. He turned to Li Yu for confirmation, and upon seeing Li Yu's expression, he realized that she was indeed Princess Anyang, the Emperor's most beloved sister. At that instant, Li Yu's body stiffened as he recognized a familiar face, his breath gradually slowing. He pressed his lips tightly together, slowly revealing a forced smile. Princess, it truly is you. Chapter 79. Rooting out the problem, Lu Shenpa's cold gaze hardened, her eyes glistening with frost. Had it not been for you, perhaps I would not find myself in this predicament now. Did you ever anticipate that we would meet here? Once I see my brother, I shall relay everything I have witnessed today. Right or wrong, my elder brother will judge. She maintained a placid demeanor, her tone devoid of sorrow or joy, yet exuding the air of a person of authority, effortlessly regaining her regal bearing. At that moment, Guanin stared at her, wide-eyed and transfixed. I never imagined Lu Shenpa to be so beautiful and youthful. Why did she disguise herself as an old woman? Could it be that Li Yu is to blame? Yet, even if her identity as a princess were revealed now, these individuals would likely not spare us. Lu Shenpa had pondered similarly. Yet her royal identity was all she had to leverage. She had to take a gamble. Li Yu, regaining a lovesick expression, his eyes glistening with tears, stepped forward and spoke earnestly. Anyang, why did you leave without a word? You misunderstood my intentions towards Ru Yan. I sought to explain, but I searched the imperial city and beyond and could not find you. Seeing his lovesick demeanor only fueled Lu Shenpa's distaste. She turned her head away, unwilling to look at him again. Cradling Gu Inan, she approached the officials restraining the merfolk prince, commanding sharply, "Release the merfolk prince at once. Do you wish to incite a war between our races? I am Princess Anyang, and I command you to free him immediately." The two officials holding the merfolk prince paused, but none dared to loosen their grip, instead glancing at Li Yu. Noticing their inaction, Princess Anyang thundered, "What are you waiting for? Do you treat a royal command as mere wind? Did you not hear Lord Li acknowledge my identity as Princess Anyang? How many of you dare to disobey my orders?" The two officials exchanged glances, and just as they were about to raise their weapons against the prince, Li Yu barked, "What do you intend to do? You must take this criminal away." The Princess Anyang is momentarily deceived by malefactors. As her subordinates, we must discern right from wrong. I shall report this matter truthfully to His Majesty, and the princess ought not to interfere. With an expression of selflessness, Li Yu approached, his brow furrowed with authority and integrity. Those unfamiliar with his true nature would undoubtedly have believed his words. However, Princess Anyang scoffed, "Report truthfully? You mean to tell my brother that you falsely accused me of raising silver-scaled serpents, imprisoned me, coerced me into confessing to your fabricated crimes, and conspired with this Taoist to have me killed?" At that moment, Princess Anyang leaned closer to Li Yu and whispered, "If you release everyone present, I shall consider this incident forgotten and will not utter a word to my brother." Li Yu's eyes widened, his gaze darting as if grappling with a difficult decision. Meanwhile, the Taoist cast a sidelong glance at Li Yu, approaching with a calculating glint in his eye. "Lord Li, how can you be certain this person is truly Princess Anyang? She has been missing for over 20 years. Perhaps she possesses skills in disguise. Let me ascertain if she is an impostor." As he spoke, an aged hand reached toward Princess Anyang's face. Caught off guard, she was unable to evade as the hand approached, but in a flash, a flying hairpin shot toward the elderly hand. The Taoist, watching the flying pin vanish, regarded Princess Anyang with a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. "My lord, this person cannot possibly be Princess Anyang. She is allied with that serpent and two merfolk. We cannot let them go. She must be apprehended immediately." Princess Anyang, seething with rage, felt her heart race. The Taoist's sudden movement had startled her, and had it not been for Guanin's quick reflexes, she might have been harmed. At that moment, Li Yu hesitated. This woman was undoubtedly Princess Anyang. He had known her for many years. Her appearance, speech, and demeanor were indelible in his memory. Seeing Li Yu's indecision, the Taoist grew impatient. "Lord Li, let us not forget the grand plan of the state. Should we allow a minor matter to spiral out of control, neither of us would bear the consequences. It would be wise to extinguish this spark before it ignites, ensuring our perpetual safety." The Taoist knew full well that the individual before him was Princess Anyang, but releasing her was akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. a far greater risk. Better to eliminate the threat entirely. Li Yu's gaze hardened as he focused on the Taoist, a knowing smile curling at his lips. You see clearly, wise observer, I have been foolish. He wiped the smile from his face, his expression now one of fury. How audacious, demoness, to impersonate Princess Anyang. You nearly deceived me, just now. You masqueraded as an old woman to fool everyone, and now you don the guise of princess. What is your intention? Li Yu's gaze was resolute as he adamantly declared her to be a fraud. The Taoist stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with lascivious intent. These two are determined to assert that you are an impostor and will undoubtedly act with lethal intent. I will distract them. You should retreat into the chamber and hide for a while. If you are captured, that old Taoist will undoubtedly have his way with you. You must heed my words. Guanin's eyes widened as she looked at Princess Anyang. The princess glanced down at her, warmth flooding her heart. At this juncture, even if a sacrifice were to be made, it could not be one of the innocent. She lifted her head to meet the unwavering gazes of the two men, her eyes turning icy. Her intention in speaking was to provoke them into killing her at once, for if she were to survive, the torment that awaited her would be far worse. Li Yu, indeed, was incensed. Seizing a soldier's sword, he advanced toward Princess Anyang. Given the emperor's affection for her, she could request a death sentence, and the emperor would likely comply. After all, none of the offenses she had committed warranted capital punishment. As the blade swung down, Princess Anyang swiftly evaded. Though cradling a child rendered her movement less nimble, Liu was untrained in combat, and she managed to dodge with ease. At that moment, Liu bellowed, "Seize this demoness. Come, you scoundrels, taste my newly devised weapon." Chapter 80. All eyes wide open. Newly devised weapon? Princess Anyang furrowed her brow, glancing at the child she held. When had she created such a thing? They had been together the entire time, and she had no knowledge of it. Suddenly, more than 10 soldiers charged at her with weapons drawn. Her resolve steeled, she grasped Guanin with one hand while launching fireballs at the advancing soldiers with the other. Yet, her meager spiritual power rendered her fireballs ineffective against the soldiers. She appeared somewhat flustered, continuously conjuring fireballs from her spiritual energy, beads of sweat trickling from her forehead. In her arms, Guanin held 2 small, delicate hands, each cradling a golden fireball. When the 2 fireballs collided, Guanin's cherubic face radiated innocent joy, as if they were mere toys. At that moment, the fireballs merged and soared into the sky above the soldiers, gathering ominous dark clouds that mingled with fiery crimson hues. Gradually, the sky transformed into a bizarre spectacle, casting an eerie glow over the ground. Flashes of lightning danced like golden dragons within the clouds. The advancing soldiers gazed upwards. Their movements momentarily halted, hearts gripped by dread, while the old Taoist felt an unsettling premonition. Suddenly, thick bolts of lightning cascaded from the sky, striking the soldiers who cried out in agony. Liu observed that the lightning, though thicker than what struck him, was not lethal. He boisterously reassured the soldiers, "Fear not. This lightning will only singe you. It shall not bring death." Those at the back swiftly seized the demoness. With his command, dozens rushed forward. Meanwhile, Guanin clapped her tiny hands, exclaiming, "Hurry up, you fools. Your master has sent you to your doom. Do not blame me if you wish to harm us. Why would I spare your lives? I'm not foolish." Princess Anyang looked at Guanin in confusion, but a moment later, clarity dawned upon her. The dark clouds above transformed into a fiery expanse, while the soldiers below, struck by lightning, lay charred and immobilized. The crimson sky mirrored the scorched ground. Waves of heat cascading like blossoms from above, the flames a stunning sight. The soldiers, attempting to evade the onslaught of heat, found themselves frozen in place. And in the next moment, the floral-like heat descended upon each soldier, engulfing them in flames, their cries of anguish echoing tragically. Princess Anyang's heart clenched at the sound. These were the soldiers of their Tianqi kingdom, perishing not on the battlefield, but here. Yet she did not intervene. If she showed mercy, she would be the next to die, and her demise would likely be more harrowing. Guanin, observing her new weapon devouring lives, felt neither sorrow nor joy. While they were innocent, who among them was not? If those soldiers captured and killed them, would they not be innocent as well? In this world of the survival of the fittest, the strong do not sympathize with the weak who are slain. She regarded Princess Anyang, relieved that she did not show pity and compel her to relent. When she was a celestial sovereign, she despised those who were overly sympathetic. As the whales gradually faded and the fireballs dwindled, the flames consumed swiftly, leaving little in their wake. The shock was not limited to Li Yu. The mermaid princess and the third prince also gazed in disbelief. The old Taoist remained calm, intrigued by how the child had conjured such power. He had refrained from intervening earlier to gauge the extent of its might, and the results surpassed his expectations. A sly smile crept onto his lips as he appeared before Princess Anyang with an unusual swiftness. Upon seeing him, she instinctively wished to flee, but was struck by a forceful blow to her shoulder. She felt a sharp pain, yet instinctively protected Gu in her embrace. However, to her astonishment, her arms clasped nothing but air, causing her to tumble to the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. Ignoring her own injuries, she looked up in search of Gu and only to find the old Taoist cradling a child. Princess Anyang dashed forward in a frenzy, but before she could reach him, he sent her sprawling away with a single strike. The old Taoist, cradling Gu cackled, "What a splendid day! I've captured 2 beauties and stumbled upon a treasure. That lightning and fire cloud, were they conjured by you?" He gazed into Gu in large eyes, eager to hear her speak, but after a long pause, the child merely stared back, silent and still. In truth, Gu was inwardly cursing, "You ugly old fool. How disgusting to hold me. Since I cannot defeat you, I shall stink you out." "Ah!" The old Taoist, misinterpreting her silence as contentment, found her unbothered demeanor amusing. Suddenly, a foul odor reached his nostrils, and upon investigation, he discovered it emanated from the child in his arms. Reluctant to discard her, he unwrapped the cloth, encasing her only to find a mess resembling mud. Just as he was about to toss it aside, he felt the wetness on his hands. "Damn it, you soiled my hand." He flung Gu away, staring at his now filthy hand, which he brought to his nose with disgust. "What the hell did I eat? Nothing should smell this foul." He retched, nearly losing his meal. Gu floated in the air, giggling adorably. Even the mermaid princess and the third prince could not suppress their laughter at the old Taoist's predicament. Once he had finished retching, the old Taoist wiped his hands frantically on his robe, tearing it off due to the heat. Underneath, he wore only a pair of underpants, his frail, aged body exposed, ribs protruding starkly beneath sagging skin. His expression was one of fury and humiliation. Never before had he faced such disgrace, outwitted by a child. In a fit of rage, he struck out at Gu. Realizing the danger, she evaded, hoping for her little snake to awaken soon. Otherwise, her life was in peril. She summoned a flying dragon hairpin aimed at the old Taoist, who swiftly dodged but inadvertently set fire to his underpants. Panicking, he tore them off, and in that moment, all eyes widened in shock. Chapter 81. Really, do you have a plan? The old Taoist, consumed by rage, paid no heed to the consequences. With his underpants gone, he stood bare to the world, revealing a curious marking between his legs, a red pigment resembling vermilion etched into his skin, with intricate patterns visible, prominently featuring the character for Yang. This was a vitality symbol. How had it found its way onto his body, inscribed in such a discreet location? No wonder he gazed at women with such lecherous intent. It was inherent to him. The method by which this symbol was inscribed in such an inconspicuous place remained a mystery. All present gaped, recognizing the vitality symbol. The mermaid princess and Princess Anyang turned crimson, averting their gazes from the vulgar sight. Yet Gu, with her sparkling eyes wide open, found the scene utterly captivating. How hideous! How hideous! My celestial eyes have been sullied. Just a glance is revolting. The artist must have suffered greatly. I wouldn't even want to touch that inconspicuous thing. No wonder the character lacks a stroke in the center. Gu mused silently, prompting Princess Anyang to glance over. Indeed, the character was missing a horizontal line in the middle. How astute this child was, observing such details, while calling it disgusting. Princess Anyang shook her head. Fortunately, it was dimly lit, making the scene less vivid. At that moment, the old Taoist glanced at Lord Li, who was brazenly fixated on his legs, displaying an expression of curiosity. How could he maintain his dignity in such a situation? His countenance darkened, a fierce intent flickering across his mind. In an instant, he appeared before Liu, and before Liu could utter a word, the official robe adorning him was swiftly stripped off and donned by the old Taoist. Liu's face turned ashen, his upper body was bare, and he wore only trousers. The sight of the old Taoist clad in his second-rank official robe pained him deeply, for it was now soiled. Yet the old Taoist paid no heed to his discontent, and remarked nonchalantly, "I shall borrow this for a while. It will be returned to you in due time." Although Liu's expression was grim, he recognized that only the old Taoist could subdue them in such a setting. He composed himself and said, "Feel free to take it. I happen to feel warm and wish to offer it to you. Please wear it without reservation." A faint smile forced its way onto his lips, his flattery unmistakable. "Disgusting. Princess Anyang, your taste is truly poor to have chosen such a man. Just look at him. Aside from that face, everything else is better off reduced to ashes." Gukanin thought to herself, as a ball of fire shot from her fingertips, speeding towards Liu. Upon seeing the flames, Liu turned pale. His legs weakened and his body trembled. The old Taoist quickly pulled him aside, but the flame seemed to have a mind of its own, pursuing Liu relentlessly. Liu's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of fire could chase a person? It won't be extinguished. It specifically seeks to burn you, the ungrateful scoundrel. Gu Enin reveled in her inner curses while urging the flame to hasten its pursuit. However, at that moment, the old Taoist unleashed a powerful palm strike, and the overwhelming spiritual energy clashed with the flame, unleashing a scorching wave of heat into the air, which soon extinguished the fire. Liu immediately complimented. As expected of the observer, such petty tricks dare to oppose you. It's akin to courting death. A smirk appeared on the old Taoist's lips. Seemingly oblivious to his recent state of undress, he turned his gaze toward Guanin and said coldly, "I initially intended to capture you for the battlefield, but now there is no need to spare you. Prepare to meet your demise." His expression darkened, and a fierce murderous intent surged in his eyes. Vast spiritual energy erupted from his palm as he approached Guanin. "This is it. Am I about to die? Little serpent, if you don't come out now, your master will perish." Guanin screamed inwardly, not forgetting to launch her flying dragon hairpin. Yet her feeble cultivation was utterly insignificant before a nascent soul cultivator. Just as the gust of his palm was about to strike her, a powerful, massive claw pinned the old Taoist to the ground. With a resounding crash, the old Taoist's body was slammed to the earth, the claw like a boulder, crushing his internal organs and causing him to spit out blood. He had been so close to killing her, yet in that moment, he found himself restrained by the claw of a colossal creature. He reluctantly lifted his gaze, nearly fainting from fear, as he met the furious glare of a pair of enormous golden vertical pupils, exuding a murderous aura, its hot breath fanning across his face. It was a dragon, and his pupils trembled in terror. With a deafening roar, the dragon's cry echoed across the skies. Witnessing the dragon's razor-sharp teeth, the old Taoist coughed up another mouthful of blood. At that moment, he saw Guanin cradled in the dragon's grip as if she were a treasure. He regretted stirring such a formidable being. "Little serpent, you've finally emerged. If you hadn't shown up, I would have been killed by this old fool. Quickly, eliminate him. Your roar just now will surely attract powerful foes. We must leave this place." "Master, it's all my fault for coming late. I nearly caused your demise. I will now eliminate these culprits to avenge you," the little serpent declared, and its claw, as sharp as a steel blade, immediately seized the old Taoist. The old Taoist, beneath its grasp, was crushed like a rag doll. Liu gasped for breath, as if an invisible hand were tightly gripping his throat. Horrified by the old Taoist's gruesome fate, he felt a desperate urge to flee. His legs moved quickly, yet his body remained still, ensnared by the dragon's tail. Unable to move, he still begged for mercy, completely stripped of his earlier bravado. At that moment, Princess Anyang rose from the ground, recognizing the dragon as the little serpent, and her fear subsided. However, she cautiously approached, and the dragon transferred Guanin into her arms. Meanwhile, the merfolk siblings rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Did the dragon claim to be the little serpent, and that Guanin was the child in her embrace? They felt a pair of enormous eyes fixated on them, sending chills down their spines. The merfolk prince, bound and struggling, managed to crawl to Princess Anyang. But a gigantic claw lunged at him. "Do not harm him. He is here to assist us." He stepped closer, stating, "I was entrusted by Warner to help you. Thank you for your previous warning. Otherwise, Warner would have perished at the hands of villains. Let this be my repayment. We shall consider ourselves even. Please, let the wager of servitude be nullified." He fixed his gaze on Gu Inin, awaiting her reaction. Should she attempt to force him into servitude, he would rather die than comply. Gu Inin lay weakly in Princess Anyang's arms, having nearly exhausted all her spiritual energy in her encounter with the old Taoist. Upon hearing the merfolk prince's voice, she glanced over. In truth, her suggestion for him to become her servant was merely a jest, yet he seemed intent on resisting. Seeing his response, she thought, "If you wish to recover your sister's shattered pearl, I can teach you the method. Is that true? Do you have a way?" Chapter 82. Beauty brings trouble. Gu Inin shot her a glance. A former merfolk friend of hers had also suffered from shattered pearl due to treachery. She had visited but could do nothing to help. However, through her own cultivation and some medicinal aids, she had eventually managed to forge a new pearl, even more potent than before. Fortunately, her friend had not kept her secrets hidden, providing each merfolk with a tome of her cultivation methods. And she had received one as well. The memory was still vivid. "Do you truly have a way? If so, I will immediately become your servant." "No, don't. You are a prince of the merfolk. How could you serve a human? If you dare to do so, I will die right before you." Princess Anyang rushed to seize her brother, her eyes filled with resolve. She did not want her brother to become a servant on her account. At that moment, the dragon observed the two siblings' unwilling expressions and exhaled a puff of frustration. "Master, it would be far too demeaning for such a minor merfolk to serve you. As a proud dragon, I can only be your contracted beast. I find no shame in that. It seems he would be lucky to serve you." "You." Princess Anyang glared at the dragon, but the words caught in her throat. Indeed, the dragon clan held a nobler lineage than the merfolk. And if it felt no indignity in being a contracted beast, then perhaps her brother serving Gu Inin was not as disgraceful as it seemed. At that moment, the merfolk prince also came to a realization and solemnly declared, "I agree to serve you. Please teach me how to restore my sister's pearl." How had he come to this conclusion? Gu Inin had only intended to tease him, not truly compel him into servitude. With a sigh, she replied, "No, since my brother has agreed, he shall indeed be your servant. He can accompany you in your training." The dragon's noble lineage as a contracted beast surely indicated it possessed extraordinary qualities. Thus, her brother would undoubtedly benefit from following her. He could not allow his brother to squander such an excellent opportunity. If not for his sister's pearl being shattered, he would have volunteered himself. The dragon turned, bemused, observing the siblings' rapid change of heart. It seemed they were determined to become Gu Inin's servants, regardless of its objections. Unbeknownst to them, it was precisely because of its words that they felt compelled to serve her. Reluctantly, Gu Inin conceded, "You may follow for now, but you're free to leave at any time. Please bring this lordly to the merfolk tribe and ensure he is securely detained." The merfolk princess gazed at Liu, a hypocritical human who had regarded her with lewd eyes. With a bitter expression, she thought, "Isn't it simpler to just put an end to him? Keeping him alive only invites trouble." At that moment, Princess Anyang observed the feeble state of Gu Inin in her arms and spoke on her behalf. The merfolk princess nodded in agreement. She and Princess Anyang were in close proximity, and Gu Inin whispered the method to restore the mermaid essence along with some auxiliary herbs into her ear. Upon hearing this, the merfolk princess's face lit up with joy. She clasped her hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, noble benefactor. If given the chance, I would be honored to follow you, even as a servant." Gu Inin frowned, puzzled by the siblings' eagerness to serve her. Was the treatment of her servants truly that appealing that they were vying to be her subordinates? No need for that. Quickly take Liu away and keep him under surveillance. The fewer who know of this matter, the better. We must leave this place as soon as possible, the merfolk princess instructed. Nodding, she retrieved a finely crafted shell from her bosom, its surface adorned with intricate patterns. As she whispered softly, the shell gradually expanded until it was nearly human-sized, then opened wide. She unceremoniously tossed Liu inside. He screamed in terror, but she swiftly struck him, rendering him unconscious. At that moment, The dragon resumed its original form and leapt into Guinin's small hands. Guinin, either weakened or simply drowsy, struggled to keep her eyes open as she gazed at the small serpent before gradually closing her eyes. Meanwhile, Princess Anyang picked up the discarded human skin mask belonging to the witch Lu and put it back on her face. The small serpent, perplexed, asked her, "Why wear such an ugly thing when your true face is quite lovely?" "Ugly things are safer. Beauty attracts trouble," she replied. The serpent, confused, shook its head. At that moment, Lu opened the door, hoping to call Yi Pan and the others out, as Guinin had urged them to leave quickly. But what about the small fox? It was quite conspicuous. Leaving it behind could pose a danger. The serpent glanced at Guinin, who was still asleep, and reluctantly retrieved a jade bracelet from beneath the dragon deity statue. The bracelet was a vibrant green, transparent and shimmering like glass. Lu gasped at the sight of it, exclaiming, "A jade bracelet of exquisite quality." She watched as the small serpent casually tossed the bracelet to the ground, stating, "Whoever among you can wear this bracelet shall claim it as their own." What? Did I hear that correctly? This is a rare material for crafting spatial artifacts, and it's being given away so freely. Seeing them hesitate, the small serpent urged them on. Lu picked it up and attempted to wear it, but seemed to resist, refusing to fit no matter how she tried. Sighing, she handed it to Yi Pan. Initially, Yi Pan was reluctant, recognizing the bracelet's value, but Lu snatched it from her and put it on. To her surprise, it slipped on effortlessly, as if the bracelet possessed its own consciousness. The small serpent then advised Yi Pan, "Just drip a drop of your blood on the bracelet, and it will recognize you as its master, allowing you to place the small fox inside." Yi Pan, Somahat Beji did it. Watched as Lu joyfully made a small cut on her other hand and dripped blood onto the bracelet. Immediately, it radiated a brilliant light. "Now, you can place the small fox inside the bracelet," the serpent instructed. Yi Pan was puzzled, wondering how to put the fox into the bracelet. Before she could process it, Lu brought the small fox to her and placed it in her arms. "Just think about it in your heart. Let the small fox enter the bracelet," she said. Though Yi Pan furrowed her brow, she complied, and in the next moment, the small fox vanished. Where did the small fox go? Yi Pan exclaimed in surprise. Lu, exasperated, replied, "Once we settle down, I will teach you how to use this bracelet. My father also gave me a spatial jade pendant, but it is so small that it can only hold inanimate objects. This is the first time I have seen one that can contain living beings." Soon, the group prepared to depart. As they ventured not far, a voice called out from behind, "Don't go. I'm here, don't leave me." It was the silver-scaled snake. The small serpent leapt from Guinin's embrace and crawled to the side of the silver-scaled snake. "If you don't speak up, I would have thought you were dead. What happened to you?" The silver-scaled snake wept, tears welling in its eyes as it lamented, "I feared I would not survive to see you one last time. It was that wretched old Taoist doing." "Enough of that. Open wide and take this," the small serpent commanded, tossing a pill towards the silver-scaled snake's gaping mouth. "Thank you. I feel the pain subsiding immediately," it replied. Just then, Gu Anren and Gu Anshin rushed over, tears streaming down their faces. "Great Serpent, are you all right? We heard your cries from inside, and we're so worried about you." The silver-scaled snake looked at the two children, their faces streaked with tears, and its own tears flowed even more freely. The small serpent, feeling a bit annoyed, flicked its tail, observing the three of them crying while its little master remained asleep. "Can you come out on your own now?" it asked. The silver-scaled snake shook its head, explaining, "This cage cannot be opened without a key. You should hurry and leave. I am but a useless snake now." It wept sorrowfully, and the small serpent, frustrated, demanded, "Where is the key?" The silver-scaled snake shook its head again. "The official took it away, and I have no idea where he went. You must leave me, for this 1,000-year-old mysterious iron cannot be opened." The official it referred to was undoubtedly Li Yu, but having been taken away by the merfolk princess, it was unreasonable to chase after him for a key. The small serpent, growing increasingly irate at the silver-scaled snake's continued lamenting, opened its mouth and bit down on the cage. With a resounding crack, a thick iron bar snapped. With several sharp bites, the door of the cage collapsed with a loud crash. The silver-scaled snake was utterly dumbfounded. "Your Majesty is truly formidable. You are indeed a divine dragon. Gu Anren and Gu Anshin cheered as they witnessed the great serpent's freedom. At that moment, the small serpent instructed Yi Jipan, "Place this snake into the jade bracelet." After that, it leapt lightly back into Guanen's embrace, coiling around her wrist. Yi Jipan followed the instructions Lu had given her earlier and managed to send the great serpent into the bracelet. Subsequently, Lu led the group to stealthily exit through the back door. However, just as they opened it, several officers stood guard outside, drawing their swords with a sense of urgency upon spotting them. Lu was taken aback. They had avoided the front entrance to evade such officers, yet it seemed they had also been stationed at the back. Had they been informed of the officer's demise so quickly? While she pondered this, one officer spoke up. "Lu, come with us for a moment. The young lady from the Wong family has met a tragic end. Her family reported that you are the culprit, and the magistrate has sent us to apprehend you." Lu exhaled deeply, initially relieved that their involvement with Lord Li had not been discovered, but then she grew angry, saying, "The Wong family's tragedy has nothing to do with us. If they have evidence, let them prove our involvement. Just because they claim someone murdered her does not make it so." The officers, clearly not there merely for questioning, had already drawn their weapons. When the young lady died, she left behind a blood inscription that said, "Lu, kill me." Moreover, the circumstances of her death were most gruesome. "If you're not the culprit, then come with us." Lu, feeling helpless, lamented, "What is happening here? This dignified princess has once again been summoned to prison." The group followed the officers to the county jail, where they found themselves locked in a cell, only to discover that the 3 individuals who had remained inside were already gone. What joy is there in this? Just because we escaped this time does not guarantee we will escape next time. Rejoicing for others is foolish. A young woman kicked the elderly one, yet the latter wore a smile, as if the kicks did not affect her at all. Yi Jipan, witnessing the elderly woman's mistreatment, could no longer contain her anger, declaring, "Officer, will you not intervene? Even if there is some enmity, it is inhumane to treat her so cruelly." The constable cast a glance at the elderly woman and the young lady, remaining silent as he locked them in the cell and departed. The young woman, witnessing this, laughed, remarking, "See, they dare not intervene, nor can they. Even if I were to kill her, they wouldn't dare utter a word." Her face twisted with malice as she kicked the old woman with increasing force, causing the latter to clutch her body and cry out in agony. At that moment, Guanen, nestled in Lu Xinpa's arms, was startled awake. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed spiders crawling on the dilapidated beams above. Bewildered, she pondered, "Where am I?" Just then, the young woman intensified her kicks, cursing, "You old hag, why don't you die sooner? If you had, I could have been free by now." She vented her pent-up rage on the old woman. Guanen found the young woman's words oddly familiar. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Was this not reminiscent of the tale of Eroi, the queen's personal maid, from the storybook? The text had not elaborated much, focusing instead on the intense hatred the noble concubine harbored for the queen, particularly against those loyal to her. It was revealed that while the queen was out with her 2-year-old princess, the noble concubine had dispatched assassins to ambush them. The soldiers were no match for Eroi, who managed to escape with the princess, hiding in a river to evade capture. During their flight, the princess fell gravely ill, but with the thieves in pursuit, Eroi entrusted her to a farming family, giving them all her silver for their care. She then intentionally led the pursuers away, refusing to divulge the princess's whereabouts even under threat of death. Consequently, she was poisoned, rendered mute, and imprisoned for life, enduring relentless humiliation and abuse. Anyone who showed her kindness faced dire punishment. Thus, the noble concubine tortured those loyal to the queen in this manner. Reflecting on this, Guanen could not be certain that the woman before her was indeed Eroi. However, witnessing such humiliation inflicted upon her, she pointed her delicate finger, and a beam of golden light shot into the middle-aged woman's forehead, abruptly halting her violent kicks. The young woman stared wide-eyed, bewildered, wondering what was happening, as she found herself unable to speak. The old woman huddled in a corner, watching the younger woman remain motionless. Fearfully, she glanced at Lu Xinpa and the others, kneeling and bowing deeply to them. Yi Jipan quickly approached, reaching through the bars to grasp the old woman's hands, attempting to lift her up. In a swift motion, The old woman dodged, suddenly gripping Yi Jipan's hand with wide, tear-filled eyes. Instantly, tears streamed down her face as she looked at Yi Jipan, alternating between laughter and sobs. Yi Jipan, taken aback, felt a mix of confusion and annoyance as the old woman tugged at her collar. She quickly fastened it and stepped back. The old woman continued to cry out incoherently, as if trying to express something, but none could comprehend her. Yi Jipan's heart ached for the old woman, who suffered daily beatings and now appeared to be on the brink of madness. It was a pity that she was mute. Her grievances could not be voiced. Guanin gazed at her distressed mother and sighed. "Oh, my mother, the suffering she endures stems from you." Chapter 84. The common woman's injustice. Yi Jipan, puzzled, looked up, questioning how the old woman's plight was related to her. She had never seen this woman before. Lu Shenpa also regarded the old woman with confusion. The woman's face was filthy, her hair a tangled mess obscuring much of her countenance. Yet upon closer inspection, deep scars marked her skin, revealing the extent of her suffering. She then lowered her gaze to Guanin. Guanin returned her gaze, thinking, "She must be the maid who saved my mother, Ruo, the queen's attendant. Had it not been for her, my mother would likely have been murdered by the noble concubine's minions." How does this intertwine with the queen and the noble concubine? It's all so chaotic. Lu Shenpa and Yi Jipan felt their heads spinning. Thankfully, Guanin continued her internal monologue. "The queen took my mother, just a year old, on a trip when they were ambushed. It was Ruo who entrusted my mother to the Yi family for safekeeping, drawing away the noble concubine's men, only to be captured herself. Her agitation now likely stems from recognizing the pendant my mother wears." Bondon? Yi Jipan retrieved the pendant from around her neck, inspecting it. She had worn it since childhood, believing it to be a mere trinket her mother had given her. She thought it was worthless. If it had been valuable, her brother would have sold it long ago. Lu Shenpa approached, eyeing the pendant intently. "Jipan, where did you get that pendant?" "I've had it since I was little. My mother said it was just a cheap trinket." "Is there something wrong with it?" "A cheap trinket? Generally, one wouldn't tea were something so precious without knowing its worth." Lu Shenpa explained, "This is a star meteorite. While it appears unremarkable, it contains immense celestial power, enhancing one's physical abilities and foresight. This single piece could easily purchase several houses in town." Yi Jipan's mouth fell agape. "This one piece can buy several houses?" She gazed at the pendant with gleaming eyes, envisioning selling it to purchase a home and live comfortably with her 3 daughters. "Do not even think about selling it. Your identity is likely significant." If only this old woman could speak, she mused. At that moment, the old woman fixated on the pendant, laughing and crying in a manner that suggested madness. Guanin furrowed her brow, sighing, "Alas, how pitiful that my celestial self is being hunted and powerless to resist. Now, I wish to save someone, yet possess no elixirs. Truly the most unfortunate celestial being. In the past, a mere restorative pill would have healed this woman's voice, but now I have nothing." As she lamented, her small hand clenched around an unfamiliar object in her palm. Upon inspection, she gasped, "Heavens, where did this come from?" "A restorative pill." Just then, a small serpent coiled around her arm, saying, "Master, these items reside in your Dantian's dragon pearl. As I recover, the space within the pearl will also begin to open." "Excellent. I shall take a look now." Guanin eagerly ventured into the dragon pearl space within her Dantian. The area was shrouded in mist, yet a small house was clearly visible. She hurriedly pushed open the door, revealing neatly arranged shelves. As she perused the shelves, her eyes sparkled with delight, spotting various elixirs, cleansing pills, healing pills, mirror-breaking pills, longevity pills, detoxification pills. Row upon row, they gave the impression of boundless abundance. There were also rare varieties such as transformation pills, 9-turn purple gold pills, and flesh-reviving pills. Guanin was overjoyed, feeling as though she might float with glee. After exploring the small room, she reluctantly exited, her mouth agape with joy, as if she had consumed honey. Observing the still-mad old woman, she shot a restorative pill into her laughing mouth. The old woman immediately clutched her throat, coughing persistently, yet nothing emerged. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the ground. Lu Shenpa, witnessing Guanin's actions, inquired, "What did you feed her?" With a beaming face, Guanin replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. You will find out soon. Just then, several constables opened the cell where Lu Shinpa and the others were confined, announcing, "The magistrate wishes to interrogate you." Lu Shinpa, come with us to the county office. It was the afternoon, yet the group had not eaten lunch and felt their stomachs rumble. Lu Shinpa pleaded, "Constable, might you provide us with some food? It's no issue for the adults to go hungry, but the children are on the verge of starvation." The leading constable glanced at the two children following behind, hesitating. Nonetheless, he ordered the group to be taken to the county office. In the grand hall of the county office, a richly dressed woman was weeping, comforted by a young man kneeling beside her. Upon seeing Lu Shinpa and her companions being brought in, the magistrate struck the wooden block forcefully, demanding, "Who dares enter without kneeling?" Except for Lu Shinpa, everyone else knelt in submission, yet the magistrate remained dissatisfied, striking the block again with a resounding thud. As Lu Shenxi glared in anger, she demanded, "Why aren't you kneeling?" Her expression hardened, contemplating whether the county magistrate was blind to the frequency of her visits. She could not voice her thoughts, so she stepped closer and addressed the magistrate. "My lord, do you not recognize my face? Have I ever knelt before you? I have told you I am a priestess and do not kneel." The magistrate's tone was laced with fury, yet a hint of fear flickered in his eyes. If she could confront the esteemed second-rank Minister Li, how much more could she intimidate a mere county official? "Have you seen Minister Li today?" Lu Shenxi's muscles tensed, and her gaze darkened. She struggled to maintain her composure, replying, "Such a dignitary would never lower himself to meet with me. You must recall, it was Minister Li who allowed us to leave. He likely departed early to avoid any troubles." The magistrate suddenly recalled the fox-faced creature and felt a chill of sweat trickle down his back. He dared not inquire further, fearing the creature might manifest. Noticing his silence, the woman wept, "My lord, you must seek justice for me. My daughter died a tragic death. In her final moments, she wrote in blood that Lu Shenxi killed her. Her death was horrendous, my lord. You must avenge my daughter." Her sorrowful cries brimmed with resentment directed at Lu Shenxi. A man beside her comforted her while shedding tears. "Mother, do not grieve too much. The magistrate will surely deliver justice for us." Lu Shenxi's anger flared. She had previously been wronged by Wang Chuluo, and now, with her demise, her family sought to accuse her again. Truly, not one of them was reasonable. She coldly retorted, how could she write anything in her final moments if her head was severed? She had no brain left. Could her hands still write? This woman is unaware that such miracles exist, my lord. I am wronged. Chapter 85. Can you handle this case? Lu Shenxi observed the magistrate, aware of his incompetence, yet thought that he would at least discern that the blood-written words were crafted with intent. The magistrate furrowed his brow, appearing pensive. However, Wang Chuluo's mother immediately countered. It's possible my daughter wrote it on the ground while she was still alive, taking advantage of your negligence. Lu Shenxi, do not feign innocence. It was you who took my daughter's life. Her face contorted with rage. She seemed ready to leap up and tear Lu Shenxi apart. Lu Shenxi internally scoffed at the absurdity of the accusations directed at her. My lord, would a true murderer leave the scene with their name written by the victim? Surely, you're not blind. Others can see it too. As a murderer, I would not be foolish enough to leave my name behind. This is a blatant attempt to frame me. Lu Shenxi had gathered information from the officials regarding Wang Chuluo's demise. It was indeed a ghastly sight. She had been stabbed multiple times, and to add insult to injury, her head was severed from her body, with the words Lu Shenxi killed me inscribed in blood beside her fingers. Was this not a clear attempt to incriminate another? Her arguments were compelling, drawing the magistrate into the role of the perpetrator, making him realize that a true criminal would not be so reckless as to leave evidence behind. Yet, the magistrate thundered, do not compare me to a criminal. How could I possibly be the murderer? You are slandering me. Take her away and give her 30 lashes. What manner of thinking did this magistrate possess, entirely missing the crux of the matter? Lu Shenxi, simmering with indignation, feigned innocence. My lord, you are indeed correct. If you are so enraged by being called a murderer, then how could the real murderer leave my name at the scene? How could I not be angry? I only compared you to a murderer in a moment of desperation, hoping you would understand my feelings. With a slight reddening of her eyes, She gestured as if to wipe away tears. Seeing this, the magistrate abandoned his intent to punish her, while Wang Chuo's mother, incensed, exclaimed, "My lord, do not listen to her deceit. She is the one who killed my daughter. My daughter had no enmity with anyone but Lu Shenxi. She caused the death of my husband and now my daughter. If you do not punish her, she will never tell the truth." Her cries were heart-wrenching. A crowd gathered outside the courthouse, murmuring in sympathy, with some even suggesting torture. Will they resort to coercive tactics? Lu Shenxi, reveal your true identity. Let them see if they dare to harm you. Lu Shenxi remained speechless. If she wanted to reveal her status, she would not have waited until now. Disclosing her identity would only hasten her demise. "My lord, if the murderer refuses to confess, then punishment must be administered. With so many witnesses, surely someone will confess." Her voice was soft yet insidious. Suddenly, a figure dressed in luxurious silk, adorned with golden accessories, caught their attention. It was Gu Ningxi. Yi Zhipan's eyes turned icy. Even if she disregarded the fact that Gu Ningxi was her sister-in-law, she had to think of the two children. They were still young, and yet the magistrate contemplated inflicting punishment upon them. Guanin, noticing Yi Zhipan's shift, also spotted Gu Ningxi and a stately woman beside her. Guanin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Mother, mother, we are saved. If they try to punish us, this magistrate will surely face repercussions." Her face lit up with joy. Yet Yi Zhipan could not muster a smile. At that moment, the magistrate turned his gaze toward the speaker, momentarily captivated by her beauty. Gu Ningxi, catching his gaze, smiled coyly. The magistrate's lips curved into a grin, his eyes fixated on her. Yet, he soon felt a piercing glare directed at him. He turned to see an elegant matron looking at him disapprovingly. Realizing he had lost his composure, he slammed the gavel down hard on the table, asserting, "Is logical. Without punishment, how can anyone confess? Lu Shenxi, if you do not confess, I will administer 30 lashes to you all." His tone was authoritative, as if he were prepared to punish anyone who dared to defy him. This magistrate must be utterly foolish. Without evidence, he resorts to violence. If he dares to strike my mother and sisters, I will ensure he pays dearly. Guanin fumed, raising her small fist in defiance. Yi Zhipan quickly grasped her hand. Looking up at the magistrate, "My lord, please reconsider. My daughters are only 10 years old. They're still too young. 30 lashes could kill them, even if they are innocent." Gu Anren and Gu Anxin huddled close to their mother, their eyes brimming with tears. The magistrate glanced at the two children, his brow furrowing. Outside, someone chimed in, "They're 10 years old. They know everything. Perhaps after punishment, those two children will reveal the truth." The magistrate's expression softened, and he declared, "You have a point. Bring those two children here and administer 30 lashes to see if they confess." The officials moved to grab Gu Anren and Gu Anxin by the arms, dragging them away. Yi Zhipan rushed to hold Gu Anren back. But just as Gu Anren raised her hand to resist, she slipped from Yi Zhipan's grip, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Fortunately, Yi Zhipan was kneeling. Otherwise, she would have certainly hurt herself. Gu Anren cried out loudly, her wails echoing in the courtroom. The magistrate struck the gavel, demanding silence. Yet Gu Anren's cries only grew louder. "Silence, you fool! With officials like you in the Tianqi kingdom, it is doomed. You are incompetent and know only how to resort to violence. This is utterly unjust." Gu Anxin silently cursed, while the matron at the entrance wore an increasingly grim expression. She addressed the magistrate. "My lord, the laws of the Tianqi kingdom prohibit using torture to extract confessions. Are you knowingly committing an offense?" She had no desire to stir trouble, yet the magistrate's intent to punish two children compelled her to speak out. The magistrate, infuriated, slammed the gavel once more. "Who are you to challenge me? I'm the magistrate of this town. You, a mere woman, have no right to dictate terms here. Guards, remove her." Beside her, Gu Ningxi immediately explained, "County magistrate, my mother acted out of desperation. She did not want her child to be punished. Please do not hold it against her." She turned and sweetly urged the woman, "Mother, please do not argue with the county magistrate. Although we are wealthy, we cannot contend with the authorities." The noblewoman affectionately patted her head and replied, "I understand that you are thinking of me, but we need not fear such a county magistrate. She then cast a glance behind her, and a woman stepped forward to present something to the magistrate. His expression shifted drastically as he hastened to the noblewoman, bowing and saying, "I was unaware of your highness, princess. I apologize for my earlier indiscretion. I hope you will overlook my offense." The noblewoman shot him a cold glance and asked, "Do you truly understand your error? Can you adjudicate this case?" The magistrate's countenance grew exceedingly awkward at being publicly questioned about his ability to preside over a case. "I assure you, I will handle it diligently. If the princess wishes to observe, we can move to the main hall." "No need," she replied. "We have other matters to attend to. However, you must refrain from coercing any of the accused into false confessions. Should I discover further misconduct, you shall no longer hold your position." Her demeanor was composed and dignified, exuding an air of nobility. The magistrate broke into a sweat from fear. Yet, turning to Gu Ningxi, her gaze softened as she tenderly held her hand. Upon hearing the magistrate address her as princess and show such respect, Gu Ningxi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Mother, why did you not tell me you were a princess? I worried for you." The noblewoman affectionately ruffled her hair and took her hand to leave. How can Gu Ningxi call her mother? She is not a princess. She is the empress. How could the empress mistake her for her daughter? What will my mother do now? Gu Ainin felt a surge of indignation. The childish voice made the noblewoman pause. She glanced toward the hall, searching for the source of the sound. Was she imagining things? Yet, the hallucination seemed too vivid, as it recognized her as the empress rather than a mere princess. In the hall, aside from two sobbing girls who were too overcome with grief to articulate such words, there was also an infant who could not speak. Just then, the magistrate remarked, the Gu family became aware that she had come from the capital to seek her daughter. Seeing her noble demeanor and attire, they harbored ill intentions, forcing Gu Ningxi to impersonate their daughter, knowing that the real daughter bore a black pendant. They falsely accused Yi Ji-pan of stealing Gu Ningxi's pendant, claiming she was arrogant and neglectful at home, disregarding her brother's injuries, and now living a good life without letting them see the child. Meanwhile, Gu Ningxi accompanied her mother to the market. Their outing proved fruitful. Her mother, as long as Gu Ningxi expressed her desires, would purchase anything without a second thought. After a lengthy exploration, they found the place crowded and decided to join the commotion. To Gu Ningxi's astonishment, her mother was not just any noblewoman. She was a princess. They could not allow Yi Ji-pan to recognize her as her true mother. She tugged at the woman and said, "Mother, it is too crowded here. I feel hot. Let's find my brother." The noblewoman noticed Gu Ningxi's flushed face and sweating forehead, and she insisted they leave. Gu Ainin, seeing the empress preparing to depart, began to cry inconsolably. Hearing the final wail, the empress turned to look, surprised that such a sound had come from the child. Yet, observing Gu Ningxi's expression, who seemed unfazed by the claims of her being an impostor, she wondered if Gu Ningxi could not hear the cries. To unravel the mystery, she addressed the magistrate. "Yi Ji-pan may come to the hall." The magistrate promptly replied, "Yes, she is here." He even kindly pointed in her direction. Upon seeing Yi Ji-pan's face, a flicker of surprise crossed the empress's eyes. She bore a striking resemblance to the emperor, while Gu Ningxi did not resemble either of them. A sinking feeling enveloped her as she recalled the voice's assertion, and she released Gu Ningxi's hand. "Xiao, let's take a seat in the hall. It is cooler inside. And have someone summon your adoptive parents and brother." The magistrate ordered 2 grand chairs to be brought over, and the empress and Gu Ningxi seated themselves. "Umph. At least she has some discernment. My mother resembles the emperor, though not as beautiful as you. She is indeed a great beauty when adorned." Yi Ji-pan was speechless. Her daughter claimed she resembled the emperor, yet just moments ago spoke of the empress. What a contradiction. She had never envisioned being linked to them. Lu Shenpe cast a deep glance at Yi Ji-pan, recognizing the resemblance to her royal brother. Could she truly be their long-lost daughter? The magistrate inquired softly, "Lu Shenpe, do you have evidence to prove you were not at the scene last night?" Lu Shenpe was at a loss for words. Could she retaliate? Observing the comfort of the empress seated in the grand chair only fueled her indignation. In the past, she was treated with the utmost respect by the empress as a princess, yet now she sighed deeply. "Last night, I was with Yi Ji-pan and others. We did not part ways." Before the magistrate could pose further questions, Wang Chiluo's mother scoffed, Did you all sleep together the entire night without separating? Such nonsense you speak. Your Honor, she is the one who murdered my daughter. They are all in collusion. Of course, they will testify on her behalf. She glared at Lu Shenpe, as if searching for signs of deceit in her eyes. Lu Shenpe was neither lying nor guilty. But how could she explain that a group of people had been together all night? Surely, she could not claim they feared Lord Li's reprisal. As she pondered this, Gu Anan piped up, "Is it truly a miraculous elixir? Does it mean just what it says?" Not wanting the magistrate to strike the gavel again, she quickly added, "Your Honor, please do not strike the gavel. It is not that I do not speak, but the elixirs we refine are rather extraordinary. If word gets out, it may attract unwanted attention. Your Honor, they are merely lying. What kind of miraculous elixir requires such caution?" Wang Chuluo's brother demanded angrily. The magistrate appeared intrigued. Lu Shenpe sighed, "Well, if you do not believe me, would you dare to try? If you consume my elixir and it does not yield miraculous results, it will prove we were not together refining elixirs last night." Lu Shenpe produced 2 round pills seemingly out of nowhere. At that moment, Wang Chuluo's mother snatched a pill and declared, "If we consume these and do not experience miraculous effects, it will prove you are the true culprit behind my daughter's death." Chapter 87. Autumn Aftermath. Lu Shenpe glanced at Gu Anan and solemnly stated, "Very well. If you both consume the pills and do not experience miraculous effects, I will accept responsibility for your daughter's demise." "Oh, Immortal Master, this elixir must be effective. Otherwise, her life is forfeit," Lu Shenpe prayed internally. Lu Shenpe, you place too much faith in this Immortal Master. But given that this medicine has been stored for a century, its efficacy is uncertain. If it proves ineffective, reveal your true identity and frighten them." Wang Chuluo's mother, upon hearing this, promptly swallowed the pill whole. She looked around at the others and said, "What effect is this? Nothing has happened. Lu Shenpe, just confess. Your son has not consumed it yet. The effects will manifest once he does." Lu Shenpe extended her hand, placing the other pill before Wang Chuluo's brother. Regardless of its efficacy, she hoped to delay their judgment, thinking that perhaps the longer it stayed in their stomachs, the more potent it would become. Wang Chuluo's brother hesitated at the sight of the dark pill, but his mother snatched it and thrust it into his hands. "Do you not wish to avenge your sister? I have consumed it without issue. Miraculous effects? Nonsense. Just eat it, and she will confess." With no other option, he met his mother's urging gaze and swallowed a whole. All present watched in wide-eyed anticipation for any change in the mother and son. Seated in the grand chair, Gu Ningxi wore a smirk, relishing the unfolding spectacle. The Empress, naturally, heard Gu Anan's words and was eager to discern the truth behind her claims. After a brief moment of anticipation, the two remained unresponsive. The mother and son exchanged smiles, saying, "Lu Shenpe, you might as well confess. We have no reaction whatsoever. My lord, you may proceed to sentence Lu Shenpe to death." "Why the haste? My lord, please conduct the trial." Naturally, the effects of defiance would soon manifest. Lu Shenpe's eyes reflected a flicker of worry, yet her heart brimmed with expectation. However, in the next instant, that expectation evaporated. "Bring Lu Shenpe down and confine her to the death row. She shall be executed after the autumn harvest." Wasn't that abundantly clear? The mother and son remained unchanged. "If you have spoken, you must bear the consequences. If one commits murder, one must pay the price." "What price? When did she murder anyone? An execution after the autumn harvest? She merely wished for you to conduct the trial. How could you conclude it so abruptly?" Upon seeing the officers approach to seize her, Lu Shenpe immediately turned to Wang Chujun and her son, questioning, "How did Wang Chuluo die? Speak the truth." Wang Chujun's mother looked at her in bewilderment before suddenly laughing. "Lu Shenpe, you are the murderer. You asked me how my daughter died? Pray tell, did I kill her?" Just as her anger subsided, her son chimed in, "I did it. Who told her not to hand over the household money to me? I lost so much of the gambling house, and those gamblers threatened to kill me if I didn't repay them. But she told me to go die." Wang Chuluo's brother suddenly covered his mouth with force. Yet his words burst forth uncontrollably. "Let me die, then I shall make her die first. I stabbed her once, and when she dared to report me to the officials, in my fury, I stabbed her many more times. I feared she wouldn't die, so I severed her head, let her report to the officials then, and see how she could do so without a head. She deserved it. Ever since childhood, my father favored her, calling her clever while deeming me foolish. But I am clearly the son. Why does my father care so much for this daughter? Do you know why she had such high desires? It is because I added some ingredients to the tea she drank daily. Ha ha, since my father favored her, let her become a promiscuous woman, cast aside. Wang Chiluo's brother laughed maniacally, his hand pressed firmly against his mouth, yet his laughter was eerie. However, his face bore a countenance worse than that of weeping. All his sordid deeds were now laid bare. And what of his mother? He glanced at her, shaking his head rapidly. At that moment, his mother's bloodshot eyes bore into him, filled with a hatred that seemed ready to flay him alive. You killed my Luo and even drugged her. She is your sister. Though you are a spawn of that wretched woman, I raised you. You dare harm my daughter? You should have been killed alongside that harlot. Now you have brought such a fate upon my daughter. Return my daughter's life. Wang Chiluo's mother lunged at her son, but he stood there like a statue, incredulous at what his ears had just heard. His mother, in a frenzied state, struck him repeatedly, realizing that her son seemed to grasp the weight of her words. I raised you only to make you a wastrel. I let you gamble and indulge, and indeed, you did not disappoint me. But you killed my daughter. I will kill you. Her face twisted into a grotesque mask, devoid of the tenderness that once graced her features. Both revealed long-hidden secrets. Yet the aftermath of their revelations was dire. The mother and son engaged in a brutal brawl, once united against a common foe, now turning on each other. The county magistrate appeared to relish the spectacle, showing no intent to intervene. Gu Ningxi, having never witnessed such ferocity, clung to the queen's arm, seeking solace. At that moment, the queen, observing the petite Gu Ningxi, felt no affection. She was now convinced that the elixir was indeed the truth-telling pill, for such confessions would not emerge even under the threat of a blade. She cast a meaningful glance at Yi Zhipan, her eyes filled with compassion. Lu Shenxi, watching the fierce altercation, shot a look of approval at Guanin. Guanin, basking in her triumph, remarked, "The effects of this elixir are truly remarkable. Just wait, I shall feed you one shortly. I am sure you harbor many secrets worth revealing. Why keep them hidden? With your status, you ought not to conceal them while enduring this torment." Lu Shenxi nearly lost her footing. Her allies were not meant to be this treacherous. The queen's gaze shifted to Lu Shenxi, pondering her significance. At that moment, Lu Shenxi sensed scrutiny. Their eyes met, and the queen recognized a familiarity in Lu Shenxi's gaze, though she had never seen her face before. Lu Shenxi quickly averted her eyes, her heart racing. Just then, Wang Chiluo's brother knocked his mother unconscious but continued to deliver blows. The magistrate promptly struck the gavel, declaring, "You audacious fool! How dare you assault your own mother in this court? Take him away to await execution after the autumn harvest." This old woman dared to hire someone to impersonate a robber and endanger lives. Having confessed in court, she acknowledged her crimes and shall share the same fate as her son. Chapter 88. Regret for not having a child. The queen's eyes sharpened at the magistrate's words. "My lord, this case is settled, and we owe much to Lu Shenxi for these two elixirs. They truly possess remarkable efficacy. Their price must be exorbitant." The queen's inquisitive gaze shifted to Lu Shenxi, who had not anticipated such a question. Yet Lu Shenxi was unaware of the elixir's price and stole a glance at Guanin. Hearing the queen inquire about the cost, Guanin had already calculated in her mind. "Let us set the price at 1,000 taels each. 2,000 taels should be affordable for the Wang family. If not, they can sell some property to make up the difference." Lu Shenxi widened her eyes and exclaimed, 2,000 taels? The queen, with a subtle smile, recognized the girl's cunning, realizing she was calculating the Wang family's assets. "Excellent. This sum is not excessive. You all have dedicated considerable effort." The magistrate, grimacing, felt extremely reluctant, but seeing the princess speak, he could not refuse and had to comply. "Oh, just like that it's agreed?" Lu Shenxi could hardly believe it. "Oh my, it actually agreed. Had I known, I would have asked for more. I regret it." Guanin wept sorrowfully, lamenting why she hadn't demanded more. Feeling she had lost out, the queen glanced at Guanin, bemused by her tears. Meanwhile, Gu Ningxi beside her could not conceal her anger. gripping her handkerchief tightly, affectionately linking her arm with the queen's, and sweetly remarked, "Mother, 2 worthless elixirs for 2,000 taels is far too much." Moreover, these elixirs were given by Lu Shenxi to prove her innocence to the Wang family, so there is no need for payment. Even if the Wang family is destitute, the money could be left for the government to do more good for the common people. Good deeds? Are you unaware that our magistrate specializes in transferring the government's silver to his own household? The common folk see not a whit of that goodwill. You are merely envious of the silver my mother has. Your family has plenty too, does it not? Humph. The queen regarded Gu Ningxi's charming face with a newfound curiosity. Yet her voice remained soft as she replied, "Sire, you may be mistaken. If this elixir were to appear in the capital, I dare say there would be those willing to pay 10,000 for just one. This is still a bargain. Lu Shenxi, do you have more? I wish to purchase 10. 10,000 for one? What a loss. And you want 10? Even my grandmother couldn't sell that much. Just give her one. 5,000 per piece. That is a familial price." Lu Shenxi was at a loss for words. 5,000 taels for a single piece was quite the extortion. Only one remains, as the medicinal ingredients are exceedingly rare, making it difficult to refine again. As the saying goes, rarity breeds value with this last piece. The queen had already heard Gu and Anne's heartfelt plea and was well aware the price would rise, yet she once more confirmed that the child was indeed her granddaughter. While Yijipan was her biological daughter, her heart raced, and the muscles in her face trembled as her hands clenched tightly together, seemingly to suppress the excitement within. Gu Ningxi observed the person beside her, believing her to be angry, thus tightening her grip, her lips curling up in anticipation of the spectacle. Yet, in the next moment, the queen's voice quivered as she said, 20,000 taels, sell me the last elixir." 20,000 taels? Truly, a foolish person with too much money. No wonder she was easily manipulated by concubine Shu, ultimately meeting a dreadful fate, having her eyes and nose gouged out, her limbs severed, turned into a wretched creature. Such a tragic end. The queen's precious spa suddenly fell to the ground, her complexion turning ashen. It was one thing for her to die tragically, but how could it be so horrendous? Gu Ningxi picked up the spa from the ground, noticing the queen's ghastly pallor, and expressed concern. "Mother, what is wrong? Is it that you do not have enough silver? If so, perhaps you should not purchase it. Such a worthless elixir is not worth that much. It would be wiser to buy some jewelry instead. There will be many occasions for spending in the capital, and this money should not be squandered on them." Gu Ningxi thought, her eyes filled with avarice. "Mother? How dare you call her that, when she is my mother's mother? You are indeed the biological daughter of Shun Guiji, and not a single good person exists in your Gu family. You make my mother serve you like a servant and still expect her to work to earn money for you. My 2 elder sisters barely have enough to eat and wear, and they even wish to kill me. Now, you want to take my mother's mother from her as well? What a heartless family. Oof. It infuriates me. How could her daughter endure such treatment?" The queen's expression grew even more terrifying, her fury threatening to overflow. Lu Shenxi quickly gestured, "This elixir is not worth so much. 20,000 taels is excessive. 1,000 or 5,000 taels would suffice." She presumed the queen was angered by Gu Ningxi's assessment of its worth, hastily lowering the price. Yet, seeing the queen's face remain so fearsome, she attempted to suggest, "How about 1,000? You cannot expect me to give it away for free." Lu Shenxi grew somewhat irritated. Was it truly necessary to be so furious over the purchase of an elixir? The price was what she herself had proposed, if they did not want it. So be it. Why all this rage? Yet she did not realize that the queen could hear Gu Inin's innermost thoughts. Gu Inin's words revealed her lack of strong emotions. At that moment, the queen regained her composure, her gaze fixed on Gu Inin. The girl's large, sparkling eyes and delicate, fair face were exceptionally charming. When Gu Inin noticed the queen looking at her, she broke into an adorable smile, revealing a small dimple on her cheek. The queen's heart melted, longing to descend and embrace them, but there was still a false daughter by her side. At that moment, she gently instructed Chuanxia, "Hand 2,000 taels in silver notes to Lu Shenxi." 2,000 taels? So much. Lu Shenxi, do not pocket it for yourself. That is my elixir, and the money belongs to me. Lu Shenxi automatically ignored Gu Inin's thoughts, joyfully accepting the silver notes. After thanking the queen, she turned and tucked the notes into her bosom. Woo woo woo, my silver notes have been taken by Lu Shenxi. Lu Shenxi felt a headache coming on. When had she claimed them for herself? This celestial being was sometimes so clever, yet at other times acted like a child. Seeing her cry, Lu Shenxi helplessly took out the notes and pressed them into Yi Zhipan's pouch. Guanin ceased her cries immediately upon seeing this. Lu Shenxi sighed, regretting not having a child, especially one like Guanin, who seemed to only care for her mother. Lu Shenxi's feelings were mixed, but more than anything, she felt envy. Yi Zhipan was both exasperated and comforted, recognizing that having such a daughter was her greatest blessing in life. A single tear fell from the queen's eye as Gu Ningxi watched the silver notes transfer to Yi Zhipan's hands, a malicious glint sparking in her eyes. Sister-in-law, now that you possess such wealth, you must be cautious when venturing outside. There are many thieves about. It would be wiser to wait for my brother to arrive and let him manage it, for he is a man and thus more capable than we, the weaker sex. Chapter 89. Is this the way? Ah, how can there be such shameless individuals? I want to chop her down, chop her down. Guanin's small face puffed in anger. Her tiny fist clenched as if she were ready to strike. Yi Zhipan, noticing her daughter's fury, hurriedly patted her back in comfort. She looked up at the dignified and noble woman, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Could it be true what her daughter claimed, that the woman was indeed her biological mother? But how could that be? Were her real parents not from the Yi family? At this moment, Gu Ningxi, seeing her stare at the woman with such intensity, angrily declared, Sister-in-law, why do you stare so rudely at others? I am only concerned for you, fearing you might lose something dear. Since you are unwilling, I shall not press you. However, my brother has incurred significant expenses due to his severe injuries and has borrowed quite a sum. As husband and wife, you ought to repay some of that. Yi Zhipan gazed coldly at her. She had long seen through this sister-in-law, who sought to monopolize all that was good, her sharp tongue rivaling that of Shun Guiji. Sister-in-law, when have you ever addressed me so affectionately? Did you consider us when your parents drove my mother and I out of our home, forcing your brother to divorce me, leaving us penniless? Now, when your brother is ill and in debt, how dare he come seeking us? My lord, please take charge. I wish to divorce Gu Huaiqing. Upon hearing the word divorce, Gu Ningxi's heart leaped with joy. This visit was not only to retrieve that pendant, but also to ensure her brother's separation from Yi Zhipan. Since she had brought it up, she would not allow Yi Zhipan to benefit from it. Gu Ningxi feigned innocence. My lord, my brother has treated my sister-in-law well. They should not be separated. Mother, you have witnessed how my sister-in-law earns so much yet refuses to help my brother repay his debts. It is truly excessive. Nevertheless, my brother still cherishes their past and is reluctant to part ways. Gu Ningxi put on a pitiful expression, tears welling in her eyes, appearing utterly pitiable. I am furious. Where is my flying dragon hairpin? I want to use it to deal with her. My mother is too generous. They rely entirely on her support, while my scoundrel father cavorts with others outside, unable to even fulfill his role as a man, yet blames my mother. The small figure was visibly angry, the flying dragon hairpin clearly in hand. Yi Zhipan hurriedly grasped her little hand, pressing the pin into her palm. Her eyes shone with a steadfast strength as she replied, Gu Ningxi, ask yourself who in your family has ever earned money. Your brother needs 3 taels of silver every month to attend private school. It was I who abandoned my child to earn silver to support your entire family. Yet your heartless family seeks to harm my daughter, and your brother, cavorting with others, has ruined his manhood. Yet you expect us, a widow and her orphan child, to bear responsibility for him? You are truly insufferable. As Yi Zhipan spoke, her eyes turned red, tears of grievance brimming. Seated in the grand chair, the queen's expression darkened, her heart feeling as if a piece had been wrenched away, pain swiftly spreading throughout her body. She gripped the spa tightly, fury flashing in her eyes. Her daughter, what had she endured all these years? Her heart bled. She had devoted herself to chanting and fasting, hoping her daughter would suffer less. Yet now, it seemed her daughter had borne all the hardship. At this moment, Gu Ningxi, furious and ashamed, found this woman utterly audacious. Had she not once been too frightened to speak such words aloud? When others spoke on her behalf, she claimed it was of no consequence. Yet now, She aired her family's grievances publicly. Distorted in expression, she pointed at Yi Jipan, cursing, "Vile woman, you speak nonsense. The meager money you earn would not even suffice for my brother's expenses, let alone support our entire family. You are truly something. My brother left only because you bore him 3 daughters. You should be grateful he has not divorced you." You, Yi Jipan, enraged, struggled to catch her breath, her chest heaving violently with indignation. "Mother, do not be angry. It is harmful to your health. Anan will avenge you now." Guinen's small hand ignited with flames. But just as she prepared to throw them, a sharp sound echoed. A crisp slap rang across Gu Ningxi's face. "Mother, why did you hit me?" Gu Ningxi covered her face, tears streaming down her cheeks as she looked at the queen with a sense of grievance. "Hitting you is already a light punishment," the queen remarked, her gaze profound and devoid of any discernible emotion, exuding an air of authority that made Gu Ningxi shudder involuntarily. Observing her expression, the queen reproached her sternly. "Sierra, how can you speak in such a manner? I was planning to seek a suitable match for you in the capital, but if this attitude of yours becomes known, which noble family would consider marrying you? Moreover, you are already 26, an age that is rather advanced." Upon hearing about a potential match with a prestigious family, Gu Ningxi momentarily forgot the sting of her slap, a smile creeping onto her lips. Indeed, her mother had her best interests at heart. "Mother, I know you're looking out for me. I shall certainly amend my ways and never repeat my mistakes." Yi Jipan furuit herburais, bewildered that her aunt was said to be 26 when she was merely 12. She looked at the queen with a bemused expression. After all these years in the palace, the queen was quite perceptive to the nuances in others' gazes, yet she found herself puzzled by the meaning behind Yi Jipan's look. At that moment, a maidservant entered the county hall, escorting Gu Huiqing, followed closely by his parents. The trio immediately knelt before the county magistrate, greeting him with, "Commoners pay their respects." "My lord." As they bowed, Gu Ningxi, seated in the master's chair, rushed down, pulling her brother and parents up with glee. "Father, mother, brother, you needn't kneel. My mother is a princess, and you're my adoptive parents, so kneeling is unnecessary. Right, mother?" Gu Ningxi looked expectantly at the queen. However, the queen responded, "They hold no official position, so why should they not kneel? Even though I am a princess, I cannot violate this custom. Your sister-in-law is kneeling, yet I see no inclination to assist her." It was only at this point that the trio noticed Yi Jipan in the hall. Upon seeing her, Shun Guiji rushed over and yanked at Yi Jipan's collar, forcefully removing the dark pendant hanging around her neck. Cradling her child, Yi Jipan feared for the safety of her offspring and refrained from resisting too much. By the time Lu Shinsi reacted, the pendant was already in Shun Guiji's possession. The red marks on Yi Jipan's neck were conspicuous, exposing large patches of her fair skin. Lu Shinsi, feeling sympathetic, helped Yi Jipan fix her attire. Shun Guiji held the pendant like a treasure, presenting it to the queen. "This is the pendant our Sierra has worn since childhood, taken from her by that vile woman. Do you recognize it?" Upon seeing the pendant, the queen's gaze became fixed upon it, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She slowly rose, trembling hands accepting the pendant, her voice choked with emotion. "My daughter, this is the pendant she wore when she was lost." Shun Guiji beamed with delight, her heart swelling with joy. "Now you can be certain that my adopted daughter Ningxi is indeed your biological daughter. When I found her, she was already wearing this jade pendant." Her sincerity would have easily convinced the queen, who longed for her lost daughter, had she not heard Gu Enin's inner thoughts, which made her doubt their claims. At that moment, Gu Enin's voice cried out internally, "That is my mother's pendant. Gu Ningxi is undeniably your daughter. She is only 19, not 26. Grandmother, please open your eyes and see the truth." The queen's gaze sharpened as she scrutinized Gu Ningxi's face. Her delicate, fair skin appeared too youthful for someone of 26, clearly indicating that she was not yet 20. It was no wonder she had not been betrothed. Did the Gu family truly think her a fool? Gu Ningxi's heart raced as she sensed the queen's piercing gaze. Would she uncover the truth? Her eyes darted away, but she quickly clung to the queen's arm, her eyes reddening with feigned innocence as she looked at Yi Jipan. Suddenly, Shun Guiji, enraged, shouted, "Yi Jipan, you shameless wretch! You covet everything that belongs to Sierra. even her personal possessions given by her mother. Alas, our Sierra has suffered so much at your hands. Her eyes widened in fury. She pointed an accusing finger at Yijipan. Yijipan's face turned ashen. She knew her mother-in-law was cunning and harsh. She had not anticipated that her daughter would be used to enjoy the glory and wealth meant for her, with all blame thrust upon her. She turned to Gu Huiqing, who showed no sign of intervention. Did he not realize that the pendant had been around her neck since their marriage? At this moment, the queen's eyes turned cold as she regarded the duo. She wished to slap herself for ever trusting her instincts. If there were a way to regret her decisions, she would have taken it immediately. In a serious tone, she addressed, Sierra, regardless of whether this pendant is truly yours. I see in your actions and those of your mother that it is not your sister-in-law who bullies you, but rather you who mistreats her. Grandmother is astute. You have noticed, haven't you? They only bully my mother, so quickly deal with them. The queen's lips curled slightly at Gunin's praise. Gu Ningxi, however, hastily defended. Mother, do you not believe in Sierra? Though my adoptive mother speaks bluntly, her heart is kind. My sister-in-law appears innocent but harbors malice. My brother knows her best after all these years. Does he not, brother? All eyes turned to Gu Huiqing, with Yijipan hoping for a glimmer of marital loyalty in his words. Yet, Gu Huiqing did not even glance at Yijipan as he replied, Your Highness, that pendant indeed belongs to Ningxi. My wife, Yijipan, often covets Sierra's belongings. I cannot control her and reluctantly agreed to let her wear it, not realizing it would come to this. He spoke without a hint of shame, even sighing in Yijipan's direction. Yijipan's hope extinguished instantly. A cold smile crept across her lips. Gu Huiqing, are you willing to sacrifice my pendant for your sister's comfort and wealth? That pendant is mine, something I have worn since childhood. Yours? Are you truly the daughter of a princess? Stop dreaming. It was taken from around my neck. If you dare lie again, summon your parents from a Yi family to confirm whether I possessed this pendant in my youth. Gu Ningxi spoke with unwavering confidence, as if challenging her to a confrontation. The Gu family is indeed wicked. The tales say that the Yi family has likely bribed her parents to silence them. But there is still one witness who can clarify everything. Just bring her from the prison, and we shall see. The Yi family? How could her parents be so heartless? Yijipan felt a piercing pain in her heart. The queen awaited the revelation of this witness, but after a moment of silence, no name was forthcoming. With so many people in the prison, she could not simply select anyone. At that moment, Lu Shenxi suddenly spoke, Your Highness. The elderly woman in the prison can testify as to who your lost daughter truly is. May I bring her forth for questioning? The queen, relieved to finally have a lead, immediately consented. Lu Shenxi accompanied the guard to the prison. In the prison, the middle-aged woman remained motionless. When the door opened, the 3 guards who had been stationed there rushed forward, refusing to let her be taken away. Ultimately, it was a small snake that bit one of them, causing all 3 to collapse, allowing the elderly woman to be brought out. Upon arriving at the county hall, perhaps due to the long absence of human interaction, the elderly woman appeared dazed, gazing around vacantly. Gu Ningxi, upon seeing her, pinched her nose in disgust. What is that smell? It stinks terribly. How long has it been since she bathed? How filthy. The elderly woman turned towards the speaker, her eyes catching sight of the dignified figure beside her, filled with shock. She rubbed her eyes vigorously, gradually approaching. Seeing this, Chuanxia, standing behind the queen, immediately stepped forward. You audacious woman! How dare you disturb Her Highness the Princess? Startled, the elderly woman recoiled several steps, muttering, Princess? Why does she look so much like the queen? Her voice was barely audible. Without careful listening, one could hardly discern her words. Yet upon hearing it, the old woman was astonished. Had she not lost her voice from the scald? How could she speak again? At that moment, the queen abruptly rose, circumventing Chuanxia to approach the elderly woman, scrutinizing her intently. The old woman, equally wide-eyed, gazed back at the queen, and in an instant, tears streamed down her face as she fell to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. The queen rushed to support her, her eyes glistening with moisture, her voice trembling as she uttered, Eruo, is it truly you? The old woman looked up, weeping inconsolably, nodding her head repeatedly. The queen embraced her tightly, oblivious to the unpleasant odor emanating from her. The old woman struggled to break free, murmuring, "Your Highness, I am filthy. I will soil your garments." Ignoring her protests, the queen held her close, astonished that after more than 20 years, they could reunite. Tears from the queen fell upon Eruo. "Your Highness, I have seen your daughter. She is also in this grand hall," Eruo said. "Which one?" the queen inquired, excitement lacing her voice. The old woman pointed toward Yi Jipan, who was cradling a child. However, Shungeji interjected angrily. "They are all in cahoots, having surely conspired while imprisoned together. Your Highness, you must not trust them." Chapter 91. Pushed into the fire pit, the queen frowned, contemplating the accusation of collusion. Eruo was her most loyal servant, despite their 2 decades apart. She had faith in Eruo's character, believing she would never betray her. In that moment, the elderly Eruo hurriedly knelt before the queen, exclaiming, "Your Highness, I'm not one of them. I have been imprisoned for over 20 years. They have only just arrived. I have seen the birthmark on her hand and the pendant. Both can prove she is your daughter." Her eyes, though clouded, held sincerity as she spoke, tears cascading down her cheeks like unbroken pearls. The queen helped her to her feet, her heart aching at the sight of the once beautiful young girl who had become so dirted and scarred. "Eruo, how could I ever doubt you? I know your character well. Otherwise, I would not have entrusted my daughter to you. Are you certain she is my long-lost child?" The queen gazed at Yi Jipan, though she already knew the answer from Guanin's heart. Yet, she still sought confirmation. Eruo nodded emphatically. "Yes, I have seen the birthmark and the pendant. She is indeed the young miss." The queen was overwhelmed with joy, her gaze filled with affection for Yi Jipan. However, Gu Ningxi could not possibly allow this opportunity for ascendance to slip away so easily. They had worked hard to seize this chance, and would not let Yi Jipan benefit from it without a fight. She rushed to the queen's side, lamenting, "Mother, that pendant was taken by my sister-in-law. It does not belong to her. You cannot dismiss me based on this old woman's unfounded claims. Let my sister-in-law's parents come and see if she is truly their flesh and blood." Gu Ningxi argued, her face contorted with a fierce glint directed at Eruo, then quickly shifting to a pitiful demeanor. At that moment, Shun Jipan stepped forward in agreement. "Your Highness, it has been over 20 years. How could this old woman recognize Yi Jipan as your daughter? They may not be in league, but perhaps her old eyes are deceiving her. Let the Yi family come to verify." Eruo wished to kneel again to prove her innocence, but was stopped by the queen, who offered her a comforting glance. She regarded the tear-streaked Gu Ningxi, having seen the malevolence in her eyes moments ago. If she so desired to be her daughter, then let her have her fill of it. With a mixture of love and a hint of reluctance, she said, "Sire, whether you're my daughter or not, I wish to be forthright with you. When you were a child, the emperor personally arranged a marriage for you to the youngest son of the Duke of the state. Your father sought this match with great difficulty. The Duke's family holds significant power, and their son is exceptionally talented, having been able to recite the 4 books and 5 classics at just 4 years old. Unfortunately, you went missing at 2, and the Duke's youngest son was left crippled by a tiger during a hunt, unable to engage in marital relations and prone to biting. With the situation easing these past 2 years, if you are indeed my daughter, you may have to marry him. But fear not, for the Duke's family is immensely wealthy, and you shall not lack for luxury. However, there will be no heirs. Sire, would you be willing to marry him?" Gu Ningxi was taken aback. Was it not said that she should be cautious with her words, and that a good match would be sought for her in the capital? How could she now be expected to marry a cripple, one who could not even function as a human should? The flame of indignation ignited within her. Yet, her face bore a mask of grievance. "Mother, is there no way to refuse? I do not wish to marry such a person, I am afraid." "Refuse? Do you think the emperor's decree can be so easily dismissed? Moreover, your father would never agree." The queen's head hung low, her expression one of helplessness. Gu Ningxi struggled. If this wealth and grandeur were to ensure her happiness in later years, she would rather forego it. Her face contorted as she opened her mouth to speak, only to be halted by Shangguiji, who urged, "Sire, I know you are reluctant, but a family of such stature is beyond our reach. You must endure the hardship of marrying him." Indeed, it was somewhat unfair to Sierre. Rumor had it that the young master would bite people at night, having even killed a servant in a gruesome manner. The queen vividly recounted the tale. The queen's grandmother tells such frightening stories. In the tales, the Duke only has one son, and he is well over 50, so where could there be a younger son? But if Gu Ningxi is to choose a husband, how could she possibly be expected to find one like that? What tales? Indeed, the Duke had only one son. How could this little one know all of that? Could it be that this world was merely a tale? The queen pondered, casting a glance at Yi Pan, who held Guanin in her arms. Meanwhile, upon hearing her daughter's voice, Yi Pan was filled with unease, wondering if this noblewoman truly believed she was her lost daughter. Spotting the queen's gaze upon her, she quickly turned away. At that moment, Gu Ningxi's face turned pale, her lips quivering, entirely devoid of her earlier pretentiousness. She grasped Shun Guizhi's hand, weeping heart-wrenchingly, beseeching her with her eyes. Shun Guizhi's heart ached even more. How could her precious daughter be subjected to such suffering? Her expression faltered, yet at that moment, Gu Huaiqing quietly whispered to the two, "This may be the princess testing us. Let's agree for now. If it turns out that Yi Pan is indeed her daughter, we will let her marry into the family." Gu Huaiqing spoke in hushed tones, almost leaning in to their ears, confident that no one could hear them. Yet, Guanin's fury revealed everything. That scoundrel father is truly despicable, fearing that the queen's words might be false. So he wants Gu Ningxi to agree first. If it turns out that my mother is indeed her daughter, what a clever scheme. Guanin fumed, her small hands flailing in the air. Yi Pan glared at Gu Huaiqing, her eyes flashing with a ferocity never seen before. As husband and wife, I have bare my soul to you, yet you wish to push me into the fire pit. The hatred within her threatened to overflow. At that moment, Gu Ningxi hesitantly said, "Mother, I do not wish to put you in a difficult position. Since I am your daughter, I am willing to contribute to the family. I am willing to marry." By heavens, she has truly agreed. The queen maintained a calm faade, having overheard Guanin's heart, understanding their intentions. Since they were so merciless toward their own flesh and blood, why should she not be even more ruthless? Chapter 92. The nation shall perish. This is an acceptance. I shall no longer call you grandmother. Woe is me. Mother, let us go to the divine beast mountain. That is my domain. Far better than staying in the soon-to-perish Tianqi kingdom. Perish the nation? The queen's pupils dilated in shock. As she journeyed along, despite not encountering any attempts on her life, she constantly felt the unsettling sensation of being followed. The fear of losing her daughter again haunted her. Yet, upon hearing Guanin's voice, her apprehension grew. What if they truly ventured to the mythical beast mountain? But where was that mountain? She had never heard of it before. Clenching her handkerchief tightly, had Gaze Fidikirit Toward Zaipan. At that moment, Gu Ningxi's expression darkened. She cast a glance at Gu Huaiqing beside her and reluctantly said, "Fine. However, mother, I will accompany you to the capital, and I wish to bring my adoptive parents along, as well as my brother and sister-in-law." Yi Pan's cold eyes flashed. She intended to involve her in marrying that disabled man. In a frosty tone, she declared, "I am not your sister-in-law. I wish to divorce Gu Huaiqing immediately." Gu Huaiqing stepped forward abruptly, grasping Yi Pan's arm, his gaze void of light, pleading with her. "Zipan, we have lived harmoniously as husband and wife for so many years. Now that you know I will have no heirs, do you despise me? If you do, a divorce is acceptable, but please allow me to raise the child. Let go of your claws, you scoundrel. Stay away from my mother, or I will strike you down this instant." Guanin glared fiercely with wide eyes. Yi Pan, fearing that the child might act impulsively, forcefully shook off Gu Huaiqing, her eyes brimming with disdain. "A child? How can you still dare to ask for one? How has your family treated children? You nearly let Guanin perish in the mountains, and you deny the 2 children enough food. I cannot believe you are unaware of this. Do you have the audacity to ask for a child, to subject them to your suffering?" Her voice trembled, as though she expended every ounce of strength to express her outrage. She turned her face away, unwilling to cast another glance at Gu Huaiqing. Just then, Shun Guizhi rushed over, raising her hand to slap Yi Pan across the face. How could anyone humiliate her precious son like this? The Empress had been observing Yi Pan intently and rushed to intervene, but she was too late. As Shun Guizhi's hand was about to strike Yi Pan's face, she suddenly cried out, "My thigh hurts terribly, as if something has bitten me." Hastily rolling up her trousers, her pale thigh revealed 2 deep bite marks, darkening ominously. At that moment, a small snake darted from the crowd into Gu N's hand. Shun Guizhi, upon seeing the wound, cried out in distress. Gu Laotu hurried over, his expression grave as he assessed the injury. How could you be bitten by a snake again? And it's venomous. We must see the doctor at once. Delay could cost you your life. Shun Guizhi, upon hearing this, became even more terrified, her cries growing louder. Gu Ningxi frowned. Her mother truly was a source of shame. She glanced at the empress nearby, wishing her mother were more dignified. At this moment, the empress glanced at the wailing Shun Guizhi and said solemnly, "Sire, hurry and take your mother to see the doctor. The snake's venom must be neutralized immediately, lest she lose her life." "Thank you, mother. We shall take her to the doctor right away." Gu Ningxi looked at Shun Guizhi, who was in obvious pain, disregarding her adoptive mother's title. Gu Huaiqing was the first to assist Shun Guizhi away from the courtroom. He did not wish to divorce now. Wanting a child was merely a pretext to coerce Yi Zhipan into refraining from mentioning divorce. Gu Laotu supported them as Gu Ningxi watched them leave, saying softly, "The magistrate also advises that it is getting late. Let us decide tomorrow. What do you think, princess?" The empress nodded, casting her gaze towards Yi Zhipan. At this point, Yi Zhipan had already categorized the empress among Gu Ningxi's entourage. Although she was angry, she felt powerless in the situation. She could only nod in agreement. Lu Shenpe led a few individuals out of the courtroom to find Nin. As they settled in, the empress and her group followed, booking several rooms, specifically requesting to be adjacent to Lu Shenpe. Gu Ningxi was displeased, noticing that Yi Zhipan was also staying at the same inn. She urged the empress not to stay there, but the empress insisted that she favored the tranquility of the place. Gu Ningxi, infuriated, rolled her eyes in her room, cursing under her breath. The empress chose a room directly beside Yi Zhipan's, staring at the door and window, yearning to rush over and acknowledge her. Yet, she was fearful that those following her would realize her daughter was Yi Zhipan and abduct her. At that moment, Gu Nin's voice reached her, "Mother, do not be disheartened. After all, the kingdom of Tianqi is destined to fall. Recognizing the empress may bring you trouble. Perhaps it is better not to. When I grow older, I will protect both of you. No one will dare to bully you." Tears streamed down the empress's cheeks as she realized her daughter was about to forsake her. She could no longer contain the tumult of emotions within. Opening the door, she knocked on Yi Zhipan's chamber. Gu Anren answered the door, her brow furrowing upon seeing the noble woman who aided Gu Ningxi. "What do you want? We do not welcome you. Please leave." She attempted to shut the door. The empress, experiencing her first rejection at the hands of a 10-year-old, who was also her granddaughter, smiled and gently blocked the door. "I seek your mother regarding some matters. Could you kindly convey my request?" In truth, there was no need to convey. The room was small enough for anyone to overhear. Yi Zhipan had initially not stopped Anren, as she wished to avoid seeing her. But seeing her insist on meeting, she stepped forward and said, "I did not realize the princess graced us with her presence. Please do not blame my children for their rudeness." "How could I blame them? May I come in?" The empress looked at her with tear-filled eyes. Yi Zhipan opened the door, inviting the empress inside. The empress glanced back at her attendants, instructing, "You shall remain at the door. Do not allow anyone to enter." "Yes." The two maidens stood upright. Once inside, the empress grasped Yi Zhipan's hands, her eyes glistening with tears. "Daughter, at last, I have found you. I have searched for you for so long, and many have impersonated you, but I saw through them all. My instinct has always been sharp. The moment I saw you, I knew you were my daughter." Gu Enen and Gu Anren, who had been silently protecting their mother, stared in astonishment. At that moment, Gu Enen remarked, "The empress's intuition seems quite off, doesn't it? How many first glances did it take for her to find our mother? Still, it is not too late. If she had recognized someone else, we would not want her anymore." Upon hearing this, the empress's expression relaxed, but Yi Zhipan remained skeptical about being her daughter. The Yi family had treated her well in her youth, but everything changed once her brother married. As the empress noticed her incredulous expression and sought to explain further, they were interrupted by a loud voice outside. "Come out. Yi Zhipan, do you intend to steal my mother?" The queen seized her hand with a tender expression, displaying concern rather than the earlier harshness. Gu Ningxi, sensing her mother's worry, clutched the queen's arm tightly and said, "Mother, I thought it was my sister-in-law who summoned you to discuss. Her anxiety nearly spilling over into words, but she quickly covered her mouth and stammered. So, you wish to persuade my sister-in-law against the divorce? She hesitated. Has she agreed? She still needs to contemplate it. Let's leave. Look at how many people have gathered to watch this commotion. The queen lovingly adjusted her hair, causing Gu Ningxi's smile to broaden. As they departed, she shot a triumphant grin at Yi Zhipan. Yi Zhipan observed the intimate exchange between them, as if it were a fleeting dream. Closing the door left her feeling hollow. Mother, do not be disheartened. Since the queen has come to speak with you, she must have her intentions. Let's trust her for now. But we may need to delay the divorce from that scoundrel father, she said. Yi Zhipan remained silent, resigned to delaying the divorce, as Gu Inin suggested. She did not rush to open the door, calling out instead, "Who is it?" A familiar male voice answered from outside. "It is I, here to see my master." Gu Inin calculated in her heart, unaware that her words were heard clearly outside. Yi Zhipan swiftly opened the door to reveal a strikingly handsome figure. "Greetings, madam. You remember me. I am Jiang Ziyuan. Is my master present?" The third prince of the merfolk wore a robe of moonlight, exuding an air of nobility. His graceful speech and demeanor caught the attention of passers-by. The thought of him serving her daughter seemed more plausible than being her master, she mused. Yet she welcomed him inside. Upon seeing Gu Inin lying on the bed, Jiang Ziyuan hurried over. Though he was somewhat reluctant to be there, he had to obey his sister's strict orders. The memory of overhearing Gu Inin's words at the door made him feel even more aggrieved, and tears streamed down his face. Each drop of pearl falling onto the bed. Gu Inin, witnessing this, had her big, glistening eyes fixed on the pearls, appearing quite the little treasure hunter. It was not easy for him. He had to weep to be of service to her. Yi Zhipan noticed the abundance of pearls on the bed and the swelling in Jiang Ziyuan's eyes. She gently advised, "Jiang Ziyuan, is it? Please do not cry. There are already plenty of pearls." However, without Gu Inin's command, Jiang Ziyuan dared not cease his tears. "Madam, it is all right. If my master loves pearls, then my tears are worth the price," he replied, looking at Yi Zhipan with forlorn eyes. Gu Inin glanced at him, noticing how swollen his eyes were, resembling glass marbles. "Please stop crying. I accept you, but do not weep until you go blind. We may still need you to cry when funds run low," she teased. Jiang Ziyuan was at a loss for words. It seemed his role was merely to cry when money was scarce. He refrained from retorting, content as long as he could be accepted. He wiped his tears and added, "The highest one was particularly tragic. That door remains tightly shut, and I cannot fathom what lies within." At that moment, the glass bracelet on Yi Zhipan's wrist emitted a sound, a muffled wailing resonating from it. The little snake coiled around Gu Inin's wrist comforted her. "What kind of elixir? Is it not for my space? You took elixirs to give to others without my consent? I must see how many of my elixirs you have given away." Gu Inin's frustrated thoughts erupted. After a moment, she resembled an angry little lion, gripping the snake's neck as if to choke it. "My elixirs? You have given away so many without my approval. What do you think you are doing?" The precious items she had worked so hard to obtain were given away by this foolish snake. How could she not be enraged? The little snake gasped for air, "Master. Those elixirs you can concoct yourself. Once you fuse with the dragon god's shadow, the space of the dragon pearl will expand. And then you will have the furnace and medicinal texts. You can craft as many elixirs as you desire." The little snake spoke laboriously, nearly losing consciousness. Upon hearing this, Gu Inin relaxed her grip. "Really? I can make as many as I want? Of course, master, please release me. I feel I am suffocating," the little snake pleaded. Nodding vigorously, Gu Inin finally loosened her grip, and the little snake slumped in her arms, coughing a few times. It was indeed the dragon. The lofty dragon god was being choked by her. How cruel she was! Jiang Ziyuan watched with wide eyes, feeling an increasing sense of fear. At this moment, Gu Inin grasped the little snake, which hung limply in her hand. "You must hurry and merge with the dragon god's shadow. You have squandered half of my elixirs." "Half? There is barely a quarter left," it protested, having given elixirs not only to the fox spirit, but also to the silver-scaled snake. It thought that such low-grade elixirs would not provoke her ire. Little did it know the consequences it would face. In the past, its master treated these low-grade elixirs as mere candies. Why was it different now? "What is happening? Are you crying because I choked you too hard?" Guanin's sparkling eyes looked down, feeling a twinge of regret for her earlier impulsiveness. She had intended to share some with the fox spirit and the silver-scaled snake, as they had helped her immensely. Even giving them half would not have upset her. But upon seeing the elixirs dwindle, she had reacted like a child throwing a tantrum. The little snake spoke. "Master, please grow up quickly. I miss how you used to be." Guanin sighed. She too wished to grow, but growth required time. "Is there a miraculous way for me to grow quickly?" The little snake's eyes flickered. It seemed there might be a way, but it required medicinal texts to concoct. In its previous life, its master deemed those elixirs useless and had never attempted to create them. If only it could brew even one. The little snake silently sighed, needing to expedite the search for the next dragon god shadow. Seeing the little snake silent, Guanin sensed it had no other solutions. Night had fallen, and the four of them slept soundly. Yet the little snake, with its round eyes wide open, heard a sound of the door latch being pried open. A hooded figure in black crept in, stealthily approaching the bed. The little snake prepared to strike, ready to bite if the intruder dared to make a move. The black-clad figure fumbled around the bed, discovering a pouch and retrieving silver notes. Bathed in moonlight, the numbers on the notes made his eyes gleam with delight. The little snake observed, wishing to inform him that it was futile. The bracelet could not be taken unless Yijipon chose to remove it. After a prolonged struggle, the black-clad figure, drenched in sweat, realized the four women remained oblivious to the disturbance, thanks to the sleeping powder he had blown into the room earlier. He continued his efforts. Perhaps Yijipon had been angered by Gu Huiching the previous day, for she stirred slightly, raising her arm adorned with the bracelet and shouting, "Gu Huiching, you scoundrel, come here. Dare to put my 3 children in danger, and I shall not spare you." Startled, the black-clad figure fell to the ground, vanishing into thin air. Early the next morning, Yijipon and her daughters were awakened by a rapid knocking at the door. Yijipon felt utterly drained, as though she had been embroiled in a fierce argument the night before. She slipped on her shoes and opened the door, only to be shoved into the room by Shan Guiji, who rummaged through her belongings, demanding, "Yijipon, did my son come by last night? I heard a handsome man entered your room. Do not forget that you are still not divorced from my son. Should you dare to tarnish his name, I will make you pay dearly. How dare you speak to your mother-in-law like that? Are you not afraid of divine retribution? Heaven's wrath strikes, and you are surely the first to be struck. You cast my daughter into the wilderness, leaving her to fend for herself, and drove us away without a care for our lives. It is people like you who truly deserve the heaven's punishment." Yijipon's words rang with a powerful clarity, while Shunguiji stood dumbfounded, unable to utter a sound. It seemed that this villain, too, was one who bullied the weak and feared the strong. The old saying holds true. The kind-hearted are often taken advantage of, and the gentle horse is ridden hard. Yijipon, disinterested in her further, pointed towards the door, urging her to leave. Shunguiji, infuriated, snorted coldly and slammed the door behind her. The little snake opened its bleary eyes. Perhaps your mother practiced arguing all night, even imprisoning a figure clad in black. A figure in black? Yijipon's heart sank in terror as she hurriedly rummaged through her purse, where she had 2,000 taels meant for purchasing elixirs. However, upon finding the purse, her spirit plummeted. That figure in black was a thief who had stolen all their money. Yijipon collapsed to the ground, weeping bitterly. Lu Shenxi and the others, hearing the commotion from downstairs, rushed up to find Yijipon on the floor, wailing inconsolably. Lu Shenxi helped her up and inquired about the situation, offering comfort. "It's just 2,000 taels. If it's lost, it's lost. You'll earn it back when you sell another elixir." But as soon as she spoke, the little one on the bed began to cry, exclaiming, "That was the money for my elixirs. Just like that, it's gone. Little snake, why didn't you do something? If I catch that wretched thief, I'll tear him apart." The little snake, seeing her distress, consoled, "Don't be sad, master. The thief has been caught by your mother." "Caught? How would I know? Where is he?" Yijipon looked around, seeing no black-clad figure, and turned to the little snake in confusion. The little snake, not keeping her in suspense, pointed to the jade bracelet on her wrist and said, "He is in there. If you let him out, you'll see him." Lu Shenxi and the others turned their gaze to the bracelet, and with a thought, Yijipon summoned the figure in black, who appeared out of thin air, lying motionless on the ground, as if dead. Jiang Zuan tore away the cloth covering the thief's face, incredulous. How could it be you? Chapter 95. That place is no good. Gu Huaicheng's face was laid bare for all to see, prompting Lu Shenxi to rise in fury and kick him several times. No wonder Xinguizhi had caused such a ruckus early in the morning. It turned out her son was missing. Well, since he is lost, let him never be found again. A wicked smile crept upon Lu Shenxi's lips. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zuan reached into his pocket and indeed pulled out 2,000 taels in silver notes. He kicked Gu Huaicheng hard several times. At that moment, Gu Anren and Gu Anxin rushed to Yi Zhipan's side, declaring, "Mother, we also agree to keep father imprisoned in the bracelet. He is too wicked, trying to steal our money. He always makes you sad and wants to take us away. We don't want to live with him, suffering from hunger and cold while being bullied by our aunt." Gu Anren and Gu Anxin spoke with pitiful expressions. Although he was their father, his actions were far from paternal. Yi Zhipan was taken aback to see even her daughters harbor such disdain for their father, and she resolved not to hesitate any longer. Meanwhile, Gu Huaicheng, groggy, heard voices and slowly opened his eyes, only to see a massive snake flicking its vibrant tongue at him. In terror, he turned to flee, but a powerful tail ensnared him. The enormous snake head approached slowly, opening its mouth wide to bite. He felt a warm dampness in his trousers and promptly fainted. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door, and the others exchanged glances, wondering who had arrived. Jiang Zuan opened the door to find a graceful young girl standing at the entrance. Upon seeing a handsome stranger, the girl frowned and inquired, "Is this Yi Zhipan's room?" Jiang Zuan nodded, and upon hearing this, Yi Zhipan stepped out. "It's you, Chuanxia. What brings you here?" Yi Zhipan recognized Chuanxia, who served the Empress, and was curious about her visit. "It's nothing much. My master asked me to deliver this to you." Chuanxia smiled, handing her an envelope, her cheeks flushing upon catching sight of Jiang Zuan. Though well acquainted with many, she found this man remarkably handsome. Jiang Zuan picked it up, exclaiming, 5,000 taels. Who is so generous to include silver notes in the envelope? Upon hearing this, Gu Anren immediately chimed in. "Jiang Zuan, give me the silver notes. I'll keep them safe. I can't trust them with mother. She is so anxious. Isn't that right, mother?" Yi Zhipan shot her a disapproving look, thinking it was too early for her to be so money-minded. Jiang Zuan, playing the loyal servant, placed the notes into Gu Anren's hands. She grinned widely, her eyes narrowing into slits, humming a little tune in delight. Meanwhile, Yi Zhipan opened the letter, her brow furrowing. The beautiful script was somewhat beyond her understanding. Noticing her distress, Lu Shenxi approached to see what was amiss. After reading the letter, Lu Shenxi finished and saw Gu Anren blissfully enjoying a treat, causing the Empress next door to chuckle. Chuanxia, curious, asked, "My lady, what has you so pleased?" "It's nothing. I was just thinking of something amusing." The Empress stifled her laughter and inquired, "What of Eruo? Did he sleep well last night?" Eruo, too, was in a precarious situation. She had dispatched many secret guards to protect him. At that moment, Chuanxia interjected, "Not too well." Qiudong said Eruo was tormented by nightmares all night, his forehead covered in sweat. He bears many scars and bruises. It's truly heartbreaking. That concubine Shu is indeed ruthless. The Empress sighed. Concubine Shu's family is powerful. Even the Emperor must tread carefully. Just then, Gu Anren's thoughts echoed once more. "Little snake, go inform the Empress grandmother that we can set out today. Also, ask about the true dragon statue. Does she know where it is?" "The true dragon statue? Isn't that the one worshipped by the kingdom of Tianqi? What does he want with that?" While the Empress pondered this, a small snake slithered onto her arm. Chuanxia immediately shrieked, "A snake! My lady, don't move. I'll catch it." But the Empress said, "This little snake means no harm. Chuanxia, please step outside for a moment." Chuanxia was taken aback, wishing to argue, but saw the snake coiling gently around the Empress's arm, its round eyes fixed on her without any intent to bite. The Empress reassured, "It is harmless. You must not harm it. Now please go outside." "Yes. How do you know I am harmless? Aren't you afraid of me?" the little snake questioned. The Empress smiled. "I have my ways of knowing. Have you read my letter? Can we set out today?" She refrained from revealing that she could hear Gu Anren's thoughts. fearing he might stop expressing them in the future. Seeing that she understood its purpose, the little snake said, "My master mentioned we can set out today. By the way, do you know about the 9 dragon god statues that are uncarved? Where are they now?" The Empress frowned. "Uncarved? Aren't all the ones we worship engraved with dragon eyes? How could there be any without them?" She shook her head. "I don't know. But there are several dragon god statues in the high priest temple, accessible only to the high priests. Perhaps there you might find some." Lu Shenxi, have you been to the high priest's temple? Lu Shenxi, raising a teacup to sip, nearly spilled it upon hearing the little snake's question. "Why do you ask that? It's certainly not a good place." Chapter 96. Reasons not to leave not a good place? Have you been there? The little snake climbed onto the table, curiously inquiring. The others were expressions of curiosity as they observed Lu Shenpa. Lu Shenpa merely sipped her tea, choosing not to revisit the earlier topic. Guanin, noticing that she had nearly finished a pot, impatiently remarked, "Lu Shenpa, hurry up. If you don't speak soon, I might just reveal your identity as Princess Anyang." Reluctantly, Lu Shenpa set down her teacup and said, "Do you know why I fled the capital? It is because I despise the role of High Priestess. The temple of the High Priestess is a most sordid place." Her face was taut, her fists clenched, as if she were suppressing a raging fury within. Yet, Jiang Zuan failed to perceive her anger and inquired, "Isn't the High Priestess's rank second only to the Emperor? Why do you not wish to ascend? And why do you deem it so filthy? You know nothing. Once one becomes the High Priestess, one is prohibited from marrying. Out of sheer curiosity, I once sneaked in at night to see what lay within, only to witness the High Priestess entwined with a man. He bore a long tail, and she laughed ecstatically beneath him. The darkness obscured my view of his face, yet his cold voice boasted that whoever became High Priestess must serve him. I was so terrified that I was discovered, and although I managed to escape, I sensed they knew it was I." Lu Shenpa poured herself another cup of tea, as if attempting to drown her fear within. "But you're a princess. Why not confide in your royal brother? Have the High Priestess and that man imprisoned?" Jiang Zuan's heart seethed with indignation upon hearing such tales. Lu Shenpa, however, smiled faintly and replied, "Did I not say? I did, but my royal brother dared not offend him. At that time, the Grand Khan of Tianqi was in dire need of rain, or the people would suffer famine. The High Priestess and that man could summon the rains. Thus my brother was unwilling to act against them. Moreover, he came to me, professing his admiration and requesting my hand in marriage. My brother could not outright refuse. Fearing that my brother might forsake me for the sake of the people, I fled." Lu Shenpa's eyes reflected both resentment and terror, the fear she harbored far more complex than she conveyed. Yi Zhipan gently grasped her trembling hand and reassured her, "It is all in the past. We shall stand by you, and you shall never fear him again." Tears began to cascade down Lu Shenpa's cheeks as she choked out, "That man is terrifying. I had no intention of fleeing, but he somehow appeared in my bed at night. No matter how I screamed, no one came to my aid. Fortunately, my brother arrived. Otherwise, I would have been violated. After my escape, they even sent people to hunt me down, and a group sought to kill me, which forced me to change my appearance." It was truly pitiable that Lu Shenpa had endured such horrors, explaining her reluctance to reveal her true self. "Lu Shenpa, do not fear. When we reach the capital, we shall deal with that man," someone assured her. "Indeed, when the time comes, I shall reveal my true form and help you confront him." But what manner of tail did he possess? A small snake, observing her sorrow, wagged its tail while offering comfort. "Mine is quite unique. You could not possibly have seen another like it." The small snake proudly displayed its tail, which was black and covered in tiny, dense scales that were nearly invisible upon close inspection. Lu Shenpa gazed at it for a moment, uncertain, and shook her head. At that moment, a wailing voice echoed from downstairs. "My son, where have you gone? I shall not leave until I find my son. I will not go anywhere else." Gu Ningxi attempted to console her, saying, "Mother, we have reported to the authorities. They will find brother. He is a grown man. He cannot have simply vanished." Tears streamed down Shan Guiji's face as she lamented, "I have searched every place in the town where Gu Huaiqing might be, yet he is nowhere to be found." Just then, Chunxia descended the stairs. Hearing a particular remark, Shan Guiji's cries suddenly ceased. She had initially intended to create a scene to persuade the princess to linger a few more days. "Ningxi, you are correct. with the officials here. They will locate your brother. We can accompany you to the capital and wait for him there, cannot we? Shenguiji wiped her tears and tugged at old Gu. Seeing this, old Gu nodded in agreement. Lu Shinpa and her companions leisurely observed the commotion from above. Yi Jipan gazed at her bracelet, feeling a twinge of satisfaction. The Gu family, in their pursuit of trivial gain, had not only cast away their daughter-in-law and granddaughter, but now appeared ready to forsake their own son. If Gu Huiqing could hear his parents' words, it would surely pierce his heart. After a moment, Lu Shinpa and her companions gathered their belongings and followed the queen downstairs. The queen had arranged for 4 carriages. As they approached, Gu Ningxi intended to sit in the queen's carriage but was blocked by Chuanxia. Your Highness, you suffer from headaches. It will be best for you to ride with your adoptive parents instead. Gu Ningxi's countenance darkened. She wished to foster a better relationship with the princess during the journey, hoping to discern the truth about the marriage contract. However, now she protested, Mother, let me ride with you. I can help ease your headache. The queen leaned out, stroking her head weakly. Sire, I appreciate your filial heart, but when I have a headache, I cannot help but lash out. I fear I might hurt you. Please ride with your adoptive parents. Gu Ningxi obediently nodded. Mother, should it become unbearable, call for me, and I shall massage it for you. The queen nodded and lowered the carriage curtain. In an instant, Gu Ningxi's compliant demeanor shifted to one of anger. At that moment, she noticed Yi Jipan and her companions preparing to board the carriage. She stepped forward and blocked their path, declaring, This carriage is mine. You shall take the next one. Lu Shinpa stepped forward to contest, but Yi Jipan intervened, saying, Gu Ningxi panicked. If you leave, what if the marriage contract is real? How could you possibly marry him? She shouted, Do not leave. This carriage is yours. Yi Jipan scoffed and halted her steps. If you wish for us to stay, you must provide us with a reason. Moreover, your brother is absent. I have no reason to accompany you. Chapter 97. Dreaming of the past life. A reason? Gu Ningxi furrowed her brow. She had previously thought Yi Jipan easy to manipulate, yet now she seemed to have changed her demeanor. Nevertheless, she coldly replied, The reason is that you are my sister-in-law. Since my brother is not here, you must accompany us. Sister-in-law, I was wrong. I shall never treat you that way again. Please forgive me and come to the capital with me. Upon finishing, Yi Jipan shook off Gu Ningxi's hand and strode ahead. Gu Ningxi nearly stumbled from the force. Standing upright, she suddenly recalled her brother's warning about not allowing Yi Jipan to possess such a large sum of money. Could it be that her brother had stolen the money? If the authorities discovered him, his life would be ruined. Furthermore, having a brother in prison would tarnish her prospects for marriage. Realizing this, she anxiously called after Yi Jipan's retreating figure, Sister-in-law, Do not search any longer. I will give you 2,000 taels. Come with me to the capital. How could I accept that? I still need to find my own money. If my parents find out, they will demand it from me. Yi Jipan paused, turning to face her. Gu Ningxi glanced at Shen Guiji and the others in their carriage, noting they had not yet emerged. She whispered, They will not know. I promise I will not tell them. This money is given willingly. Otherwise, let us write an IOU. Mere words hold no weight. If my parents inquire, at least I will have proof. Seeing her hesitation, Yi Jipan turned to leave. Gu Ningxi hurriedly declared, I will write it. I will write the IOU. She reluctantly produced 2,000 taels, a sum given to her by the queen upon her visit to the Gu family. Recognizing her plight, to part with such a significant amount now felt painful. Yi Jipan accepted the silver notes and the IOU, beckoning Lu Shinpa and the others to board the carriage, leaving Gu Ningxi standing there, frowning deeply. Watching them board so readily, she felt as if she had just been duped. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Lu Shinpa wore a grin that could not be contained, exclaiming Jipan for a moment. I truly believed you were leaving. Startled, she realized that they had been waiting for her all along. To her surprise, she received 2,000 taels in silver notes. My mother is truly remarkable. With just a few words, she has earned so much. After bullying her for so long, it's only fair they pay the price. Indeed, your mother is impressive. However, I hope you've changed your demeanor now. You must be aware of your royal status and the confidence it brings. Lu Shinpa remarked, her gaze fixed upon her, for the girl would never have dared such actions in the past. The 3 daughters stared wide-eyed at their mother. Ye Jipan Sikit. I had a dream where Gu Ningxi replaced my identity as a princess. Gu Huaiqing married a high-ranking official's daughter, treating me like a servant. The new bride despised me and brutally killed me, while my two daughters were used as pawns by Gu Huaiqing, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Upon waking, seeing the Gu family filled me with resentment. As she spoke, her body trembled, as if she had lived through it all. My dear mother, you dreamt of your past life's misfortunes, and my two sisters met terrible fates as well. My original self was harmed by them long ago. Fortunately, in this life, I have come to protect you. Gu Ainan's soft voice resonated. Yi Jipan's face turned pale. She could scarcely believe that such a horrific dream was her previous life. Explaining its vividness, both Gu Anren and Gu Anxin mirrored her pallor. If true, they could easily disown their father. Mother, from now on we shall only acknowledge you. We refuse to recognize the Gu family. The sisters declared solemnly, their faces taut. Rest assured, sisters, once we arrive in the capital, we want Team E to deal with them. The queen grandmother will take care of it. The three felt somewhat reassured. Meanwhile, the queen at the front of the carriage wore a furious expression. She had heard Gu Ainan's thoughts clearly, while unaware of her daughter's past experiences. She knew the Gu family would be held accountable. The journey from Wangshan town to the capital would take at least 4 days. But for the sake of that 100 taels, they were determined to endure. The coachman cracked the whip, startling the horses into a swift gallop, causing discomfort for those inside the carriage. Yi Jipan and the children, unaccustomed to the carriage ride, felt dizzy from the jolting movements, nearly on the verge of vomiting. Even Lu Xinpa, who had ridden in carriages before, found it most uncomfortable. Gu Ainan nestled in Yi Jipan's embrace, felt little discomfort. Yet her heart ached for her mother and siblings' suffering. Suddenly inspired, she closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she held a white porcelain vial. Mother, please take a pill. You'll feel better soon. She gazed at Lu Xinpa with her sparkling eyes. Lu Xinpa accepted the vial, and after each took a pill, the nauseating sensation dissipated almost immediately. The group rejoiced. Gu Ainan, pleased, thought to herself, my medicine works wonders. I should give a few to the queen grandmother and the others. Let the 3 from the Gu family suffer. It's a pity they are relatives. Otherwise, I could profit from my pills. Gu Anxin sighed inwardly. Ah, how greedy! The little serpent shook its head. During a brief halt, Lu Xinpa distributed the pills to the queen and the others. Meanwhile, the 3 from the Gu family, without any pills, felt as if their bodies were falling apart from the jolting, with Shan Guizhi unable to hold back and vomiting inside the carriage. Gu Ningxi, in a fit of anger, ordered the carriage to stop, causing all 4 carriages to halt at her command. She approached the queen's carriage, looking quite unwell. Mother, could we slow down? My adoptive mother has vomited, and it's unbearable. May I join you in your carriage? Before the queen could respond, a group of black-clad figures burst forth from the dense woods, surrounding the carriage with menacing intent. Chapter 98. No Body, No Life. The assailants wore masks and brandished large swords, aggressively encircling the carriage. Gu Ningxi, upon seeing the men armed with swords, leaped into the queen's carriage, her eyes wide with terror. Mother, what'll we do? There are assassins outside. Are they here to kill us? The queen, speechless, thought her daughter still fancied herself a princess. She gently lifted the carriage curtain to survey the black-clad figures outside, her demeanor icy. The assassins immediately launched an attack on the carriage. One of them, without hesitation, swung his sword at the queen. But her attendant Chunxia swiftly produced a dagger from seemingly nowhere and skillfully blocked the blow, severing the sword in half. The black-clad man, now armed with a broken weapon, appeared grave, but Chunxia leaped down from the carriage to engage him in combat, swiftly dispatching him. Despite the odds, the queen's carriage remained heavily besieged, while the other 3 carriages were ignored entirely. Within the carriage, the queen maintained a composed expression, as if she had foreseen this confrontation. The attack was directed at her daughter. Her earlier words had intentionally drawn the assassin's attention. Just then, her hidden guards emerged, engaging the black-clad figures in battle. The surroundings erupted into chaos, with blades gleaming and cries of pain echoing. Gu Ainan, intrigued by the commotion outside, wished to peek at the unfolding spectacle. However, The queen had previously instructed them to remain inside during such encounters. Still, her unease prompted her to send the little serpent to keep watch from above. The serpent climbed to the roof of the carriage for a better view. Meanwhile, Jiang Ziyuan, seated in the last carriage, also jumped down to observe the fray, occasionally commenting on the incompetence of the assassins. How foolish to attack. They deserve their fate. This sword is excellent, cutting through iron effortlessly. Another one down, just as it seemed the assassins would be overwhelmed. A fresh wave of black-clad assailants surged from the woods toward the carriage. Jiang Ziyuan promptly leaped onto the roof to clear a path for them. The hidden guards, recognizing the incoming threat, engaged in combat once more. Jiang Ziyuan then spotted an archer among the black-clad figures, drawing a bow aimed at the queen's carriage. He wanted to shout a warning, but time was short. He leapt to intercept the arrow just as it was about to strike the carriage. Barely regaining his balance, he noticed more arrows flying towards them. The queen remained calm, watching as dozens of arrows approached. Taking a deep breath, she leapt from the carriage, cradling Gu Ningxi. Soaring through the air like a graceful swallow, the arrows whistled past beneath her, and she executed a graceful turn, landing safely on the ground. Gu Ningxi, terrified, kept her eyes tightly shut, fearing that opening them might bring danger. Rest assured, Mother will keep you safe, the queen reassured her. At that moment, the gaze of several black-clad figures fell hungrily upon Gu Ningxi. The queen, a slight smile playing on her lips, picked up a blade from the ground and charged at them. Separated from her mother, Gu Ningxi felt a surge of fear, crouching down and covering her head. Just then, one of the black-clad men leaped from the trees, swiftly approaching her and lifting her over his shoulder. "Mother, save me. Help me," she cried out desperately. Shan Guiji peeked through the carriage curtain, witnessing her daughter being taken away, paralyzed with fear and unable to move, while the old man cowered inside, not daring to show his face. The queen, seeing Gu Ningxi being abducted, felt a mix of relief and fury. "Release my daughter. Return her to me," she cried, her expression filled with anguish. As the assailants gradually retreated, the queen wiped away non-existent tears from her face, addressing her dwindling guards, "Clean up this mess." At that moment, Shun Guiji, witnessing the escape of the black-clad figures, leapt from the carriage, crying out, "Your Highness, what will happen to Sierra? She was taken away. We must quickly send someone to retrieve them. My daughter must not come to harm." The queen cast a cold glance at her, saying, "Am I not the biological mother of Shir? Would I not be anxious? I have already dispatched people to search for her. What are your plans? Will you accompany us to the capital, or stay behind to look for Shir?" Her pointed inquiry was intended to gauge the sincerity of these two individuals towards her own flesh and blood. Earlier, they had been too terrified to even disembark from the carriage when their daughter was abducted, yet now they dared to issue commands. At that moment, old Gu approached, his head bowed in sorrow. "Princess, we shall accompany you to the capital. If you find your daughter, we too shall feel at ease. At our age, wandering alone in this desolate wilderness is perilous. It is far safer to stick with you." He spoke with an exaggerated demeanor, as if he were an old man of 70 or 80. The queen, uninterested in their plight, replied, "Then come along. Do not worry. Even in the capital, I shall take good care of you." She emphasized the phrase, "take good care," with particular weight. However, old Gu felt a surge of joy upon hearing this, and the two expressed their gratitude as they climbed into their carriage. The queen observed that the roof of her carriage had a large hole, which caused her some concern. At that moment, Yi Pan said, "Princess, if you do not mind, you may join us in our carriage." The queen felt warmth in her heart and moved towards Yi Pan's vehicle. Inside the carriage, 3 adults and 2 children were comfortably accommodated. The queen gazed at the child in Yi Pan's arms, who was sleeping soundly, and remarked, "Children are wonderful. They can sleep so peacefully at any time. Yi Pan, rest assured, now that they have taken Gu Ningxi away, no one will come looking for trouble. No matter what, Shu Fei would not dare harm me. Once we reach the capital, I will ensure your safety." As the queen, any plot against her would undoubtedly invite significant trouble. She was confident that Shu Fei would not be foolish enough to act rashly. Abducting her daughter served as a better means to constrain her. She understood Shu Fei's mindset all too well. At that moment, she noticed Gu and Xian and Gu and ran observing her. She affectionately smiled at them and instructed Chunxia to bring them some pastries. Gu and Ran and Gu and Xian gratefully accepted, their fondness for their grandmother growing exponentially. The group shared laughter and lively conversation along the way, enjoying each other's company. Before long, dusk approached, and the coachmen hastened their journey, finally arriving at an inn just before nightfall. The queen and her companions dismounted and entered. Though the inn was remote, it was remarkably clean. A staff member greeted them, and Chunxia requested several rooms before following the queen upstairs. At that moment, Guan awoke, wrinkling her nose and exclaiming, "What is that smell? It is so sour and foul, like rancid water." She searched around and eventually identified the source. Old Gu and Shan Guizhi, both pale and devoid of energy, their bodies reeking of vomit. Even the young attendant covered his nose upon seeing them. Meanwhile, a burly man dining at a nearby table shouted, "Hey, attendant, do you not care for your business? Why let these two beggars in here? Aren't you afraid of contaminating the environment? Hurry up and get them out. You are the beggar. We have money to pay for our stay." That noblewoman was with us. "Attendant, give me a premium room. Stop trying to associate with them. You stinking beggar." "Attendant, if you don't remove them, I will personally throw them out. They are nauseating." The attendant, flustered, replied, "Sir, please don't. A few days ago, something happened outside the inn. Anyone who went out at night never returned, and even the authorities could not uncover the mystery." Chapter 99. The bait is gone, never return? The others present were horrified by this statement, with one woman dropping her chopsticks in shock. The burly man stammered, "How could this be? Has no one reported to the Dali Temple?" This place was already remote, and officials claimed they had reported it. Yet there were no signs of anyone from the Dali Temple. "So, dear guests, please do not venture out at night." The attendant's repeated warnings indicated his deep fear. The burly man fell silent, glaring at Shan Guizhi and the others before returning to his drink, though his hand trembled as he lifted the cup. Hearing this, Shan Guizhi and Old Gu only wished to hide in their room, anxious to ascend the stairs, but their legs were weak and they nearly stumbled. The attendant noticed, but refrained from offering assistance, not wanting to touch their filth. Once the two steadied themselves, the attendant led them to their room. Finally, "The foul odor is gone. If we stayed any longer, the diners would surely be sickened." But what was that thing? "I must investigate tonight," Guinan thought resolutely, determined to take action. Yi Pan appeared worried. Although she understood her daughter's capabilities, she feared for her safety should a great demon be involved. Perceiving his master's concern, Jiang Ji Yuan readily agreed. "Tonight, we shall take justice into our own hands and discover what that thing is. If we find it, we could even earn a reward from the authorities." Jiang Ji Yuan spoke lightly, while the old man at the nearby table cast him a sidelong glance and chuckled. "Young man, I suggest you remain in your room tonight. You cannot contend with that thing, though the authorities offer a reward of 1,000 taels. No amount of money can buy a life. It is best not to venture out." With a deep sigh, the old man took a sip from his cup, indulging himself. 1,000 taels? Though it is somewhat meager, every bit counts. "I must subdue that thing tonight, for the sake of the villagers." Guinan beamed, her enthusiasm evident. Earlier, Lu Shun had intended to offer a word of caution, but now, the prospect of a reward ensured that the night's venture would not be forsaken. At that moment, Jiang Jiyuan also became intrigued, sitting across from the old man. "Old sir, how do you know that thing is formidable? Have you seen it?" The old man sipped his drink and set the cup down, looking solemnly at Jiang Jiyuan. "A few days ago, I was staying in this inn with my master. One night, he needed to use the restroom, but the attendant warned it was unsafe outside after dark, so I accompanied him. I waited outside, but he did not come out, no matter how long I waited. When I entered, there was no one there. I had clearly seen him go in. I searched everywhere, and not far from the inn, I found one of his shoes. I thought I was done for, but luckily I survived. My master, however, was taken by that monster. Alas, he was such a good man. I do not know if he is alive or dead." The old man's eyes filled with tears as he downed his drink. Jiang Jiyuan, feeling sympathy, consoled him. "Do not be sorrowful, old sir. Even if your master has passed, we shall avenge him. Tonight, we will uncover the truth behind that creature." The old man looked at him with cloudy eyes, wishing to dissuade this impulsive youth. At that moment, Guinan wondered, why did that creature take their master but leave him behind? Hearing this, Jiang Jiyuan asked curiously, "Old sir, Why wasn't you taken as well? The old man's grip tightened around his cup, a hint of anger in his voice. Who knows why that thing did not take me? If I had faced danger, my master would have compensated my family handsomely. Alas, perhaps they found me too old and unappetizing. Even monsters disdain the elderly. As he grew more intoxicated, the old man wept bitterly, tears streaming down his face. Unsure of how to comfort him, Jiang Zhiyuan discreetly placed a silver coin on the table. The group retreated to their room, and Lu Shun firmly shut the door. Is the old man lying? Do monsters really care about age? Surely they consume all the same, she speculated. Jiang Zhiyuan, do you think they would discriminate against the elderly? She looked at Jiang Zhiyuan, who was a merman and might have insights on matter. Jiang Zhiyuan, at a loss for words, replied, I have never eaten a person. How would I know? I am no monster. Do not dare to equate us with those creatures. He shot a glare at Lu Shu. At this moment, Gu Inan, with her large, sparkling eyes, looked at Lu Shu with a smile. The latter, catching sight of that mischievous glint, sensed another of her wicked ideas. She heard Gu Inan's thoughts. If we want to know whether this monster feasts on the elderly, why not test it out? How do we test it? Jiang Ziyuan queried in astonishment. Gu Inan grinned slyly at Lu Shu, who felt a shiver run down her spine at the thought of being used as bait. After all, she was not a genuine elder. Fear not. You won't have to go. We have 2 ready substitutes, don't we? Everyone nodded in understanding. However, given Shun Guizhi and old man Gu's timid nature, how could they possibly agree to be the bait? Lu Shu asked aloud. No need for their consent. Just add a little something extra, and we'll see if they dare venture out at night. Gu Inan held a small white vial, glancing at the little snake. Go on, but don't use too much. The snake wrapped its tail around the vial and slithered away. The night was already deep. Yi Jipan had arranged for Gu Anren and Gu Anxin to stay in the room of Kai Dai and Kai Xia, while he embraced Gu Inan and Lu Shu, with Jiang Ziyuan in another room. The group pried open a small gap in the window to peek outside. However, after waiting for a long while, Old Man Gu and Shan Guizhi still hadn't made their way to the restroom. Could it be that the laxative had no effect? Little snake, go check. Master, they probably can't make it to the toilet. The 2 are lying on the ground. Well, I just went over. Old Man Gu tried to stand up, but slipped and fell right on Shun Guizhi's backside, making quite the mess. Shun Guizhi didn't even have the strength to shout, groaning on the ground. How much laxative did you give them? Didn't you say to use less? I put a bit in their tea, worried they wouldn't drink it. So I added some to each dish, but they ordered so many that I ended up using the whole vial. What a waste. Do you think they can finish all that? And what do you see now? They've certainly consumed it. It's as if they've ingested an entire vial of laxative. It's a wonder they've even come out at all. But it's for the best. If something goes wrong, this unfilial descendant will certainly face divine retribution. It's truly difficult being an unfilial descendant. Jiang Ziyuan chuckled slyly, eager to see their current predicament. Tomorrow morning, the innkeeper would surely be in a state of collapse, confronted with a mess of excrement. What expressions would they wear? As he spoke, everyone couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Gu Inan, observing the most amused Jiang Ziyuan, thought to herself, with the bait gone, why not you tempt that monster, Jiang Ziyuan? As the illustrious prince of a merman, you surely cannot fear such a creature. Upon hearing Gu Inan's praise, Jiang Ziyuan puffed out his chest and stepped out confidently. The little snake followed closely behind him, while the others remained alert, ready to spring into action at any moment. Lu Shu entered the restroom only to be taken aback. The person was gone. How could someone just vanish? The restroom was so small. How could a living person simply cease to exist? Lu Shu stepped out of the restroom, confusion etched on her face. At that moment, Gu Inan heard the little snake's voice in her mind. Master, we are in the woods north of the inn. Jiang Ziyuan has been enchanted and is about to be taken away. Gu Inan immediately responded in thought. Let us hurry to the woods north of the inn. They are there. Lu Shu and Yi Jipan dashed out of the inn without delay. In the queen's chamber above, she dispatched individuals to protect them secretly, ensuring their safety at all costs. The queen watched the 2 retreating figures, instructing Chuanxia to carry out her orders. Chuanxia complied and exited. The queen's gaze dimmed. Her long-lost daughter must not come to harm. Lu Shu and Yi Jipan arrived at the northern woods, but after circling around, they found nothing. Just then, a sinister wind swept through, carrying an unusual fragrance in the air. Hold your breath. This is a sedative. Do not inhale it. Guanin urgently cautioned. But it was too late. Shu and Yijipan had already caught a whiff, their heads spinning and bodies growing weak, barely able to stand. Suddenly, two massive, serpent-like tails emerged from the woods, swiftly ensnaring both of them. They struggled in vain, completely devoid of strength. Guanin was also ensnared in Yijipan's embrace. Her eyes, however, bore no fear as she reached out to touch one of the tails. As they were dragged along, they soon found themselves deep within the woods. Finally, the owner of the tails came to a halt, causing Shu and Yijipan to collapse weakly onto the ground. Only then did they see what had been pulling them, a pair of snake demons, evolved with human faces, their thick tails supporting their grotesque heads in the moonlight. An utterly terrifying sight. Guanin, however, was exceedingly pleased. Snake soup, my snake broth has finally arrived. Ever since encountering the silver-scaled snake, she had longed to stew it for soup. Now, her eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at them. Snake soup? Who is speaking? One of the snake demons. Hearing the soft voice, slithered over, delighted to see Guanin's cherubic face. Brother, this time we've gained another. There's even a little one here. That face is so tender. I wish I could swallow a whole. With a maniacal expression, he leaned closer to Guanin. Yijipan, frightened, clutched Guanin tighter, inching backward. She had inhaled some of the sedative and was utterly drained, unable even to stand. That face is far too ugly. Your training is insufficient. You still have scales on your face. How dare you scare people with such an appearance? The snake demon, hearing this insult, felt his face twist in rage. The scales that had not yet receded stood on end, making his visage even more grotesque. You dare call me ugly? You little brat who hasn't even grown all your hair? How dare you insult me? With one lash of my tail, your mother wouldn't recognize you. With that, the long tail lashed toward Guanin. Yet Guanin's face remained cheerful. She had a hairpin in hand. As the tail came crashing down, she launched the flying dragon hairpin, sending forth a streak of silver light that severed a significant portion of the massive tail. The snake demon, taken aback by the sudden pain, howled in agony, causing the very trees to tremble. Shu and Yijipan covered their ears as Guanin continued to smile, inspecting the severed tail. This tail is a bit long. Next time, I'll cut a shorter one for easier stewing. The snake demon, hearing this, became even more distraught, howling once more. Did you do this? What kind of wicked sorcery did you use to sever my tail? His eyes turned blood red, and veins bulged on his forehead, rendering him even more terrifying. Do you wish to know? Then beg me, and I shall tell you. Guanin replied in a sweet, innocent voice, her expression cherubic. The snake demon, unable to restrain himself, cursed furiously. Damn you! Today, either you die, or I will. Seventh brother, who has harmed you so? Brother, it was that little brat in her arms. You must avenge me. The seventh brother glared at Guanin, as if he would devour her whole. The snake demon, referred to as brother, immediately set his gaze on Guanin, noticing the hairpin in her small hand, her innocent smile prompting him to frown. This snake demon is somewhat decent. I suppose it qualifies as a human face. But what is that look in his eyes? I dislike it. Perhaps I should dispose of him. What? Before he could react, a sharp beam of cold light shot toward his eyes. The snake demon instinctively twisted his serpentine body, and with a swish, the flying dragon hairpin narrowly missed his brow, blood streaming from the wound. Tasting the metallic tang, his fury ignited, and his scales erupted, enveloping him in a formidable armor. His body swelled in rage, becoming several times larger than before, toppling nearby trees. He gazed at Shu and Yijipan, who were paralyzed with fear and reveled in their terror. Are you scared? Too bad. It's too late. Today, all three of you shall die here. The little brat dares to injure me, and this is your fate. As he spoke, his massive tail, akin to a mountain, surged forth with an endless fury towards Guanin and her companions. Yijipan, terrified, clutched Guanin tightly, while Shenpa's expression was one of utter despair. Was it truly their end? The onlookers in the trees, witnessing this scene, felt an urge to flee downwards. Yet Guanin's soft voice resonated, Ah, I had intended to take your eyes, but now that you've grown so large, you've frightened my mother to death. Hearing this, the serpent demon, Old Seven, smirked slightly. Even in the face of death, he was still boasting. My second brother's technique has never been countered, and you think you can harm him? What a delusion. However, before he could finish his thoughts, the sight before him left him utterly stunned. The once mighty second brother now stood frozen, before crashing heavily to the ground. The ground trembled under his immense weight, producing a thunderous sound. Trees around them shattered under the force, branches and leaves scattering wildly. The figures in black above swiftly sought refuge. Old Seven's pupils constricted in disbelief. Could it be that his second brother had truly perished? He scrambled over, gazing into his brother's unwilling and incredulous eyes, a chill creeping into his heart. With thoughts of vengeance evaporating, he clutched his severed tail and prepared to flee. But Guanin would not grant him such an opportunity. Old Seven's gaze fell upon the dragon pin that pierced his brow, and he dared not take another step. At that moment, he regretted not heeding the warnings about accompanying his brother on this venture. But regret was futile now. He watched the pin, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. What do you want? If you dare to kill me, my father will not let you go. Who is your father? Pray tell. Guanin casually inquired. If I reveal it, you might faint from fear. Even the emperor must show deference to my father. Chapter 101. Would it be permissible to kill your father? Guanin observed his arrogant demeanor, wishing she could slap him twice. With that ghastly visage of yours, your father cannot be much better. It would be a miracle if the emperor did not slay your father. To suggest he shows him respect is merely flattering. The serpent demon's eyes turned red with anger. You may insult me, but do not speak ill of my father. He is the renowned enforcer of the temple, Jin Shao. Jin Shao? Guanin mused upon hearing the name. Old Seven mistook her hesitation for fear, a smug smile gracing his features. If you spare me, I will not disclose the cause of my brother's demise to my father, and I will keep it from him. How naive! What would revealing your father's name accomplish? I do not know him, and when the time comes, we shall eliminate him together. You haven't even heard of my father's illustrious name. Are you from Tianqi country? The serpent demon seethed, his eyes nearly bulging. Surely, a citizen of Tianqi should recognize my father's name. It is laughable. Lu Xinpa. Have you heard of this name? At this moment, Lu Xinpa's expression darkened, her body trembling with fear and trepidation. It was evident she recognized the name, and it terrified her. Seeing Lu Xinpa so frightened, the serpent demon mocked. Hurry and release me, and I shall spare your lives. Lu Xinpa regarded him, her face pale as parchment, biting her lip as she managed to utter a few words. Who is your mother? The serpent demon smirked coldly, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. Fearful, are we? Since you know my father's illustrious name, you must have heard of my mother as well. She is the current high priestess, Shun Jingqiu. If you are afraid, let me go, and you shall enjoy a life of luxury by my side. The serpent demon laughed boastfully, as if convinced they would not dare to harm him. Yet in that moment, Lu Xinpa's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as she coldly declared, Indeed, let us kill him. I have long harbored disdain for him. Let him join his brother in death. He will have company on his journey. The serpent demon, upon hearing this, felt his body go weak with fear, his eyes pleading, devoid of the earlier arrogance. Please don't kill me. I do not wish to accompany my brother. He captured those people. I barely caught a few. I'm not like him. He deserves death, I do not. Where are the people you captured? Lu Xinpa immediately inquired. Upon hearing that Jiang Zuan and the others were unharmed, Guanin felt a sense of relief wash over her. Observing the serpent demon's fearful demeanor, she playfully taunted, Anything goes? Would it be permissible to kill your father? The serpent demon, taken aback by her question, fell silent for a moment, then reluctantly replied, Would it be permissible to kill my mother? My father is far too powerful. I cannot kill him. Guanin and her companions were left speechless, while the figures in black perched in the trees nearly lost their balance at the revelation. This was indeed his biological son. The mere fact that his mother had given birth to him must have been a stroke of immense fortune. One could only imagine how furious she would be upon hearing this answer. Guanin's eyes sparkled mischievously as she produced a vial of medicine from seemingly nowhere. Consume this elixir, and I shall spare you. Lu Xinpa attempted to intervene, But Gu Inan continued, "However, this elixir is worth a fortune. You must present me with all your treasures." Indeed, a greedy person would always find a way to profit, even in dire situations. The serpent demon gazed at her with wide eyes, timidly asking, "Will this elixir kill me? Can I not exchange my treasures for it?" Predictably, where there were demands, there would be refusals. At that moment, Guinan's calm visage transformed into one of fury, her eyes ablaze. She sternly commanded, "No, you must consume the elixir. All your treasures must be surrendered immediately." Oomph. Did he think her easy to manipulate, trying to bargain? The serpent demon trembled, reluctantly spitting out a ring. "All my treasures are within. Take it. May I ask what this elixir does?" Guinan's eyes glimmered at the ring on the ground, ignoring his subsequent words. With a flick of her hand, the ring soared into her grasp. After infusing it with a hint of spiritual energy, the contents became visible. Wow, so much gold. It resembles a small mountain. A box of silver notes. 1, 2, 3. How can there be so many? I'm rich. She cheered, her excitement palpable, but then noticed the serpent demon still standing there without consuming the elixir. Her expression shifted instantly. "Hurry and take the elixir. It won't kill you. With your ability to earn, I'll rely on you for future riches." The serpent demon, reassured that he would not perish, promptly swallowed the elixir. It was small, disappearing in his mouth without notice, and he felt no immediate effects, his heart settling. He thought to himself, "As long as I live, that is enough." At that moment, Guinan inexplicably communicated with him, turned left and climbed the tree. The serpent demon glanced back, seeing no one, puzzled by her words. Was she speaking to him? Just then, a surge of excruciating pain coursed through him, as if countless insects were voraciously gnawing at his insides. Guinan urged, "Quickly, get up. Stop your wailing. It's quite frightening. If you turn left and climb the tree, the pain will cease." Realizing she was indeed addressing him, he bore the pain and straightened his serpentine form, moving left. To his relief, the pain lessened, and upon reaching the tree's height, the excruciating agony vanished. He grinned in delight. "Indeed, it no longer hurts. Your words are quite effective." Yi Pan, perplexed, wondered when her daughter had acquired such healing abilities. Lu Shinpa regarded Gu Inan with a penetrating gaze. At that moment, Gu Inan beamed with joy, her smile radiant. "Indeed, it works. After more than a century, this cursed insect has yet to perish." She looked up at the serpent demon in the tree and commanded, "Climb the tree to the right." The serpent demon, confused by her directive, felt a renewed wave of pain, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he nearly fell from the tree. Guinan, observing his immobility, inquired, "Does it hurt?" "Climb the tree to the right, and the pain will subside." The serpent demon complied. Guinan's voice guided him repeatedly, and after numerous iterations, the serpent demon, utterly exhausted, fell from the tree. Yet at that moment, Guinan rejoiced. This cursed insect truly makes him obedient. I must develop more of these to ensure they willingly surrender all their wealth to me. Guinan laughed triumphantly. At this moment, Jiang Zuan, weak and weary, emerged from the cave entrance. Hearing Guinan's laughter, he grimaced and said, "Why didn't you come in to rescue me? There are still several people inside." Chapter 102. A house full of excrement. Are they all right? Are they all alive? Guinan looked at him with concern, having just forgotten about them while testing the insect. Jiang Zuan wore a pained expression. His master showed no concern for him, not even inquiring about his injuries. Due to the effects of the narcotic, his body felt limp, and he staggered as he walked, his voice weak. "They're fine, just under the influence of the drug and sleeping." "Master, you don't care about me at all. If they had wanted to kill me, I would have been dead by now." At that moment, a faint voice echoed through the woods. "We wouldn't kill you. We need your blood for a sacrifice." Though the voice was weak, it sent a chill down the spine of everyone present. The practice of using the blood of the living for sacrifices was an abominable sorcery, still in use. "What did you say? Show yourself." Jiang Ziyuan immediately perked up and shouted in the direction of the voice. The forest was filled with rustling sounds, and a serpent demon with a human head crawled out. Jiang Zan recoiled in fear, but rushed forward after recognizing it, cursing under his breath, "You hideous creature! It's wrong to scare people in the dead of night. You look neither human nor serpent, just utterly grotesque." The serpent demon quickly climbed up a nearby tree at his approach. Don't hit me. We're on the same side now. I'll tell you everything I know, just don't hurt me, all right? Who is using the blood of the living for sacrifices? And what do they intend to do? Guinin's expression turned dark. During her time as a celestial master, she had encountered a great demon that used the blood of hundreds to refine itself, seeking rebirth in its moment of peril. Such dark sorcery should not exist in this world. The serpent demon trembled as it replied, "It's my father, no, it's Jin Shao. He performs a blood sacrifice every 30 years to reconstruct his body and enhance his divine power. I have never witnessed it or participated. This is my first time out, and I have never harmed anyone." The serpent demon earnestly explained, its eyes filled with sincerity. However, Jiang Ziyuan retorted, "You've cultivated a human head and claim you've never participated? Surely you're not suggesting you Haven T lived for 30 years yet? How do you know I Haven T lived for 30 years? I'm 12 now and have always stayed in the temple, never venturing out. Are you trying to deceive me? Who would believe that?" Jiang Ziyuan scoffed, his expression one of disbelief. The serpent demon felt exasperated, rolling its eyes. "I'm telling the truth. Why is it so hard to be a demon? If I lie, the insect in my belly would have already bitten me." Hearing this, the serpent demon felt a surge of pride and looked at Jiang Ziyuan. "Now you should believe me. I wouldn't lie to you. I don't want to suffer that pain again. We are on the same side now. You mustn't hit me anymore." Jiang Ziyuan shot him a disdainful glance and turned to Guinin. "Master, where did you find this creature? It seems completely daft, looking so foolish." "You are the foolish one. My father says we are much smarter than the children born before us. At least we can do his bidding quite beautifully." Jiang Ziyuan was baffled. "Which fool is your father? You call yourself smarter? The previous ones must have been complete idiots." The serpent demon, irritated, rolled its eyes and chose to ignore him. Among their group of serpents, it considered itself relatively intelligent, and it couldn't fathom why Jiang Ziyuan looked down on it. At that moment, a small snake climbed onto Guinin's hand. "Master, I just investigated, and there are only these 2 serpent demons here. However, I sense their aura is quite familiar, similar to mine, yet different." "Similar aura? Could it be remnants from contact with the true dragon statue?" Guinin pondered and promptly asked, "Serpent demon, have you seen the true dragon statue? Is it blind? The blind true dragon statue? I think I've seen it, but my father forbids us from approaching it. Once I climbed up there, and my father found me and gave me a severe scolding. I never went back after that." The serpent demon recalled with a hint of sadness. Guinin, however, was elated. They had finally found a clue to the true dragon statue. The small snake, excited, asked, "Where's that statue?" "It's currently kept in the secret chamber of the temple. Not even a bird can fly in there. Someone tried to steal it before and died inside." The serpent demon looked sorrowful, as if grieving for those who had perished. Guinin's eyes sparkled. As long as they knew where it was, everything would be manageable. She looked at the serpent demon with a serious expression. The serpent demon nodded earnestly and disappeared into the woods, dragging its broken tail. After a night of turmoil, dawn gradually broke, yet Guinin felt her eyelids grow heavier, unable to keep them open. Finally, as the light surged, she succumbed to sleep, tears streaming down her cheeks like raindrops. Yi Pan, both amused and exasperated, hastily consoled her. "Really? My mother knows me well. 1,000 taels is not a trivial sum. It will certainly enhance my little treasury." Just then, a rapid and powerful sound of hooves echoed from outside the inn. Soon after, a group of armored officials entered. Guinin's face lit up with joy. "The county magistrate works swiftly. They come to deliver money. Mother, quickly, they're here with our funds." Yi Pan glanced at the group of officials and thought her daughter was becoming obsessed with money. "These are not the county officials. The county office cannot afford such armor." The soldiers parted to make way, and a tall, spirited gentleman in white walked in. He sat gracefully at a window seat, exuding elegance and charm, clearly a scion of a noble family. Guinin squinted at the gentleman's face, feeling a sense of familiarity, though she couldn't recall where she had seen him before. Just then, a startled shout from upstairs broke the silence. "Heavens, you actually defecated in the room last night. And so much of it. The place is a mess. Couldn't you at least use a basin?" The waiter, holding his nose, scolded. Seeing the two, remained silent. He shouted outside, Innkeeper, come quickly. Someone has made a mess in our inn. Chapter 103. A silent death. This outburst had a significant effect. All the diners on the first floor spat out their food. Some couldn't contain their laughter, exclaiming, "Innkeeper, your waiter must not want us to enjoy our meal. Who could make such a mess?" The innkeeper, embarrassed, laughed awkwardly and rushed upstairs, followed by curious onlookers eager to see the commotion. Upon reaching the floor, the waiter stood outside, pinching his nose, the door tightly shut. Who could make such a mess? Speak with some sense. How can the diners below eat? The people inside are too embarrassed to come out. The innkeeper glared at him and pushed the door open. The moment the door swung wide, an unbearable stench assaulted them. What lay before them was inhuman. Two individuals, covered in excrement, were flailing about in a pile of filth, with excrement splattered everywhere. This was no different from having defecated throughout the entire room. The innkeeper felt his stomach churn and, unable to hold back, vomited. Those behind him, curious, leaned in, but upon seeing the scene, many immediately retched, while others, aghast, covered their noses and fled downstairs. The innkeeper glared with wide eyes, pinching his nose and unleashing a torrent of curses. "Did you two consume an entire cart? Look at the mess you've made. Mine has been turned into this. You must compensate me, or I will report you to the authorities to face imprisonment." Listening to the scathing rebukes from above, Gouges couldn't help but chuckle. Grandfather and grandmother must feel utterly humiliated now. The little snake has done well this time. After consuming so much laxative, they must be too weak to stand. She playfully toyed with the little snake, which rested its head on her wrist, wagging its tail joyfully at its owner's delight. At that moment, the young man in white turned his gaze toward them, his eyes fixating on Gouges. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet and strode over to Yi Pan, his excitement palpable. "Royal niece, is that truly you? I've finally found you. Have you missed your uncle, the Crown Prince? He's been longing to see you." Crown Prince Chu looked down at Gouges, unable to contain a smile. The nearby officials were dumbfounded. When had their prince ever smiled like this? He was always so dignified and stern. Why was he now so cheerful? As Chu reached out to embrace Gouges, he noticed Yi Pan's scrutinizing gaze and hesitated, letting his hands drop. "You must be Yi Pan. I am your elder brother. Mother went to find you, and I had no idea I'd locate you so quickly. I don't want to talk to you. You said you'd come to fetch us early, but I waited and waited until I was forced out of our home, and you still hadn't arrived." Yi Pan initially thought he intended to snatch the child, holding Gouges tightly. However, upon hearing Gouges' words, she realized he was her true brother. She stared at him in astonishment. He dressed in splendid attire, exuding an extraordinary charm, with a gentle smile gracing his face. Upon hearing Gouges mention being expelled from their home, the smile on Chu's face faltered. He embraced Yi Pan, tearfully lamenting, "I found you. I can't believe you were forced out." Gouges, sandwiched between them, twisted her face in discomfort. "If you hold me any tighter, I might just report to the king of hell myself." Hearing this, Crown Prince immediately released her, wiping away his tears, and looked down at the little one with an apologetic expression. "Sister, I am truly overjoyed to see you. I was abrupt earlier. Indeed, you were rather abrupt. As an elder brother, shouldn't you have presented your sister with some tokens of affection? What good is a mere embrace?" Gouges gazed at Chu with wide eyes, and he finally understood that this little one was asking for gifts. However, he had arrived in such haste that he had nothing to offer. He felt somewhat embarrassed. Just a miser, making excuses for not giving gifts. "Mother, your uncle is quite stingy." Yi Pan stood silently, observing as he rambled on, wondering if he could hear their daughter's thoughts. Her brows furrowed deeply, yet seeing his earnest demeanor, she replied, "It's all right. Gifts are not of utmost importance. How can it not matter? If he doesn't provide a gift, I'll disregard the poison he carries and let him perish quietly," Gouges thought. Quietly perish? Hadn't his poison been resolved? Moreover, after awakening, he had confined the side consort, so he shouldn't have been poisoned again, right? She regarded Chu with an incredulous gaze. Yi Pan, noticing his expression, worried that he might speak Gouges' unspoken thoughts. Just then, Chu descended the staircase, announcing, "Your Highness, the Empress is aware of your arrival and has requested that you join her upstairs for a conversation. Upon seeing Chu Xia, Chu Iza eagerly followed her, with Yi Pan and Lu Shimpa trailing behind. Upon entering the Empress's chamber, she was elegantly attired, though a hint of fatigue lingered on her face. Jipan, this is your elder brother, Chu Iza, the current Crown Prince. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask him. You need not stand on ceremony. You are all children of the Empress and must support one another. Rest assured, mother, I will take good care of my sister and ensure no one bullies her. Chu Iza declared, patting his chest boastfully. Even with all your bravado, it won't matter in 3 months when your life is at stake. How can you protect my mother then? Guven mused internally, continuing to suck on her fingers. Upon hearing this, Chu Iza nearly lost his balance, realizing he had only 3 months to live. What? Could he possibly read my thoughts again? Let me tell you, I have the antidote for your poison, but I can't just give it away. The Empress sighed in relief, grateful for the antidote. Her son must not come to harm. Chu Iza's eyes sparkled as he looked at Guinan. Royal niece, I know you possess the antidote. Just tell your uncle what you desire, and I will procure it for you immediately. Guinan surveyed him, her bright eyes scanning his golden hairpiece. I want a hairpiece. Such a large piece of gold must be quite valuable. Chu Iza touched his hairpiece, realizing that if he removed it, he would have to let his hair down. But if he didn't his life would be at risk. The Empress, observing his dilemma, chuckled softly. Crown Prince, do you have any gold ingots or silver notes on you? I suspect Anan has a fondness for wealth. The more, the better. Indeed, grandmother knows me best. Silver and gold are acceptable. Uncle, how much do you have? Grandmother only gave me 3,000 taels for treats, but the life-saving medicine must not be lacking. Chu Iza rummaged through his clothes, producing a stack of silver notes and several gold ingots. Wow, so much silver. I've struck it rich. Guinan exclaimed, reaching out her small hands, her eyes gleaming with excitement. The little snake drooped its head, wondering why its master was so obsessed with wealth. Just then, a commotion erupted from downstairs. In Chapter 104, don't forget the 50 blows, Crown Prince Chu Iza fumed, having finally obtained the antidote, only to be interrupted by the uproar below. At that moment, a waiter hurriedly ascended the stairs, knocking on their door. Chu Xia opened it to find the waiter anxiously exclaiming, Esteemed guest, the officials downstairs are seeking the person who killed that snake demon today. Please come down to clarify. They've already come to reward me so quickly? I didn't expect such swiftness from the county magistrate. Mother, let us hurry to claim the reward. Guinan urged, while Yi Pan sighed in resignation. However, the Crown Prince retorted angrily. How presumptuous of the officials. Have them come up to speak. The waiter, noting the noble demeanor of the man who had spoken, retreated hastily down the stairs. Moments later, a furious roar resonated from below. Who dares to be so audacious? Do they think themselves above the law? How dare they summon me? I'll show them what happens when they cross me. The voice was rough and imposing. Chu Iza's expression darkened further as the heavy footsteps approached, echoing ominously. Finally, a burly man appeared at the door, standing over 8 feet tall, muscular and formidable, resembling a moving mountain. He held a massive axe that glinted menacingly in the light. Standing at the entrance, he bellowed, Who summoned me here? The Crown Prince turned to face him, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Xiaomu Xiaoqing, what a temper you have. If one were unaware, they might think you were here to apprehend a criminal. Your Highness, how could it be you? Upon recognizing the occupants of the room, Xiaomu's anger dissipated instantly, replaced by disbelief. He cast aside the tightly gripped axe, clasping his hands and kneeling on one knee. Your Highness, I was blind to not recognize the mountain before me. I apologize for any offense caused. Though his voice was calm, a hint of tremor betrayed his unease. Observing his demeanor, the Crown Prince scoffed. Your uncle is indeed formidable. This man deserves a beating. He is responsible for several lives lost, bullying the weak, and all his concubines were taken by force. Guinan waved her little hand, eager to join in punishing him. The Crown Prince's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a 4th-rank official so brazenly break the law? He exclaimed, 50 lashes. Is that not a death sentence? Your Highness, I bear no grievances. My countenance has always been ashen, even at birth. Xiaomu pleaded, kneeling and bowing his head in supplication. The Crown Prince cast him a cold glance. Ah, dear uncle, you have truly wronged him. His pallor was due to his mother's fierce grip at birth. Such cruelty! She gambled her own son's life for the sake of her rightful position as wife. She achieved that status, yet her son's complexion has remained thus. The Crown Prince regarded him a moment longer, reflecting that a cruel mother could not raise a virtuous son. Indeed, the foundation of a household often determines its fate. At that moment, Xiao Mu felt on the verge of tears, trembling as he prostrated himself further. Your Highness, please spare me. I am willing to accept the punishment. If this reaches the Emperor, given his trust in you, your word will be law. And it may not merely be 50 lashes. He dared not raise his head. The earlier bravado had vanished entirely. Nearby, a curious attendant watched the burly man beg for mercy, trembling at the sight. Just then, the Empress emerged. Lord Xiao, rise. His Highness was merely jesting. What brings you here? Upon hearing her words, Xiao Mu dared to lift his gaze slightly, encountering the sight of the regal woman before him, which caused him to collapse fully to the ground. What inquiry? The Empress scoffed. Who issued the command? Who is above? Xiao Mu stuttered, unable to voice the truth. Speak. Who issued the command? It was a grand priest who directly ordered that this man be brought forth, suspecting ulterior motives. Xiao Mu appeared distressed, yet he could not withstand the Empress's authority. So was indeed her? Naturally, she would seek vengeance for her son's demise, though it was a vengeance she would never achieve. She coldly commanded, go. Xiao Mu, feeling as if granted a reprieve, scrambled to his feet, bowing in gratitude as he departed. Outside, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He had aimed to gain favor before the Grand Priest, but nearly lost his life instead. Yet, the Crown Prince would not truly send someone to administer 50 lashes. Would he? Just then, he heard the Crown Prince's chilling voice behind him. Do not forget the 50 lashes. One less, and you shall receive another 50. Xiao Mu shuddered. It seemed he could not escape this punishment after all. With a sorrowful expression, he left the inn. Your Highness, this is the antidote. Just take one. However, beware of the charms of women in the coming days, Gutanin remarked, observing Yi's face as she revealed a vial of elixir. Yi joyfully accepted it, pinching her cheek playfully. Your uncle the Crown Prince lacks, not for admirers, yet rest assured, I shall not lay eyes on any woman nor approach them for these few days. Gutanin gazed at him with wide, innocent eyes. Uncle, do you not often feel fatigued, lacking strength, or suffer from dizziness and tinnitus? Indeed, I do feel such ailments, yet the royal physician assures me there is nothing amiss. What can those quacks discern? They might not even recognize that you have but 3 months to live. Would you desire to be impervious to all poisons, free from the torment of being poisoned by others? Yi replied eagerly, I would. You cannot fathom how many times I have been poisoned as Crown Prince. Do you possess such an antidote? If so, I shall trade you silver notes and gold for it. Gutanin awaited this very moment. This elixir is precious, far more so than your detoxifying pills. It cannot be offered lightly. Unbeknownst to her, another porcelain vial appeared in her small hand. Yi gleefully accepted it, and upon opening it, a rich fragrance wafted forth. Unable to resist, he swallowed it whole, relieved that he would no longer need to worry about poisoning. At that moment, Gutanin closed her eyes, silently wishing, my dear uncle, you cannot escape these charms, yet you must not indulge. For now, let this antidote shield you from disaster. May you rely on your own fortune. Chapter 105. Swiftly to the palace the Crown Prince furrowed his brow, pondering the implications of the charms he must avoid. He wished to inquire further, yet seeing her with closed eyes, he understood she preferred silence. With a sigh of resignation, he noted the concern in his mother's gaze and approached to comfort her. He wished to spare her the burden of worry, as the affairs of the harem already occupied her thoughts. Little did he know, his mother could hear Gutanin's silent musings. The Empress recognized that her son typically spared her from concerns, yet as a mother, how could she not worry for him? She shot him an exasperated glance before pulling Yi Pan closer to her side. Yi Pan, feeling the warmth of the Empress's affection, nodded in agreement. Remembering the previous conversation with the burly man, she expressed her concern. The Grand Priest seeks to apprehend us. Will you bear this burden without incurring great trouble? The Empress smiled reassuringly. Fear not. That serpent demon must be vanquished, Besides, I cannot claim that the demon is my son. You are aware? Yizi pan idiot. Puzzled by the Empress's knowledge. The Empress nodded gently, her smile widening. How could I not send protectors when you venture out? If anything were to happen to you, I would be at a loss. She tenderly patted Yi Ji-pan's hand, her eyes filled with love and concern. Yi Ji-pan's eyes misted over. No one had ever shown her such care, and the Empress's maternal affection filled her with warmth. She gazed up at the Empress, her eyes glistening, her voice choked with emotion. Yes, I shall strive never to cause you worry again. The Empress's eyes widened in surprise. It was the first time she had heard Yi Ji-pan address her as mother. Joy illuminated her face, and tears shimmered in her eyes as she reached out to embrace her daughter. Yet, noticing Guanin peacefully asleep in Yi Ji-pan's arms, she refrained. Do not distance yourself from me. Share your needs openly. I owe you so much. Let me do more for you, shall we? Upon hearing this, Yi Ji-pan's tears flowed freely, and the Empress gently wiped them away. Lu Xinpa, standing nearby, discreetly dabbed at the corners of her eyes. Observing this, Yi suggested, Ah, Granny, are you reminiscing about your children? Do not be saddened. Once my royal sister is settled, you may bring them all here. The Crown Prince noted her concern for Yi Ji-pan and kindly offered words of comfort. Lu Xinpa paused in her tears, realizing that she had merely felt a moment of sadness for her mother. Why had children suddenly entered the conversation? This Crown Prince seemed to know precisely where to strike. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness, but I am alone in this world, without children or kin. The Crown Prince felt a pang of awkwardness, realizing that at her age, she had no offspring, signifying a life of hardship. You must have faced great misfortune, dear lady. Have your parents and siblings all passed? If you have relatives, do not hesitate to bring them here. I shall ensure they are well cared for. The Empress's piercing gaze locked onto him. Her brother was none other than the Emperor. She had gleaned from Guanin's thoughts that Lu Xinpa was the Princess of Anyang, the sister the Emperor often remembered. The Crown Prince sensed a fierce glare from his mother, who was intensely scrutinizing him, and his heart raced. Had he committed some grave error? He had done nothing wrong. Lu Xinpa chuckled. You need not concern yourself, Your Highness. My brother requires no caretaking. He thrives abundantly, living freely and joyfully. So he is a widower. The Crown Prince realized he had spoken too bluntly, and worried she might feel embarrassed, quickly adding, being a solitary figure can be quite pleasant, free from constraints. It is a significant blessing in life. Widower? While he was indeed solitary, the term did not pertain to him. The Empress wished to interject, but heard Lu Xinpa laughing. You are correct. He is indeed a solitary figure, living freely and joyfully with many wives and concubines. A smile played on her lips. You young man dare to claim your father is a widower. Wait until you discover the truth. The Crown Prince frowned at her words, perplexed. I did not declare him a widower. He resides in the capital. You shall see for yourself. Lu Xinpa wished to refrain from further discussion, fearing the Crown Prince might misconstrue her words. However, when he met the Emperor, he might regret his remarks today. The Queen silently prayed for her foolish son, hoping he would cease his rambling. However, the Crown Prince, with utmost seriousness, declared his desire to become a widower, envisioning a harem filled with concubines, and remarked that he would seek counsel from his elder brother upon their meeting. The Queen contemplated whether she could strike him, her expression one of indignation. Lu Xinpa observed the Crown Prince's earnest demeanor and laughed even more heartily, as the Queen and her entourage exited the inn to continue their journey. The innkeeper brought forth the old man Gu and Shun Guiji from their room. Although they had been thrown into the river for a wash, their foul odor rendered them unbearable to approach. At that moment, the two sat helplessly outside the inn while the innkeeper berated them, demanding compensation for the damages. When Shun Guiji saw the Queen and her companions emerge, she struggled to approach, propping herself up. Spring and Summer quickly admonished her. How dare you? Are you unaware of the stench that clings to you? Do not dare come closer to our mistress. Retreat at once. Shingueiji was taken aback, tears streaming down her face as she weakly implored, Your Highness, can you not help us for the sake of Sheer? We have nowhere else to turn. The Queen cast a disdainful glance their way, her heart brimming with contempt for their transgressions against her daughter far outweighed this minor plight. With a slight furrow of her brow, she coldly stated, "For the sake of Shi'er, I shall allow you to accompany us to the capital, but your stench is unbearable. You may follow behind." Shen Guizhi's face brightened with gratitude. Yet when she saw Yi Zhipan, she sternly chastised, "Yi Zhipan, seeing your parents in such a state, do you not know to assist us? You unfilial wretch, hurry and help your father up." They had toiled throughout the night and had not eaten breakfast, leaving them utterly drained. "Do not worry, I shall deal with them," she thought, recalling her dreams that revealed her past life, wherein her daughter suffered grievously at their hands, igniting a fury within her that could no longer be contained. "Parents-in-law, do you even deserve that title? The sins you have committed will inevitably return to haunt you. You wish for my assistance? Dream on." Shen Guizhi attempted to retort, but the Crown Prince interjected, "Someone, take them and throw them into the carriage, silence them. Their foul odor is bad enough without their foul words." As he finished speaking, 2 guards seized Shen Guizhi and escorted her towards the carriage, stuffing a cloth into her mouth while she tried to protest. Shen Guizhi cast a pleading gaze towards the queen, but she merely glanced back without uttering a word as she boarded the carriage. Old Man Gu was also forced into the carriage, and the two remained silent throughout the journey, fearful of offending their captors. After 2 days of relentless travel, the Queen's party arrived at the royal palace. Upon awakening in a daze, Gupanin burst into tears upon hearing they were assigned to Bihua Palace. "Mother, we must leave Bihua Palace quickly. Someone has tampered with it. At night, snakes, insects, and ants will invade the palace." According to the tales, Gu Ningxi was assigned to Bihua Palace on her first day, only to be surrounded by dangerous creatures at night, nearly costing her life. Guanin cried out desperately to draw their attention. At that moment, the queen, Yi Zhipan, and Lu Shinpa were seated at a table in conversation when they suddenly heard Guanin's distressing thoughts, their expressions turning grim. Yi Zhipan hurried over to embrace Guanin, who, upon seeing her mother, cried even harder. "Mother, please do not stay here. The ants are venomous." Gu Ningxi was poisoned after being bitten, manipulated by Lady Shu, and even caused the death of the queen's grandmother. Just then, spring and summer approached in a flustered manner. "Your Majesty, Lady Shu and the Emperor are coming together." "How can they be together?" The queen furrowed her brow, her expression serious. "Where is Lady Shu? I wish to see the beauty described in the tales. What manner of charm earns her the Emperor's favor?" Guanin perked up, glancing towards the door. At that moment, a hearty laugh resonated from the entrance. "Your Majesty, we have found our daughter. Let me see her." A tall man clad in a bright yellow dragon robe stood with authority, his gaze fixed intensely upon those within the palace. When his eyes fell upon Yi Zhipan, they lingered, as she bore an uncanny resemblance to him, as if she were a reflection. The queen, her face aglow with maternal affection, approached Yi Zhipan and softly asked, "Your Majesty, do you not think our daughter resembles you?" The emperor's lips curled into a smile as he strode closer, his eyes glistening with joy. Yi Zhipan, confronted by the imposing figure of the emperor, felt a wave of anxiety and stiffened, forgetting all the etiquette Lu Shinpa had taught her. She stared blankly at him. Lady Shu chuckled lightly, clearly amused by the rusticity of Yi Zhipan. She spoke sweetly, ostensibly defending Yi Zhipan, yet her words dripped with condescension, suggesting the girl knew nothing of courtly manners. "Her tongue is indeed foul. Despite her delicate appearance, she cannot hide the scent of a country bumpkin, especially alongside her cuckolded husband. Your Majesty, do not be afraid. She is merely a simple country girl," Lady Shu remarked. The emperor furrowed his brow, questioning who had spoken with such a voice as tender as a child's. He glanced at the 2 children behind Yi Zhipan, yet they remained silent. The queen, incensed, could discern the hidden meanings in Lady Shu's words, and her fiery gaze bore into her, ready to confront her. Just then, Yi Zhipan regained her composure and bowed to the emperor. "Your Majesty, it is such an honor to meet you for the first time. I never expected to be your daughter. The common folk say you govern wisely and command great respect. Seeing you today, it is evident that you are indeed a remarkable sovereign. I, Zhipan, pay my respects to you, father." Her words, heartfelt and sincere, were filled with admiration. The emperor, delighted, responded, "My child, tell me more. what else do the people say about me? Yi Zhipan fell silent, for she had only learned this with great difficulty from Lu Shinpa, and she could not recall any further. Indeed, people love to hear sweet nothings. My mother speaks so insincerely. What more do you wish to hear? If you do not hear some truth soon, your reign may come to an end. End of reign? At last, the emperor felt he had grasped the source of these words. But how could such a small child speak so audaciously? Surely he must be imagining things. Just then, the queen interjected, "Your Majesty, for her to speak so much upon meeting you for the first time is commendable. She has suffered greatly outside and deserves ample rewards as compensation. The queen as grandmother is quite astute, knowing to procure benefits for my daughter, while my grandfather only wishes to hear sweet words and grants nothing. When the Tianqi kingdom falls, I shall ensure my grandmother accompanies me to the divine Beast Mountain." Yi Zhipan felt a heaviness in her heart. She truly wished to seal her daughter's lips, but how could she silence her thoughts? At that moment, the emperor's expression darkened. He could confirm that the voice undoubtedly belonged to the child. Yet why did she persist in speaking of a fallen kingdom? He surveyed the others, noticing their expressions were unchanged. Could it be that only he could hear her? Instantly, his demeanor returned to normal as he addressed Yi Zhipan. "I shall bestow upon you the title of Princess Luan. You shall receive 100,000 gold, 20 bolts of python silk, and 20 bolts of brocade, with all other rewards commensurate with the highest honors of a princess. How does that sound?" The queen, elated, immediately urged Yi Zhipan, "Do not forget to thank your father. The python silk we produce in Tianqi Kingdom is scarce, yielding less than 30 bolts a year. Your father is indeed generous." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhipan promptly bowed in gratitude. Meanwhile, Lady Shu clenched her fists, her long nails digging into her flesh without her noticing. She had once requested 10 bolts from the emperor, yet he had only granted her 3, citing the empty state of the treasury. And now, this upstart received 20 bolts upon her arrival. How could she not be infuriated? She feigned a smile, saying, "Your Majesty, you are biased. I requested 10 bolts of python silk from you to make garments for Yu Yao, yet you only provided 3. Now you grant 20 bolts outright. If Yu Yao finds out, she will surely cause a ruckus." The emperor was taken aback. He had not considered such implications, only speaking in excitement.